Chapter 31 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 31. Florence's Request. Thus it was arranged that Florence should be left in Mr. Anderson's way. Mr. Anderson, as Sir Magnus had said, was not always out riding. There were moments in which even he was off duty, and Sir Magnus contrived to ride a little earlier than usual, so that he should get back while the carriage was still out on its rounds. Lady Mountjoy certainly did her duty, taking Mrs. Mountjoy with her daily, and generally Miss Abbott, so that Florence was, as it were, left to the mercies of Mr. Anderson. She could, of course, shut herself up in her bedroom, but things had not as yet become so bad as that. Mr. Anderson had not made himself terrible to her. She did not, in truth, fear Mr. Anderson at all, who was courteous in his manner and complimentary in his language, and she came at this time to the conclusion that if Mr. Anderson continued his pursuit of her, she would tell him the exact truth of the case. As a gentleman, and as a young man, she thought that he would sympathize with her. The one enemy whom she did dread was Lady Mountjoy. She, too, had felt that her aunt could take her skin off her, as Sir Magnus had said. She had not heard the words, but she knew that it was so, and her dislike to Lady Mountjoy was in proportion. It cannot be said that she was afraid. She did not intend to leave her skin in her aunt's hands. For every inch of skin taken, she resolved to have an inch in return. She was not acquainted with the expressive mode of language which Sir Magnus had adopted, but she was prepared for all such attacks. For Sir Magnus himself, since he had given up the letter to her, she did feel some regard. Behind the British minister's house, which, though entitled to no such name, was generally called the Embassy, there was a large garden, which, though not much used by Sir Magnus or Lady Mountjoy, was regarded as a valuable adjunct to the establishment. Here Florence betook herself for exercise, and here Mr. Anderson, having put off the muddy marks of his riding, found her one afternoon. It must be understood that no young man was ever more in earnest than Mr. Anderson. He, too, looking through the glass which had been prepared for him by Sir Magnus, thought that he saw in the not very far distant future a Mrs. Hugh Anderson driving a pair of gray ponies along the boulevard, and he was much pleased with the sight. It reached to the top of his ambition. Florence was to his eyes really the sort of a girl whom a man in his position ought to marry. A secretary of legation in a small foreign capital cannot do with a dowdy wife, as may a clerk, for instance, in the Foreign Office. A secretary of legation, the second secretary, he told himself, was bound, if he married at all, to have a pretty and distinguée wife. He knew all about the intricacies which had fallen in a peculiar way into his own hand. Mr. Blow might have married a South Sea Islander, and would have been none the worse as regarded his official duties. Mr. Blow did not want the services of a wife in discovering and reporting all the secrets of the Belgian iron trade. There was no intricacy in that, no nicety. There was much of what, in his lighter moments, Mr. Anderson called sweat. He did not pretend to much capacity for such duties, but in his own peculiar walk he thought that he was great. But it was very fatiguing, and he was sure that a wife was necessary to him. There were little niceties which none but a wife could perform. He had a great esteem for Sir Magnus. Sir Magnus was well thought of by all the court, and by the foreign minister at Brussels. But Lady Mountjoy was really of no use. The beginning and the end of it all with her was to show herself in a carriage. It was incumbent upon him, Anderson, to marry. He was loving enough, and very susceptible. He was too susceptible, and he knew his own fault, and he was always on guard against it, as behooved a young man with such duties as his. He was always falling in love, and then using his diplomatic skill in avoiding the consequences. He had found out that though one girl had looked so well under waxlight, she did not endure the wear and tear of the day. Another could not be always graceful, or, though she could talk well enough during a waltz, she had nothing to say for herself at 3 o'clock in the morning. And he was driven to calculate that he would be wrong to marry a girl without a shilling. "It's a kind of thing that a man cannot afford to do unless he's sure of his position," he had said on such an occasion to Montgomery Arbuthnot, alluding especially to his brother's state of health. When Mr. Anderson spoke of not being sure of his position, he was always considered to allude to his brother's health. In this way he had nearly got his little boat onto the rocks more than once, and had given some trouble to Sir Magnus. But now he was quite sure. "It's all there, all round," he had said to Arbuthnot more than once. Arbuthnot said that it was there, all round, all round. Waxlight and daylight made no difference to her. She was always graceful. "Nobody with an eye in his head can doubt that," said Anderson. "I should think not, by Jove," replied Arbuthnot. "And for talking, you never catch her out, never." "I never did, certainly," said Arbuthnot, who, as third secretary, was obedient and kind-hearted. "And then look at her money. Of course a fellow wants something to help him on. My position is so uncertain that I cannot do without it." "Oh, of course not. Now, with some girls it's so deuced hard to find out. You hear that a girl has got money, but when the time comes it depends on the life of a father who doesn't think of dying, dammy, doesn't think of it." "Those fellows never do," said Arbuthnot. "But here, you see, I know all about it. When she's 24, only 24, she'll have £10,000 of her own. I hate a mercenary fellow." "Ah, yes, that's beastly." "Nobody can say that of me. Circumstanced as I am, I want something to help to keep the pot boiling. She has got it, quite as much as I want, quite, and I know all about it without the slightest doubt in the world." For the small loan of £1,500, Sir Magnus had paid the full value of the interest and deficient security. "Sir Magnus tells me that if I'll only stick to her, I shall be sure to win. There's some fellow in England has just touched her heart, just touched it, you know." "I understand," said Arbuthnot, looking very wise. "He's not a fellow of very much account," said Anderson. "One of those handsome fellows without conduct and without courage." "I've known lots of 'em," said Arbuthnot. "His name is Annesley," said Anderson. "I never saw him in my life, but that's what Sir Magnus says. He has done something awfully disreputable. I don't quite understand what it is, but it's something which ought to make him unfit to be her husband. Nobody knows the world better than Sir Magnus, and he says that it is so." "Nobody does know the world better than Sir Magnus," said Arbuthnot. And so that conversation was brought to an end. One day, soon after this, he caught her walking in the garden. Her mother and Miss Abbott were still out with Lady Mountjoy in the carriage, and Sir Magnus had retired after the fatigue of his ride to sleep for half an hour before dinner. "All alone, Miss Mountjoy?" he said. "Yes, alone, Mr. Anderson. I'm never in better company." "So I think. But then, if I were here, you wouldn't be all alone, would you?" "Not if you were with me." "That's what I mean. But yet two people may be alone as regards the world at large, mayn't they?" "I don't understand the nicety of language well enough to say. We used to have a question among us when we were children whether a wild beast could howl in an empty cavern. It's the same sort of thing." "Why shouldn't he?" "Because the cavern would not be empty if the wild beast were in it. Did you ever see a girl bang an egg against a wall in a stocking, and then look awfully surprised because she had smashed it?" "I don't understand the joke." "She had been told that she couldn't break an egg in an empty stocking. Then she was made to look in, and there was the broken egg for her pains. I don't know what made me tell you that story." "It's a very good story. I'll get Miss Abbott to do it to-night. She believes everything." "And everybody? Then she's a happy woman." "I wish you'd believe everybody." "So I do. Nearly everybody. There are some inveterate liars whom nobody can believe." "I hope I am not regarded as one." "You? Certainly not. If anybody were to speak of you as such behind your back, No one would take your part more loyally than I, but nobody would." "That's something, at any rate. Then you do believe that I love you?" "I believe that you think so." "And that I don't know my own heart?" "That's very common, Mr. Anderson. I wasn't quite sure of my own heart 12 months ago, but I know it now." He felt that his hopes ran very low when this was said. She had never before spoken to him of his rival, nor had he to her. He knew, or fancied that he knew, that her heart had been touched, as he had said to Arbuthnot, but the touch must have been very deep if she felt herself constrained to speak to him on the subject. It had been his desire to pass over Mr. Annesley, and never to hear the name mentioned between them. "You were speaking of your own heart." "Well, I was, no doubt. It is a silly thing to talk of, I dare say." "I'm going to tell you of my heart, and I hope you won't think it silly. I do so because I believe you to be a gentleman and a man of honor." He blushed at the words and the tone in which they were spoken, but his heart fell still lower. "Mr. Anderson, I am engaged." Here she paused a moment, but he had nothing to say. "I am engaged to marry a gentleman whom I love with all my heart and all my strength and all my body. I love him so that nothing can ever separate me from him, or at least from the thoughts of him. As regards all the interests of life, I feel as though I were already his wife. If I ever marry any man, I swear to you that it will be him." Then Mr. Anderson felt that all hope had utterly departed from him. She had said that she believed him to be a man of truth. He certainly believed her to be a true-speaking woman. He asked himself, and he found it to be quite impossible to doubt her word on this subject. "Now I will go on and tell you my troubles. My mother disapproves of the man. Sir Magnus has taken upon himself to disapprove, and Lady Mountjoy disapproves especially. I don't care 2 straws about Sir Magnus and Lady Mountjoy. As to Lady Mountjoy, it is simply an impertinence on her part, interfering with me." There was something in her face as she said this which made Mr. Anderson feel that if he could only succeed in having her and the pair of ponies, he would be a prouder man than the ambassador at Paris. But he knew that it was hopeless. "As to my mother, that is indeed a sorrow. She has been to me the dearest mother, putting her only hopes of happiness in me. No mother was ever more devoted to a child, and of all children I should be the most ungrateful were I to turn against her. But from my early years she has wished me to marry a man whom I could not bring myself to love. You have heard of Captain Scarborough, the man who disappeared. He was and is my first cousin." "He is in some way connected with Sir Magnus?" "Through mamma. Mamma is aunt to Captain Scarborough, and she married the brother of Sir Magnus. Well, he has disappeared and been disinherited. I cannot explain all about it, for I don't understand it, but he has come to great trouble. It was not on that account that I would not marry him. It was partly because I did not like him, and partly because of Harry Annesley. I will tell you everything, because I want you to know my story. But my mother has disliked Mr. Annesley, because she has thought that he has interfered with my cousin." "I understand all that." "And she has been taught to think that Mr. Annesley has behaved very badly. I cannot quite explain it, because there is a brother of Captain Scarborough who has interfered. I never loved Captain Scarborough, but that man I hate. He has spread those stories. Captain Scarborough has disappeared, but before he went he thought it well to revenge himself on Mr. Annesley. He attacked him in the street late at night and endeavored to beat him." "But why?" "Why, indeed? That such a trumpery cause as a girl's love should operate with such a man." "I can understand it. Ah, yes, I can understand it." "I believe he was tipsy, and he had been gambling and had lost all his money. More than all his money. He was a ruined man, and reckless and wretched. I can forgive him, and so does Harry. But in the struggle Harry got the best of it, and left him there in the street. No weapons had been used, except that Captain Scarborough had a stick. There was no reason to suppose him hurt, nor was he much hurt. He had behaved very badly, and Harry left him. Had he gone for a policeman, he could only have given him in charge. The man was not hurt, and seems to have walked away. The papers were full of it. Yes, the papers were full of it, because he was missing. I don't know yet what became of him, but I have my suspicions. They say that he has been seen at Monaco. Very likely, but I have nothing to do with that. Though he was my cousin, I am touched nearer in another place. Young Mr. Scarborough, who, I suspect, knows all about his brother, took upon himself to cross-question Mr. Annesley. Mr. Annesley did not care to tell anything of that struggle in the streets, and denied that he had seen him. In truth, he did not want to have my name mentioned. My belief is that Augustus Scarborough knew exactly what had taken place when he asked the question. It was he who really was false, but he is now the heir to Tretton, and a great man in his way, and in order to injure Harry Annesley he has spread abroad the story which they all tell here. But why? He does. That is all I know. But I will not be a hypocrite. He chose to wish that I should not marry Harry Annesley. I cannot tell you farther than that, but he has persuaded mamma, and has told everyone. He shall never persuade me. Everybody seems to believe him, said Mr. Anderson, not as intending to say that he believed him now, but that he had done so. Of course they do. He has simply ruined Harry. He, too, has been disinherited now. I don't know how they do these things, but it has been done. His uncle has been turned against him, and his whole income has been taken from him. But they will never persuade me. Nor, if they did, would I be untrue to him. It is a grand thing for a girl to have a perfect faith in the man she has to marry, as I have. I know my man, and will as soon disbelieve in heaven as in him. But were he what they say he is, he would still have to become my husband. I should be broken-hearted, but I should still be true. Thank God, though. Thank God. He has done nothing, and will do nothing, to make me ashamed of him. Now you know my story. Yes, now I know it. The tears came very near the poor man's eyes as he answered. And what will you do for me? What shall I do? Yes, what will you do? I have told you all my story, believing you to be a fine-tempered gentleman. You have entertained a fancy which has been encouraged by Sir Magnus. Will you promise me not to speak to me of it again? Will you relieve me of so much of my trouble? Will you? Will you? And then, when he turned away, she followed him, and put both her hands upon his arm. Will you do that little thing for me? A little thing? Is it not a little thing, when I am so bound to that other man that nothing can move me? Whether it be little or whether it be much, will you not do it? She still held him by the arm, but his face was turned from her so that she could not see it. The tears, absolute tears, were running down his cheeks. What did it behoove him as a man to do? Was he to believe her vows now, and grant her request? And was she then to give herself to some third party, and forget Harry Annesley altogether? How would it be with him then? A faint heart never won a fair lady. All is fair in love and war. You cannot catch cherries by holding your mouth open. A great amount of wisdom such as this came to him at the spur of the moment. But there was her hand upon his arm, and he could not elude her request. "Will you not do it for me?" she asked again. "I will," he said, still keeping his face turned away. "I knew it. I knew you would. You are high-minded and honest, and cannot be cruel to a poor girl. And if, in time to come, when I am Harry Annesley's wife, we shall chance to meet each other, as we will, he shall thank you." "I shall not want that. What will his thanks do for me? You do not think that I shall be silent to oblige him?" Then he walked forth from out of the garden, and she had never seen his tears, but she knew well that he was weeping, and she sympathized with him. Chapter 31. Recording by Melora. Chapter 32 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 32. Mr. Anderson is ill. When they went down to dinner that day, it became known that Mr. Anderson did not intend to dine with them. "He's got a headache," said Sir Magnus. "He says he's got a headache. I never knew such a thing in my life before." It was quite clear that Sir Magnus did not think that his lieutenant ought to have such a headache as would prevent his coming to dinner, and that he did not quite believe in the headache. There was a dinner ready, a very good dinner, which it was his business to provide. He always did provide it, and took a great deal of trouble to see that it was good. "There isn't a table so well kept in all Brussels," he used to boast. But when he had done his share, he expected that Anderson and Arbuthnot should do theirs, especially Anderson. There had been sometimes a few words, not quite a quarrel, but nearly so, on the subject of dining out. Sir Magnus only dined out with royalty, cabinet ministers, and other diplomats. Even then he rarely got a good dinner, what he called a good dinner. He often took Anderson with him. He was the doyen among the diplomats in Brussels, and a little indulgence was shown to him. Therefore he thought that Anderson should be as true to him as was he to Anderson. It was not for Anderson's sake, indeed, who felt the bondage to be irksome, and Sir Magnus knew that his subordinate sometimes groaned in spirit. But a good dinner is a good dinner, especially the best dinner in Brussels, and Sir Magnus felt that something ought to be given in return. He had not that perfect faith in mankind which is the surest evidence of a simple mind. Ideas crowded upon him. Had Anderson a snug little dinner party, just 2 or 3 friends in his own room? Sir Magnus would not have been very angry. He was rarely very angry, but he should like to show his cleverness by finding it out. Anderson had been quite well when he was out riding, and he did not remember him ever before to have had a headache. "Is he very bad, Arbuthnot?" "I haven't seen him, sir, since he was riding." "Who has seen him?" "He was in the garden with me," said Florence, boldly. "I suppose that did not give him a headache?" "Not that I perceived." "It is very singular that he should have a headache just when dinner is ready," continued Sir Magnus. "You had better leave the young man alone," said Lady Mountjoy. And one who knew the ways of living at the British Embassy would be sure that after this Sir Magnus would not leave the young man alone. His nature was not simple. It seemed to him again that there might be a little dinner party, and that Lady Mountjoy knew all about it. "Richard," he said to the butler, "go into Mr. Anderson's room and see if he is very bad." Richard came back and whispered to the great man that Anderson was not in his room. "This is very remarkable. A bad headache, and not in his room. Where is he? I insist on knowing where Mr. Anderson is." "You had better leave him alone," said Lady Mountjoy. "Leave a man alone because he is ill? He might die." "Shall I go and see?" said Arbuthnot. "I wish you would, and bring him in here if he's well enough to show. I don't approve of a young man going without his dinner. There's nothing so bad." "He'll be sure to get something, Sir Magnus," said Lady Mountjoy. But Sir Magnus insisted that Mr. Arbuthnot should go and look after his friend. It was now November, and at 8 o'clock was quite dark, but the weather was fine, and something of the mildness of autumn remained. Arbuthnot was not long in discovering that Mr. Anderson was again walking in the garden. He had left Florence there, and had gone to the house, but had found himself to be utterly desolate and miserable. She had exacted from him a promise which was not compatible with any kind of happiness to which he could now look forward. In the first place, all Brussels knew that he had been in love with Florence Mountjoy. He thought that all Brussels knew it, and they knew that he had been in earnest in this love. He did believe that all Brussels had given him credit for so much. and now they would know that he had suddenly ceased to make love. It might be that this should be attributed to gallantry on his part, that it should be considered that the lady had been deserted, but he was conscious that he was not so good a hypocrite as not to show that he was broken-hearted. He was quite sure that it would be seen that he had got the worst of it. But when he asked himself questions as to his own condition, he told himself that there was suffering in store for him more heavy to bear than these. There could be no ponies, with Florence driving them, and a boy in his own livery behind, seen upon the boulevards. That vision was gone, and forever. And then came upon him an idea that the absence of the girl from other portions of his life might touch him more nearly. He did feel something like actual love, and the more she had told him of her devotion to Harry Annesley, the more strongly he had felt the value of that devotion. Why should this man have it and not he? He had not been disinherited. He had not been knocked about in a street quarrel. He had not been driven to tell a lie as to his having not seen a man when he had in truth knocked him down. He had quite agreed with Florence that Harry was justified in the lie, but there was nothing in it to make the girl love him the better for it. And then, looking forward, he could perceive the possibility of an event which, if it should occur, would cover him with confusion and disgrace. If, after all, Florence were to take, not Harry Annesley, but somebody else, how foolish, how credulous, how vain would he have been then to have made the promise. Girls did such things every day. He had promised, and he thought that he must keep his promise. But she would be bound by no promise. As he thought of it, he reflected that he might even yet exact such a promise from her. But when the dinner time came, he really was sick with love, or sick with disappointment. He felt that he could not eat his dinner under the battery of raillery which was always coming from Sir Magnus, and therefore he had told the servants that as the evening progressed he would have something to eat in his own room. And then he went out to wander in the dusk beneath the trees in the garden. Here he was encountered by Mr. Arbuthnot, with his dress boots and white cravat. "What the mischief are you doing here, old fellow?" "I'm not very well. I have an awfully bilious headache." "Sir Magnus is kicking up a deuce of a row because you're not there." "Sir Magnus be blowed. How am I to be there if I've got a bilious headache? I'm not dressed. I could not have dressed myself for a £5 note." "Couldn't you now? Shall I go back and tell him that? But you must have something to eat. I don't know what's up, but Sir Magnus is in a taking." "He's always in a taking. I sometimes think he's the biggest fool out." "And there's the place kept vacant next to Miss Mountjoy. Grascour wanted to sit there, but her ladyship wouldn't let him. And I sat next Miss Abbott because I didn't want to be in your way." "Tell Grascour to go and sit there, or you may do so. It's all nothing to me." This he said in the bitterness of his heart, by no means intending to tell his secret, but unable to keep it within his own bosom. "What's the matter, Anderson?" asked the other, piteously. "I am clean broken-hearted. I don't mind telling you. I know you're a good fellow, and I'll tell you everything. It's all over." "All over? With Miss Mountjoy?" Then Anderson began to tell the whole story. But before he had got half through, or a quarter through, another message came from Sir Magnus. "Sir Magnus is becoming very angry indeed," whispered the butler. "He says that Mr. Arbuthnot is to go back." "I'd better go, or I shall catch it." "What's up with him, Richard?" asked Anderson. "Well, if you ask me, Mr. Anderson, I think he's suspecting of something." "What does he suspect?" "I think he's thinking that perhaps you are having a jolly time of it." Richard had known his master many years, and could almost read his inmost thoughts. "I don't say as it's so, but that's what I am thinking." "You tell him I ain't. You tell him I've a bad bilious headache, and that the air in the garden does it good. You tell him that I mean to have something to eat upstairs when my head is better, and do you mind and let me have it, and a bottle of claret." With this the butler went back, and so did Arbuthnot, after asking one other question. "I'm so sorry it isn't all serene with Miss Mountjoy." "It isn't, then. Don't mind now, but it isn't serene. Don't say a word about her, but she has done me. I think I shall get leave of absence and go away for 2 months. You'll have to do all the writing, old fellow. I shall go, but I don't know where I shall go. You return to them now, and tell them I've such a bilious headache I don't know which way to turn myself." Arbuthnot went back and found Sir Magnus quarrelling grievously with the butler. "I don't think he's doing anything as he shouldn't," the butler whispered, having seen into his master's mind. "What do you mean by that?" "Do let the matter drop," said Lady Mountjoy, who had also seen into her husband's mind, and who saw, moreover, that the butler had done so. "A young man's dinner isn't worth all this bother." "I won't let the matter drop. What does he mean when he says he isn't doing anything that he shouldn't? I never said anything about what he was doing." "He isn't dressed, Sir Magnus. He finds himself a little better now, and means to have something upstairs." Then there came an awful silence, during which the dinner was eaten. Sir Magnus knew nothing of the truth, simply suspecting the headache to be a myth. Lady Mountjoy, with a woman's quickness, thought that there had been some words between Florence and her late lover, and, as she disliked Florence, was inclined to throw all the blame upon her. A word had been said to Mrs. Mountjoy. "I don't think he'll trouble me any more, mamma," which Mrs. Mountjoy did not quite understand, but which she connected with the young man's absence. But Florence understood it all, and liked Mr. Anderson the better. Could it really be that for love of her he would lose his dinner? Could it be that he was so grievously afflicted at the loss of a girl's heart? There he was, walking out in the dark and the cold, half famished, all because she loved Harry Annesley so well that there could be no chance for him. Girls believe so little in the truth of the love of men that any sign of its reality touches them to the core. Poor Hugh Anderson! A tear came into her eye as she thought that he was wandering there in the dark, and all for the love of her. The rest of the dinner passed away in silence, and Sir Magnus hardly became cordial and communicative with Mr. Grascour, even under the influence of his wine. On the next morning, just before lunch, Florence was waylaid by Mr. Anderson as she was passing along one of the passages in the back part of the house. "Miss Mountjoy," he said, "I want to ask from your great goodness the indulgence of a few words." "Certainly." "Could you come into the garden?" "If you will give me time to go and change my boots and get a shawl. We ladies are not ready to go out always, as are you gentlemen." "Anywhere will do. Come in here." And he led the way into a small parlor, which was not often used. "I was so sorry to hear last night that you were unwell, Mr. Anderson." "I was not very well, certainly, after what I had heard before dinner." He did not tell her that he so far recovered as to be able to drink a bottle of claret and to smoke a couple of cigars in his bedroom. "Of course you remember what took place yesterday?" "Remember? Oh, yes. I shall not readily forget it." "I made you a promise." "You did, very kindly." "And I mean to keep it." "I'm sure you do, because you're a gentleman." "I don't think I ought to have made it." "Oh, Mr. Anderson!" "I don't think I ought. See what I am giving up." "Nothing, except the privilege of troubling me." "But if it should be something else? Do not be angry with me, but loving you as I do, of course my mind is full of it. I have promised and must be dumb." "And I shall be spared great vexation." "But suppose I were to hear that in 6 months' time you had married some one else?" "Mr. Annesley, you mean? Not in 6 months." "Somebody else, not Mr. Annesley." "There is nobody else." "But there might be." "It is impossible. After all that I told you, do not you understand?" "But if there were?" The poor man, as he made the suggestion, looked very piteous. "If there were, I think you should promise me I shall be that somebody else. That would be no more than fair." She paused a moment to think, frowning the while. "Certainly not." "Certainly not?" "I can make no such promise, nor should you ask it. I am to promise that under certain circumstances I would become your wife, when I know that under no circumstances I would do so." "Under no circumstances?" "Under none. What would you have me say, Mr. Anderson? Supposing yourself engaged to marry a girl, I wish I were, to you, to a girl who loved you and whom you love. There's no doubt about my loving her. You can follow my meaning, and I wish that you would do so. What would you think if you were to hear that she had promised to marry some one else in the event of your deserting her? It is out of the question. I mean to be the wife of Harry Annesley. Say that it is not to be so, and you will simply destroy me. Of one thing I may be sure, that I will marry him or nobody. You promised me, not because your promise was necessary for that, but to spare me from trouble till that time shall come, and I am grateful, very grateful." Then she left him, suffering from another headache. "Was there anything said between you and Mr. Anderson yesterday?" her aunt inquired that afternoon. "Why do you ask?" "Because it is necessary that I should know." "I do not see the necessity. Mr. Anderson has, at any rate, your permission to say what he likes to me, but I am not on that account bound to tell you all that he does say. But I will tell you. He has promised to trouble me no farther. I told him that I was engaged to Mr. Annesley, and he, like a gentleman, has assured me that he will desist." "Just because you asked him?" "Yes, aunt, just because I asked him." "He will not be bound by such a promise for a moment. It is a thing not to be heard of. If that kind of thing is to go on, any young lady will be entitled to ask any young gentleman not to say a word of marriage, just at her request." "Some of the young ladies would not care for that, perhaps." "Don't be impertinent." "I should not, for one, aunt, only that I am already engaged." "And, of course, the young ladies would be bound to make such requests, which would go for nothing at all. I never heard of anything so monstrous. You are not only to have the liberty of refusing, but are to be allowed to bind a gentleman not to ask." "He has promised." "Pshaw! It means nothing." "It is between him and me. I asked him because I wished to save myself from being troubled." "As for that other man, my dear, it is quite out of the question. From all that I hear, it is on the cards that he may be arrested and put into prison. I am quite sure that at any rate he deserves it. The letters which Sir Magnus gets about him are fearful. The things that he has done! Well, penal servitude for life would be the proper punishment. And it will come upon him, sooner or later. I never knew a man of that kind escape. And you now to come and tell us that you intend to be his wife!" "I do," said Florence, bobbing her head. "And what your uncle says to you has no effect?" "Not the least in the world, nor what my aunt says. I believe that neither the one nor the other know what they are talking about. You have been defaming a gentleman of the highest character, a fellow of a college, a fine-hearted, noble, high-spirited man, simply because. Then she burst into tears and rushed out of the room. But she did not break down before she had looked at her aunt, and spoken to her aunt with a fierce indignation, which had altogether served to silence.
Part 2, Chapter 33 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 33. Mr. Barry. Goodbye, sir. You ought not to be angry with me. I am sure it will be better for us both to remain as we are. This was said by Miss Dorothy Grey, as a gentleman departed from her and made his way out of the front door at the Fulham Manor house. Miss Grey had received an offer of marriage, and had declined it. The offer had been made by a worthy man, he being no other than her father's partner, Mr. Barry. It may be remembered that, on discussing the affairs of the firm with her father, Dolly Grey had been accustomed to call this partner the devil, and it was not that she had thought this partner to be specially devilish, nor was he so. It had ever been Miss Grey's object to have the affairs of the firm managed with an integrity which among lawyers might be called quixotic. Her father she had dubbed Reason, and herself Conscience, but in calling Mr. Barry the devil, she had not intended to signify any defalcation from honesty more than ordinary in lawyers' offices. She did, in fact, like Mr. Barry. He would occasionally come out and dine with her father. He was courteous and respectful, and performed his duties with diligence. He spent nobody's money but his own, and not all of that. Nor did he look upon the world as a place to which men were sent that they might play. He was nearly 40 years old, was clean, a little bald, and healthy in all his ways. There was nothing of a devil about him, except that his conscience was not particularly attentive to abstract honesty and abstract virtue. There must, according to him, be always a little give and take in the world, but in the pursuit of his profession he gave a great deal more than he took. He thought himself to be an honest practitioner, and yet in all domestic professional conferences with her father, Mr. Barry had always been Miss Grey's devil. The possibility of such a request as had been now made had been already discussed between Dolly and her father. Dolly had said that the idea was absurd. Mr. Grey had not seen the absurdity. There had been nothing more common, he had said, than a young partner should marry an old partner's daughter. "It's not put into the partnership deed," Dolly had rejoined, but Dolly had never believed that the time would come. Now it had come. Mr. Barry had as yet possessed no more than a fourth of the business. He had come in without any capital, and had been contented with a fourth. He now suggested to Dolly that on their marriage the business should be equally divided, and he had named the house in which they would live. There was a pleasant genteel residence on the other side of the water at Putney. Miss Grey had suggested that the business might be divided in a manner that would be less burdensome to Mr. Barry. As for the house, she could not leave her father. Upon the whole, she had thought that it would be better for both of them that they should remain as they were. By that Miss Grey had not intended to signify that Mr. Barry was to remain single, but that he would have to do so in reference to Miss Grey. When he was gone, Dolly Grey spent the remainder of the afternoon in contemplating what would have been her condition had she agreed to join her lot to that of Mr. Barry, and she came to the conclusion that it would have been simply unendurable. There was nothing of romance in her nature, but as she looked at matrimony, with all its blisses, and Mr. Barry among them, she told herself that death would be preferable. "I know myself," she said. "I should come to hate him with a miserable hatred, and then I should hate myself for having done him so great an evil." And as she continued thinking, she assured herself that there was but one man with whom she could live, and that was her father. And then other questions presented themselves to her, which were not so easily answered. What would become of her when he should go? He was now 66, and she only 32. He was healthy for his age, but would complain of his work. She knew that he must, in course of nature, go much the first. 10 years he might live, while she might probably be called upon to endure for 30 more. "I shall have to do it all alone," she said. "All alone, without a companion, without one soul to whom I can open my own. But if I were to marry Mr. Barry," she continued, "I should at once be encumbered with a soul to whom I could not open my own. I suppose I shall be enabled to live through it, as do others." Then she began to prepare for her father's coming. As long as he did remain with her, she would make the most of him. "Papa," she said, as she took him by the hand as he entered the house and led him into the dining room, Who do you think has been here?" "Mr. Barry." "Then he has told you?" "Not a word, not even that he was coming. But I saw him as he left the chambers, and he had a bright hat and a new coat." "And he thought that those could move me?" "I have not known that he has wanted to move you. You asked me to guess, and I have guessed right, it seems." "Yes, you have guessed right." "And why did he come?" "Only to ask me to be his wife." "And what did you say to him, Dolly?" What did I say to the devil?" She still held him by the hand, and now she laughed lightly as she looked into his face. "Cannot you guess what I said to him? I am sorry for it. That is all." "Sorry for it? Oh, papa, do not say that you are sorry. Do you want to lose me?" "I do not want to think that, for my own selfish purposes, I have retained you." "So he has asked you?" "Yes, he has asked me." "And you have answered him positively?" "Most positively." "And for my sake?" "No, papa, I have not said that. I was joking when I asked whether you wished to lose me. Of course you do not wish to lose me." Then she wound her arm round him, and put her face to be kissed. "But now come and dress yourself, as you call it. The dinner is late. We will talk about it again after dinner." But immediately after dinner the conversation went away to Mr. Scarborough and the Scarborough matters. "I am to see Augustus, and he is to tell me something about Mountjoy and his affairs. They say that Mountjoy is now in Paris. The money can be given to them now, if he will consent and will sign the deed releasing the property, but the men have not all as yet agreed to accept the simple sums which they advanced. That fellow Hart stands out, and says that he would sooner lose it all." "Then he will lose it all," said Dolly. "But the squire will consent to pay nothing unless they all agree. Augustus is talking about his excessive generosity." "It is generous on his part," said Dolly. "He sees his own advantage, though I cannot quite understand where. He tells Tyrrwhit so great an increase to the property that he is willing, for the sake of the good name of the family, to pay all that has been in truth advanced, but he is most anxious to do it now, while his father is alive. I think he fears that there will be lawsuits, and that they may succeed. I doubt whether he thanks his father." "But why should his father lie for his sake, since they are on such bad terms?" "Because his father was on worse terms with Mountjoy when he told the lie. That is what I think Augustus thinks. But his father told no lie at that time, and cannot now go back to falsehood. My belief is that if he were confident that such is the fact, he would not surrender a shilling to pay these men their moneys. He may stop a lawsuit, which is like enough, though they could only lose it. And if Mountjoy should turn out to be the heir, which is impossible, he will be able to turn round and say that by his effort he has saved so much of the property." "My head becomes so bewildered," said Dolly, "that I can hardly understand it yet." "I think I understand it, but I can only guess at his mind. But he has got Tyrrwhit to accept £40,000, which is the sum he, in truth, advanced. The stake is too great for the man to lose it without ruin. He can get it back now, and save himself. But Hart is the more determined blackguard. He, with two others, has a claim for £35,000, for which he has given but £10,000 in hard cash, and he thinks that he may get some profit out of Tyrrwhit's money, and holds out." "For how much?" "For the entire debt, he tells me. But I know that he is trying to deal with Tyrrwhit. Tyrrwhit would pay him £5,000, I think, so as to secure the immediate payment of his own money. Then there are a host of others who are contented to take what they have advanced, but not contented if Hart is to have more. There are other men in the background who advance the money. All the rascaldom of London is let loose upon me, but Hart is the one man who holds his head the highest." "But if they will accept no terms, they will get nothing," said Dolly. "If once they attempt to go to law, all will be lost." "There are wheels within wheels. When the old man dies, Mountjoy himself will probably put in a claim to the entire estate, and will get some lawyer to take up the case for him." You would not? Certainly not, because I know that Augustus is the eldest legitimate son. As far as I can make it out, Augustus is at present allowing Mountjoy the money on which he lives. His father does not, but the old man must know that Augustus does, though he pretends to be ignorant. But why is Hart to get money out of Tyrrwhit? To secure the payment of the remainder. Mr. Tyrrwhit would be very glad to get his £40,000 back, would pay £5,000 to get the 40 back, but nothing will be paid unless all agree to join in freeing the property. Therefore Hart, who is the sharpest rascal of the lot, stand out for some share of his contemplated plunder. And you must be joined in such an arrangement? Not at all. I cannot help surmising what is to be done. In dealing with the funds of the property, I go to the men, and say to them so much, and so much, and so much you have actually lost. Agree among yourselves to accept that, and it shall be paid to you. That is honest? I do not know. But I do. Every shilling that the son of my client has had from them, my client is ready to pay. There is some hitch among them, and I make my surmises, but I have no dealings with them. It is for them to come to me now. Dolly only shook her head. You cannot touch pitch and not be defiled. That was what Dolly said, but said it to herself. And then she went on and declared to herself still farther that Mr. Barry was pitch. She knew that Mr. Barry had seen Hart, and had seen Tyrrwhit, and had been bargaining with them. She excused her father because he was her father, but, according to her thinking, there should have been no dealings with such men as these, except at the end of a pair of tongs. "And now, Dolly," said her father, after a long pause, "tell me about Mr. Barry." "There is nothing more to be told." "Not of what you said to him, but of the reasons which have made you so determined. Would it not be better for you to be married?" "If I could choose my husband." "Whom do you choose?" "You." "That is nonsense. I am your father." "You know what I mean. There is no one else among my circle of acquaintances with whom I should care to live. There is no one else with whom I should care to do more than die. When I look all around, it seems to be absolutely impossible that I should on a sudden entertain habits of the closest intimacy with such a one as Mr. Barry. What should I say to him when he went forth in the morning? How should I welcome him when he came back at night? What would be our breakfast, and what would be our dinner? Think what are yours and mine, all the little solicitudes, all the free abuse, all the certainty of an affection which has grown through so many years, all the absolute assurance on the part of each that the one does really know the inner soul of the other. It would come. With Mr. Barry? That is your idea of my soul with which you have been in communion for so many years. In the first place, you think that I am a person likely to be able to transfer myself suddenly to the first man that comes my way. Gradually you might do so, at any rate so as to make life possible. You will be all alone. Think what it will be to have to live all alone. I have thought. I do know that it would be well that you should be able to take me with you. But I cannot. No, there is the hardship. You must leave me, and I must be alone. That is what we have to expect. But for her sake, and for mine, we may be left while we can be left. What would you be without me? Think of that." "I should bear it." "You couldn't. You'd break your heart and die. And if you can imagine my living there, and pouring out Mr. Barry's tea for him, you must imagine also what I should have to say to myself about you. He will die, of course, and then he has come to that sort of age at which it doesn't much signify. Then I should go on with Mr. Barry's tea. He'd come to kiss me when he went away, and I should plunge a knife into him." "Dolly!" "Or into myself, which would be more likely. Fancy that man calling me Dolly!" Then she got up, and stood behind his chair, and put her arm round his neck. "Would you like to kiss him? Or any man, for that matter? There was no one else to whom my fancy strays, but I think that I should murder them all, or commit suicide. In the first place, I should want my husband to be a gentleman. There are not a great many gentlemen about." "You are fastidious. Come now, be honest. Is our Mr. Barry a gentleman?" Then there was a pause, during which she waited for a reply. "I will have an answer. I have a right to demand an answer to that question, since you have proposed the man to me as a husband." "Nay, I have not proposed him." "You have expressed a regret that I have not accepted him. Is he a gentleman?" "Well, yes, I think he is." "Mind, we are sworn, and you are bound to speak the truth. What right has he to be a gentleman? Who was his father, and who was his mother? Of what kind were his nursery belongings? He has become an attorney, and so have you. But has there been any one to whisper to him among his teachings that in that profession, as in all others, there should be a sense of high honor to guide him? He must not cheat, or do anything to cause him to be struck off the rolls. But is it not with him what his client wants, and not what honor demands? And in the daily intercourse of life, would he satisfy what you call my fastidiousness? Nothing on earth will ever do that. You do. I agree with you that nothing else on earth ever will. The man who might won't come. Not that I can imagine such a man, because I know that I am spoiled. Of course there are gentlemen, though not a great many. But he mustn't be ugly, and he mustn't be good looking. He mustn't seem to be old, and certainly he mustn't seem to be young. I should not like a man to wear old clothes, but he mustn't wear new. He must be well read, but never show it. He must work hard, but he must come home to dinner at the proper time." Here she laughed, and gently shook her head. "He must never talk about his business at night, though, dear, darling old father, he shall do that if he will talk like you. And then, which is the hardest thing of all, I must have known him intimately for at any rate 10 years. And as for Mr. Barry, I never should know him intimately, though I were married to him for 10 years." "And it has all been my doing?" "Just so. You have made the bed, and you must lie on it. It hasn't been a bad bed." "Not for me. Heaven knows it has not been bad for me. Nor for me, as things go. Only that there will come an arousing before we shall be ready to get up together. Your time will probably be the first. I can better afford to lose you than you lose me." "God send that it shall be so." "It is nature," she said. "It is to be expected, and will on that account be the less grievous because it has been expected. I shall have to devote myself to those Carroll children. I sometimes think that the work of the world should not be made pleasant to us. What profit will it be to me to have done my duty by you?" "I think there will be some profit if I am good to my cousins." "At any rate, you won't have Mr. Barry?" said the father. "Not if I know it," said the daughter, "and you, I think, are a wicked old man to suggest it." Then she bade him good night and went to bed, for they had been talking now till near 12. But Mr. Barry, when he had gone home, told himself that he had progressed in his love suit quite as far as he had expected on the first opportunity. He went over the bridge and looked at the genteel house, and resolved as to certain little changes which should be made. Thus one room should look here, and the nursery should look there. The walk to the railway station would only take 5 minutes, and there would be 5 minutes again from the Temple station in London. He thought it would do very well for domestic felicity, and as for a fortune, half the business would not be bad, and then the whole business would follow, and he, in his turn, would be enabled to let some young fellow in who should do the greater part of the work and take the smaller part of the pay, as had been the case with himself. But it had not occurred to him that the young lady had meant what she said when she refused him. It was the ordinary way with young ladies. Of course he had expected no enthusiasm of love, nor Chapter 34 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 34. Mr. Juniper. Though there was an air of badinage, almost of tomfoolery, about Dolly when she spoke of her matrimonial prospects to her father, as when she said that she would stick a knife into Mr. Barry, still there was a seriousness in all she said which was more than grave. She was pathetic and melancholy. She knew that there was nothing before her but to stay with her father, and then devote herself to her cousins, from whom she was aware that she recoiled almost with hatred. But she knew that it would be a good thing to be married, if only the right man would come. The right man would have to bear with her father, and live in the same house with him to the end. The right man must be a preux chevalier sans peur et sans reproche. The right man must be strong-minded and masterful, and must have a will of his own, but he must be strong-minded always for good. And where was she to find such a man as this, she who was only an attorney's daughter, plain too, and with many eccentricities? She was not intended to marry, and consequently the only man who came in her way was her father's partner, for whom, in regard to a share in the business, she might be desirable. Devotion to the Carroll cousins was manifestly her duty. The eldest girls she absolutely did hate, and their father. To hate the father, because he was vicious beyond cure, might be very well, but she could not hate the girls without being aware that she was guilty of a grievous sin. Every taste possessed by them was antagonistic to her. Their amusements, their literature, their clothes, their manners, especially in regard to men, their gestures and colour, were distasteful to her. "They hide their dirt with a thin veneer of cheap finery," said Dolly to her father. He had replied by telling her that she was nasty. "No, but unfortunately I cannot but see nastiness." Dolly herself was clean to fastidiousness. Take off her coarse frock, and there the well-dressed lady began. Look at the heels of Sophie's boots. Give her a push and she'd fall off her pins as though they were stilts. They're always asking to have a shoemaker's bill paid, and yet they won't wear stout boots. "I'll pay the man," she said to Amelia one day, "if you'll promise to wear what I'll buy you for the next 6 months." But Amelia had only turned up her nose. These were the relatives to whom it would become her duty to devote her life. The next morning she started off to call in Bolsover Terrace, with an intention not to begin her duty, but to make a struggle at the adequate performance of it. She took with her some article of clothing intended for one of the younger children, but which the child herself was to complete. But when she entered the parlour, she was astounded at finding that Mr. Carroll was there. It was nearly 12 o'clock, and at that time Mr. Carroll never was there. He was either in bed, or at Tattersall's, or Dolly did not care where. She had long since made up her mind that there must be a permanent quarrel between herself and her uncle, and her desire was generally respected. Now, unfortunately, he was present, and with him were his wife and 2 elder daughters. To be devoted, thought Dolly to herself, to such a family as this, and without anybody else in the world to care for. She gave her aunt a kiss, and touched the girls' hands, and made a very distant bow to Mr. Carroll. Then she began about the parcel in her hands, and, having given her instructions, was preparing to depart. But her aunt stopped her. "I think you ought to know, Dorothea." "Certainly," said Mr. Carroll. "It is quite right that your cousin should know." "If you think it proper, I'm sure I can't object," said Amelia. "She won't approve, I'm sure," said Sophie. "Her young man has come forward and spoken," said Mr. Carroll. "And quite in a proper spirit," said Amelia. "Of course," said Mrs. Carroll, "we are not to expect too much, though we are respectable in birth and all that. We are poor. Mr. Carroll has got nothing to give her." "I've been the most unfortunate man in the world," said Mr. Carroll. "We won't talk about that now," continued Mrs. Carroll. "Here we are without anything." "You have decent blood," said Dolly, "at any rate on one side," for she did not believe in the Carrolls. "On both," said Mr. Carroll, rising up and putting his hand upon his heart. "I can boast of royal blood among my ancestors." "But here we are without anything," said Mrs. Carroll again. "Mr. Juniper is a most respectable man." "He has been attached to some of the leading racing establishments in the kingdom," said Mr. Carroll. Dolly had heard of Mr. Juniper as a trainer, though she did not accurately know what a trainer meant. "He is almost as great a man as the owner, for the matter of that," said Amelia, standing up for her lover. "He is not to say young, perhaps 40," said Mrs. Carroll, "and he has a very decent house of his own at Newmarket." Dolly immediately began to think whether this might be for the better or for the worse. Newmarket was a long way off, and the girl would be taken away, but it might be a good thing to dispose of one of such a string of daughters, even to Mr. Juniper. Of course there would be the disagreeable nature of the connection, but, as Dolly had once said to her father, their share of the world's burdens had to be borne, and this was one of them. Her first cousin must marry the trainer. She, who had spoken so enthusiastically about gentlemen, must put up with it. She knew that Mr. Juniper was but a small man in his own line, but she would never disown him by word of mouth. He should be her cousin Juniper, but she did hope that she might not be called upon to see him frequently. After all, he might be much more respectable than Mr. Carroll. "I am glad he has a house of his own," said Dolly. "It is a much better house than Fulham Manor," said Amelia. Dolly was angered, not at the comparison between the houses, but at the ingratitude and insolence of the girl. "Very well," said she, addressing herself to her aunt. "If her parents are contented, of course it is not for me or for papa to be discontented. The thing to think of is the honesty of the man and his industry, not the excellence of his house." "But you seem to think that we were to live in a pigsty," said Amelia. "Mr. Juniper stands very high on the turf," said Mr. Carroll. "Mr. Ledabit's horses have always run straight, and Mousetrap won the 2-year-old trial stakes last spring, giving £2 to Box and Cox. A good-looking, tall fellow. You remember seeing him here once last summer." This was addressed to Miss Grey, but Miss Grey had made up her mind never to exchange a word with Mr. Carroll. "When is it to be, my dear?" said Miss Grey, turning to the ladies, but intending to address herself to Amelia. She had already made up her mind to forgive the girl for her insolence about the house. If the girl was to be taken away, there was so much the more reason for forgiving her that and other things. "Oh, I thought that you did not mean to speak to me at all," said Amelia. "I supposed the cut was to be extended from papa to me." "Amelia, how can you be so silly?" said the mother. "If you think I am going to put up with that kind of thing, you're mistaken," said Amelia. She had got not only a lover, but a husband in prospect, and was much superior to her cousin, who had neither one or the other, as far as she was aware. "Mr. Juniper, with an excellent house and a plentiful income, is quite good enough for me, though he hasn't got any regal ancestors." She did not intend to laugh at her father, but was aware that something had been said about ancestors by her cousin. "A gentleman who has the management of horses is almost the same as owning them." "But when is it to be?" again asked Dolly. "It depends a little upon my brother," said Mrs. Carroll, in a voice hardly above a whisper. "Mr. Juniper has spoken about a day." "Then it will depend chiefly on himself and the young lady, I suppose." "Well, Dorothea, there are money difficulties. There's no denying it." "I wish I could shower gold into her lap," said Mr. Carroll, "only for the accursed conventionalities of the world." "Bother, papa," said Sophia. "It will be the last of it, as far as I am concerned," said Amelia. "Mr. Juniper has said something about a few £100s," said Mrs. Carroll. "It isn't much that he wants." Then Miss Grey spoke in a severe tone. "You must speak to my father about that." "I am not to have your good word, I suppose," said Amelia. Human flesh and blood could not but remember all that had been done, and always with her consent. £500 is not a great deal for portioning off a girl when that is to be the last that she is ever to have. One of 6 nieces whose father and mother were maintained, and that without the slightest claim. It was so that Dorothy argued, but her arguments were kept to her own bosom. "I must trust to my dear uncle. I see I am not to have a word from you." The matter was now becoming serious. Here was the eldest girl, one of 6 daughters, putting in her claim for £500 portion. This would amount to £3000 for the lot. And as the process of marrying them went on, they would all have to be maintained as at present. What with the school expenses and their clothes, the necessary funds for the Carroll family amounted to £600 a year. That was the regular allowance, and there were others whenever Mr. Carroll wanted a pair of trousers. And Dolly's acerbation was aroused by a belief on her part that the money asked for trousers took him generally to racecourses. And now £500 was boldly demanded so as to induce a groom to make one of the girls his wife. She almost regretted that in former years she had promised to assist her father in befriending the Carroll relations. "Perhaps, Dorothea, you won't mind stepping into my bedroom with me just for a moment." This was said by Mrs. Carroll, and Dolly most unwillingly followed her aunt upstairs. "Of course I know all that you've got to say," began Mrs. Carroll. "Then, aunt, why bring me in here?" "Because I wish to explain things a little. Don't be ill-natured, Dorothea. I won't if I can't help it. I know your nature, how good it is." Here Dorothy shook her head. "Only think of me and my sufferings. I haven't come to this without suffering." Then the poor woman began to cry. "I feel for you through it all, I do," said Dolly. "That poor man, to have to be always with him, and always doing my best to keep him out of mischief. A man who will do nothing else must do harm. Of course he must, but what can he do now? And the children, I can see, of course I know that they are not all that they ought to be, but with 6 of them, and nobody but myself, how can I do it all? And they are his children as well as mine." Dolly's heart was filled with pity as she heard this, which she knew to be so true. "In answering you they have uppish bad ways. They don't like to submit to one so near their own age. Not a word that has come from the mouth of one of them addressed to myself has ever done them any harm with my father. That is what you mean?" "No, but with yourself. I do not take anger against them out of the room with me. Now, about Mr. Juniper. The question is one much too big for me. Am I to tell my father?" "I was thinking that, if you would do so." "I cannot tell him that he ought to pay £500 for Mr. Juniper." "Perhaps 4 would do." "Nor can I ask him to drive a bargain." "How much would he give her to be married?" "Why should he give her anything? He feeds her and gives her clothes. It is only fit that the truth should be explained to you. Girls so circumstanced, when they are clothed and fed by their own fathers, must be married without fortunes, or must remain unmarried. As Sophie and Georgina and Minna and Brenda come up, the same requests will be made." "Poor Potsy," said her mother, for Potsy was a plain girl. "If this is done for Amelia, must it not be done for all of them? Papa is not a rich man, but he has been very generous. Is it fair to ask him for £500 to give to Mr. Juniper? A gentleman nowadays does not like not to get something." "Then a gentleman must go where something is to be got. The truth has to be told, Aunt Carroll. My father is willing enough to do what he can for you and the girls, but I do not think that he will give £500 to Mr. Juniper. It is once for all. £400 perhaps will do. I do not think that he can make a bargain, nor that he will pay any sum to Mr. Juniper. To get one of them off would be so much. What is to become of them? To have one married would be the way for others. Oh, Dorothy, if you would only think of my condition! I know your papa will do what you tell him." Dolly felt that her father would be more likely to do it if she were not to interfere at all, but she could not say that. She did feel the request to be altogether unreasonable. She struggled to avert from her own mind all feeling of dislike for the girl, and to look at it as she might have done if Amelia had been her special friend. "Aunt Carroll," she said, "you had better go up to London and see my father there, in his chambers. You will catch him if you go at once." "Alone?" "Yes, alone. Tell him about the girl's marriage, and let him judge what he ought to do." "Could you not come with me?" "No, you don't understand. I have to think of his money. He can say what he will do with his own." "He will never give it without coming to you." "He never will if he does come to me. You may prevail with him. A man may throw away his own money as he pleases. I cannot tell him that he ought to do it. You may say that you have told me, and that I have sent you to him, and tell him, let him do what he will, that I shall find no fault with him. If you can understand me and him, you will know that I can do nothing for you beyond that." Then Dolly took her leave and went home. The mother, turning it all over in her mind, did understand something of her niece, and went off to London as quickly as the omnibus could take her. There she did see her brother, and he came back in consequence to dinner a little earlier than usual. "Why did you send my sister to me?" were the first words which he said to Dolly. "Because it was your business and not mine." "How dare you separate my business and yours? What do you think I have done?" "Given the lady £500 down on the nail." "Worse than that." "Worse?" "Much worse. But why did you send my sister to my chambers?" "But what have you done, papa? You don't mean that you have given the shark more than he demands?" "I don't know that he's a shark. Why shouldn't the man want £500 with his wife? Mr. Barry would want much more with you, and would be entitled to ask for much more. You are my father." "Yes, but those poor girls have been taught to look upon me almost as their father." "But what have you done?" "I have promised them each £350 on their wedding day, £300 to go to their husband, and £50 for wedding expenses, on condition that they marry with my approval. I shall not be so hard to please for them as for you." "And you have approved of Mr. Juniper?" "I have already set on foot inquiries down at Newmarket, and I have made an exception in favour of Mr. Juniper. He is to have £450. Jane only asked £400 to begin with. You are not to find fault with me." "No, that is part of the bargain. I wonder whether my aunt knew what a thoroughly good-natured thing I did. We must have no more puddings now, and you must come down by the omnibus." "It is not quite so bad as that, Dolly. When one has given away one's money extravagantly, one ought to be made to feel the pinch oneself. But dear, dear, darling old man, why shouldn't you give away your money as you please? I don't want it. I am not in the least afraid but what there will be plenty for me. But when the girl talks about her £500 so glibly, as though she had a right to expect it, and spoke of this jockey with such inward pride of heart—" "A girl ought to be proud of her husband. Your niece ought not to be proud of marrying a groom. But she angered me, and so did my aunt, though I pitied her. Then I reflected that they could get nothing from me in my anger, not even a promise of a good word, so I sent her to you."
Chapter 35 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 35. Mr. Barry and Mr. Juniper. The joy in Bolsover Terrace was intense when Mrs. Carroll returned home. "We are all to have £350 fortunes when we get husbands," said Georgina, anticipating at once the pleasures of matrimony. "I am to have 450, said Amelia. "I do think you might have made it £500. If I had it to give away, I never would show the cloven foot about the last £50. "But he's only to have £400," said Sophia. "Your things are to be bought with the other £50." "I never can do it for £50," said Amelia. "I did not expect that I was to find my own trousseau out of my own fortune." "Girls, how can you be so ungrateful?" said their mother. "I'm not ungrateful, mamma," said Potsy. "I shall be very much obliged when I get my £350. How long will it be?" "You've got to find the young man first, Potsy." "I don't think you'll ever do that," said Georgina, who was rather proud of her own good looks. This took place on the evening of the day on which Mrs. Carroll had gone to London, where Mr. Carroll was about attending to some of those duties of conviviality in the performance of which he was so indefatigable. On the following morning at 12 o'clock he was still in bed. It was a well-known fact in the family that on such an occasion he would lie in bed, and that before 12 o'clock he would have managed to extract from his wife's little hoardings at any rate 2 bottles of soda water and 2 glasses of some alcoholic mixture which was generally called brandy. "I'll have a gin and potash, Sophie," he had said on this occasion, with reference to the second dose, "and do make haste. I wish you'd go yourself, because that girl always drinks some of the spirits." "What, go to the gin shop?" "It's a most respectable publican's, just round the corner." "Indeed, I shall do nothing of the kind. You've no feelings about your daughters at all." But Sophie went on her errand, and in order to protect her father's small modicum of spirits, she slipped on her cloak and walked out so as to be able to watch the girl. Still, I think that the maiden managed to get a sip as she left the bar. The father, in the meantime, with his head between his hands, was ruminating on the cocked-up way which girls have, who can't do a turn for their father. But with the gin and potash, and with Sophie, Mr. Juniper made his appearance. He was a well-featured, tall man, but he looked the stable, and he smelled of it. His clothes, no doubt, were decent, but they were made by some tailor who must surely work for horsey men and no others. There is a class of men who always choose to show by their outward appearance that they belong to horses, and they succeed. Mr. Juniper was one of them. Though good-looking, he was anything but young, verging by appearance on 50 years. "So he has been at it again, Miss Sophie," said Juniper. Sophie, who did not like being detected in the performance of her filial duties, led the way in silence into the house, and disappeared upstairs with the gin and potash. Mr. Juniper turned into the parlor, where was Mrs. Carroll with the other girls. She was still angry as she could be, with her husband, who, on being informed that morning of what his wife had done, had called her brother a beastly stingy old beau, because he had cut Amelia off with 450 instead of 500 pounds. Mr. Carroll probably knew that Mr. Juniper would not take his daughter without the entirety of the sum stipulated, and would allow no portion of it to be expended on wedding dresses. "Oh, Dick, is this you?" said Amelia. "I suppose you've come for your news." Mr. Juniper's Christian name was Richard. On this occasion he showed no affectionate desire to embrace his betrothed. "Yes, it's me," he said, and then gave his hand all round, first to Mrs. Carroll, and then to the girls. "I've seen Mr. Grey," said Mrs. Carroll. But Dick Juniper held his tongue, and sat down and twiddled his hat. "Where have you come from?" asked Georgina. "From the Brompton Road. I came down on a bus." "You've come from Tattersall's, young man," said Amelia. "Then I just didn't." But, to tell the truth, he had come from Tattersall's, and it might be difficult to follow up the workings of his mind and find out why he had told the lie. Of course, it was known that when in London much of his business was done at Tattersall's, but the horsey man is generally on the alert to take care that no secret of his trade escapes from him unawares, and it may be that he was thus prepared for a gratuitous lie. "Uncle's gone a deal farther than ever I expected," said Amelia. "He's been most generous to all the girls," said Mrs. Carroll, moved nearly to tears. Mr. Juniper did not care very much about all the girls, thinking that the uncle's affection at the present moment should be shown to the one girl who had found a husband, and thinking also that if the husband was to be secured, the proper way of doing so would be by liberality to him. Amelia had said that her uncle had gone farther than she expected. Mr. Juniper concluded from this that he had not gone as far as he had been asked, and boldly resolved, at the spur of the moment, to stand by his demand. £500 ain't much, he said. "Dick, don't make a beast of yourself," said Amelia. Upon this Dick only smiled. He continually twiddled his hat for 3 or 4 minutes, and then rose up straight. "I suppose," said he, "I had better go upstairs and talk to the old man. I seed Miss Sophie taking a pick-up to him, so I suppose he'll be able to talk." "Why shouldn't he talk?" said Mrs. Carroll. But she quite understood what Mr. Juniper's words were intended to imply. "It don't always follow," said Juniper, as he walked out of the room. "Now there'll be a row in the house. You see if there isn't," said Amelia. But Mrs. Carroll expressed her opinion that the man must be the most ungrateful of creatures if he kicked up a row on the present occasion. "I don't know so much about that, mamma," said Amelia. Mr. Juniper walked upstairs with heavy, slow steps, and knocked at the door of the marital chamber. There are men who can't walk upstairs as though to do so were an affair of ordinary life. They perform the task as though they walked upstairs once in 3 years. It is to be presumed that such men always sleep on the ground floor, though where they find their bedrooms is hard to say. Mr. Juniper was admitted by Sophie, who stepped out as he went in. "Well, old fellow, B and S and plenty of it. That's the ticket, eh?" "I did have a little headache this morning. I think it was the cigars." "Very like, and the stuff has washed 'em down. You haven't got any more of the same, have you?" "I'm uncommonly sorry," said the sick man, rising up on his elbow, "but I'm afraid there is not. To tell the truth, I had the deuce of a job to get this from the old woman." "It don't matter," said the impassive Mr. Juniper, "only I have been down among the horses at the yard till my throat is full of dust. So your lady has been and seen her brother?" "Yes, she's done that." "Well?" "He ain't altogether a bad 'un, isn't old Grey? Of course he's an attorney." "I never think much of them chaps." "There's good and bad, Juniper. No doubt my brother-in-law has made a little money." "A pot of it, if all they say's true." "But all they say isn't true. All they say never is true." "I suppose he's got something?" "Yes, he's got something." "And how is it to be?" "He's given the girl £400 on the nail." Upon this Mr. Juniper turned up his nose. "And £50 for her wedding clothes." "He'd better let me have that." "Girls think so much of it." Mr. Juniper only shook his head. "And upon my word, it's more than she had a right to expect." "It ain't what she had a right to expect, but Here Mr. Carroll shook his head. "I said £500 out, and I means to hold by it. That's about it. If he wants to get the girl married, why, he must open his pocket. It isn't very much that I'm asking. I'm that sort of a fellow that, if I didn't want it, I'd take her without a shilling." "But you are that sort of fellow that always does want it." "I wants it now. It's better to speak out, ain't it? I must have the £500 before I put my neck into the noose, and there must be no pairing off for petticoats and pelisses." "And Mr. Grey says that he must make inquiries into character," said Carroll. "Into what?" "Into character. He isn't going to give his money without knowing something about the man." "I'm all straight at Newmarket. I ain't going to stand any inquiries into me, you know. I can stand inquiries better than some people. He's got a partner named Barry, ain't he?" "There is such a gentleman. I don't know much about the business ways of my respected brother-in-law. Mr. Barry is, I believe, a good sort of man." "It's he as is acting for Captain Scarborough." "Is it now? It may be, for anything I know." Then there came a long conversation, during which Mr. Juniper told some details of his former life, and expressed himself very freely upon certain points. It appeared that in the event of Mr. Scarborough having died, as was expected, in the course of the early summer, and of Captain Scarborough succeeding to the property in the accustomed manner, Mr. Juniper would have been one of those who would have come forward with a small claim upon the estate. He had lent, he said, a certain sum of money to help the captain in his embarrassment, and expected to get it back again. Now, latterly, inquiries had been made, very disagreeable in their nature to Mr. Juniper. But Mr. Juniper, seeing how the land lay, to use his own phrase, consented only to accept so much as he had advanced. "It don't make much difference to me," he had said. "Let me have the £350 which the captain got in hard money." Then the inquiries were made by Mr. Barry, that very Mr. Barry to whom subsequent inquiries were committed, and Mr. Barry could not satisfy himself as to the £350 which the captain was said to have got in hard money. There had been words spoken which seemed to Mr. Juniper to make it very inexpedient, and we may say very unfair, that these farther inquiries into his character as a husband should be entrusted to the same person. He regarded Mr. Barry as an enemy to the human race, from whom, in the general confusion of things, no plunder was to be extracted. Mr. Barry had asked for the cheque by which the £350 had been paid to Captain Scarborough in hard cash. There had been no cheque, Mr. Juniper had said. Such a small sum as that had been paid in notes at Newmarket. He said that he could not, or rather, that he would not produce any evidence as to the money. Mr. Barry had suggested that even so small a sum as £350 could not have come and could not have gone without leaving some trace. Mr. Juniper very indignantly had referred to an acknowledgment on a bill stamp for £600 which he had filled in, and which the captain had undoubtedly signed. "It's not worth the paper it's written on," Mr. Barry had said. "We'll see about that," said Mr. Juniper. "As soon as the breath is out of the old squire's body, we'll see whether his son is to repudiate his debts in that way. Ain't that the captain's signature?" And he slapped the bill with his hand. The old ceremony was gone through of explaining that the captain had no right to a shilling of the property. It had become an old ceremony now. Mr. Augustus Scarborough is going to pay out of his own goodwill only those sums of the advance of which he has indisputable testimony. "Ain't he my testimony of this?" said Mr. Juniper. "This bill is for £600. "In course it is." "Why don't you say you advanced him £550 instead of £350? "Because I didn't." "Why do you say £350 instead of £150? "Because I did." "Then we have only your bare word. We are not going to pay any one a shilling on such a testimony." Then Mr. Juniper had sworn an awful oath that he would have every man bearing the name of Scarborough hanged. But Mr. Barry's firm did not care much for any law proceedings which might be taken by Mr. Juniper alone. No law proceedings would be taken. The sum to be regained would not be worth the while of any lawyer to insure the hopeless expense of fighting such a battle. It would be shown in court, on Mr. Barry's side, that the existing owner of the estate, out of his own generosity, had repaid all sums of money, as to which evidence existed that they had been advanced to the unfortunate illegitimate captain. They would appear with clean hands, but poor Mr. Juniper would receive the sympathy of none. Of this Mr. Juniper had by degrees become aware, and was already looking on his claim on the Scarborough property as lost. And now, on this other little affair of his, on this matrimonial venture, it was very hard that inquiries as to his character should be referred to the same Mr. Barry. I'm blanked if I stand it," he said, thumping his fist down on Mr. Carroll's bed, on which he was sitting. "It isn't any of my doing. I'm on the square with you." "I don't know so much about that." "What have I done? Didn't I send you to the girl's uncle, and didn't she get from him a very liberal promise?" "Promises! Why didn't he stump up the rhino? What's the good of promises? There's as much to do about a beggarly £500 as though it were £50,000. Inquiries." Of course he knew very well what that meant. It's a most ungentlemanlike thing for one gentleman to take upon himself to make inquiries about another. He is not the girl's father. What right has he to make inquiries? "I didn't put it into his head," said Carroll, almost sobbing. "He must be a low-bred, pettifogging lawyer." "He is a lawyer," said Carroll, on whose mind the memory of the great benefit he had received had made some impression. "I have admitted that." "Pshaw!" "But I don't think he's pettifogging. Not Mr. Grey. £400 down, with £50 for dress, and the same, or most the same, to all the girls, isn't pettifogging. If you ever comes to have a family, Juniper—" "I ain't in the way." "But when you are, and there comes 6 of 'em, you won't find an uncle pettifogging when he speaks out like Mr. Grey." The conversation was carried on for some time farther, and then Mr. Juniper left the house without again visiting the ladies. His last word was that if inquiries were made into him, they might all go to Bath. If the money were forthcoming, they would know where to find him, but it must be £500 square, with no parings made from it on behalf of petticoats and pelisses. With this last word, Mr. Juniper stamped down the stairs and out of the house. "He's a brute, after all," said Sophie. "No, he isn't. What do you know about brutes? Of course a gentleman has to make the best fight he can for his money." This was what Amelia said at the moment, but in the seclusion of their own room she wept bitterly. "Why didn't he come in to see me and just give me one word? I hadn't done anything amiss. It wasn't my fault if Uncle John is stingy." "And he isn't so very stingy after all," said Sophie. "Of course papa hasn't got anything, and wouldn't have anything, though you were to pour golden rivers into his lap." "There are worse than papa," said Sophie. "But he knows all that, and that our uncle isn't any more than an uncle. And why should he be so particular just about £100? I do think gentlemen are the meanest creatures when they are looking after money. Ladies ain't half so bad. He'd no business to expect £500 all out." This was very melancholy, and the house was kept in a state of silent sorrow for 4 or 5 days, till the result of the inquiries had come. Then there was weeping and gnashing of teeth. Mr. Barry came to Bolsover Terrace to communicate the result of the inquiry, and was shut up for half an hour with poor Mrs. Carroll. He was afraid that he could not recommend the match. "Oh, I'm sorry for that, very sorry," said Mrs. Carroll. "The young lady will be disappointed." And her handkerchief went up to her eyes. Then there was silence for a while, till she asked why an opinion so strongly condemnatory had been expressed. "The gentleman, ma'am, is not what a gentleman should be. You may take my word for it. I must ask you not to repeat what I say to him." "Oh, dear, no." "But perhaps the least said the soonest mended. He is not what a gentleman should be." "You mean a fine gentleman?" "He is not what a man should be. I cannot say more than that. It would not be for the young lady's happiness that she should select such a partner for her life." "She is very much attached to him." "I am sorry that it should be so, but it will be better that she should live it down. At any rate, I am bound to communicate to you Mr. Grey's decision. Though he does not at all mean to withhold his bounty in regard to any other proposed marriage, he cannot bring himself to pay money to Mr. Juniper." "Nothing at all?" asked Mrs. Carroll. "He will make no payment that will go into the pocket of Mr. Juniper." Then Mr. Barry went, and there was weeping and wailing in the house in Bolsover Terrace. So cruel an uncle as Mr. Grey had never been heard of in history, or even in romance. "I know it's that old cat, Dolly," said Amelia. "Because she hasn't managed to get a husband for herself, she doesn't want any one else to get one." "My poor child," said Mr. Carroll, in a maudlin condition. "I pity thee from the bottom of my heart." "I wish that Mr. Barry may be made to marry a hideous old maid past 40, said Georgina. "I shouldn't care what they said, but would take him straight off," said Sophie. Upon this Mrs. Carroll shook her head. "I don't suppose that he is quite all that he ought to be." "Who is, I should like to know?" said Amelia. "But my brother has to give his money according to his judgment." As she said this, the poor woman thought of those other 5 who in process of time might become claimants. But here the whole family attacked her, and almost drove her to confess that her brother Chapter 36 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 36. Gurney and Malcomsons. In Red Lion Square, on the first floor of a house which partakes of the general dinginess of the neighborhood, there are 2 rooms which bear on the outside door the well-sounding names of Gurney and Malcomson, and on the front door to the street are the names of Gurney and Malcomson, showing that the business transacted by Messrs. Gurney and Malcomson outweighs in importance any others conducted in the same house. In the first room, which is the smaller of the 2 occupied, sits usually a lad, who passes most of his time in making up and directing circulars, so that a stranger might be led to suppose that the business of Gurney and Malcomson was of an extended nature. But on the occasion to which we are about to allude, the door of the premises was closed, and the boy was kept on the alert, posting, or perhaps delivering, the circulars which were continually issued. This was the place of business affected by Mr. Tyrrwhit, or at any rate one of them. Who were Gurney and Malcomson, it is not necessary that our chronicle should tell. No Gurney or no Malcomson was then visible, and though a part of the business of the firm in which it is to be supposed that Gurney and Malcomson were engaged was greatly discussed, their name on the occasion was never mentioned. A meeting had been called at which the presiding genius was Mr. Tyrrwhit. You might almost be led to believe that, from the manner in which he made himself at home, Mr. Tyrrwhit was Gurney and Malcomson. But there was another there who seemed to be almost as much at home as Mr. Tyrrwhit, and this was Mr. Samuel Hart, whom we last saw when he had unexpectedly made himself known to his friend the captain at Monaco. He had a good deal to say for himself, and as he sat during the meeting with his hat on, it is to be presumed that he was not in awe of his companions. Mr. Juniper also was there. He took a seat at one corner of the table, and did not say much. There was also a man who, in speaking of himself and his own affairs, always called himself Evans and Crook. And there was one Spicer, who sat silent for the most part, and looked very fierce. In all matters, however, he appeared to agree with Mr. Tyrrwhit. He is especially named, as his interest in the matter discussed was large. There were 3 or 4 others whose affairs were of less moment, though to them they were of intense interest. These gentlemen assembled were they who had advanced money to Captain Scarborough, and this was the meeting of the captain's creditors, at which they were to decide whether they were to give up their bonds on payment of the sums they had actually advanced, or whether they would stand out till the old squire's death, and then go to law with the owner of the estate. At the moment at which we may be presumed to be introduced, Mr. Tyrrwhit had explained the matter in a nervous, hesitating manner, but still in words sufficiently clear. "There's the money down now, if you like to take it, and I'm for taking it." These were the words with which Mr. Tyrrwhit completed his address. "Circumstances is different," said the man with his hat on. "I don't know much about that, Mr. Hart," said Tyrrwhit. "Circumstances is different. I can't help whether you know it or not." "How different?" "They is different, and that's all about it. It'll perhaps suit you and them other gentlemen to take a percentage." "It won't suit Evans and Crooke," said the man who represented that firm. "But perhaps Messrs. Evans and Crooke may be willing to save so much of their property," said Mr. Tyrrwhit. "They'd like to have what's due to 'em." "We should all like that," said Spicer, and he gnashed his teeth and shook his head. "But we can't get it all," said Tyrrwhit. "Speak for yourself, Mr. Tyrrwhit," said Hart. "I think I can get mine. This is the most almighty abandoned swindle I ever met in all my born days." The whole meeting, except Mr. Tyrrwhit, received this assertion with loudly expressed applause. "Such a blackguard, dirty, thieving job never was up before in my time. I don't know how to talk of it in language as a man isn't ashamed to commit himself to. It's downright robbery." "I say so too," said Evans and Crooke. "By George," continued Mr. Hart, "we come forward to help a gentleman in his trouble, and to wait for our moneys till the father is dead, and then, when he's at our moneys, the father turns round and says that his own son is a... it's too shocking. I haven't slept since I heard it. Not a regular night's rest. Now, it's my belief the captain has no hand in it." Here Mr. Juniper scratched his head and looked doubtful, and one or two of the other silent gentlemen scratched their heads. Messrs. Evans and Crooke scratched his head. "It's a matter on which I would not like to give an opinion one way or the other," said Tyrrwhit. "No more wouldn't I," said Spicer. "Let every man speak as he finds," continued Hart. "That's my belief. I don't mind giving up a little of my claim, just 1,000 or so, for ready cash. The old sinner ought to be dead, and can't last long. My belief is, when he's gone, I'm so circumstanced I shall get the whole. Whether or no, I've gone in for helping the captain with all my savings, and I mean to stick to them." "And lose everything," said Tyrrwhit. "Why don't we go and lug the old sinner into prison?" said Evans and Crooke. "Certainly that's the game," said Juniper. And there was another loud acclamation of applause from the entire room. "Gentlemen, you don't know what you're talking about, you don't indeed," said Tyrrwhit. "I don't believe as we do," said Spicer. "You can't touch the old gentleman. He owes you nothing, nor have you a scratch of his pen. How are you to lug an old gentleman to prison when he's lying there cut up by the doctors almost to nothing? I don't know that anybody can touch him. The captain perhaps might, if the present story be false, and the younger son, if the other be true. And then they'd have to prove it. Mr. Grey says that no one can touch him." "He's in the swim as bad as any of 'em," said Evans and Crooke. "Course he is," said Hart, "but let everybody speak for himself. I've gone in to earn a heavy stake honestly." "That's all right," said Evans and Crooke. "And I mean to have it or nothing. Now, Mr. Tyrrwhit, you know a piece of my mind. It's a biggish lot of money." "We know what your claim is." "But no man knows what the captain got, and I don't mean him to know." "About 15,000, came in a whisper from someone in the room. "That's a lie," said Mr. Hart. "So there's no getting out of that. If the gentleman will mind its own concerns, I'll mind mine. Nobody knows, barring the captain, and he like enough has forgot, and nobody's going to know. What's written on these 8 bits of paper everybody may know." And he pulled out a large case or purse, which he carried in his breast coat pocket, a fat sheaf of bills. "There are 5 thou written on each of them, and for 5 thou on each of 'em I means to stand out, it or miss. If any gentleman chooses to talk to me about ready money, I'll take 2 thou off. I like ready money as well as another." "We can all say the same as that, Mr. Hart," said Tyrrwhit. "No doubt, and if you think you can get it, I advise you to stick to it. If you thought you could get it, you would say the same. But I should like to get that old man's head between my fists, wouldn't I punch it? Thief, scoundrel, horrid old man. It ain't for myself that I'm speaking now, because I'm a-going to get it. I think I'm a-going to get it. It's for humanity at large. This kind of thing violates one's best feelings." "'Ear, 'ear, 'ear," said one of the silent gentlemen. "Them's the sentiments of Evans and Crooke," said the representative of that firm. "They're all our sentiments, in course," said Spicer, "but what's the use?" "Not a ha'p'orth worth," said Mr. Tyrrwhit. "Asking your pardon, Mr. Tyrrwhit," said Mr. Hart, "but as this is a meeting of creditors, who have a largish lot of money to deal with, I don't think they ought to part without expressing their opinions in the way of British commerce. I say crucifying be too good for him." "You can't get at him to crucify him." "There's no knowing about that," said Mr. Hart. "And now," said Mr. Tyrrwhit, drawing out his watch, "I expect Mr. Augustus Scarborough to call upon us." "You can crucify him," said Evans and Crooke. "It's the old man, and neither of the sons as have done it," said Hart. "Mr. Scarborough," continued Tyrrwhit, "will be here, and will expect to learn whether we have accepted his offer. He will be accompanied by Mr. Barry. If one rejects, all reject." "Not at all," said Hart. "He will not consent to pay anything unless he can make a clean hit of it. He is about to sacrifice a very large sum of money." "Sacrifice?" said Juniper. "Yes, sacrifice a very large sum of money. His father cannot pay it without his consent. The father may die any day, and then the money will belong altogether to the son. You have none of you any claim upon him. It is likely he may think you will have a claim on the estate, not trusting his own father." "I wouldn't trust him, not arf as far as I could see him, though he was twice my father." This again came from Mr. Hart. "I want to explain to these gentlemen how the matter stands." "They understand," said Hart. "I'm for securing my own money. It's very hard, after all the risk. I quite agree with Mr. Hart in what he says about the squire. Such a piece of premeditated dishonesty for robbing gentlemen of their property I never before heard. It's awful." "'Orrid old man," said Mr. Hart. "Just so, but half a loaf is better than no bread. Now here's a list prepared in Mr. Gray's chambers." "He's another, nigh as 'orrid." "On this list we're all down, with the sums he says we advanced. Are we to take them? If so, we must sign our names, each to his own figure." Then he passed the list down the table. The men there assembled all crowded to look at the list, and among others Mr. Juniper. He showed his anxiety by the eager way in which he nearly annihilated Messrs. Evans and Crooke by leaning over him as he struggled to read the paper. "Your name ain't down at all," said Evans and Crooke. Then a tremendous oath, very bitter and very wicked, came from the mouth of Mr. Juniper, most unbefitting a young man engaged to marry a young lady. "I tell you it isn't here," said Evans and Crooke, trying to extricate himself. "I shall know how to right myself," said Juniper, with another oath. And he then walked out of the room. The captain, when he was drunk one night, got a couple of ponies from him. It wasn't a couple all out, and Juniper made him write his name for £500. It was thought then that the squire'd have been dead next day, and Juniper'd have got a good thing. "I hate them ways," said Mr. Hart. "I never deal with a shentleman if he's, to say, drunk. Of course, it comes in my way, but I never does." Now there was heard a sound of steps on the stairs, and Mr. Tyrrwhit rose from his chair so as to perform the duty of master of the ceremonies to the gentlemen who were expected. Augustus Scarborough entered the room, followed by Mr. Barry. They were received with considerable respect, and seated on 2 chairs at Mr. Tyrrwhit's right hand. "Gentlemen, you most of you know these 2 gentlemen. They are Mr. Augustus Scarborough and Mr. Barry, junior partner in the firm of Messrs. Gray and Barry." "We knows 'em," said Hart. "My client has made a proposition to you," said Mr. Barry. "If you will give up your bonds against his brother, which are not worth the paper they are written on—" "Gammon," said Mr. Hart. "I will sign checks paying to you the sums of money written on that list, but you must all agree to accept such sums in liquidation in full. I see you have not signed the paper yet. No time is to be lost. In fact, you must sign it now, or my client will withdraw his offer." "Withdraw, will he?" said Hart. "Suppose we withdraw? Or does your client think is the honestest man in this 'ere swim?" Mr. Barry seemed somewhat abashed by this question. "It isn't necessary to go into that, Mr. Hart," said he. Mr. Hart laughed long and loud, and all the gentlemen laughed. There was something to them extremely jocose in their occupying, as it were, the other side of the question, and appearing as the honest, injured party. They enjoyed it thoroughly, and Mr. Hart was disposed to make the most of it. "No, it ain't necessary, is it? There ain't no question of honesty to be asked in this 'ere business. We quite understand that." Then up and spoke Augustus Scarborough. He rose to his feet, and the very fact of his doing so quieted for a time the exuberant mirth of the party. "Gentlemen, Mr. Hart speaks to you of honesty. I am not going to boast of my own. I am here to consent to the expenditure of a very large sum of money, for which I am to get nothing, and which, if not paid to you, will all go into my own pocket. Unless you believed that, you wouldn't be here to meet me." "We don't believe nothing," said Hart. "Mr. Hart, you should let Mr. Scarborough speak," said Tyrrwhit. "Well, let him speak. That's the odds." "I do not wish to delay you, nor to delay myself," continued Augustus. "I can go, and will go at once. But I shall not come back. There is no good discussing this matter any longer." "Oh, no, not in the least. If you don't like discussion, do ye, Captain?" said Mr. Hart. "But you ain't the captain, is you?" "As there seems to be no intention of signing that document, I shall go," said Augustus. Then Mr. Tyrrwhit took the paper and signed it on the first line with his own name at full length. He wrote his name to a very serious sum of money, but it was less than half what he and others had expected to receive when the sum was lent. Had that been realized, there would have been no farther need for the formalities of Gurney and Malcomson, and that young lad must have found other work to do than the posting of circulars. The whole matter, however, had been much considered, and he signed the document. Mr. Hart's name came next, but he passed it on. "I ain't made up my mind yet. Maybe I shall have to call on Mr. Barry. I ain't just consulted my partner." Then the document went down to Mr. Spicer, who signed it, grinning horribly, as did also Evans and Crook, and all the others. They did believe that was the only way in which they could get back the money they had advanced. It was a great misfortune, a serious blow, but in this way there was something short of ruin. They knew that Scarborough was about to pay the money, so that he might escape a lawsuit, which might go against him, but then they also wished to avoid the necessity of bringing the lawsuit. Looking at the matter all round, we may say that the lawyers were the persons most aggrieved by what was done on that morning. They all signed it as they sat there, except Mr. Hart, who passed it on and still wore his hat. "You won't agree, Mr. Hart?" said Tyrrwhit. "Not yet, I won't," said Hart. "I ain't thought it out. I ain't in the same boat with the rest. I'm not afraid of my money. I shall get that all right." "Then I may as well go," said Augustus. "Don't be in a hurry, Mr. Scarborough," said Tyrrwhit. "Things of this kind can't be done just in a moment." But Augustus explained that they must be done in a very few moments, if they were to be done at all. It was not his intention to sit there in Gurney and Malcolmson's office, discussing the matter with Mr. Hart. Notice of his intention had been given, and they might take his money or leave it. "Just so, Captain," said Mr. Hart. "Only I believe you ain't the captain. Where's the captain now?" "I see him last at Monte Carlo, and he had won a pot of money. He was looking uncommon well after his little accident in the streets with young Annesley." Mr. Tyrrwhit contrived to get all the others out of the room, he remaining there with Hart and Augustus Scarborough and Mr. Barry. And then Hart did sign the document with altered figures. only that so much was added on to the sum which he agreed to accept, and a similar deduction was made from that to which Mr. Tyrrwhit's name was signed. But this was not done without renewed expostulation from the latter gentleman. It was very hard, he said, that all the sacrifice should be made by him. He would be ruined, utterly ruined, by the transaction. But he did sign for the altered sum, and Mr. Hart also signed the paper. "Now, Mr. Barry, as the matter is completed, I think I will withdraw," said Augustus. "It's £5,000 clean gone out of my pocket," said Hart, "and I was as sure of it as ever I was in my life. There was no better money than the captain's. Well, this world's a queer place." So saying, he followed Augustus and Mr. Barry out of the room, and left Mr. Tyrrwhit.
Chapter 37 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 37. Victoria Street. Lounging in an armchair in a small but luxuriously furnished room in Victoria Street sat Captain Mountjoy Scarborough, and opposite to him, equally comfortably placed as far as externals were concerned, but without any of that lounging look which the captain affected, sat his brother. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and the sound of the dinner plates could be heard through the open doors from the next room. It was evident, or at any rate was the fact, that Augustus found his brother's presence a bore, and as evident that the captain intended to disregard the dissatisfaction evinced by the owner of the chambers. "Do shut the door, Mountjoy," said the younger. "I don't suppose we want the servant to hear everything that we say." "He's welcome for me," said Mountjoy, without moving. Then Augustus got up and banged the door. "Don't be angry because I sometimes forget that I am no longer considered to be your elder brother," said Mountjoy. "Bother about elder brothers. I suppose you can shut a door?" "A man is sometimes compelled by circumstances to think whether he can or not. I'd have shut the door for you readily enough the other day. I don't know that I can now. Ain't we going to have some dinner? It's 8 o'clock." "I suppose they'll get dinner for you. I'm not going to dine here." The two men were both dressed, and after this they remained silent for the next 5 minutes. Then the servant came in and said that dinner was ready. All this happened in December. It must be explained that the captain had come to London at his brother's instance, and was there in his rooms at his invitation. Indeed, we may say that he had come at his brother's command. Augustus had, during the last few months, taken upon himself to direct the captain's movements, and though he had not always been obeyed, still, upon the whole, his purposes had been carried out as well as he could expect. He had offered to supply the money necessary for the captain's tour, and had absolutely sent a servant to accompany the traveller. When the traveller had won money at Monaco, he had been unruly, but this had not happened very often. When we last saw him, he had expressed his intention to Mr. Hart of making a return journey to the Caucasian provinces, but he got no farther than Genoa on his way to the Caucasus, and then, when he found that Mr. Hart was not at his back, he turned round and went back to Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo, of all places on the world's surface, had now charms for him. There was no longer a club open to him, either in London or Paris, at which he could win or lose £100. At Monte Carlo he could still do so readily, and to do so need not sink down into any peculiarly low depth of social gathering. At Monte Carlo the ennui of the day was made to disappear. At Monte Carlo he could lie in bed till 11, and then play till dinner time. At Monte Carlo there was always someone who would drink a glass of wine with him without inquiring too closely as to his antecedents. He had begun by winning a large sum of money. He had got some sums from his brother, and when at last he was summoned home he was penniless. Had his pockets been still full of money, it may be doubted whether he would have come, although he understood perfectly the importance of the matter on which he had been recalled. He had been sent for in order that he might receive from Mr. Grey a clear statement of what it was intended to do in reference to the payment of money to the creditors. Mr. Grey had, in the first place, endeavored to assure him that his cooperation was in no respect made necessary by the true circumstances of the case, but in order to satisfy the doubts of certain persons. The money to be paid was the joint property of his father and his brother. Of his father, as far as the use of it for his life was concerned, and of his brother, as to its continued and perpetual enjoyment. They were willing to pay so much for the redemption of the bonds given by him, the captain. As far as these bonds were concerned, the captain would thus be a free man. There could be no doubt that nothing but benefit was intended for him, as though he were himself the heir. Though as to that I have no hesitation in telling you that you will, at your father's death, have no right to a shilling of the property. The captain had said that he was quite willing, and had signed the deed. He was glad that these bonds should be recovered so cheaply. But as to the property, and here he spoke with much spirit to Mr. Grey, it was his purpose at his father's death to endeavor to regain his position. He would never believe, he said, that his mother was. Then he turned away, and in spite of all that had come and gone, Mr. Grey respected him. But he had signed the deed, and the necessity for his presence was over. What should his brother do with him now? He could not keep him concealed, or not concealed, in his rooms. But something must be done. Some mode of living must be invented for him. Abroad, Augustus said to himself, and to Septimus Jones, who was his confidential friend, that Mountjoy must live abroad. Oh yes, he must go abroad. There's no doubt about that. It's the only place for him. So spoke Septimus Jones, who, though confidential friend, was not admitted to the post of confidential adviser. Augustus liked to have a depository for his resolutions, but would admit no advice, and Septimus Jones had become so much his creature that he had to obey him in all things. We are apt to think that a man may be disposed of by being made to go abroad, or, if he is absolutely penniless and useless, by being sent to the colonies, that he may become a shepherd and drink himself out of the world. To kill the man, so that he may no longer be a nuisance, is perhaps the chief object in both cases. But it was not easy to get the captain to go abroad, unless indeed he was sent back to Monte Carlo. Some Monte Carlo, such as a club might be with stakes practically unlimited, was the first desire of his heart. But behind that, or together with it, was an anxious longing to remain near Tretton, and "see it out," as he called it, when his father should die. His father must die very shortly, and he would like to "see it out," as he told Mr. Grey, and with this wish there was a longing also for the company of Florence Mountjoy. He used to tell himself in those moments of sad thoughts serious as well as sad, which will come even to a gambler, that if he could have Tretton and Florence Mountjoy, he would never touch another card. And there was present to him an assurance that his aunt, Mrs. Mountjoy, would still be on his side. If he could talk over his circumstances with Mrs. Mountjoy, he thought that he might be encouraged to recover his position as an English gentleman. His debts at the club had already been paid, and he had met on the sly a former friend who had given him some hope that he might be readmitted. But at the present moment his mind turned to Brussels. He had learned that Florence and her mother were at the embassy there, and though he hesitated, still he desired to go. But this was not the abroad contemplated by Augustus. Augustus did not think it well that his father's bastard son, who had been turned out of a London club for not paying his card debts, and had then disappeared in a mysterious way for 6 months, should show himself at the British Embassy, and there claim admittance and relationship. Nor was he anxious that his brother should see Florence Mountjoy. He had suggested a prolonged tour in South America, which he had declared to be the most interesting country in the world. "I think I had rather go to Brussels," Mountjoy had answered gallantly, keeping his seat in the arm-chair and picking his teeth at the while. This occurred on the evening before that on which we found them just now. On the morning of that day Mountjoy had had his interview with Mr. Grey. Augustus had declared that he intended to dine out. This he had said in disgust at his brother's behavior. No doubt he could get his dinner at 10 minutes' notice. He had not been expelled from his club, but he had ordered the dinner on that day with a view to eat it himself, and in effect he carried out his purpose. The captain got up, thinking to go alone when the dinner was announced, but expressed himself gratified when his brother said that he had changed his mind. "You made yourself such an ass about shutting the door that I resolved to leave you to yourself. But come along," and he accompanied the captain into the other room. A very pretty little dinner was prepared, quite such as one loving friend might give to another when means are sufficient, such a dinner as the heir of Tretton might have given to his younger brother. The champagne was excellent, and the bottle of Leoville. Mountjoy partook of all the good things with much gusto, thinking all the while that he ought to have been giving the dinner to his younger brother. When that conversation had sprung up about going to Brussels or South America, Mountjoy had suggested a loan. "I'll pay your fare to Rio, and give you an order on a banker there." Mountjoy had replied that would not at all suit his purpose. Then Augustus felt that it would be almost better to send his brother even to Brussels than to keep him concealed in London. He had been there now for 3 or 4 days, and even in respect of his maintenance had become a burden. The pretty little dinners had to be found every day, and were eaten by the captain alone, when left alone, without an attempt at an apology on his part. Augustus had begun with some intention of exhibiting his mode of life. He would let his brother know what it was to be the heir of Tretton. No doubt he did assume all the outward glitter of his position, expecting to fill his brother's heart with envy. But Mountjoy had seen and understood it all, and remembering the days not long removed when he had been the heir, he bethought himself that he had never shown off before his brother, and he was determined to express no gratitude or thankfulness. He would go on eating the little dinners exactly as though they had been furnished by himself. It certainly was dull. There was no occupation for him, and in the matter of pocket money he was lamentably ill supplied. But he was gradually becoming used to face the streets again, and had already entered the shops of one or two of his old tradesmen. He had quite a confidential conversation with his bootmaker, and had ordered 3 or 4 new pairs of boots. Nobody could tell how the question of the property would be decided till his father should have died. His father had treated him most cruelly, and he would only wait for his death. He could assure the bootmaker that when that time came he should look for his rights. He knew that there was a suspicion abroad that he was in a conspiracy with his father and brother to cheat his creditors. No such thing. He himself was cheated. He pledged himself to the bootmaker that to the best of his belief his father was robbing him, and that he would undoubtedly assert his rights to the Tretton property as soon as the breath should be out of his father's body. The truth of what he told the bootmaker he certainly did believe. There was some little garnishing added to his tale, which perhaps, under the circumstances, was to be forgiven. The blow had come upon him so suddenly, he said, that he was not able even to pay his card account, and had left town in dismay at the mine which had been exploded under his feet. The bootmaker believed him so far that he undertook to supply his orders. When the dinner had been eaten, the 2 brothers lit their cigars and drew to the fire. "There must unfortunately come an end to this, you know," said Augustus. "I certainly can't stand it much longer," said Mountjoy. "You, at any rate, have had the best of it. I have endeavored to make my little crib comfortable for you. The grub is good, and the wine. There's no doubt about that. Somebody says somewhere that nobody can live upon bread alone. That includes the whole menu, I suppose. What do you suggest to do with yourself? You said go abroad. So I did, to Rio. Rio is a long way off, somewhere across the equator, isn't it? I believe it is. I think we'd better have it out clearly between us, Augustus. It won't suit me to be at Rio Janeiro when our father dies. What difference will his death make to you? A father's death generally does make a difference to his eldest son, particularly if there is any property concerned. You mean to say that you intend to dispute the circumstances of your birth? Dispute them? Do you think that I will allow such a thing to be said of my mother without disputing it? Do you suppose that I will give up my claim to one of the finest properties in England without disputing it? Then I had better stop the payment of that money, and let the gentlemen know that you mean to raise the question on their behalf. That's your affair. The arrangement is a very good one for me, but you made it. You know very well that your present threat means nothing. Ask Mr. Grey. You can trust him. But I can't trust him. After having been so wickedly deceived by my own father, I can trust no one. Why did not Mr. Grey find it out before, if it be true? I give you my word, Augustus, the lawyers will have to fight it out before you will be allowed to take possession. And yet you do not scruple to come and live here at my cost? Not in the least. At whose cost can I live with less scruple than at yours? You at any rate have not robbed our mother of her good name, as my father has done. The only one of the family with whom I could not stay is the governor. I could not sit at the table with a man who has so disgraced himself. Upon my word, I am very much obliged to you for the honor you do me. That's my feeling. The chance of the game and his villainy have given you, for the moment, the possession of all the good things. They are all mine by rights. Cards have had nothing to do with it. Yes, they have. But they have had nothing to do with my being the eldest legitimate son of my father. The cards have been against me, but they have not affected my mother. Then there came the blow from the governor, and where was I to look for my bread but to you? I suppose, if the truth be known, you get the money from the governor." "Of course I do, but not for your maintenance." "On what does he suppose that I have been living since last June? It mayn't be in the bond, but I suppose he has made allowance for my maintenance." "Do you mean to say that I am not to have bread and cheese out of Tretton?" "If I were to turn you out of these rooms, you'd find it very difficult to get it." "I don't think you'll do that." "I'm not so sure." "You're meditating it, are you? I shouldn't go just at present, because I have not got a sovereign in the world. I was going to speak to you about money. You must let me have some." "Upon my word, I like your impudence." "What the devil am I to do? The governor has asked me to go down to Tretton, and I can't go without a £5 note in my pocket." "The governor has asked you to Tretton?" "Why not? I got a letter from him this morning." Then Augustus asked to see the letter, but Mountjoy refused to show it. From this there arose angry words, and Augustus told his brother that he did not believe him. "Not believe me? You do not believe me? You know what I say is the truth. He has asked me with all his usual soft soap, but I have refused to go. I told him that I could not go to the house of one who had injured my mother so seriously." All that Mountjoy said as to the proposed visit to Tretton was true. The squire had written to him without mentioning the name of Augustus, and had told him that, for the present, Tretton would be the best home for him. "I will do what I can to make you happy, but you will not see a card," the squire had said. It was not the want of cards which prevented Mountjoy, but a feeling on his part that for the future there could be nothing but war between him and his father. It was out of the question that he should accept his father's hospitality without telling him of his intention, and he did not know his father well enough to feel that such a declaration would not affect him at all. He had therefore declined. Then Harry Annesley's name was mentioned. "I think I've done for that fellow," said Augustus. "What have you done?" "I cooked his goose. In the first place, his uncle has stopped his allowance, and, in the second place, the old fellow is going to marry a wife. At any rate, he has quarrelled with Master Harry en outrance. Master Harry has gone back to the parental parsonage, and is there eating the bread of affliction and drinking the waters of poverty. Flossie Mountjoy may marry him if she pleases. A girl may marry a man now without leave from anybody, but if she does, my dear cousin will have nothing to eat." "And you have done this?" "Alone I did it, boy." "Then it's an infernal shame. What harm had he ever done you? For me, I had some ground of quarrel with him, but for you there was none. I have my own quarrel with him also. I quarrelled with him with a cause. I do not care if I quarrel with him again. He shall never marry Florence Mountjoy if I can help it. But to rob a fellow of his property I think a very shabby thing." Then Augustus got up and walked out of the chambers into the street, and Mountjoy soon followed him. "I must make him understand that he must leave this at once," said Augustus to himself, "and if necessary I must order the supplies to be cut off." Chapter 38 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope, Chapter 38. The Scarborough Correspondence. It was as Mountjoy had said. The squire had written to him a letter, inviting him to Tretton, and telling him that it would be the best home for him till death should have put Tretton into other hands. Mountjoy had thought the matter over, sitting in the easy-chair in his brother's room, and had at last declined the invitation. As his letter was emblematic of the man, it may be as well to give it to the reader. My dear father, I don't think it will suit me to go down to Tretton at present. I don't mind the cards, and I don't doubt that you would make it better than this place. But to tell the truth, I don't believe a word of what you have told to the world about my mother, and some of these days I mean to have it out with Augustus. I shall not sit quietly by and see Tretton taken out of my mouth. Therefore, I think I had better not go to Tretton. Yours truly, Mountjoy Scarborough. This had not at all surprised the father, and had not in the least angered him. He rather liked his son for standing up for his mother, and was by no means offended at the expression of his son's incredulity. But what was there in the prospect of a future lawsuit to prevent his son coming to Tretton? There need be no word spoken as to the property. Tretton would be infinitely more comfortable than those rooms in Victoria Street, and he was aware that the hospitality of Victoria Street would not be given in an ungrudging spirit. I shouldn't like it, said the old squire to himself, as he lay quiet on his sofa. I shouldn't like at all to be the humble guest of Augustus. Augustus would certainly say a nasty word or two. The old man knew his younger son well, and he had known, too, the character of his elder son. But he had not calculated enough on the change which must have been made by such a revelation as he, his father, had made to him. Mountjoy had felt that all the world was against him, and that, as best he might, he would make use of all the world, excepting only his father, who of all the world was the falsest and the most cruel. As for his brother, he would bleed his brother to the very last drop without any compunction. Every bottle of champagne that came into the house was, to Mountjoy's thinking, his own, bought with his money, and therefore fit to be enjoyed by him. But as for his father, he doubted whether he could remain with his father without flying at his throat. The old man decidedly preferred his elder son of the two. He had found that Augustus could not bear success, and had first come to dislike him and then to hate him. What had he not done for Augustus, and with what a return? No doubt Augustus had, till the spring of this present year, been kept in the background, but no injury had come to him from that. His father, of his own good will, with infinite labor and successful ingenuity, had struggled to put him back in the place which had been taken from him. Augustus might, not unnaturally, have expressed himself as angry. He had not done so, but had made himself persistently disagreeable, and had continued to show that he was waiting impatiently for his father's death. It had come to pass that at their last meeting he had hardly scrupled to tell his father that the world would be no world for him till his father had left it. This was the reward which the old man received for having struggled to provide handsomely and luxuriously for his son. He still made his son a sufficient allowance befitting the heir of a man of large property, but he had resolved never to see him again. It was true that he almost hated him, and thoroughly despised him. But since the departure and mysterious disappearance of his eldest son, his regard for the sinner had returned. He had become apparently a hopeless gambler. His debts had been paid and repaid. At last the squire had learned that Mountjoy owed so much on post obits that the farther payment of them was an impossibility. There was no way of saving him. To save the property he must undo the doings of his early youth, and prove that the elder son was illegitimate. He had still kept the proofs, and he did it. To the great disgust of Mr. Grey, to the dismay of creditors, to the incredulous wonder of Augustus, and almost to the annihilation of Mountjoy himself, he had done it. But there had been nothing in Mountjoy's conduct which had in truth wounded him. Mountjoy's vices had been dangerous, destructive, absurdly foolish, but not to his father a shame. He ridiculed gambling as a source of excitement. No man could win much without dishonest practices, and fraud at cards would certainly be detected. But he did not on that account hate cards. There was no reason why Mountjoy should not become to him as pleasant a companion as ever for the few days that might be left to him, if only he would come. But when asked, he refused to come. When the squire received the letter above given, he was not in the least angry with his son, but simply determined, if possible, that he should be brought to Tretton. Mountjoy's debts would now be paid, and something, if possible, should be done for him. He was so angry with Augustus that he would, if possible, revoke his last decision, but that, alas, would be impossible. Sir William Brodrick had, when he last saw him, expressed some hope, not of his recovery, which was by all admitted to be impossible, but of his continuance in the land of the living for another 3 months, or perhaps 6, as Sir William had finally suggested, opening out, as he himself seemed to think, indefinite hope. "The most wonderful constitution, Mr. Scarborough, I ever saw in my life. I've never known a dog even so cut about and yet bear it." Mr. Scarborough bowed and smiled and accepted the compliment. He would have taken the hat off his head, had it been his practice to wear a hat in his sitting-room. Mr. Merton had gone farther. Of course he did not mean, he said, to set up his opinion against Sir William's. But if Mr. Scarborough would live strictly by the rule, Mr. Merton did not see why either 3 months or 6 should be the end of it. Mr. Scarborough had replied that he could not undertake to live precisely by rule, and Mr. Merton had shaken his head. But from that time forth Mr. Scarborough did endeavor to obey the injunctions given to him. He had something worth doing in the 6 months now offered to him. He had heard lately very much of the story of Harry Annesley, and had expressed great anger at the ill usage to which that young man had been subjected. It had come to his ears that it was intended that Harry should lose the property he had expected, and that he had already lost his immediate income. This had come to him through Mr. Merton, between whom and Augustus Scarborough there was no close friendship, and the squire understood that Florence Mountjoy had been the cause of Harry's misfortune. He himself recognized it as a fact that his son Mountjoy was unfit to marry any young lady. Starvation would assuredly stare such young lady in the face. But not the less was he acerbated and disgusted at the idea that Augustus should endeavor to take the young lady to himself. "What!" he had exclaimed to Mr. Merton. "He wants both the property and the girl? There is nothing on earth that he does not want. The greater the impropriety in his craving, the stronger the craving." Then he picked up by degrees all the details of the midnight feud between Harry and Mountjoy, and set himself to work to undermine Augustus. But he had steadily carried out the plan for settling with the creditors, and with the aid of Mr. Grey had, as he thought, already concluded that business. Conjunction with Augustus had been necessary, but that had been obtained. It is not too much to say that at the present moment of his life the idea of doing some injury to Augustus was the one object which exercised Mr. Scarborough's mind. Since he had fallen into business relations with his younger son, he had become convinced that a more detestable young man did not exist. The reader will, perhaps, agree with Mr. Scarborough, but it can hardly be hoped that he should entertain the opinion as strongly. Augustus was now the recognized eldest legitimate son of the squire, and as the property was entailed, it must no doubt belong to him. But the squire was turning in his mind all means of depriving that condition, as far as was possible, of its glory. When he had first heard of the injury that had been done to Harry Annesley, he thought that he would leave to our hero all the furniture, all the gems, all the books, all the wine, all the cattle, which were accumulated at Tretton. Augustus should have the bare acres, and still barer house, but nothing else. In thinking of this, he had been actuated by a conviction that it would be useless for him to leave them to Mountjoy. Whatever might be left to Mountjoy would in fact be left to the creditors, and therefore Harry Annesley with his injuries had been felt to be a proper recipient, not of the squire's bounty, but of the results of his hatred for his son. To run counter to the law, that had ever been the chief object of the squire's ambition. To arrange everything so that it should be seen that he had set all laws at defiance, that had been his great pride. He had done so notably, and with astonishing astuteness, in reference to his wife and 2 sons. But now there had come up a condition of things in which he could again show his cleverness. Augustus had been most anxious to get up all the post-obit bonds which the creditors held, feeling, as his father well understood, that he would thus prevent them from making any farther inquiry when the squire should have died. Why should they stir in the matter by going to law when there would be nothing to be gained? Those bonds had now been redeemed, and were in the possession of Mr. Grey. They had been bought up nominally by himself, and must be given to him. Mr. Grey, at any rate, would have the proof that they had been satisfied. They could not be used again to gratify any spite that Augustus might entertain. The captain, therefore, could now enjoy any property which might be left to him. Of course it would all go to the gaming table. It might even yet be better to leave it to Harry Annesley. But blood was thicker than water, though it were but the blood of a bastard. He would do a good turn for Harry in another way. All the furniture and all the gems and all the money should again be the future property of Mountjoy. But in order that this might be effected before he died, he must not let the grass grow under his feet. He thought of the promised 3 months, with a possible extension to 6, as suggested by Sir William. "Sir William says 3 months," he said to Mr. Merton, speaking in the easiest way of the possibility of his living. "He said 6. "Ah, that is, if I do what I'm told. But I shall not exactly do that. 3 or 6 would be all the same, only for a little bit of business I want to get through. Sir William's orders would include the abandonment of my business." "The less done the better. Then I do not see why Sir William should limit you to 6 months. I think that 3 will nearly suffice." "A man does not want to die, I suppose," said Merton. "There are various ways of looking at that question," replied the squire. "Many men desire the prolongation of life as a lengthened period of enjoyment. There is perhaps something of that feeling with me, but when you see how far I am crippled and curtailed, how my enjoyments are confined to breathing the air, to eating and drinking, and to the occasional reading of a few pages, you must admit that there cannot be much of that. A conversation with you is the best of it. Some want to live for the sake of their wives and children. In the ordinary acceptation of the words, that is all over with me. Many desire to live because they fear to die. There is nothing of that in me, I can assure you. I am not afraid to meet my Creator. But there are those who wish for life that their purposes of love or stronger purposes of hatred may be accomplished. I am among the number, but on that account I only wish it till those purposes have been completed. I think I'll go to sleep for an hour, but there are a couple of letters I want you to write before post time." Then Mr. Scarborough turned himself round and thought of the letters he was to write. Mr. Merton went out, and as he wandered about the park in the dirt and slush of December, tried to make up his mind whether he most admired his patron's philosophy or condemned his general lack of principle. At the proper hour he appeared again, and found Mr. Scarborough quite alert. "I don't know whether I shall have the 3 months unless I behave better," he said. "I have been thinking about those letters, and very nearly made an attempt to write them. There are things about a son which a father doesn't wish to communicate to anyone." Merton only shook his head. "I am not a bit afraid of you, nor do I care for your knowing what I have to say. But there are words which it would be difficult even to write and almost impossible to dictate." But he did make the attempt, though he did not find himself able to say all that he had intended. The first letter was to the lawyer. "My dear Mr. Grey, you will be surprised at my writing to summon you once again to my bedside. I think there was some kind of a promise made that the request should not be repeated, but the circumstances are of such a nature that I do not well know how to avoid it. However, if you refuse to come, I will give you my instructions. It is my purpose to make another will, and to leave everything that I am capable of leaving to my son Mountjoy. You are aware that he is now free from debt, and capable of enjoying any property that he may possess. As circumstances are at present, he would on my death be absolutely penniless, and heaven help the man who should find himself dependent on the mercy of Augustus Scarborough. What I possess would be the balance at the bank, the house in town, and everything contained in and about Tretton, as to which I should wish that the will should be very explicit in making it understood that every conceivable item of property is to belong to Mountjoy. I know the strength of an entail, and not for worlds would I venture to meddle with anything so holy." There came a grin of satisfaction over his face as he uttered these words, and his scribe was utterly unable to keep from laughing. "But as Augustus must have the acres, let him have them bare." "Underscore that word, if you please," and the word was underscored. "If I had time, I would have every tree about the place cut down." "I don't think you could under the entail," said Merton. "I would use up every stick in building the farmers' barns and mending the farmers' gates, and I would cover an acre just in front of the house with a huge conservatory. I respect the law, my boy, and they would find it difficult to prove that I had gone beyond it. But there is no time for that kind of finished revenge." Then he went on with the letter. "You will understand what I mean. I wish to divide my property so that Mountjoy may have everything that is not strictly entailed. You will of course say that it will all go to the gambling table. It may go to the devil, so that Augustus does not have it. But it need not go to the gambling table. If you would consent to come down to me once more, we might possibly devise some scheme for saving it. But whether we can do so or not, it is my request that my last will may be prepared in accordance with these instructions. Very faithfully yours, John Scarborough. And now for the other, said Mr. Scarborough. Had you not better rest a bit? Asked Merton. No, this is a kind of work at which a man does not want to rest. He is carried on by his own solicitudes and his own eagerness. This will be very short, and when it is done, then perhaps I may rest. The second letter was as follows. My dear Mountjoy, I think you are foolish in allowing yourself to be prevented from coming here by a sentiment. But in truth, independently of the pleasure I should derive from your company, I wish you to be here on a matter of business which is of some importance to yourself. I am about to make a new will, and although I am bound to pay every respect to the entail, and would not for worlds do anything in opposition to the law, still I may be enabled to do something for your benefit. Your brother has kindly interfered for the payment of your creditors, and as all the outstanding bonds have been redeemed, you would now, by his generosity, be enabled to enjoy any property which might be left to you. There are a few tables and chairs at my disposal, and a gem or two and some odd volumes, which perhaps you might like to possess. I have written to Mr. Grey on the subject, and I would wish you to see him. This you might do, whether you come here or not, but I do not the less wish that you should come. Your affectionate father, John Scarborough. I think that the odd volumes will fetch him. He was always fond of literature. I suppose it means the entire library, replied Merton. And he likes tables and chairs. I think he will come and look after the tables and chairs. Why not beds and washhand stands? Said Mr. Merton. Well, yes, he may have the beds and washhand stands. Mountjoy is not a fool, and will understand very well what I mean. I wonder whether I could scrape the paper off the drawing-room walls and leave the scraps to his brother without interfering with the entail. But now I am tired and will rest. But he did not even then go to rest, but lay still, scheming about the property. There was now another letter to be written, for the writing of which he would not again summon Mr. Merton. He was half ashamed to do so, and at last sent for his sister. Martha, said he, I want you to write a letter for me. Mr. Merton has been writing letters for you all the morning. That's just the reason why you should write one now. I am still in some slight degree afraid of his authority, but I am not at all afraid of yours. You ought to be quiet, John. Indeed you ought. And in order that I may be quiet, you must write this letter. It's nothing particular, or I should not have asked you to do it. It's only an invitation. An invitation to ask somebody here? Yes, to ask somebody to come here. I don't know whether he'll come. Do I know him? I hope you may. If he comes, he's a very good-looking young man, if that is anything. Don't talk nonsense, John. But I believe he's engaged to another young lady, with whom I must beg you not to interfere. You remember Florence? Florence Mountjoy? Of course I remember my own niece. The young man is engaged to her. She was intended for poor Mountjoy. Poor Mountjoy has put himself beyond all possibility of a wife. Poor Mountjoy! And the soft-hearted aunt almost shed tears. But we haven't to do with Mountjoy now. Sit down there and begin. Dear Mr. Annesley. Oh, it's Mr. Annesley, is it? Yes, it is. Mr. Annesley is the handsome young man. Have you any objection? Only people do say. What do they say? Of course, I don't know, only I have heard. That he is a scoundrel. "Scoundrel is very strong," said the old lady, shocked. "A villain, a liar, a thief, and all the rest of it. That's what you have heard. And I'll tell you who has been your informant. Either first or second hand, it has come to you from Mr. Augustus Scarborough. Now we'll begin again. Dear Mr. Annesley," the old lady paused a moment, and then, setting herself firmly to the task, commenced and finished her letter as follows: "Dear Mr. Annesley, you spent a few days here on one occasion, and I want to renew the pleasure which your visit gave me. Will you extend your kindness so far as to come to Tretton for any time you may please to name beyond 2 or 3 days? I'm sorry to say that your friend Augustus Scarborough cannot be here to meet you. My other son, Mountjoy, may be here. If you wish to escape him, I will endeavor so to fix the time when I shall have heard from you. But I think there need be no ill blood there. Neither of you did anything of which you are probably ashamed, though as an old man I am bound to express my disapproval." "Surely he must be ashamed," said Miss Scarborough. "Never you mind. Believe me, you know nothing about it." Then he went on with his letter. "But it is not merely for the pleasure of your society that I ask you. I have a word to say to you which may be important. Yours faithfully, John Scarborough."
Chapter 39 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 39. How the Letters Were Received. We must now describe the feelings of Mr. Scarborough's correspondents as they received his letters. When Mr. Grey began to read that which was addressed to him, he declared that on no consideration would he go down to Tretton. But when he came to inquire within himself as to his objection, he found that it lay chiefly in his great dislike to Augustus Scarborough. For poor Mountjoy, as he called him, he entertained a feeling of deep pity, and pity, we know, is akin to love. As for the squire, he in his heart felt but little of that profound dislike which he was aware such conduct as the squire's ought to have generated. "He is the greatest rascal that I ever knew," he said again and again, both to Dolly and to Mr. Barry. But yet he did not regard him as an honest man regards a rascal, and was angry with himself in consequence. He knew that there remained with him even some spark of love for Mr. Scarborough, which to himself was inexplicable. From the moment in which he had first admitted the fact that Augustus Scarborough was the true heir-in-law, he had been most determined in taking care that that heirship should be established. It must be known to all men that Mountjoy was not the eldest son of his father, as the law required him to be for the inheritance of the property, and that Augustus was the eldest son. But in arranging that these truths should be notorious, it had come to pass that he had learned to hate Augustus with an intensity that had redounded to the advantage both of Mountjoy and their father. It must be so. Augustus must become Augustus Scarborough, Esquire, of Tretton, but the worse luck for Tretton and all connected with it. And Mr. Grey did resolve that, when that day should come, all relation between himself and Tretton should cease. It had never occurred to him that, by redeeming the post-obit bonds, Mountjoy would become capable of owning and enjoying any property that might be left to him. With Tretton, all the belongings of Tretton, in the old-fashioned way, would of course go to the heir. The belongings of Tretton, which were personal property, would, in themselves, amount to wealth for a younger son. That which Mr. Scarborough would in this way be able to bequeath might, probably, be worth £30,000. Out of the proceeds of the real property the debts had been paid. And because Augustus had consented so to pay them, he was now to be mulcted of those loose belongings which gave its charm to Tretton. Because Augustus had paid Mountjoy's debts, Mountjoy was to be enabled to rob Augustus. There was a wickedness in this redolent of the old squire, but it was a wickedness in arranging which Mr. Grey hesitated to participate. As he thought of it, however, he could not but feel what a very clever man he had for a client. "It will all go to the gambling table, of course," he said that night to Dolly. "It is no affair of ours." "No, but when a lawyer is consulted he has to think of the prudent or imprudent disposition of property." "Mr. Scarborough hasn't consulted you, papa." "I must look at it as though he had. He tells me what he intends to do, and I am bound to give him my advice. I cannot advise him to bestow all these things on Augustus, whom I regard as a long way the worst of the family." "You need not care about that." "And here again," continued Mr. Grey, "comes up the question, what is it that duty demands? Augustus is the eldest son, and is entitled to what the law allots him. But Mountjoy was brought up as the eldest son, and is certainly entitled to what provision the father can make him." "You cannot provide for such a gambler." "I don't know that that comes within my duty. It is not my fault that Mountjoy is a gambler, any more than that it is my fault that Augustus is a beast. Gambler and beast, there they are. And, moreover, nothing will turn the squire from his purpose. I am only a tool in his hands, a trowel for the laying of his mortar and bricks. Of course I must draw his will, and shall do it with some pleasure, because it will dispossess Augustus." Then Mr. Grey went to bed, as did also Dolly, but she was not at all surprised at being summoned to his couch after she had been an hour in her own bed. "I think I shall go down to Tretton," said Mr. Grey. "You declared that you would never go there again." "So I did, but I did not know then how much I might come to hate Augustus Scarborough." "Would you go to Tretton merely to injure him?" said his daughter. "I have been thinking about that," said Mr. Grey. "I don't know that I would go simply to do him an injury, but I think that I would go to see that justice is properly done." "That can be arranged without your going to Tretton." "By putting our heads together I think we can contrive that the deed shall be more effectually performed. What we must attempt to do is to save this property from going to the gambling table. There is only one way that occurs to me." "What is that?" "It must be left to his wife." "He hasn't a wife." "It must be left to some woman whom he will consent to marry. There are three objects: to keep it from Augustus, to give the enjoyment of it to Mountjoy, and to prevent Mountjoy from gambling with it. The only thing I can see is a wife." "There is a girl he wants to marry," said Dolly. "But she doesn't want to marry him, and I doubt whether he can be got to marry any one else. There is still a peck of difficulties." "Oh, papa, I wish you would wash your hands of the Scarboroughs." "I must go to Tretton first," said he. "And now, my dear, you are doing no good by sitting up here and talking to me." Then, with a smile, Dolly took herself off to her own chamber. Mountjoy, when he got his letter, was sitting over a late breakfast in Victoria Street. It was near 12 o'clock, and he was enjoying the delicious luxury of having his breakfast to eat, with a cigar after it, and nothing else that he need do. But the fruition of all these comforts was somewhat marred by the knowledge that he had no such dinner to expect. He must go out and look for a dinner among the eating-houses. The next morning would bring him no breakfast, and if he were to remain longer in Victoria Street, he must do so in direct opposition to the owner of the establishment. He had that morning received notice to quit, and had been told that the following breakfast would be the last meal served to him. "Let it be good of its kind," Mountjoy had said. "I believe you care for nothing but eating and drinking." "There is little else that you can do for me." And so they parted. Mountjoy had taken the precaution of having his letters addressed to the house of the friendly bootmaker, and now, as he was slowly pouring out his first cup of coffee and thinking how nearly it must be his last, his father's letter was brought to him. The letter had been delayed one day, as he himself had omitted to call for it. It was necessarily a sad time for him. He was a man who fought hard against melancholy, taking it as a primary rule of life that, for such a one as he had become, the pleasures of the immediate moment should suffice. If one day, or better still, one night of excitement was in store for him, the next day should be regarded as the unlimited future, for which no man can be responsible. But such philosophy will too frequently be insufficient for the stoutest hearts. Mountjoy's heart would occasionally almost give way, and then his thoughts would be dreary enough. Hunger, absolute hunger, without the assured expectation of food, had never yet come upon him. But in order to put a stop to its cravings, if he should find it troublesome to bear, he had already provided himself with pistol and bullets. And now, with his cup of coffee before him, aromatic, creamy, and hot, with a filleted sole rolled up before him on a little dish, 3 or 4 plover's eggs on which to finish lying by, and on the distance of the table a sachet of brandy, of which he already well knew the virtues, he got his father's letter. He did not at first open it, disliking all thoughts as to his father. Then gradually he tore the envelope, and was slow in understanding the full meaning of the last lines. He did not at once perceive the irony of his brother's kindly interference, and of the generosity which had enabled him, Mountjoy, to be a recipient of property. But his father purposed to do something for his benefit. Gradually it dawned upon him that his father could only do that something effectually because of his brother's dealings with the creditors. Then the chairs and the tables, and the gem or two, and the odd volumes, one by one, made themselves intelligible. That a father should write so to one son, and should so write of another, was marvelous. But then his father was a marvelous man, whose character he was only beginning to understand. His father, he told himself, had, fortunately, taken it into his head to hate Augustus, and intended, in consequence, to strip Tretton and the property generally of all their outside personal belongings. Yes, he thought that, with such an object before him, he would certainly go and see Mr. Grey, and if Mr. Grey should so advise him, he would go down to Tretton. On such business as this he would consent to see his father. He did not think that just at present he need have recourse to his pistol for his devices. He could not on the very day go to Tretton, as it would be necessary that he should write to his father first. His brother would probably extend his hospitality for a couple of days, when he should hear of the proposed journey, and, if not, would lend him money for his present purposes, or, under existing circumstances, he might probably be able to borrow it from Mr. Grey. With a heart elevated to almost absolute bliss, he ate his breakfast, and drank his sachet, and smoked his cigar, and then rose slowly, that he might proceed to Mr. Grey's chambers. But at this moment Augustus came in. He had only breakfasted at his own club, much less comfortably than he would have done at home, in order that he might not sit at table with his brother. He had now returned so that he might see to Mountjoy's departure. "After all, Augustus, I am going down to Tretton," said the elder brother, as he folded up his father's letter. "What argument has the old man used now?" Mountjoy did not think it well to tell his brother the exact nature of the arguments used, and therefore put the letter into his pocket. "He wishes to say something to me about property," said Mountjoy. Then some idea of the old squire's scheme fell with a crushing weight of anticipated sorrow on Augustus. In a moment it all occurred to him what his father might do, what injuries he might inflict, and, saddest of all feelings, there came the immediate reflection that it had all been rendered possible by his own doings. With the conviction that so much might be left away from him, there came also a farther feeling that, after all, there was a chance that his father had invented the story of his brother's illegitimacy, that Mountjoy was now free from debt, and that Tretton, with all its belongings, might now go back to him. That his father would do it, if it were possible, he did not doubt. From week to week he had waited impatiently for his father's demise, and had expected little or none of that mental activity which his father had exercised. What a fool he had been, he said to himself, sitting opposite to Mountjoy, who in the vacancy of the moment had lighted another cigar. What an ass! Had he played his cards better, had he comforted and flattered and cosseted the old man, Mountjoy might have gone his own way to the dogs. Now, at the best, Tretton would come to him stripped of everything, and, at the worst, no Tretton would come to him at all. "Well, what are you going to do?" he said, roughly. "I think I shall, probably, go down and just see the governor." "All your feelings about your mother, then, are blown to the winds?" "My feelings about your mother are not blown to the winds at all. But to speak of her to you would be wasting breath." "I hadn't the pleasure of knowing her," said Augustus, "and I am not aware that she did me any great kindness in bringing me into the world. Do you go to Tretton this afternoon?" "Probably not." "Or to-morrow?" "Possibly to-morrow," said Mountjoy. "Because I shall find it convenient to have your room." "To-day, of course, I cannot stir. To-morrow morning I should, at any rate, like to have my breakfast." Here he paused for a reply, but none came from his brother. "I must have some money to go down to Tretton with. I suppose you can lend it me just for the present?" "Not a shilling," said Augustus, in thorough ill humor. "I shall be able to pay you very shortly." "Not a shilling. The return I have had from you for all I have done is not of a nature to make me do more." "If I had ever thought that you had expended a sovereign except for the object of furthering some plot of your own, I should have been grateful. As it is, I do not know that we owe very much to each other." Then he left the room, and, getting into a cab, went away to Lincoln's Inn. Harry Annesley received Mr. Scarborough's letter down at Boston, and was much surprised by it. He had not spent the winter hitherto very pleasantly. His uncle he had never seen, though he had heard from day to day sundry stories of his wooing. He had soon given up his hunting, feeling himself ashamed, in his present nameless position, to ride Joshua Thoroughbung's horses. He had taken to hard reading, but the hard reading had failed, and he had been given up to the miseries of his position. The hard reading had been continued for a fortnight or 3 weeks, during which he had, at any rate, respected himself, but in an evil hour he had allowed it to escape from him, and now was again miserable. Then the invitation from Tretton had been received. "I have got a letter. 'Tis from Mr. Scarborough of Tretton." "What does Mr. Scarborough say?" "He wants me to go down there." "Do you know Mr. Scarborough? I believe you have altogether quarrelled with his son?" "Oh, yes, I have quarrelled with Augustus, and have had an encounter with Mountjoy, not on the most friendly terms. But the father and Mountjoy seem to be reconciled. You can see his letter. I, at any rate, shall go there." To this
Chapter 40 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 40. Visitors at Tretton. It so happened that the 3 visitors who had been asked to Tretton all agreed to go on the same day. There was, indeed, no reason why Harry should delay his visit, and much why the other 2 should expedite theirs. Mr. Grey knew that the thing, if done at all, should be done at once, and Mountjoy, as he had agreed to accept his father's offer, could not put himself too quickly under the shelter of his father's roof. "You can have £20," Mr. Grey had said when the subject of the money was mooted. "Will that suffice?" Mountjoy had said that it would suffice amply, and then, returning to his brother's rooms, had waited there with what patience he possessed till he sallied forth to the Continental to get the best dinner which that restaurant could afford him. He was beginning to feel that his life was very sad in London, and to look forward to the glades of Tretton with some anticipation of rural delight. He went down by the same train with Mr. Grey, a great grind, as Mountjoy called it, when Mr. Grey proposed a departure at 10 o'clock. Harry followed, so as to reach Tretton only in time for dinner. "If I may venture to advise you," said Mr. Grey in the train, "I should do in this matter whatever my father asked me." Hereupon Mountjoy frowned. "He is anxious to make some provision for you." "I'm not grateful to my father, if you mean that." "It is hard to say whether you should be grateful, but from the first he has done the best he could for you according to his lights." "You believe all this about my mother?" "I do." "I don't. That's the difference. And I don't think that Augustus believes it." "The story is undoubtedly true." "You must excuse me if I will not accept it." "At any rate, you had parted with your share in the property." "My share was the whole." "After your father's death," said Mr. Grey, "and that was gone." "We needn't discuss the property. What is it that he expects me to do now?" "Simply to be kind in your manner to him, and to agree to what he says about the personal property. It is his intention, as far as I understand it, to leave you everything." "He is very kind." "I think he is." "Only it would all have been mine if he had not cheated me of my birthright." "Or Mr. Tyrrwhit's, and Mr. Hart's, and Mr. Spicer's?" "Mr. Tyrrwhit and Mr. Hart and Mr. Spicer could not have robbed me of my name. Let them have done with what they would with their bonds. I should have been at any rate Scarborough of Tretton. My belief is that I need not blush for my mother. He has made it appear that I should do so. I can't forgive him because he gives me the chairs and tables." "They will be worth £30,000, said Mr. Grey. "I can't forgive him." The cloud sat very black upon Mountjoy Scarborough's face as he said this, and the blacker it sat the more Mr. Grey liked him. If something could be done to redeem from ruin a young man who so felt about his mother, simply because she had been his mother, it would be a good thing to do. Augustus had entertained no such feeling. He had said to Mr. Grey, as he had said also to his brother, that he had not known the lady. When the facts as to the distribution of the property had been made known to him, he had cared nothing for the injury done by the story to his mother's name. The story was too true. Mr. Grey knew that it was true, but he could not on that account do other than feel an intense desire to confer some benefit on Mountjoy Scarborough. He put his hand out affectionately and laid it on the other man's knee. "Your father has not long to live, Captain Scarborough." "I suppose not." "And he is at present anxious to make what reparation is in his power. What he can leave you will produce, let us say, 1,500 a year. Without a will from him, you would have to live on your brother's bounty." "By heaven, no," said Mountjoy, thinking of the pistol and the bullets. "I see nothing else." "I see, but I cannot explain." "Do you not think that 1,500 a year would be better than nothing? With a wife, let us say," said Mr. Grey, beginning to introduce the one argument on which he believed so much must depend. "With a wife?" "Yes, with a wife." "With what wife? A wife may be very well, but a wife must depend on who it is. Is there any one that you mean?" "Not exactly any particular person," said the lawyer, lamely. "Pshaw! What do I want with a wife? Do you mean to say that my father has told you that he intends to clog his legacy with the burden of a wife? I would not accept it with such a burden, unless I could choose the wife myself. To tell the truth, there is a girl." "Your cousin?" "Yes, my cousin. When I was well-to-do in the world, I was taught to believe that I could have her. If she will be mine, Mr. Grey, I will renounce gambling altogether. If my father can manage that, I will forgive him, or will endeavor to do so. The property which he can leave me shall be settled altogether upon her. I will endeavor to reform myself, and so to live that no misfortune shall come upon her. If that is what you mean, say so." "Well, not quite that." "To no other marriage will I agree. That has been the dream of my life through all these moments of hot excitement and assured despair which I have endured. Her mother has always told me that it should be so, and she herself in former days did not deny it. Now you know it all. If my father wishes to see me married, Florence Mountjoy must be my wife." Then he sunk back on his seat, and nothing more was said between them till they had reached Tretton. The father and son had not met each other since the day on which the former had told the latter the story of his birth. Since then Mountjoy had disappeared from the world, and for a few days his father had thought that he had been murdered. But now they met as they might have done had they seen each other a week ago. "Well, Mountjoy, how are you?" and "How are you, sir?" Such were the greetings between them, and no others were spoken. In a few minutes the son was allowed to go and look after the rural joys he had anticipated, and the lawyer was left closeted with the squire. Mr. Grey soon explained his proposition. Let the property be left to trustees who should realize from it what money it should fetch, and keep the money in their own hands, paying Mountjoy the income. There could, he said, be nothing better done, unless Mountjoy would agree to marry. "He is attached, it seems, to his cousin," said Mr. Grey, "and he is unwilling at present to marry any one else." "He can't marry her," said the squire. "I do not know the circumstances." "He can't marry her. She is engaged to the young man who will be here just now. I told you, did I not, that Harry Annesley is coming here? My son knows that he will be here to day." "Everybody knows the story of Mr. Annesley and the captain." "They are to sit down to dinner together, and I trust they may not quarrel. The lady of whom you are speaking is engaged to young Annesley, and Mountjoy's suit in that direction is hopeless." "Hopeless, you think?" "Utterly hopeless. Your plan of providing him with a wife would be very good if it were feasible. I should be very glad to see him settled. But if he will marry no one but Florence Mountjoy, he must remain unmarried. Augustus has had his hand in that business, and don't let us dabble in it." Then the squire gave the lawyer full instructions as to the will which was to be made. Mr. Grey and Mr. Bullfist were to be named as trustees, with instructions to sell everything which it would be in the squire's legal power to bequeath. The books, the gems, the furniture, both at Tretton and in London, the plate, the stock, the farm produce, the pictures on the walls, and the wine in the cellars, were all named. He endeavored to persuade Mr. Grey to consent to a cutting of the timber, so that the value of it might be taken out of the pocket of the younger brother and put into that of the elder. But to this Mr. Grey would not assent. There would be an air of persecution about it, he said, and it mustn't be done. But to the general stripping of Tretton for the benefit of Mountjoy he gave a cordial agreement. "I am not quite sure that I have done with Augustus yet," said the squire. "I had made up my mind not to be put out by trifles, not to be vexed at a little. My treatment of my children has been such that, though I have ever intended to do them good, I must have seemed to each at different periods to have injured him. I have not, therefore, expected much from them, but I have received less than nothing from Augustus. It is possible that he may hear from me again." To this Mr. Grey said nothing, but he had taken his instructions about the drawing of the will. Harry came down by the train in time for dinner. On the journey down he had been perplexed in his mind, thinking of various things. He did not quite understand why Mr. Scarborough had sent for him. His former intimacy had been with Augustus, and though there had been some cordiality of friendship shown by the old man to the son's companion, it had amounted to no more than might be expected from one who was notably good-natured. A great injury had been done to Harry, and he supposed that his visit must have some reference to that injury. He had been told in so many words that, come when he might, he would not find Augustus at Tretton. From this, and from other signs, he almost saw that there existed a quarrel between the squire and his son. Therefore he felt that something was to be said as to the state of his affairs at Buston. But if, as the train drew near to Tretton, he was anxious as to his meeting with the squire, he was much more so as to the captain. The reader will remember all the circumstances under which they two had last seen each other. Harry had been furiously attacked by Mountjoy, and had then left him sprawling, dead, as some folks had said, on the following day, under the rail. His only crime had been that he was drunk. If the disinherited one would give him his hand, and let bygones be bygones, he would do the same. He felt no personal animosity, but there was a difficulty. As he was driven up to the door in a cab belonging to the squire, there was Mountjoy standing before the house. He too had thought of the difficulties, and had made up his mind that it would not do for him to meet his late foe without some few words intended for the making of peace. "I hope you are well, Mr. Annesley," he said, offering his hand as the other got out of the cab. "It may be as well that I should apologize at once for my conduct. I was at that moment considerably distressed, as you may have heard. I had been declared to be penniless and to be nobody. The news had a little unmanned me, and I was beside myself." "I quite understand it, said Annesley, giving his hand. "I am very glad to see you back again, and in your father's house." Then Mountjoy turned on his heel and went through the hall, leaving Harry to the care of the butler. The captain thought that he had done enough, and that the affair in the street might now be regarded as a dream. Harry was taken up to shake hands with the old man, and in due time came down to dinner, where he met Mr. Grey and the young doctor. They were all very civil to him, and upon the whole he spent a pleasant evening. On the next day, about noon, the squire sent for him. He had been told at breakfast that it was the squire's intention to see him in the middle of the day, and he had been unable, therefore, to join Mountjoy's shooting party. "Sit down, Mr. Annesley," said the old man. "You were surprised, no doubt, when you got my invitation." "Why, yes, perhaps so, but I thought it very kind." "I meant to be kind, but still it requires some explanation. You see, I am such an old cripple that I cannot give invitations like anybody else. Now you are here, I must not eat and drink with you, and in order to say a few words to you, I am obliged to keep you in the house till the doctor tells me I am strong enough to talk." "I am glad to find you so much better than when I was here before." "I don't know much about that. There will never be a much better in my case. The people about me talk with the utmost unconcern of whether I can live 1 month or possibly 2. Anything beyond that is quite out of the question." The squire took a pride in making the worst of his case, so that people to whom he talked should marvel the more at his vitality. "But we won't mind my health now. It is true, I fear, that you have quarrelled with your uncle." "It is quite true that he has quarrelled with me." "I am afraid that that is more important. He means, if he can, to cut you out of the entail." "He does not mean that I shall have the property, if he can prevent it." "I don't think very much of entails myself," said the squire. "If a man has a property, he should be able to leave it as he pleases, or else he doesn't have it." "That is what the law intends, I suppose," said Harry. "Just so, but the law is such an old woman that she never knows how to express herself to any purpose. I haven't allowed the law to bind me. I dare say you know the story." "About your 2 sons and the property? I think all the world knows the story." "I suppose it has been talked about a little," said the squire, with a chuckle. "My object has been to prevent the law from handing over my property to the fraudulent claims which my son's creditors were enabled to make, and I have succeeded fairly well. On that head I have nothing to regret. Now your uncle is going to take other means." "Yes, he is going to take means which are at any rate lawful." "But which will be tedious, and may not perhaps succeed. He is intending to have an heir of his own." "That, I believe, is his purpose," said Harry. "There is no reason why he shouldn't, but he mayn't, you know." "He is not married yet." "No, he is not married yet. And then he has also stopped the allowance he used to make you." Harry nodded assent. "Now all this is a great shame." "I think so." "The poor gentleman has been awfully bamboozled." "He is not so very old," said Harry. "I don't think he is more than 50. "But he is an old goose. You'll excuse me, I know. Augustus Scarborough got him up to London and filled him full of lies."
"I am aware of it."
"And so am I aware of it. He has told him stories as to your conduct with Mountjoy, which, added to some youthful indiscretions of your own—"
"It was simply because I didn't like to hear him read sermons."
"That was an indiscretion, as he had the power in his hands to do you an injury. Most men have got some little bit of petty tyranny in their hearts. I have had none."
To this Harry could only bow.
"I let my 2 boys do as they pleased, only wishing that they should live happy lives. I never made them listen to sermons or even to lectures. Probably I was wrong. Had I tyrannized over them, they would not have tyrannized over me as they have done. Now I'll tell you what it is that I propose to do. I will write to your uncle, or will get Mr. Merton to write for me, and will explain to him as well as I can the depth and the blackness and the cruelty, the unfathomable heathen cruelty, together with the falsehoods, the premeditated lies, and the general rascality on all subjects of my son Augustus. I will explain to him that of all men I know he is the least trustworthy. I will explain to him that, if led in a matter of such importance by Augustus Scarborough, he will be surely led astray. And I think that between us, between Merton and me, that is, we can concoct a letter that shall be efficacious. But I will get Mountjoy also to go and see him, and explain to him out of his own mouth what in truth occurred that night, when he and you fell out in the streets. Mr. Prosper must be a more vindictive man than I take him to be in regard to sermons, if he will hold out after that." Then Mr. Scarborough allowed him to go out, and if possible find the shooters.
Chapter 41 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 41. Mountjoy Scarborough goes to Buston. Mr. Gray returned to London after staying but one night, having received fresh instructions as to the will. The will was to be prepared at once, and Mr. Barry was to bring it down for execution. "Shall I not inform Augustus?" asked Mr. Gray. But this did not suit with Mr. Scarborough's views of revenge. "I think not. I would do by him whatever honesty requires, but I have never told him that I mean to leave him anything. Of course, he knows that he is to have the estate. He is revelling in the future poverty of poor Mountjoy. He turned him out of his house just now because Mountjoy would not obey him by going to Brazil. He would turn him out of this house, if he could, because I won't at once go to the devil. He is something over masterful, is Master Augustus. A rub or two will do him good. I'd rather you wouldn't tell him, if you please." Then Mr. Gray departed without making any promise, but he determined that he would be guided by the squire's wishes. Augustus Scarborough was not of a nature to excite very warmly the charity of any man. Harry remained for 2 or 3 days shooting with Mountjoy, and once or twice he saw the squire again. "Merton and I have managed to concoct that letter," said the squire. "I'm afraid your uncle will find it rather long. Is he impatient of long letters?" "He likes long sermons." "If anybody will listen to his reading. I think you have a deal to answer for yourself, when you could not make so small a sacrifice to the man to whom you were to owe everything. But he ought to look for a wife in consequence of that crime, and not falsely allege another. If, as I fear, he finds the wife plan troublesome, our letter may perhaps move him, and Mountjoy is to go down and open his eyes. Mountjoy hasn't made any difficulty about it." "I shall be greatly distressed," Harry began. "Not at all. He must go. I like to have my own way in these little matters. He owes you as much reparation as that, and we shall be able to see what members of the Scarborough family you would trust the most." Harry, during the 2 days, shot some hares in company with Mountjoy, but not a word more was said about the adventure in London, nor was the name of Florence Mountjoy ever mentioned between the two suitors. "I'm going to Buston, you know," Mountjoy said once. "So your father told me." "What sort of a fellow shall I find your uncle?" "He's a gentleman, but not very wise. No more was said between them on that head, but Mountjoy spoke at great length about his own brother and his father's will. "My father is the most singular man you ever came across." "I think he is." "I'm not going to say a good word for him. I wouldn't let him think that I had said a good word for him. In order to save the property, he has maligned my mother, and has cheated me and the creditors most horribly, most infernally. That's my conviction, though Grey thinks otherwise. I can't forgive him, and won't, and he knows it. But after that he is going to do the best thing he can for me, and he has begun by making me a decent allowance again as his son. But I'm to have that only as long as I remain here at Tretton. Of course I have been fond of cards." "I suppose so." "Not a doubt of it. But I haven't touched a card now for a month nearly. And then he is going to leave me what property he has to leave. And he and my brother have paid off those Jews among them. I'm not a bit obliged to my brother. He's got some game of his own, which I don't quite clearly see. And my father is doing this for me simply to spite my brother. He'd cut down every tree upon the place if Grey would allow it. And yet, to give Augustus the property, my father has done this gross injustice." "I suppose the money-lenders would have had the best of it, had he not?" "That's true. They would have had it all. They had measured every yard of it, and had got my name down for the full value. Now they're paid." "That's a comfort." "Nothing's a comfort. I know that they're right, and that if I got the money into my own hand it would be gone to-morrow. I should be off to Monte Carlo like a shot, and of course it would go after the other. There is but one thing would redeem me." "What's that?" Never mind. We won't talk of it." Then he was silent. But Harry Annesley knew very well that he had alluded to Florence Mountjoy. Then Harry went, and Mountjoy was left to the companionship of Mr. Merton, and such pleasure as he could find in a daily visit to his father. He was at any rate courteous in his manner to the old man, and abstained from those irritating speeches which Augustus had always chosen to make. He had on one occasion during this visit told his father what he thought about him, but this the squire had taken quite as a compliment. "I believe, you know, that you've done a monstrous injustice to everybody concerned." "I rather like doing what you call injustices." "You have set the law at defiance." "Well, yes, I think I have done that." "According to my belief, it's all untrue." "Ah, you mean about your mother? I like you for that. I do indeed. I like you for sticking up for your poor mother. Well, now, you shall have £50 a month, say £12.10 a week, as long as you remain at Tretton, and you may have whom you like here, as long as they bring no cards with them. And if you want to hunt, there are horses, and if they ain't good enough, you can get others. But if you go away from Tretton, there's an end of it. It will all be stopped the next day." Nevertheless, he did make arrangements by which Mountjoy should proceed to Buston, stopping 2 nights as he went to London. "There isn't a club he can enter," said the squire, comforting himself, "nor a Jew that will lend him a £5 note." Mountjoy had told the truth when he had said that nothing was a comfort. Though it had seemed to his father and to the people around him at Tretton that he had everything that a man could want, he had in fact nothing to satisfy him. In the first place, he was quite alive to the misery of that decision given by the world against him, which had been of such comfort to his father. Not a club in London would admit him. He had been proclaimed a defaulter, after such a fashion that all his clubs had sent to him for some explanation, and as he had given none, and had not answered their letters, his name had been crossed out in the books of them all. He knew himself to be a man disgraced, and when he had fled from London, he had gone under the conviction that he would certainly never return. There were the pistol and bullet as his last assured resource, but a certain amount of good fortune had awaited him, enough to save him from having recourse to their aid. His brother had supplied him with small sums of money, and from time to time a morsel of good luck had enabled him to gamble, not to his heart's content, but still in some manner so as to make his life bearable. But now he was back in his own country, and he could gamble not at all, and hardly even see those old companions with whom he had lived. It was not only for the card tables that he sighed, but for the companions of the card table. And though he knew that he had been scratched out from the lists of all clubs as a dishonest man, he knew also, or thought that he knew, that he had been as honest as the best of those companions. As long as he could by any possibility raise money, he had paid it away, and by no false trick had he ever endeavoured to get it back again. Had a little time been allowed him, all would have been paid, and all had been paid. He knew that by the rules of such institutions time could not be granted, but still he did not feel himself to have been a dishonest man. Yet he had been so disgraced that he could hardly venture to walk about the streets of London in the daylight. And then there came upon him, when he found himself alone at Tretton, an irrepressible desire for gambling. It was as though his throat were parched with an implacable thirst. He walked about, ever meditating certain fortunate turns of the cards, and when he had worked himself up to some realization of his old excitement, he would remember that it was all a vain and empty bubble. He had money in his pocket, and could rush up to London if he would, and if he did so, he could no doubt find some coarse hell at which he could stake it till it would be all gone. But the gates of the A, and the B, and the C would be closed against him, and he would then be driven to feel that he had indeed fallen into the nethermost pit. Were he once to play at such places as his mind painted to him, he could never play at any other. And yet, when the day drew nigh on which he was to go to London, on his way to Buston, he did bethink himself where these places were to be found. His throat was parched, and the thirst upon him was extreme. Cards were the weapons he had used. He had played écarté, piquet, whist, and baccarat, with an occasional night of some foolish game such as cribbage or 21. Though he had always lost, he had always played with men who had played honestly. There is much that is in truth dishonest, even in honest play. A man who can keep himself sober after dinner plays with one who flusters himself with drink. The man with a trained memory plays with him who cannot remember a card. The cool man plays with the impetuous, the man who can hold his tongue with him who cannot but talk, the man whose practised face will tell no secrets with him who loses a point every rubber by his uncontrolled grimaces. And then there is the man who knows the game, and plays with him who knows it not at all. Of course, the cool, the collected, the thoughtful, the practised, they who have given up their whole souls to the study of cards, will play at a great advantage which, in their calculations, they do not fail to recognize. See the man standing by and watching the table, and leaving all the bets he can on A and B as against C and D, and however ignorant you may be, you will soon become sure that A and B know the game, whereas C and D are simply infants. That is all fair and acknowledged. But looking at it from a distance, as you lie under your apple trees in your orchard, far from the shout of "Two by honours," you will come to doubt the honesty of making your income after such a fashion. Such as it is, Mountjoy sighed for it bitterly, sighed for it, but could not see where it was to be found. He had a gentleman's horror of those resorts in gin shops, or kept by the disciples of gin shops, where he would surely be robbed, which did not appall him, but robbed in bad company. Thinking of all this, he went up to London late in the afternoon, and spent an uncomfortable evening in town. It was absolutely innocent as regards the doings of the night itself, but was terrible to him. There was a slow, drizzling rain, but not the less, after dinner at his hotel, he started off to wander through the streets. With his greatcoat and his umbrella, he was almost hidden, and as he passed through Pall Mall, up St. James's Street, and along Piccadilly, he could pause and look in at the accustomed door. He saw men entering whom he knew, and knew that within 5 minutes they could be seated at their tables.
"I had an awfully heavy time of it last night,"
one said to another as he went up the steps, and Mountjoy, as he heard the words, envied the speaker. Then he passed back, and went again a tour of all the clubs. What had he done, that he, like a poor Peri, should be unable to enter the gates of all these paradises? He had now in his pocket £50. Could he have been made absolutely certain that he would have lost it, he would have gone into any paradise, and have staked his money with that certainty. At last, having turned up Waterloo Place, he saw a man standing in the doorway of one of these palaces, and he was aware at once that the man had seen him. He was a man of such a nature that it would be impossible that he should have seen a worse. He was a small, dry, good-looking little fellow, with a carefully preserved moustache, and a head from the top of which age was beginning to move the hair. He lived by cards, and lived well. He was called Captain Vignolles, but it was only known of him that he was a professional gambler. He probably never cheated. Men who play at the clubs scarcely ever cheat. There are so many with whom they play sharp enough to discover them, and with the discovered gambler all in this world is over. Captain Vignolles never cheated, but he found that in obedience to those little rules which I have named above, stood him well in lieu of cheating. He was not known to have any particular income, but he was known to live on the best of everything as far as club life was concerned. He immediately followed Mountjoy down into the street and greeted him. "Captain Scarborough, as I am a living man." "Well, Vignolles, how are you? And so you have come back once more to the land of the living. I was awfully sorry for you, and think that they treated you uncommon harshly." As you've paid your money, of course they'll let you in again." In answer to this, Mountjoy had very little to say, but the interview ended by his accepting an invitation from Captain Vignolles to supper for the following evening. If Captain Scarborough would come at 11 o'clock, Captain Vignolles would ask a few fellows to meet him, and they would have just a little rubber of whist. Mountjoy knew well the nature of the man who asked him, and understood perfectly what would be the result. But there thrilled through his bosom, as he accepted the invitation, a sense of joy which he could himself hardly understand. On the following morning, Mountjoy was up, for him, very early, and taking a return ticket, went down to Buston. He had written to Mr. Prosper, sending his compliments, and saying that he would do himself the honour of calling at a certain hour. At the hour named, he drew up at Buston Hall, in a fly from Buntingford station, and was told by Matthew, the old butler, that his master was at home. If Captain Mountjoy would step into the drawing-room, Mr. Prosper should be informed. Mountjoy did as he was bidden, and after half an hour he was joined by Mr. Prosper. "You have received a letter from my father," he began by saying. "A very long letter," said the Squire of Buston. "I dare say. I did not see it, and have in fact very little to say as to its contents. I do not know, indeed, what they were." "The letter refers to my nephew, Mr. Henry Annesley." "I suppose so. What I have to say refers to Mr. Henry Annesley also." "You are kind." "Very kind." "I don't know about that. But I have come altogether at my father's instance, and I think, indeed, that in fairness I ought to tell you the truth as to what took place between me and your nephew." "You are very good. But your father has already given me his account, and I suppose yours." "I don't know what my father may have done, but I think that you ought to desire to hear from my lips an account of the transaction. An untrue account has been told to you." "I have heard it all from your own brother." "An untrue account has been told to you. I attacked your nephew."
"And what made you do that?"
asked the squire. "That has nothing to do with it. But I did."
"I understood all that before."
"But you didn't understand that Mr. Annesley behaved perfectly well in all that occurred."
"Did he tell a lie about it afterward?"
"My brother no doubt lured him on to make an untrue statement."
"A lie!"
"You may call it so, if you will. If you think that Augustus was to have it all his own way, I disagree with you altogether. In point of fact, your nephew behaved through the whole of that matter as well as a man could do. Practically, he told no lie at all. He did just what a man ought to do, and anything that you have heard to the contrary is calumnious and false. As I am told that you have been led by my brother's statement to disinherit your nephew—"
"I have done nothing of the kind."
"I am very glad to hear it. He has not at any rate deserved it, and I have felt it to be my duty to come and tell you." Then Mountjoy retired, not without hospitality having been coldly offered by Mr. Prosper, and went back to Buntingford and to London. Now at last would come, he said to himself through the whole afternoon, now at last would come a repetition of those joys for which his very soul had sighed so eagerly.
Chapter 42 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Blanchard. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 42. Captain Vignolles entertains his friends. Mountjoy, when he reached Captain Vignolles' room, was received apparently with great indifference. "I didn't feel at all sure you would come, but there is a bit of supper if you'd like to stay. I saw Moody this morning, and he said he would look in if he was passing this way. Now sit down and tell me what you have been doing since you disappeared in that remarkable manner." This was not at all what Mountjoy had expected, but he could only sit down and say that he had done nothing in particular. Of all clubmen, Captain Vignolles would be the worst with whom to play alone during the entire evening, and Mountjoy remembered now that he had never been inside four walls with Vignolles except at a club. Vignolles regarded him simply as a piece of prey whom chance had thrown up on the shore, and Moody, who would no doubt show himself before long, was another bird of the same covey, though less rapacious. Mountjoy put his hand up to his breast pocket, and knew that the £50 was there, but he knew also that it would soon be gone. Even to him it seemed to be expedient to get up and at once to go. What delight would there be to him in playing piquet with such a face opposite to him as that of Captain Vignolles, or with such as one as that old Moody, who could be none of the brilliance of the room, no pleasant hum of the voices of companions, no sense of his own equality with others. There would be none to sympathize with him when he cursed his ill luck. There would be no chance of contending with an innocent who would be as reckless as was he himself. He looked round. The room was gloomy and uncomfortable. Captain Vignolles watched him, and was afraid that his prey was about to escape. "Won't you light a cigar?" Mountjoy took the cigar, and then felt that he could not go quite at once. "I suppose you went to Monaco?" "I was there for a short time." "Monaco isn't bad, though there is, of course, the pull which the tables have against you. But it's a grand thing to think that skill can be of no avail. I often think I ought to play nothing but Roa Noor." "You?" "Yes, I. I don't deny that I am the luckiest fellow going, but I never can remember cards. Of course I know my trade. Every fellow knows his trade, and I am up pretty nearly in all that the books tell you. That's a great deal. Not when you come to play with men who know what play is. Look at Grossengrannel. I'd sooner bet on him than any man in London. Grossengrannel never forgets a card. I'll bet £100 that he knows the best card in every suit throughout the entire day's play. That's his secret. He gives his mind to it, which I can't. Hang it, I'm always thinking of something quite different, of what I'm going to eat, or that sort of thing. Grossengrannel is always looking at the cards, and he wins the odd rubber out of every 11 by his attention. Shall we have a game of piquet?" Now on the moment, in spite of all that he had felt during the entire day, in the teeth of all his longings, in opposition to all his thirst, Mountjoy for a minute or two did think that he could rise and go. His father was about to put him on his legs again, if only he would abstain. But Vignolles had the card table open, with clean packs and chairs at the corners, before he could decide. What is it to be? 2s on the game, I suppose. But Mountjoy would not play piquet. He named Accepte, and asked that it might be only 10 shillings a game. It was many months now since he had played a game of Accepte. "Oh, hang it," said Vignolles, still holding the pack in his hands. When thus appealed to, Mountjoy relented, and agreed that £1 should be the stake on each game. When they had played 7 games, Vignolles had won but £1, and expressed an opinion that that kind of thing wouldn't suit them at all. Schoolgirls would do better, he said. Then Mountjoy pushed back his chair as though to go, when the door opened and Major Moody entered the room. Now we'll have a rubber at dummy," said Captain Vignolles. Major Moody was a grey-haired old man about 60, who played his cards with great attention, and never spoke a word, either then or at any other period of his life. He was the most taciturn of men, and was known not at all to any of his companions. It was rumoured of him that he had a wife at home, whom he kept in moderate comfort on his winnings. It seemed to be the sole desire of his heart to play with reckless, foolish young men, who up to a certain point did not care what they lost. He was popular as being always ready to oblige every one, and, as was frequently said of him, he was the very soul of honour. He certainly got no amusement from the play, working at it very hard, and very constantly. No one ever saw him anywhere but at the club. At 8 o'clock he went home to dinner, let us hope to the wife of his bosom, and at 11 he returned, and remained as long as there were men to play with. A tedious and unsatisfactory life he had, and it would have been well for him could his friends have procured on his behoof the comparative ease of a stool in a counting-house. But, as no such elysium was open to him, the Major went on accepting the smaller profits and the harder work of club life. In what regiment he had been a major no one knew, or cared to inquire. He had been received as Major Moody for 20 years or more, and 20 years is surely time enough to settle a man's claim to a majority without reference to the army list. "How are you, Major Moody?" asked Mountjoy. "Not much to boast of. I hope you're pretty well, Captain Scarborough." Beyond that there were no words of salutation, and no reference to Mountjoy's wonderful absence. "What's it to be, 2s and 10s?" said Captain Vignolles, arranging the cards and the chairs. "Not for me," said Mountjoy, who seemed to have been enveloped by a most unusual prudence. "What, are you afraid? You, who used to fear neither man nor devil?" "There is so much in not being accustomed to it," said Mountjoy. "I haven't played a game of whist since I don't know when." "2s and 10s is heavy against dummy," said Major Moody. "I'll take dummy if you like," said Vignolles. Moody only looked at him. "We'll each have our own dummy, of course," said Mountjoy. "Just as you please," said Vignolles. "I am host here, and of course will give way to anything you may propose." "What's it to be, Scarborough?" "Pounds and 5s. I shan't play higher than that." There came across Mountjoy's mind, as he stated the stakes for which he consented to play, a remembrance that in the old days he had always been called Captain Scarborough by this man who now left out the captain. Of course he had fallen since that, fallen very low. He ought to feel obliged to any man who had in the old days been a member of the same club with him, who would now greet him with the familiarity of his unadorned name. But the remembrance of the old sounds came back upon his ear, and the consciousness that, before his father's treatment of him, he had been known to the world at large as Captain Scarborough of Tretton. "Well, well, pounds and 5s, said Vignolles. "It's better than pottering away at écarté at £1 a game. Of course, a man could win something if the games were run all one way, but where they alternate so quickly it amounts to nothing. You've got the first dummy, Scarborough. Where will you sit? Which cards will you take? I do believe that at whist everything depends upon the cards, or else on the hinges. I've known 11 rubbers running to follow the hinges. People laugh at me because I believe in luck. I speak as I find it. That's all. You've turned up an honour already. When a man begins with an honour, he'll always go on with honours. That's my observation. I know you're pretty good at this game, Moody, so I'll leave it to you to arrange the play, and will follow up as well as I can. You lead up to the week, of course." This was not said till the card was out of his partner's hand. But when your adversary has got ace, king, queen in his own hand, there is no week. Well, we've saved that, and it's as much as we can expect. If I'd begun by leading a trump, it would have been all over with us. Won't you light a cigar, Moody? I never smoke at cards. That's all very well for the club, but you might relax a little here. Scarborough will take another cigar." But even Mountjoy was too prudent. He did not take the cigar, but he did win the rubber. "You're in for a good thing to-night. I feel as certain of it as though the money were in your pocket." Mountjoy, though he would not smoke, did drink. What would they have asked Vignolles? There was champagne and whisky and brandy. He was afraid there was no other wine. He opened a bottle of champagne, and Mountjoy took the tumbler that was filled for him. He always drank whisky and water himself, so he said, and filled for himself a glass in which he poured a very small allowance of alcohol. Major Moody asked for a barley water. As there was none, he contented himself with sipping Apollinaris. A close record of the events of that evening would make but a tedious tale for readers. Mountjoy, of course, lost his £50. Alas, he lost much more than his £50. The old spirit soon came upon him, and the remembrance of what his father was to do for him passed away from him, and all thoughts of his adversary, who and what they were. The Major pertinaciously refused to increase his stakes, and, worse again, refused to play for anything but ready money. It's a kind of thing I never do. You may think me very odd, but it's a kind of thing I never do. It was the longest speech he made through the entire evening. Vignolles reminded him that he did in fact play on credit at the club. The committee looked at that. He murmured and shook his head. Then Vignolles offered again to take the dummy, so that there should be no necessity for Moody and Scarborough to play against each other, and offering to give 1 point every other rubber as the price to be paid for the advantage. But Moody, whose success for the night was assured by the £30 which he had in his pocket, would come to no terms. "You mean to say you're going to break us up?" said Vignolles. "That'll be hard on Scarborough." "I'll go on for money," said the immovable Major. "I suppose you won't have it out with me at double dummy," said Vignolles to his victim. But double dummy is a terrible grind at this time of night, and he pushed all the cards up together, so as to show that the amusement for the night was over. He too saw the difficulty which Moody so pertinaciously avoided. He had been told wondrous things of the old squire's intentions towards his eldest son, but he had been told them only by the eldest son himself. No doubt he could go on winning, unless in the teeth of a most obstinate run of cards. He would be sure to win against Scarborough's apparent forgetfulness of all rules, and ignorance of the peculiarities of the game he was playing, but he would more probably obtain payment of the £230 now due to him, that, or nearly that, than of a larger sum. He already had in his possession the other £20, which poor Mountjoy had brought with him. So he let his victim go. Moody went first, and Vignolles then demanded the performance of a small ceremony. "Just put your name to that," said Vignolles. It was a written promise to pay to Captain Vignolles the exact sum of £227 on or before that day week. "You'll be punctual, won't you?" "Of course I'll be punctual," said Mountjoy, scowling. "Well, yes, no doubt. But there have been mistakes. I tell you you'll be paid. Why the devil did you win it off me if you doubt it? I saw you just roaming about, and I meant to be good-natured. You know as well as any man what chances you should run, and when to hold your hand. If you tell me about mistakes, I shall make it personal." "I didn't say anything, Scarborough, that ought to be taken up in that way." "Hang your Scarborough. When one gentleman talks about another mistake, he means something." Then he smashed down his hat upon his head and left the room. Vignolles emptied the bottle of champagne, in which one glass was left, and sat himself down with the document in his hand. "Just the same fellow," he said to himself, "overbearing, reckless, pig-headed, and a bully. He'd lose the Bank of England if he had it, but then he don't pay. He hasn't a scruple about that. If I lose, I have to pay. By Jove, yes. Never didn't pay a shilling I lost in my life. It's deuced hard, when a fellow is on the square like that, to make two ends meet when he comes across defaulters. Those fellows should be hung. They're the very scum of the earth. Talk of welchers, they're worse than any welchers. Welcher is a thing you needn't have to do with if you're careful. But when a fellow turns round upon you as a defaulter at cards, there is no getting rid of him. Where the play is all straightforward and honourable, a defaulter, when he shows himself, ought to be well near murdered. Such were Captain Vignolles' plaints to himself, as he sat there, looking at the suspicious document which Mountjoy had left in his hands. To him it was a fact that he had been cruelly used in having such a bit of paper thrust upon him instead of being paid by a cheque, which on the morning would be honoured. And as he thought of his own career, his ready money payment, his obedience to certain rules of the game, rules, I mean, against cheating, as he thought of his hands, which in his own estimations were beautifully clean, his diligence in his profession, which to him was honourable, his hard work, his late hours, his devotion to a task which was often tedious, his many periods of heart-rending loss, which, when they occurred, would drive him nearly mad, his small customary gains, his inability to put by anything for old age, of the narrow edge by which he himself was occasionally divided from defalcation. He spoke to himself of himself as an honest, hard-working, professional man, upon whom the world was peculiarly hard. But Major Moody went
Chapter 43 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 43. Mr. Prosper is visited by his lawyers. Mr. Prosper had not been in good spirits at the time at which Mountjoy Scarborough had visited him. He had received some time previously a letter from Mr. Grey, as described in a previous chapter, and had also known exactly what proposal had been made by Mr. Grey to Messrs. Soames and Simpson. An equal division of the lady's income, one half to go to the lady herself, and the other half to Mr. Prosper, with an annuity of £250 out of the estate for the lady, if Mr. Prosper should die first. These were the terms which had been offered to Miss Thoroughbung, with the object of inducing her to become the wife of Mr. Prosper. But to these terms Miss Thoroughbung had declined to accede, and had gone about the arrangement of her money matters in a most precise and businesslike manner. A third of her income she would give up, since Mr. Prosper desired it, but more than that she would owe it to herself and her friends to decline to abandon. The payment for the fish and the champagne must be omitted from any agreement on her part. As to the ponies and their harness, and the pony carriage, she would supply them. The ponies and the carriage would be indispensable to her happiness, but the maintenance of the ponies must be left to Mr. Prosper. As for the dower, she could not consent to accept less than 400 or 500, if no house was to be provided. She thought that 750 would be little enough, if there were no children, as in that case there was no heir for whom Mr. Prosper was especially anxious. But as there probably would be children, Miss Thoroughbung thought that this was a matter to which Mr. Prosper would not give much consideration. Throughout it all she maintained a beautiful equanimity, and made 2 or 3 efforts to induce Mr. Prosper to repeat his visit to Marmaduke Lodge. She herself wrote to him, saying that she thought it odd, considering their near alliance, he should not come and see her. Once she said that she had heard that he was ill, and offered to go to Buston Hall to visit him. All this was extremely distressing to a gentleman of Mr. Prosper's delicate feelings. As to the proposals in regard to money, the letters from Soames and Simpson to Grey and Barry, all of which came down to Buston Hall, seemed to be innumerable. With Soames and Simpson, Mr. Prosper declined to have any personal communication, but every letter from the Buntingford attorneys was accompanied by a farther letter from the London attorneys, till the correspondence became insupportable. Mr. Prosper was not strong enough to stick firmly to his guns, as planted for him by Messrs. Grey and Barry. He did give way in some matters, and hence arose renewed letters which nearly drove him mad. Messrs. Soames and Simpson's client was willing to accept £400 as the amount of the dower, without reference to the house, and to this Mr. Prosper yielded. He did not much care about any heir as yet unborn, and felt by no means so certain in regard to children as did the lady. But he fought hard about the ponies. He could not undertake that his wife should have ponies. That must be left to him as master of the house. He thought that a pair of carriage horses for her use would be sufficient. He had always kept a carriage and intended to do so. She might bring her ponies if she pleased, but if he thought well to part with them, he would sell them. He found himself getting deeper and deeper into the quagmire, till he began to doubt whether he should be able to extricate himself unmarried if he were anxious to do so. And all the while there came affectionate little notes from Miss Thoroughbung, asking after his health, and recommending him to what to take, till he entertained serious thoughts of going to Cairo for the winter. Then Mr. Barry came down to see him after Mountjoy had made his visit. It was now January, and the bargaining about the marriage had gone on for more than 2 months. The letter which he had received from the Squire of Tretton had moved him, but he had told himself that the property was his own, and that he had a right to enjoy it as he liked best. Whatever might have been Harry's faults in regard to that midnight affair, it had certainly been true that he had declined to hear the sermons. Mr. Prosper did not exactly mention the sermons to himself, but there was present to him a feeling that his heir had been wilfully disobedient, and the sermons, no doubt, had been the cause. When he had read the old squire's letter, he did not as yet wish to forgive his nephew. He was becoming very tired of his courtship, but in his estimation the wife would be better than the nephew. Though he had been much put out by the precocity of that embrace, there was nevertheless a sweetness about it which lingered on his lips. Then Mountjoy had come down, and he had answered Mountjoy very stoutly. "A lie!" he had exclaimed. "Did he tell a lie?" he had asked, as though all must be over with a young man who had once allowed himself to depart from the rigid truth. Mountjoy had made what excuse he could, but Mr. Prosper had been very stern. On the very day after Mountjoy's coming, Mr. Barry came. His visit had been arranged, and Mr. Prosper was, with great care, prepared to encounter him. He was wrapped in his best dressing-gown, and Matthew had shaved him with the greatest care. The girls over at the parsonage declared that their uncle had sent into Buntingford for a special pot of pomatum. The story was told to Joe Thoroughbung in order that it might be passed on to his aunt, and no doubt it did travel, as it was intended. But Miss Thoroughbung cared nothing for the pomatum with which the lawyer from London was to be received. It would be very hard to laugh her out of her lover while the title deeds to Buston held good. But Mr. Prosper had felt that it would be necessary to look his best, so that his marriage might be justified in the eyes of the lawyer. Mr. Barry was shown into the book-room at Buston, in which Mr. Prosper was seated, ready to receive him. The two gentlemen had never before met each other, and Mr. Prosper did no doubt assume something of the manner of an aristocratic owner of land. He would not have done so had Mr. Grey come in his partner's place, but there was a humility about Mr. Barry on an occasion such as the present, which justified a little pride on the part of the client. "I am sorry to give you the trouble to come down, Mr. Barry," he said. "I hope the servant has shown you your room." "I shall be back in London to-day, Mr. Prosper, thank you. I must see these lawyers here, and when I have received your final instructions I will return to Buntingford." Then Mr. Prosper pressed him much to stay. He had quite expected, he said, that Mr. Barry would have done him the pleasure of remaining at any rate one night at Buston, but Mr. Barry settled the question by saying that he had not brought a dress coat. Mr. Prosper did not care to sit down to dinner with guests who did not bring their dress coats. "And now," continued Mr. Barry, "what final instructions are we to give to Soames and Simpson?" "I don't think much of Messrs. Soames and Simpson." "I believe they have the name of being honest practitioners." "I dare say. I do not in the least doubt it. But they are people to whom I am not at all desirous of entrusting my own private affairs. Messrs. Soames and Simpson have not, I think, a large county business. I had no idea that Miss Thoroughbung would have put this affair into their hands." "Just so, Mr. Prosper. But I suppose it was necessary for her to employ somebody. There has been a good deal of correspondence." "Indeed there has, Mr. Barry." "It has not been our fault, Mr. Prosper. Now what we have got to decide is this. What are the final terms which you mean to propose? I think, sir, the time has come when some final terms should be suggested." "Just so. Final terms must be what you call the very last. That is, when they have once been offered, you must. "Just stick to them, Mr. Prosper." "Exactly, Mr. Barry. That is what I intend. There is nothing I dislike so much as this haggling about money, especially with a lady. Miss Thoroughbung is a lady for whom I have the highest possible esteem." "That's of course." "For whom, I repeat, I have the highest possible esteem. But she has friends who have their own ideas as to money. The brewery in Buntingford belongs to them, and they are very worthy people. I should explain to you, Mr. Barry, as you are my confidential adviser, that were I about to form a matrimonial alliance in the heyday of my youth, I should probably not have thought of connecting myself with the Thoroughbungs. As I have said before, they are most respectable people, but they do not exactly belong to that class in which I should, under those circumstances, have looked for a wife. I might probably have ventured to ask for the hand of the daughter of some county family. But years have slipped by me, and now, wishing in middle life to procure for myself the comfort of wedded happiness, I have looked about, and have found no one more likely to give it me than Miss Thoroughbung. Her temper is excellent, and her person pleasing." Mr. Prosper, as he said this, thought of the kiss which had been bestowed upon him. "Her wit is vivacious, and I think that upon the whole she will be desirable as a companion. She will not come to this house empty-handed. But of her pecuniary affairs you already know so much that I need perhaps tell you nothing farther. But though I am exceedingly desirous to make this lady my wife, and am, I may say, warmly attached to her, there are certain points which I cannot sacrifice. Now about the ponies." "I think I understand about the ponies. She may bring them on trial." "I'm not to be bound to keep any ponies at all. There are a pair of carriage horses which must suffice. On second thoughts, she had better not bring the ponies." This decision had at last come from some little doubt on his mind as to whether he was treating Harry justly. "And £400 is the sum fixed on for her jointure. She is to have her own money for her own life, said Mr. Prosper. That's a matter of course. Don't you think that, under these circumstances, 400 will be quite enough? Quite enough, if you ask me, but we must decide. 400 it shall be. And she is to have 2/3 of her own money for her own expenses during your life? Asked Mr. Barry. I don't see why she should want 600 a year for herself. I don't indeed. I am afraid it will only lead to extravagance. Barry assumed a look of despair. Of course, as I have said so, I will not go back from my word. She shall have 2/3. But about the ponies my mind is quite made up. There shall be no ponies at Buston. I hope you understand that, Mr. Barry?" Mr. Barry said that he did understand it well, and then, folding up his papers, prepared to go, congratulating himself that he would not have to pass a long evening at Buston Hall. But before he went, and when he had already put on his greatcoat in the hall, Mr. Prosper called him back to ask him one farther question, and for that purpose he shut the door carefully and uttered his words in a whisper. Did Mr. Barry know anything of the life and recent adventures of Mr. Henry Annesley? Mr. Barry knew nothing, but he thought that his partner, Mr. Grey, knew something. He had heard Mr. Grey mention the name of Mr. Henry Annesley. Then, as he stood there, enveloped in his great coat, with his horse standing in the cold, Mr. Prosper told him much of the story of Harry Annesley, and asked him to induce Mr. Grey to write and tell him what he thought of Harry's conduct. Chapter 44 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 44. Mr. Prosper's Troubles. As Mr. Prosper sunk into his arm-chair after the fatigue of the interview with his lawyer, he reflected that, when all was considered, Harry Annesley was an ungrateful pig. It was thus he called him, and that Miss Thoroughbung had many attractions. Miss Thoroughbung had probably done well to kiss him, though the enterprise had not been without its peculiar dangers. He often thought of it when alone, and, as distance lent enchantment to the view, he longed to have the experiment repeated. Perhaps she had been right, and it would be a good thing, certainly, to have dear little children of his own. Miss Thoroughbung felt very certain on the subject, and it would be foolish for him to doubt. Then he thought of the difference between a pretty, fair-haired little boy and that ungrateful pig, Harry Annesley. He told himself that he was very fond of children. The girls over at the parsonage would not have said so, but they probably did not know his character. When Harry had come back with his fellowship, his uncle had, for a few weeks, been very proud of him, had declared that he should never be called upon to earn his bread, and had allowed him £250 a year to begin with. But no return had been made to this favour. Harry had walked in and out of the hall as though it had already belonged to him, as many a father delights to see his eldest son doing. But the uncle in this instance had not taken any delight in seeing it. An uncle is different from a father. An uncle who has never had a child of his own. He wanted deference, what he would have called respect, while Harry was at first prepared to give him a familiar affection based on equality, on an equality in money matters and worldly interests, though I fear that Harry allowed to be seen his own intellectual superiority. Mr. Prosper, though an ignorant man, and by no means clever, was not such a fool as not to see all this. Then had come the persistent refusal to hear the sermons, and Mr. Prosper had sorrowfully declared to himself that his heir was not the young man that he should have been. He did not then think of marrying, nor did he stop the allowance, but he did feel that his heir was not what he should have been. But then the terrible disgrace of that night in London had occurred, and his eyes had been altogether opened by that excellent young man, Mr. Augustus Scarborough. Then he began to look about him. Then dim ideas of the charms and immediate wealth of Miss Thoroughbung flitted before his eyes, and he told himself again and again of the prospects and undoubted good birth of Miss Puffle. Miss Puffle had disgraced herself, and therefore he had thrown Buston Hall at the feet of Miss Thoroughbung. But now he had heard stories about that excellent young man, Augustus Scarborough, which had shaken his faith. He had been able to exclaim indignantly that Harry Annesley had told a lie. A lie! He had been surprised to find that a young man who had lived so much in the fashionable world as Captain Scarborough had cared nothing for this. And as Miss Thoroughbung became more and more exacting in regard to money, he thought himself less and less of the lie. It might be well that Harry should ultimately have the property, though he should never again be taken into favor, and there should be no farther question of the allowance. As Miss Thoroughbung reiterated her demands for the ponies, he began to feel that the acres of Buston would not be disgraced for ever by the telling of that lie. But the sermons remained, and he would never willingly again see his nephew. As he turned all this in his mind, the idea of spending what was left of the winter at Cairo returned to him. He would go to Cairo for the winter, and to the Italian lakes for the spring, and to Switzerland for the summer. Then he might return to Cairo. At the present moment, Buston Hall and the neighborhood of Buntingford had few charms for him. He was afraid that Miss Thoroughbung would not give way about the ponies, and against the ponies he was resolved. He was sitting in this state with a map before him, and with the squire's letter upon the map, when Matthew the butler opened the door and announced a visitor. As soon as Mr. Barry had gone, he had supported nature by a mutton chop and a glass of sherry, and the debris were now lying on the side table. His first idea was to bid Matthew at once to remove the glass and the bone, and the unfinished potato and the crust of bread. To be taken with such remnants by any visitor would be bad, but by this visitor would be dreadful. Lunch should be eaten in the dining room, where chop bones and dirty glasses would be in their place, but here in his book room they would be disgraceful. But then, as Matthew was hurriedly collecting the 2 plates in the salt cellar, his master began to doubt whether this visitor should be received at all. It was no other than Miss Thoroughbung. Mr. Prosper, in order to excuse his slackness in calling on the lady, had let it be known that he was not quite well, and Miss Thoroughbung had responded to this move by offering her services as nurse to her lover. He had then written to herself that though he had been a little unwell, suffering from a cold in the chest, to which at this inclement season of the year it was peculiarly liable, he was not in need of anything beyond a little personal attention, and would not trouble her for those services, for the offer of which he was bound to be peculiarly grateful. Thus he had thought to keep Miss Thoroughbung at a distance. But here she was, with those hated ponies at his very door. "Matthew," he said, making a confidant in the distress of the moment of his butler, "I don't think I can see her." "You must, sir. Indeed you must." "Must?" "Well, yes, I'm afraid so, considering all things, the matrimonial prospects, and the rest of it. I think you must, sir." "She hasn't a right to come here, you know, as yet." It will be understood that Mr. Prosper was considerably discomposed when he spoke with such familiar confidence to his servant. "She needn't come in here, at any rate." "In the drawing room, if I might be allowed to suggest, sir." "Show Miss Thoroughbung into the drawing room," said he, with all his dignity. Then Matthew retired, and the Squire of Buston felt that 5 minutes might be allowed to collect himself, and the mutton chop bone need not be removed. When the 5 minutes were over, with slow steps he walked across the intervening billiard room, and slowly opened the drawing room door. Would she rush into his arms and kiss him again as he entered? He sincerely hoped that there would be no such attempt, but if there were, he was sternly resolved to repudiate it. There should be nothing of the kind till she had clearly declared, and had put it under writing by herself and her lawyers, that she would consent to come to Buston without the ponies. But there was no such attempt. "How do you do, Mr. Prosper?" she said, in a loud voice, standing up in the middle of the room. "Why don't you ever come and see me? I take it very ill of you, and so does Miss Tickle. There is no one more partial to you than Miss Tickle. We were talking of you only last night over a despatched crab that we had for supper." Did they have despatched crabs for supper every night? Thought Mr. Prosper to himself. It was certainly a strong reason against his marriage. "I told her that you had a cold in your head." "In my chest," said Mr. Prosper, meekly. "Bother colds," said Miss Tickle. "When people are keeping company together, they ought to see each other. Those were Miss Tickle's very words." That it should be said of him, Mr. Prosper of Buston, that he was keeping company with any woman! He almost resolved on the spur of the moment that under no circumstances could he now marry Miss Thoroughbung. But unfortunately his offer had been made, and the terms of the settlement, as suggested by himself, placed in the hands of his lawyer. If Miss Thoroughbung chose to hold him to his offer, he must marry her. It was not that he feared an action for breach of promise, but that, as a gentleman, it would behoove him to be true to his word. He need not, however, marry Miss Tickle. He had offered no terms in respect to Miss Tickle. With great presence of mind he resolved at once that Miss Tickle should never find a permanent resting place for her foot at Buston Hall. "I am extremely indebted to Miss Tickle," said he. "Why haven't you come over just to have a little chat in a friendly way? It's all because of those stupid lawyers, I suppose. What need you and I care for the lawyers? They can do their work without troubling us, except that they will be sure to send in their bills fast enough." "I have had Mr. Barry, from the firm of Messrs. Grey and Barry of Lincoln's Inn, with me this morning." "I know you have. I saw the little man at Soames & Simpson's, and drove out here immediately, after 5 minutes' conversation. Now, Mr. Prosper, you must let me have those ponies." That was the very thing which he was determined not to do. The ponies grew in imagination, and became enormous horses, capable of consuming any amount of oats. Mr. Prosper was not of a stingy nature, but he had already perceived that his escape, if it were effected, must be made good by means of those ponies. A steady old pair of carriage horses had been kept by him and by his father before him, and he was not going to be driven out of the old family ways by a brewer's daughter. And he had but that morning instructed his lawyer to stand out against the ponies. He felt that this was the moment for firmness. Now, this instant, he must be staunch, or he would be saddled with this woman, and with Miss Tickle, for the whole of his life. She had left him no time for his consideration, but had come upon him as soon almost as the words spoken to the lawyer had been out of his mouth. But he would be firm. Miss Thoroughbung opened out instantly about the ponies, and he at once resolved that he would be firm. But was it not very indelicate on her part to come to him and to press him in this manner? He began to hope that she also would be firm about the ponies, and that in this way the separation might be effected. At the present moment he stood dumb. Silence would not in this case be considered as giving consent. "Now, like a good man, do say that I shall have the ponies," she continued. "I can keep 'em out of my own money, you know, if that's all." He perceived at once that the offer amounted to a certain yielding on her part, but he was no longer anxious that she should give way. "Do 'ee now say yes, like a dear old boy?" She came closer to him and took hold of his arm as though she were going to perform that other ceremony. But he was fully aware of the danger. If there should be kissing between them, it would be impossible for him to go back afterward in such a manner, but that the blame of the kiss should rest with him. When he should desire to be off, he could not plead that the kissing had been all her doing. A man in Mr. Prosper's position has difficulties among which he must be very wary. And then the ridicule of the world is so strong a weapon, and is always used on the side of the woman. He gave a little start, but he did not at once shake her off. "What's the objection to the ponies, dear?" "2 pair of horses? It is more than we ought to keep." He should not have said "we." He felt, when it was too late, that he should not have said "we." "They aren't horses." "It's the same as far as the stables are concerned." "But there's room enough, Lord bless you. I've been in to look. I can assure you that Dr. Stubbs says they are required for my health. You ask him else. It's just what I'm up to, is driving. I've only taken to them lately, and I cannot bring myself to give 'em up. Do we, love? You're not going to throw over your own Matilda for a couple of little beasts like that?" Every word that came out of her mouth was an offence, but he could not tell her so, nor could he reject her on that score. He should have thought beforehand what kind of words might probably come out of her mouth. Was her name Matilda? Of course he knew the fact. Had any one asked him, he could have said, with 2 minutes' consideration, that her name was Matilda. But it had never become familiar to his ears, and now she spoke of it as though he had called her Matilda since their earliest youth. And to be called love! It might be very nice when he had first called her love a dozen times, but now it sounded extravagant and almost indelicate, and he was about to throw her over for a couple of little beasts. He felt that that was his intention, and he blushed because it was so. He was a true gentleman who would not willingly depart from his word. If he must go on with the ponies, he must, but he had never yet yielded about the ponies. He felt now that they were his only hope. But as the difficulties of his position pressed upon him, the sweat stood out upon his brow. She saw it all, and understood it all, and deliberately determined to take advantage of his weakness. I don't think that there is anything else astray between us. We've settled about the jointure, 400 a year. It's too little, Soames and Simpson say, but I'm soft and in love, you know." Here she leered at him, and he began to hate her. "You oughtn't to want a third of my income, you know. But you're to be lord and master, and you must have your own way. All that's settled." "There is Miss Tickle," he said, in a voice that was almost cadaverous. "Miss Tickle is of course to come. You said that from the very first moment when you made the offer." "Never." "Oh, Peter, how can you say so?" He shrunk visibly from the sound of his own Christian name, but she determined to persevere. The time must come when she should call him Peter, and why not commence the practice now at once? Lovers always do call each other Peter and Matilda. She wasn't going to stand any nonsense, and if he intended to marry her and use a large proportion of her fortune, Peter he should be to her. "You did, Peter. You know you told me how much attached you were to her." "I didn't say anything about her coming with you." "Oh, Peter, how can you be so cruel? Do you mean to say that you will deprive me of the friend of my youth?" "At any rate, there shall never be a pony come into my yard." He knew when he made this assertion that he was abandoning his objection to Miss Tickle. She had called him cruel, and his conscience told him that if he received Miss Thoroughbung and refused admission to Miss Tickle, he would be cruel. Miss Tickle, for aught that he knew, might have been a friend of her youth. At any rate, they had been constant companions for many years. Therefore, as he had another solid ground on which to stand, he could afford to yield as to Miss Tickle. But as he did so, he remembered that Miss Tickle had accused him of keeping company, and he declared to himself that it would be impossible to live in the same house with her. "But Miss Tickle may come," said Miss Thoroughbung. Was the solid ground, the rock, as he believed it to be, of the ponies, about to sink beneath his feet? "Say that Miss Tickle may come. I should be nothing without Miss Tickle. You cannot be so hard-hearted as that." "I don't see what is the good of talking about Miss Tickle till we have come to some settlement about the ponies. You say that you must have the ponies. To tell you the truth, Miss Thoroughbung, I don't like any such word as must, and a good many things have occurred to me." "What kind of things, dearie?" "I think you are inclined to be gay." "Me? Gay?" "While I am sober, and perhaps a little grave in my manners of life. I am thinking only of domestic happiness, while your mind is intent upon social circles. I fear that you would look for your bliss abroad." "In France or Germany?" "When I say abroad, I mean out of your own house. There is perhaps some discrepancy of taste, of which I ought earlier to have taken cognizance." "Nothing of the kind," said Miss Thoroughbung. "I am quite content to live at home, and do not want to go abroad, either to France nor yet to any other English county. I should never ask for anything, unless it be for a single month in London." Here was a ground upon which he might perhaps make his stand. "Quite impossible," said Mr. Prosper. "Or for a fortnight," said Miss Thoroughbung. "I never go up to London except on business." "But I might go alone, you know, with Miss Tickle. I shouldn't want to drag you away. I have always been in the habit of having a few weeks in London about the exhibition time." "I shouldn't wish to be left by my wife." "Of course we could manage all that. We're not to settle every little thing beforehand, and put it into the deeds. A precious sum we should have to pay the lawyers." "It's as well we should understand each other." "I think it pretty nearly is all settled that has to go into the deeds. I thought I'd just run over after seeing Mr. Barry and give the final touch. If you'll give way, dear, about Miss Tickle and the ponies, I'll yield in everything else. Nothing surely can be fairer than that." He knew that he was playing the hypocrite, and he knew also that it did not become him as a gentleman to be false to a woman. He was aware that from minute to minute, and almost from word to word, he was becoming ever more and more averse to this match which he had proposed to himself, and he knew that in honesty he ought to tell her that it was so. It was not honest in him to endeavor to get rid of her by a side blow, as it were, and yet this was the attempt which he had hitherto been making. But how was he to tell her the truth? Even Mr. Barry had not understood the state of his mind. Indeed, his mind had altered since he had seen Mr. Barry. He had heard within the last half hour many words spoken by Miss Thoroughbung, which proved that she was altogether unfit to be his wife. It was a dreadful misfortune that he should have rushed into such a peril. But was he not bound as a gentleman to tell her the truth? "Say that I shall have Jemima Tickle." The added horrors of the Christian name operated upon him with additional force. Was he to be doomed to have the word Jemima hallooed about his rooms and staircases for the rest of his life? And she had given up the ponies and was taking her stand upon Miss Tickle, as to whom at last he would be bound to give way. He could see now that he should have demanded her whole income, and have allowed her little or no jointure. That would have been grasping, monstrous, altogether impracticable, but it would not have been ungentlemanlike. This chaffering about little things was altogether at variance with his tastes, and it would be futile. He must summon courage to tell her that he no longer wished for the match. But he could not do it on this morning. Then, for that morning, some benign god preserved him. Matthew came into the room and whispered into his ear that a gentleman wished to see him. What gentleman? Matthew again whispered that it was his brother-in-law. "Show him in," said Mr. Prosper, with a sudden courage. He had not seen Mr. Annesley since the day of his actual quarrel with Harry. "I shall have the ponies?" said Miss Thoroughbung during the moment that was allowed to her. "We are interrupted now. I am afraid that the rest of this interview must be postponed." It should never be renewed, though he might have to leave the country forever. Of that he gave himself assurance. Then the parson was shown into the room. The constrained introduction was very painful to Mr. Prosper, but was not at all disagreeable to the lady. "Mr. Annesley knows me very well. We are quite old friends. Joe is going to marry his eldest girl. I hope Molly is quite well?" The rector said that Molly was quite well. When he had come away from home just now, he had left Joe at the parsonage. "You'll find him there a deal oftener than at the brewery," said Miss Thoroughbung. "You know what we're going to do, Mr. Annesley. There are no fools like old fools." A thunder black cloud came across Mr. Prosper's face. That this woman should dare to call him an old fool! "We were discussing a few of our future arrangements. We've arranged everything about money in the most amicable manner, and now there is merely a question of a pair of ponies." "We need not trouble Mr. Annesley about that, I think." "And Miss Tickle. I'm sure the rector will agree with me that old friends like me and Miss Tickle ought not to be separated. And it isn't as though there was any dislike between them, because he has already said that he finds Miss Tickle charming." "Damn Miss Tickle!" he said, whereupon the rector looked astonished, and Miss Thoroughbung jumped a foot from off the ground. "I beg the lady's pardon," said Mr. Prosper, piteously. "And yours, Miss Thoroughbung. And yours, Mr. Annesley." It was as though a new revelation of character had been given. No one except Matthew had ever heard the Squire of Buston swear, and with Matthew the cursings had been by no means frequent, and had been addressed generally to some article of his clothing, or to some morsel of food prepared with less than the usual care. But now the oath had been directed against a female, and the chosen friend of his betrothed, and it had been uttered in the presence of a clergyman, his brother-in-law, and the rector of his parish. Mr. Prosper felt that he was disgraced forever. Could he have overheard them laughing over his ebullition in the drawing-room half an hour afterward, and almost praising his violence, some part of the pain might have been removed. As it was, he felt at the time that he was disgraced forever. "We will return to the subject when next we meet," said Miss Thoroughbung. "I am very sorry that I should so far have forgotten myself," said Mr. Prosper, "but—" "It does not signify, not as far as I am concerned," and she made a little motion to the clergyman, half bow and half courtesy. Mr. Annesley bowed in return, as though declaring that neither did it signify very much as far as he was concerned. Then she left the room, and Matthew handed her into the carriage, when she took the ponies in hand with quite as much composure as though her friend had not been sworn at. "Upon my word, sir," said Prosper, as soon as the door was shut, "I beg your pardon. But I was so moved by certain things which have occurred that I was carried much beyond my usual habits." "Don't mention it." "It is peculiarly distressing to me that I should have been induced to forget myself in the presence of a clergyman of the parish and my brother-in-law. But I must beg you to forget it." "Oh, certainly. I will tell you now why I have come over." "I can assure you that such is not my habit," continued Mr. Prosper, who was thinking much more of the unaccustomed oath which he had sworn than of his brother-in-law's visit, strange as it was. "No one, as a rule, is more guarded in his expressions than I am. How it should have come to pass that I was so stirred, I can hardly tell. But Miss Thoroughbung had said certain words which had moved me very much." She had called him Peter and dearie, and had spoken of him as keeping company with her. All these disgusting terms of endearment he could not repeat to his brother-in-law, but felt it necessary to allude to them. "I trust that you may be happy with her when she is your wife." "I can't say. I really don't know. It's a very important step to take at my age, and I'm not quite sure that I should be doing wisely." "It's not too late," said Mr. Annesley. "I don't know. I can't quite say." Then Mr. Prosper drew himself up, remembering that it would not become him to discuss the matter of his marriage with the father of his heir. "I have come over here," said Mr. Annesley, "to say a few words about Harry." Mr. Prosper again drew himself up. "Of course you're aware that Harry is at present living with us." Here Mr. Prosper bowed. "Of course, in his altered circumstances, it will not do that he shall be idle. And yet he does not like to take a final step without letting you know what it is." Here Mr. Prosper bowed twice. "There is a gentleman of fortune going out to the United States on a mission which will probably occupy him for 3 or 4 years. I am not exactly warranted in mentioning his name, but he has taken in hand a political project of much importance." Again Mr. Prosper bowed. "Now, he has offered Harry the place of private secretary on condition that Harry will undertake to stay the entire term. He is to have a salary of $300 a year, and his traveling expenses will of course be paid for him. If he goes, poor boy, he will in all probability remain in his new home and become a citizen of the United States. Under these circumstances, I have thought it best to step up and tell you in a friendly manner what his plans are." Then he had told his tale, and Mr. Prosper again bowed. The rector had been very crafty. There was no doubt about the wealthy gentleman with the American project, and the salary had been offered, but in other respects there had been some exaggeration. It was well known to the rector that Mr. Prosper regarded America and all her institutions with a religious hatred. An American was to him an ignorant, impudent, foul-mouthed, fraudulent creature, to have any acquaintance with whom was a disgrace. Could he have had his way, he would have reconstituted the United States as British colonies at a moment's notice. Were he to die without having begotten another heir, Buston must become the property of Harry Annesley, and it would be dreadful to him to think that Buston should be owned by an American citizen. "The salary offered is too good to be abandoned," said Mr. Annesley, when he saw the effect which his story had produced. "Everything is going against me," exclaimed Mr. Prosper. "Well, I will not talk about that. I did not come here to discuss Harry or his sins, nor, for the matter of that, his virtues. But I felt that it would be improper to let him go upon his journey without communicating with you." So saying, he took his departure and walked back to the rectory. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 45. A Determined Young Lady. When this offer had been made to Harry Annesley, he found it to be absolutely necessary that he should write a farther letter to Florence. He was quite aware that he had been forbidden to write. He had written one letter since that order had been given to him, and no reply had come to him. He had not expected a reply, but still her silence had been grievous to him. It might be that she was angry with him, really angry. But let that be as it might, he could not go to America and be absent for so long a period without telling her. She and her mother were still in Brussels when January came. Mrs. Mountjoy had gone there, as he had understood, for a month, and was still at the embassy when 3 months had passed. "I think I shall stay here the winter," Mrs. Mountjoy had said to Sir Magnus, "but we will take lodgings. I see that very nice sets of apartments are to be let." But Sir Magnus would not hear of this. He said, and said truly, that the ministerial house was large, and at last he declared the honest truth. His sister-in-law had been very kind to him about money, and had said not a word on that troubled subject since her arrival. Mrs. Mountjoy, with that delicacy which still belongs to some English ladies, would have suffered extreme poverty rather than have spoken on such a matter. In truth, she suffered nothing, and hardly thought about it. But Sir Magnus was grateful, and told her that if she went to look for lodgings, he should go to the lodgings and say that they were not wanted. Therefore Mrs. Mountjoy remained where she was, entertaining a feeling of increased good-will towards Sir Magnus. Life went on rather sadly with Florence. Anderson was as good as his word. He pleaded his own cause no farther, telling both Sir Magnus and Lady Mountjoy of the pledge he had made. He did, in fact, tell 2 or 3 other persons, regarding himself as a martyr to chivalry. All this time he went about his business looking very wretched, but though he did not speak for himself, he could not hinder others from speaking for him. Sir Magnus took occasion to say a word on the subject once daily to his niece. Her mother was constant in her attacks, but Lady Mountjoy was the severest of the three, and was accounted by Florence as her bitterest enemy. The words which passed between them were not the most affectionate in the world. Lady Mountjoy would call her Miss, to which Florence would reply by addressing her aunt as my lady. "Why do you call me my lady? It isn't usual in common conversation." "Why do you call me Miss? If you cease to call me Miss, I'll cease to call you my lady." But no reverence was paid by the girl to the wife of the British minister. It was this that Lady Mountjoy specially felt, as she complained to her companion, Miss Abbott. Then another cause for trouble sprang up during the winter, of which mention must be made farther on. The result was that Florence was instant with her mother to take her back to England. We will return, however, to Harry Annesley, and give the letter verbatim which he wrote to Florence. "Dear Florence, I wonder whether you ever think of me, or ever remember that I exist. I know you do. I cannot have been forgotten like that. And you yourself are the truest girl that ever owned to loving a man. But there comes a chill across my heart when I think how long it is since I wrote to you, and that I have not had a line even to acknowledge my letter. You bade me not to write, and you have not even forgiven me for disobeying your order. I cannot but get stupid ideas into my mind, which one word from you would dissipate. Now, however, I must write again, order or no order. Between a man and a woman circumstanced as you and I, things will arise which make it incumbent on one or the other to write. It is absolutely necessary that you should now know what are my intentions, and understand the reasons which have actuated me. I have found myself left in a most unfortunate condition by my uncle's folly. He is going on with a stupid marriage for the purpose of disinheriting me, and has in the meantime stopped the allowance which he had made me since I left college. Of course I have no absolute claim on him, but I cannot understand how he can reconcile himself to do so, when he himself prevented my going to the bar, saying that it would be unnecessary. But so it is. I am driven to look about for myself. It is very hard at my time of life to find an opening in any profession. I think I told you before that I had ideas of going to Cambridge and endeavoring to get pupils, trusting to my fellowship rather than to my acquirements. But this I have always looked upon with great dislike, and would only have taken to it if nothing else was to be had. Now there has come forward an old college acquaintance, a man who is 3 or 4 years my senior, who has offered to take me to America as his private secretary. He proposes to remain there for 3 years. I, of course, shall not bind myself to stay as long, but I may not improbably do so. He is to pay my expenses and to give me a salary of $300 a year. This will perhaps lead to nothing else, but will for the present be better than nothing. I am to start in just a month from the present time. Now you know it all, except that the man's name is Sir William Crook. He is a decent sort of a fellow, and has got a wife who is to go with him. He is the hardest working man I know, but between you and me will never set the Thames on fire. If the Thames is to be illumined at all, I rather think that I shall be expected to do it. Now, my own one, what am I to say about you and of myself as your husband that is to be? Will you wait, at any rate for 3 years, with the conviction that the 3 years will too probably end in your having to wait again? I do feel that in my altered position I ought to give you back your troth, and tell you that things shall be as they used to be before that happy night at Mrs. Armitage's party. I do not know but that it is clearly my duty. I almost think that it is. But I am sure of this, that it is the one thing in the world that I cannot do. I don't think that a man ought to be asked to tear himself altogether in pieces because someone has ill-treated him. At any rate, I cannot. If you say that it must be so, you shall say it. I don't suppose it will kill me, but it will go a long way. In writing so far, I have not said a word of love, because, as far as I understand you, that is a subject on which you expect me to be silent. When you order me not to write, I suppose you intend that I am to write no love letters. This, therefore, you will take simply as a matter of business, and as such I suppose you will acknowledge it. In this way I shall at any rate see your handwriting. Yours affectionately, Harry Annesley. Harry, when he had written this letter, considered that it had been cold, calm, and philosophical. He could not go to America for 3 years without telling her of his purpose, nor could he mention that purpose, as he thought, in any language less glowing. But Florence, when she received it, did not regard it in the same light. To her thinking, the letter was full of love, and of love expressed in the warmest possible language. "Sir William Crook," she said to herself, "what can he want of Harry in America for 3 years? I am sure he is a stupid man. Will I wait? Of course I will wait. What are 3 years? And why should I not wait? But, for the matter of that—" Then thoughts came into her mind which even to herself she could not express in words. Sir William Crook had got a wife, and why should not Harry take a wife also? She did not see why a private secretary should not be a married man. And as for money, there would be plenty for such a style of life as they would live. She could not exactly propose this, but she thought that if she were to see Harry just for one short interview before he started, he might probably then propose it himself. "Things be as they used to be," she exclaimed to herself. "Never! Things cannot be as they used to be. I know what is his duty. It is his duty not to think of anything of the kind. Remember that he exists," she said, turning back to the earlier words of the letter. "That, of course, is his joke. I wonder whether he knows that every moment of my life is devoted to him. Of course I bade him not to write, but I can tell him now that I have never gone to bed without his letter beneath my pillow." This, and much more of the same kind, was uttered in soliloquies, but need not be repeated at length to the reader. But she had to think what steps she must first take. She must tell her mother of Harry's intention. She had never for an instant allowed her mother to think that her affection had dwindled or her purpose had failed her. She was engaged to marry Harry Annesley, and marry him some day she would. That her mother should be sure of that was the immediate purpose of her life, and in carrying out that purpose she must acquaint her mother with the news which this letter had brought to her. "Mamma, I have got something to tell you." "Well, my dear?" "Harry Annesley is going to America." There was something pleasing to Mrs. Mountjoy in the sound of these words. If Harry Annesley went to America, he might be drowned, or it might more probably be that he would never come back. America was, to her imagination, a long way off. Lovers did not go to America except with the intention of deserting their lady loves. Such were her ideas. She felt at the moment that Florence would be more easily approached in reference either to her cousin Mountjoy or to Mr. Anderson. Another lover had sprung up too, in Brussels, of whom a word shall be said by and by. If her Harry, the pernicious Harry, should have taken himself to America, the chances of all these 3 gentlemen would be improved. Any one of them would now be accepted by Mrs. Mountjoy as a bar fatal to Harry Annesley. Mountjoy was again the favorite with her. She had heard that he had returned to Tretton, and was living amicably with his father. She knew even of the income allotted to him for the present, of the £600 a year, and had told Florence that as a preliminary income it was more than double that £250 which had been taken away from Harry, taken away never to be restored. There was not much in this argument, but still she thought well to use it. The captain was living with his father, and she did not believe a word about the entail having been done away with. It was certain that Harry's uncle had quarrelled with him, and she did understand that a baby at Buston would altogether rob Harry of his chance. And then look at the difference in properties. It was thus that she argued the matter. But in truth her word had been pledged to Mountjoy Scarborough, and Mountjoy Scarborough had ever been a favourite with her. Though she could talk about the money, it was not the money that touched her feelings. Well, he may go to America. It is a dreadful destiny for a young man, but in his case it may be the best thing that he can do. Of course he intends to come back again. That is as it may be. I do not understand what you mean by a dreadful destiny, mamma. I don't see that it is a destiny at all. He is getting a very good offer for a year or two, and thinks it best to take it. I might go with him, for that matter. A thunderbolt had fallen at Mrs. Mountjoy's feet. Florence go with him to America? Among all the trials which had come upon her with reference to this young man, there had been nothing so bad as this proposal. Go with him! The young man was to start in a month. Then she began to think whether it would be within her power to stop her daughter. What would all the world be to her with one daughter, and she in America, married to Harry Annesley? Her quarrel with Florence was not at all as was the quarrel of Lady Mountjoy. Lady Mountjoy would be glad to get rid of the girl, whom she thought to be impertinent and believed to be false. But to her mother, Florence was the very apple of her eye. It was because she thought that Mountjoy Scarborough was a grand fellow, and because she thought all manner of evil of Harry Annesley, that she wished Florence to marry her cousin, and to separate herself forever from the other. When she had heard that Harry was to go to America, she had rejoiced, as though he was to be transported to Botany Bay. Her ideas were old-fashioned, but when it was hinted that Florence was to go with him, she nearly fell to the ground. Florence certainly had behaved badly in making the suggestion. She had not intended to make it, had not, in truth, thought of it. But when her mother talked of Harry's destiny, as though some terrible evil had come upon him, as though she were speaking of a poor wretch condemned to be hanged, when all chances of a reprieve were over, then her spirit rose within her. She had not meant to say that she was going. Harry had never asked her to go. If you talk of his destiny, I am quite prepared to share it with him. That was her meaning. But her mother already saw her only child in the hands of those American savages. She threw herself onto a sofa, buried her face in her hands, and burst into tears. I don't say that I am going, mamma. My darling, my dearest, my child. Only that there is no reason why I shouldn't, except that it would not suit him. At least, I suppose it would not. Has he said so? He has said nothing about it. Thank heaven for that. He does not intend to rob me of my child. But, mamma, I am to be his wife. No, no, no. It is that I want to make you understand. You know nothing of his character, nothing. I do know that he told a base falsehood. Nothing of the kind. I will not admit it. It is of no use going into that again, but there was nothing base about it. He has got an appointment in the United States, and is going out to do the work. He has not asked me to go with him. The two things would probably not be compatible. Here Mrs. Mountjoy rose from the sofa and embraced her child, as though liberated from her deepest grief. But, mamma, you must remember this, that I have given him my word, and will never be induced to abandon it." Here her mother threw up her hands and again began to weep. "Either to-day, or to-morrow, or 10 years hence, if he will wait as long, I will, we shall be married. As far as I can see, we need not wait 10 years, or perhaps more than 1 or 2. My money will suffice for us." "He proposes to live upon you?" "He proposes nothing of the kind. He is going to America because he will not propose it, nor am I proposing it, just at present." "At any rate, I am glad of that." "And now, mamma, you must take me back home as soon as possible." "When he has started." "No, mamma, I must be there before he starts. I cannot let him go without seeing him. If I am to remain here he must come." "Your uncle would never receive him." "I should receive him." This was dreadful, this flying into actual disobedience. Whatever did she mean? Where was she to receive him? "How could you receive a young man in opposition to the wishes, and indeed to the commands, of all your friends?" "I am not going to be at all shamefaced about it, mamma. I am the woman he has selected to be his wife, and he is the man I have selected to be my husband. If he were coming, I should go to my uncle and ask to have him received." "Think of your aunt." "Yes, I do think of her. My aunt would make herself very disagreeable. Upon the whole, mamma, I think it would be best that you should take me back to England. There is this Monsieur Grascour here, who is a great trouble, and you may be sure of this, that I intend to see Harry Annesley before he starts for America." So the interview was ended, but Mrs. Mountjoy was left greatly in doubt as to what she might best do. She felt sure that were Annesley to come to Brussels, Florence would see him in spite of all that her uncle and aunt and Mr. Anderson and Monsieur Grascour could do to prevent it. That reprobate young man would force his way into the embassy, or Florence would force her way out. In either case there would be a terrible scene. But if she were to take Florence back to Cheltenham, interviews to any extent would be arranged for her at the house of Mrs. Armitage. As she thought of all this, the idea came across her that when a young girl is determined to be married, nothing can prevent it. Florence in the meantime wrote an immediate answer to her lover, as follows: "Dear Harry, of course you were entitled to write when there was something to be said which it was necessary that I should know. When you have simply to say that you love me, I know that well enough without any farther telling. Go to America for 3 years. It is very, very serious, but of course you must know best, and I shall not attempt to interfere. What are 3 years to you and me? If we were rich people, of course we should not wait, but as we are poor, of course we must act as do other people who are poor. I have about 400 a year, and it is for you to say how far that may be sufficient. If you think so, you will not find that I shall want more. But there is one thing necessary before you start. I must see you. There is no reason on earth for our remaining here, except that mamma has not made up her mind. If she will consent to go back before you start, it will be best so. Otherwise you must take the trouble to come here, where, I am afraid, you will not be received as a welcome guest. I have told mamma that if I cannot see you here in a manner that is becoming, I shall go out and meet you in the streets in a manner that is unbecoming. Your affectionate wife that is to be, Florence Mountjoy." This letter she took to her mother and read aloud to her in her own room. Mrs. Mountjoy could only implore that it might not be sent, but prevailed not at all. "There is not a word in it about love," said Florence. "It is simply a matter of business, and as such I must send it. I do not suppose my uncle will go to the length of attempting to lock me up. He would, I think, find it difficult to do so." There was a look in Florence's face as she said this which altogether silenced her mother. She did not think that Sir Magnus would consent to lock Florence up, and she did think that were he to attempt to do Chapter 46 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 46. Monsieur Grascour. Monsieur Grascour was a Belgian, about 40 years old, who looked as though he were no more than 30, except that his hair was in patches beginning to be a little gray. He was in the government service of his country, well educated, and thoroughly a gentleman. As is the case with many Belgians, he would have been taken to be an Englishman were his country not known. He had dressed himself in English mirrors, living mostly with the English. He spoke English so well that he would only be known to be a foreigner by the correctness of his language. He was a man of singularly good temper, and there was running through all that he did somewhat of a chivalric spirit, which came from study rather than nature. He had looked into things, and seen whether they were good, or at any rate popular, and endeavored to grasp and to make his own whatever he found to be so. He was hitherto unmarried, and was regarded generally by his friends as a non-marrying man. But Florence Mountjoy was powerful over him, and he set to work to make her his wife. He was intimate at the house of Sir Magnus, and saw, no doubt, that Anderson was doing the same thing, but he saw also that Anderson did not succeed. He had told himself from the first that if Anderson did succeed, he would not wish to do so. The girl who would be satisfied with Anderson would hardly content him. He remained therefore quiet till he saw that Anderson had failed. The young man at once took an altered mode of life, which was sufficiently marked. He went, like Sir Proteus, ungartered. Everything about him had of late demonstrated a careless desolation. All this Monsieur Grascour observed, and when he saw it, he felt that his own time had come. He took occasion at first to wait upon Lady Mountjoy. He believed that to be the proper way of going to work. He was very intimate with the Mountjoys, and was aware that his circumstances were known to them. There was no reason, on the score of money, why he should not marry the niece of Sir Magnus. He had already shown some attention to Florence, which, though it had excited no suspicion in her mind, had been seen and understood by her aunt, and it had been understood also by Mr. Anderson. That accursed Belgian! If, after all, she should take up with him, I shall tell her a bit of my mind if anything of that kind should occur. My niece, Monsieur Grascour. Yes, my lady. Monsieur Grascour had not quite got over the way of calling Lady Mountjoy my lady. It is presumption, I know. Not at all. I have not spoken to her, nor would I do so till I had first addressed myself to you or to her mother. May I speak to Mrs. Mountjoy? Oh, certainly. I do not in the least know what the young lady's ideas are. She has been much admired here and elsewhere, and that may have turned her head. I think not. You may be the better judge, Monsieur Grascour. I think that Miss Mountjoy's head has not been turned by any admiration. She does not appear to be a young lady whose head would be easily turned. It is her heart of which I am thinking. The interview ended by Lady Mountjoy passing the Belgian lover on to Mrs. Mountjoy. Florence, said Mrs. Mountjoy. Yes, Mrs. Mountjoy, I have the great honour of asking your permission. I am well known to Sir Magnus and Lady Mountjoy, and they can tell what are my circumstances. I am 40 years of age. Oh, Yes, everything is, I am sure, quite as it should be. But my daughter thinks about these things for herself." Then there was a pause, and Monsieur Grascour was about to leave the room, having obtained the permission he desired, when Mrs. Mountjoy thought it well to acquaint him with something of her daughter's condition. "I ought to tell you that my daughter has been engaged." "Indeed?" "Yes, and I hardly know how to explain the circumstances. I should say that she had been promised to her cousin, Captain Scarborough, but to this she will not give her assent. She has since met a gentleman, Mr. Annesley, for whom she professes an attachment. Neither can I, nor can her uncle and aunt, hear of Mr. Annesley as a husband for Florence. She is, therefore, at present disengaged. If you can gain her affections, you have my leave." With this permission, Monsieur Grascour departed, professing himself to be contented. He did not see Florence for 2 or 3 days, no doubt leaving the matter to be discussed with her by her mother and her aunt. To him it was quite indifferent what might be the fate of Captain Scarborough, or of Mr. Annesley, or indeed of Mr. Anderson. And, to tell the truth, he was not under any violent fear or hope as to his own fate. He admired Miss Mountjoy, and thought it would be well to secure for a wife such a girl, with such a fortune as would belong to her, but he did not intend to go ungartered, nor yet to assume an air of desolation. If she would come to him, it would be well. If she would not, why, it would still be well. The only outward difference made by his love was that he brushed his clothes and his hair a little more carefully, and had his boots brought to a higher state of polish than was usual. Her mother spoke to her first. "My dear, Monsieur Grascour is a most excellent man." "I am sure he is, mamma." "And he is a great friend to your uncle and Lady Mountjoy." "Why do you say this, mamma? What can it matter to me?" "My dear, Monsieur Grascour wishes you to become his wife." "Oh, mamma, why didn't you tell him that it is impossible?" "How was I to know, my dear?" "Mamma, I am engaged to marry Harry Annesley, and no word shall ever turn me from that purpose, unless it be spoken by himself. The crier may say that all round the town if he wishes. You must know that it is so. What can be the use of sending Monsieur Grascour or any other gentleman to me? It is only giving me pain, and him too. I wish, mamma, you could be got to understand this." But Mrs. Mountjoy could not altogether be got as yet to understand the obstinacy of her daughter's character. There was one point on which Florence received information from both these suitors who had come to her at Brussels. They were both favored, one after the other, by her mother, and would not have been so favored had her mother absolutely believed in Captain Mountjoy. It seemed to her as though her mother would be willing that she should marry any one, so long as it was not Harry Annesley. "It is a pity that there should be such a difference," she said to herself, "but we will see what firmness can do." Then Lady Mountjoy spoke to her. "You have heard of Monsieur Grascour, my dear?" "Yes, I have heard of him, aunt." "He intends to do the honor of asking you to be his wife." "So mamma tells me." "I have only to say that he is a man most highly esteemed here. He is well known at the court, and is at the royal parties. Should you become his wife, you would have all the society of Brussels at your feet." "All the society of Brussels would do no good." "Perhaps not." "Nor the court and the royal parties. If you choose to be impertinent when I tell you what are his advantages and condition in life, I cannot help it." "I do not mean to be impertinent." "What you say about the royal parties and the court is intended for impertinence, knowing as you do your uncle's position." "Not at all. You know my position. I am engaged to marry another man, and cannot, therefore, marry Monsieur Grascour. Why should he be sent to me, except that you won't believe me when I tell you that I am engaged." Then she marched out of the room, and considered within her own bosom what answer she would give to this new Belgian suitor. She was made perfectly aware when the Belgian suitor was about to arrive. On the day but one after the interview with her aunt, she was left alone when the other ladies went out, and suspected that even the footman knew what was to happen, when Monsieur Grascour was shown into the drawing-room. There was a simple mode of dealing with the matter on his part, very different from that state of agitation into which Harry had been thrown when he had made his proposition. She was quite prepared to admit that Monsieur Grascour's plan might be the wisest, but Harry's manner had been full of real love, and had charmed her. Monsieur Grascour was not in the least flustered, whereas poor Harry had been hardly able to speak his mind. But it had not mattered much whether Harry spoke his mind or not, whereas all the eloquence in the world could have done no good for Monsieur Grascour. Florence had known that Harry did love her, whereas of Monsieur Grascour she only knew that he wanted to make her his wife. "Miss Mountjoy," he said, "I am charmed to find you here. Allow me to add that I am charmed to find you alone." Florence, who knew all about it, only bowed. She had to go through with it, and thought that she would be able to do so with equanimity. "I do not know whether your aunt or your mother have done me the honor of mentioning my name to you?" "They have both spoken to me." "I thought it best that they should have the opportunity of doing so. In our country these things are arranged chiefly by the lady's friends. With your people I know it is different. Perhaps it is much better that it should be so in a matter in which the heart has to be concerned." "It would come to the same thing with me. I must decide for myself." "I am sure of it. May I venture to feel a hope that ultimately that decision may not go against me?" Monsieur Grascour, as he said this, did throw some look of passion into his face. "But I have spoken nothing as yet of my own feelings." "It is unnecessary." This might be taken in either one of two senses, but the gentleman was not sufficiently vain to think that the lady had intended to signify to him that she would accept his love as a thing of which she could have no doubt. "Ah, Miss Mountjoy," he continued, "if you would allow me to say that since you have been in Brussels not a day has passed in which mingled love and respect have not grown within my bosom. I have sat by and watched while my excellent young friend, Mr. Anderson, has endeavored to express his feelings. I have said to myself that I would bide my time. If you could give yourself to him, why then the aspiration should be quenched within my own breast. But you have not done so, though, as I am aware, he has been assisted by my friend Sir Magnus. I have seen and have heard, and have said to myself at last, now, too, my turn may come. I have loved much, but I have been very patient. Can it be that my turn should have come at last?" Though he had spoken of Mr. Anderson, he had not thought it expedient to say a word either of Captain Scarborough or of Mr. Annesley. He knew quite as much of them as he did of Mr. Anderson. He was clever, and had put together with absolute correctness what Mrs. Mountjoy had told him, with other little facts which had reached his ears. "Monsieur Grascour, I suppose I am very much obliged to you. I ought to be." Here he bowed his head. "But my only way of being grateful is to tell you the truth." Again he bowed his head. "I am in love with another man. That's the truth." Here he shook his head with the smallest possible shake, as though deprecating her love, but not doing so with any harshness. "I am engaged to marry him, too." There was another shake of the head, somewhat more powerful. "And I intend to marry him." This she said with much bold assurance. "All my old friends know that it is so, and ought not to have sent you to me. I have given a promise to Harry Annesley, and Harry Annesley alone can make me depart from it." This she said in a low voice, but almost with violence, because there had come another shake of the head in reply to her assurance that she meant to marry Annesley. "And though he were to make me depart from it, which he will never do, I should be just the same as regards anybody else. Can't you understand that when a girl has given herself, heart and soul, to a man, she won't change?" "Girls do change, sometimes." "You may know them. I don't. Not girls that are worth anything." "But when all your friends are hostile?" "What can they do? They can't make me marry another person. They may hinder my happiness, but they can't hand me over, like a parcel of goods, to anyone else. Do you mean to say that you would accept such a parcel?" "Oh, yes, such a parcel." "You would accept a girl who would come to you, telling you that she loved another man? I don't believe it of you." "I should know that my tenderness would beget tenderness in you." "It wouldn't do anything of the kind. It would be all horror, horror, and I should kill myself, or else you, or perhaps both." "Is your aversion so strong?" "No, not at all, not at present. I like you very much, I do indeed. I'd do anything for you, in the way of friendship. I do believe you to be a real gentleman." "But you would kill me?" "You make me talk of a condition of things which is quite, quite impossible. When I say that I like you, I am talking of the present condition of things. I have not the least desire to kill you, or myself, or anybody. I want to be taken back to England, and there to be allowed to marry Mr. Harry Annesley. That's what I want. But I intend to remain engaged to him. That's my purpose, and no man and no woman shall stir me from it." He smiled and again shook his head, and she began to doubt whether she did like him so much. "Now I've told you all about myself," she said, rising to her feet. "You may believe me or not, as you please, but as I have believed you, I have told you all." Then she walked out of the room. Monsieur Grascour, as soon as he was alone, left the room and the house, making his way into the park and walking round it twice, turning in his mind his success and his want of success. For in truth he was not at all dispirited by what had occurred. With her other Belgian lover, that is, with Mr. Anderson, Florence had at any rate succeeded in making the truth appear to be the truth. He did believe that she had taken such a fancy to that fellow Harry Annesley that there would be no overcoming it. He had got a glimpse into the firmness of her character, which was denied to Monsieur Grascour. Monsieur Grascour, as he walked up and down the shady paths of the park, told himself that such events as this so-called love on the part of Florence were very common in the lives of English young ladies. "They are the best in the world," he said to himself, "and they make the most charming wives, but their education is such that there is no preventing these accidents." The passion displayed in the young lady's words he attributed solely to her power of expression. One girl would use language such as had been hers, and such a girl would be clever, eloquent, and brave. Another girl would hum and haw, with half a yes and a quarter of a no, and would mean just the same thing. He did not doubt but that she had engaged herself to Harry Annesley, nor did he doubt that she had been brought to Brussels to break off that engagement, and he thought it most probable that her friends would prevail. Under these circumstances, why should he despair? Or why, rather, as he was a man not given to despair, should he not think that there was for him a reasonable chance of success? He must show himself to be devoted, true, and not easily repressed. She had used, he did not doubt, the same sort of language in silencing Anderson. Mr. Anderson had accepted her words, but he knew too well the value of words coming from a young lady's mouth to take them at their true meaning. He had at this interview affected a certain amount of intimacy with Florence, of which he thought that he appreciated the value. She had told him that she would kill him, of course in joke, and a joke from a girl on such an occasion was worth much. No Belgian girl would have joked, but then he was anxious to marry Florence because Florence was English. Therefore, when he went back to his own home, he directed that the system of the high polish should be continued with his boots. "I don't suppose he will come again," Florence had said to her mother, misunderstanding the character of her latest lover quite as widely as he misunderstood hers. But Monsieur Grascour, though he did not absolutely renew his offer at once, gave it to be understood that he did not at all withdraw from the contest. He obtained permission from Lady Mountjoy to be constantly at the embassy, and succeeded even in obtaining a promise of support from Sir Magnus. "You're quite up a tree," Sir Magnus had said to his secretary of legation. "It's clear she won't look at you." "I have pledged myself to abstain," said poor Anderson, in a tone which seemed to confess that all chance was over with him. "I suppose she must marry someone, and I don't see why Grascour should not have as good a chance as another." Anderson had stalked away, brooding over the injustice of his position, and declaring to himself that this Belgian should never be allowed to marry Florence Mountjoy in peace. But Monsieur Grascour continued his attentions, and this it was which had induced Florence to tell her mother that the Belgian was a great trouble. Chapter 47 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 47. Florence bids farewell to her lovers. "Mamma, had you not better take me back to Cheltenham at once?" "Has that unfortunate young man written to you?" "Yes, the young man whom you call unfortunate has written. Of course, I cannot agree to have him so called, and to tell the truth, I don't think he is so unfortunate. He has got a girl who really loves him, and that, I think, is a step to happiness." Every word of this was said by Florence as though with the purpose of provoking her mother, and so did Mrs. Mountjoy feel it. But behind this purpose there was that other fixed resolution to get Harry at last accepted as her husband, and perhaps the means taken were the best. Mrs. Mountjoy was already beginning to feel that there would be nothing for her but to give up the battle, and to open her motherly arms to Harry Annesley. Sir Magnus had told her that Monsieur Grascour would probably prevail. Monsieur Grascour was said to be exactly the man likely to be effective with such a girl as Florence. That had been the last opinion expressed by Sir Magnus. But Mrs. Mountjoy had found no comfort in it. Florence was going to have her own way. Her mother knew that it was so, and was very unhappy. But she was still anxious to continue a weak, ineffective battle. "It was very impertinent of him writing," she said. "When he was going to America for years. Dear mamma, do put yourself in my place. How was it possible that he should not write? A young man has no business to come and insinuate himself into a family in that way, and then, when he knows he is not welcome, to open a correspondence." "But, mamma, he knows that he is welcome. If he had gone to America without writing to me, it would have been impossible. I should have gone after him." No, never." "I am quite in earnest, mamma. But it is no good talking about what could not have taken place." "We ought to have prevented you from receiving or sending letters." Here Mrs. Mountjoy touched on a subject on which the practice of the English world has been much altered during the last 30 or 40 years, perhaps we may say 50 or 60 years. 50 years ago young ladies were certainly not allowed to receive letters as they chose, and to write them, and to demand that this practice should be carried on without any supervision from their elder friends. It is now usually the case that they do so. A young lady, before she falls into a correspondence with a young man, is expected to let it be understood that she does so, but she does not expect that his letters, either coming or going, shall be subject to any espial, and she generally feels that the option of obeying or disobeying the instructions given to her rests with herself. Practically, the use of the post office is in her own hands, and as this spirit of self-conduct has grown up, the morals and habits of our young ladies have certainly not deteriorated. In America they carry latch-keys, and walk about with young gentlemen, as young gentlemen walk about with each other. In America the young ladies are as well behaved as with us, as well behaved as they are in some continental countries, in which they are still watched close till they are given up as brides to husbands with whom they have had no means of becoming acquainted. Whether the latch-key system or that of free correspondence may not rob the flowers of some of that delicate aroma which we used to appreciate, may be a question. But then it is also a question whether there does not come something in place of it, which in the long run is found to be more valuable. Florence, when this remark was made as to her own power of sending and receiving letters, remained silent, but looked very firm. She thought that it would have been difficult to silence her after this fashion. Sir Magnus could have done it, at any rate, if I had not been able to. Sir Magnus could have done nothing, I think, which would not have been within your power. But it is useless talking of this. Will you not take me back to England, so as to prevent the necessity of Harry coming here? Why should he come? Because, mamma, I intend to see my future husband before he goes from me for so great a distance and for so long a time. Don't you feel any pity for me, mamma? Do you feel pity for me? Because one day you wish me to marry my cousin Scarborough, and the next Mr. Anderson, and then the next Monsieur Grascour? How can I pity you for that? It is all done because you have taken it in your head to think ill of one whom I believe to be especially worthy. You began by disliking him because he interfered with your plans about Mountjoy. I never would have married my cousin Mountjoy. He is not to my taste, and he is a gambler. But you have thought that you could do what you liked with me. It has always been for your own happiness. But I must be the judge of that. How could I be happy with any of these men, seeing that I do not care for them in the least? It would be utterly impossible for me to have myself married to either of them. To Harry Annesley I have given myself altogether. But you, because you are my mother, are able to keep us apart. Do you not pity me for the sorrow and trouble which I must suffer? I suppose a mother always pities the sufferings of a child, and removes them when she can do so. But now, mamma, is he to come here, or will you take me back to England? This was a question which Mrs. Mountjoy found it very difficult to answer. On the spur of the moment she could not answer it, as it would be necessary that she should first consult Sir Magnus. Could Sir Magnus undertake to confine her daughter within the precincts of the embassy, and to exclude the lover during such time as Harry Annesley might remain in Brussels? As she thought of the matter in her own room, she conceived that there would be a great difficulty. All the world of Brussels would become aware of what was going on. The young lady would endeavor to get out, and could only be constrained by the cooperation of the servants, and the young gentleman, in his endeavors to get in, could only be prevented by the assistance of the police. Dim ideas presented themselves to her mind of farther travel, but wherever she went there would be a post office, and she was aware that the young man could pursue her much quicker than she could fly. How good it would be that in such an emergency she might have the privilege of locking her daughter up in some convent. And yet it must be a Protestant convent, as all things savoring of the Roman Catholic religion were abhorrent to her. Altogether, as she thought of her own condition and that of her daughter, she felt that the world was sadly out of joint. "Coming here, is he?" said Sir Magnus. "Then he will just have to go back again, as wise as he came." "But can you shut your doors against him?" "Shut my doors? Of course I can. He'll never be able to get his nose in here, if once an order has been given for his exclusion. Who's Mr. Annesley? I don't suppose he knows an Englishman in Brussels." "But she will go out to meet him." "What? In the streets?" said Sir Magnus, in horror. "I fear she would." "By George! She must be a stiff-necked one if she'll do that." Then Mrs. Mountjoy, with tears in her eyes, began to explain with very many epithets that her daughter was the best girl in all the world. She was entirely worthy of confidence. Those who knew her were aware that no better behaved young woman could exist. She was conscientious, religious, and high-principled. "But she'll go out in the streets and walk with a young man when all her friends tell her not to? Is that her idea of religion?" Then Mrs. Mountjoy, with some touch of anger in the tone of her voice, said that she would return to England and carry her daughter with her. "What the deuce can I do, Sarah, when the young lady is so unruly? I can give orders to have him shut out, and can take care that they are obeyed, but I cannot give orders to have her shut in. I should be making her a prisoner, and everybody would talk about it. In that matter you must give her the orders. Only you say that she would not comply with them." On the following day Mrs. Mountjoy informed her daughter that they would go back to Cheltenham. She did not name an immediate day, because it would be well, she thought, to stave off the evil hour. Nor did she name a distant day, because, were she to do so, the terrible evil of Harry Annesley's arrival in Brussels would not be prevented. At first she wished to name no day, thinking that it would be a good thing to cross Harry on the road, but here Florence was too strong for her, and at last a day was fixed. In a week's time they would take their departure and go home by slow stages. With this arrangement Florence expressed herself well pleased, and of course made Harry acquainted with the probable time of their arrival. Monsieur Grascour, when he heard that the day had been suddenly fixed for the departure of Mrs. Mountjoy and her daughter, not unnaturally conceived that he himself was the cause of the lady's departure. Nor did he on that account resign all hope. The young lady's mother was certainly on his side, and he thought it quite possible that were he to appear in England he might be successful. But when he had heard of her coming departure, of course it was necessary that he should say some special farewell. He dined one evening at the British Embassy, and took an opportunity during the evening of finding himself alone with Florence. "And so, Miss Florence," he said, "you and your estimable mamma are about to return to England?" "We have been here a very long time, and are going home at last." "It seems to me but the other day when you came," said Monsieur Grascour, with all a lover's eagerness. "It was in autumn, and the weather was quite mild and soft. Now we are in the middle of January." "I suppose so, but still the time has gone only too rapidly. The heart can hardly take account of days and weeks." As this was decidedly lovers' talk, and was made in terms which even a young lady cannot pretend to misunderstand, Florence was obliged to answer it in some manner equally direct. And now she was angry with him. She had informed him that she was in love with another man. In doing so she had done much more than the necessity of the case demanded, and had told him, as the best way of silencing him, that which she might have been expected to keep as her own secret. And yet here he was talking to her about his heart. She made him no immediate answer, but frowned at him and looked stern. It was clear to her intelligence that he had no right to talk to her about his heart after the information she had given him. "I hope, Miss Mountjoy, that I may look forward to the pleasure of seeing you when I go over to England." "But we don't live in London, or near it. We live down in the country, at Cheltenham." "Distance would be nothing." This was very bad, and must be stopped, thought Florence. "I suppose I shall be married by that time. I don't know where we may live, but I shall be happy to see you if you call." She had here made a bold assertion, and one which Monsieur Grascour did not at all believe. He was speaking of a visit which he might make, perhaps, in a month or 6 weeks, and the young lady told him that he would find her married. And yet, as he knew very well, her mother and her uncle and her aunt were all opposed to this marriage, and she spoke of it without a blush, without reticence. Young ladies were much emancipated, but he did not think that they generally carried their emancipation so far as this. "I hope not that," he said. "I don't know why you should be so ill-natured as to hope it. The fact is, Monsieur Grascour, you don't believe what I told you the other day. Perhaps, as a young lady, I ought not to have alluded to it, but I did so in order to set the matter at rest altogether. Of course, I can't tell when you may come. If you come quite at once, I shall not be married." "No, not married." "But I shall be as much engaged as is possible for a girl to be. I have given my word, and nothing will make me false to it. I don't suppose you will come on my account." "Solely on your account." "Then stay at home. I am quite in earnest. And now I must say good-bye." She departed, and left him seated alone on the sofa. He at first told himself that she was unfeminine. There was a hard way with her of talking about herself, which he almost pronounced to be unladylike. An unmarried girl should, he thought, under no circumstances speak of the gentleman to whom her affections had been given, as Miss Mountjoy spoke of Mr. Annesley. But nevertheless he would sooner possess her as his own wife than any other girl he had ever met. Something of the real passion of unsatisfied love made him feel chill at his heart. Who was this Harry Annesley for whom she professed so warm a feeling? Her mother declared Harry Annesley to be a scapegrace, and something of the story of a discreditable midnight street quarrel between him and the young lady's cousin had reached his ears. He did not suppose it to be possible that the young lady could actually get married without her mother's cooperation, and therefore he thought that he still would go to England. In one respect he was altogether untouched. If he could ultimately succeed in marrying the young lady, she would not be a bit the worse as his wife because she had been attached to Harry Annesley. That was a kind of folly which a girl could very quickly get over when she had not been allowed to have her own way. Therefore, upon the whole, he thought that he would go to England. But the parting with Anderson had also to be endured, and must necessarily be more difficult. She owed him a debt for having abstained, and she could not go without paying the debt by some expression of gratitude. That she would have done so had he kept aloof was a matter of course, but equally a matter of course was it that he would not keep aloof. "I shall want to see you for just 5 minutes to-morrow morning before you take your departure," he said, in a lugubrious voice, during her last evening. He had kept his promise to the very letter, mooning about in his desolate manner very conspicuously. The desolation had been notorious and very painful to Florence, but the promise had been kept, and she was grateful. "Oh, certainly, if you wish it," she said. "I do wish it." Then he made an appointment, and she promised to keep it. It was in the ballroom, a huge chamber, very convenient for its intended purpose, and always handsome at night time, but looking as desolate in the morning as did poor Anderson himself. He was stalking up and down the long room when she entered it, and being at the farther end, stalked up to her and addressed her with words which he had chosen for the purpose. "Miss Mountjoy," he said, "you found me here a happy, light-hearted young man. I hope I leave you soon to be the same, in spite of this little accident." He did not say that he was a blighted being, because the word had, he thought, become ridiculous, but he would have used it, had he dared, as expressing most accurately his condition. "A cloud has passed over me, and its darkness will never be effaced. It has certainly been your doing." "Oh, Mr. Anderson, what can I say?" "I have loved before, but never like this." "And so you will again." "Never. When I declare that, I expect my word to be respected." He paused for an answer, but what could she say? She did not at all respect his word on such a subject, but she did respect his conduct. "Yes, I call upon you to believe me when I say that for me all that is over, but it can be nothing to you." "It will be very much to me." "I shall go on in the same disconsolate, miserable way. I suppose I shall stay here, because I shall be as well here as anywhere else. I might move to Lisbon, but what good would that do me? Your image would follow me to whatever capital I might direct my steps. But there is one thing you can do." Here he brightened up, putting on quite an altered face. "I will do anything, Mr. Anderson, in my power." If you should change." "I shall never change," she said, with an angry look. "If you should change, I think you should remember the promise you exacted, and the fidelity with which it has been kept." "I do remember it." "And then I should be allowed to come again and have my chance. Wherever I may be, at the court of the Shah of Persia or at the Chinese capital, I will instantly come. I promised you when you asked me. Will you not now promise me?" "I cannot promise anything so impossible." "It will bind you to nothing but to let me know that Mr. Annesley has gone his way." But she had to explain to him that it was impossible she should make any promise founded on the idea that Mr. Harry Annesley should ever go any way in which she would not accompany him. With that he had to be as well satisfied as the circumstances of the case would admit, and he left her with an assurance, not intended to be quite audible, that he was and ever should be a blighted individual. When the carriage was at the door, Sir Magnus came down into the hall, full of smiles and good humor. But at that moment Lady Mountjoy was saying a last word of farewell to her relatives in her own chamber. "Good-bye, my dear. I hope you will get well through all your troubles." This was addressed to Mrs. Mountjoy. "And as for you, my dear," she said, turning to Florence, "if you would only contrive to be a little less stiff-necked, I think the world would go easier with you." "I think my stiff neck, aunt, as you call it, is what I have chiefly to depend upon. I mean in reference to other advice than mamma's. Good-bye, aunt." "Good-bye, Florence." And the two parted. hating each other as only female enemies can hate. But Florence, when she was in the carriage, threw herself onto her mother's neck and kissed. Chapter 48 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 48. Mr. Prosper Changes His Mind. When Florence with her mother reached Cheltenham, she found a letter lying for her, which surprised her much. The letter was from Harry, and seemed to have been written in better spirits than he had lately displayed, but it was very short. "Dearest Florence, when can I come down? It is absolutely necessary that I should see you. All my plans are likely to be changed in the most extraordinary manner. Nobody can say that this is a love letter. Yours affectionately, H.A." Florence, of course, showed the letter to her mother, who was much frightened by its contents. "What am I to say to him when he comes?" she exclaimed. "If you will be so very, very good as to see him, you must not say anything unkind." "Unkind? How can I say anything else than what you would call unkind? I disapprove of him altogether, and he is coming here with the express object of taking you away from me." "Oh, no, not at once." "But at some day, which I trust may be very distant. How can I speak to him kindly when I feel that he is my enemy?" But the matter was at last set at rest by a promise from Florence that she would not marry her lover in less than 3 years without her mother's express consent. 3 years is a long time, was Mrs. Mountjoy's thought, and many things might occur within that term. Harry, of whom she thought all manner of unnatural things, might probably in that time have proved himself to be utterly unworthy, and Mountjoy Scarborough might again have come forward in the light of the world. She had heard of late that Mountjoy had been received once more into his father's full favor, and the old man had become so enormously rich through the building of mills which had been going on at Tretton, that, as Mrs. Mountjoy thought, he would be able to make any number of elder sons. On the subject of entail her ideas were misty, but she felt sure that Mountjoy Scarborough would even yet become a rich man. That Florence should be made to change on that account she did not expect, but she did think that when she should have learned that Harry was a murderer, or a midnight thief, or a wicked conspirator, she would give him up. Therefore she agreed to receive him with not actually expressed hostility when he should call at Montpelier Place. But now, in the proper telling of our story, we must go back to Harry Annesley himself. It will be remembered that his father had called upon Mr. Prosper to inform him of Harry's projected journey to America, that Mountjoy Scarborough had also called at Buston Hall, and that previous to these 2 visits old Mr. Scarborough had himself written a long letter giving a detailed account of the conflict which had taken place in the London streets. These 3 events had operated strongly on Mr. Prosper's mind, but not so strongly as the conduct of Miss Thoroughbung and Messrs. Soames and Simpson. It had been made evident to him, from the joint usage which he had received from these persons, that he was simply made use of, with the object of obtaining from him the best possible establishment for the lady in question. After that interview, at which the lady, having obtained in way of jointure much more than was due to her, demanded also for Miss Tickle a lifelong home, and for herself a pair of ponies. He received a farther letter from the lawyers. This offended him greatly. Nothing on earth should induce him to write a line to Messrs. Soames and Simpson. Nor did he see his way to writing again to Messrs. Grey and Barry about such trifles as those contained in the letter from the Buntingford lawyers. Trifles to him they were not, but trifles they must become if put into a letter addressed to a London firm. Our client is anxious to know specifically that she is to be allowed to bring Miss Tickle with her when she removes to Buston Hall. Her happiness depends greatly on the company of Miss Tickle, to which she has been used now for many years. Our client wishes to be assured also that she shall be allowed to keep a pair of ponies in addition to the carriage horses, which will be maintained, no doubt, chiefly for your own purposes. These were the demands, as made by Messrs. Soames and Simpson, and felt by Mr. Prosper to be altogether impossible. He recollected the passionate explosion of wrath to which the name of Miss Tickle had already brought him in presence of the clergyman of his parish. He would endure no farther disgrace on behalf of Miss Tickle. Miss Tickle should never be an inmate of his house, and as for the ponies, no pony should ever be stabled in his stalls. A pony was an animal which of its very nature was objectionable to him. There was a want of dignity in a pony to which Buston Hall should never be subjected. And also, he said to himself at last, there's a lack of dignity about Miss Thoroughbung herself, which would do me an irreparable injury. But how should he make known his decision to the lady herself? And how should he escape from the marriage in such a manner as to leave no stain on his character as a gentleman? If he could have offered her a sum of money, he would have done so at once, but that, he thought, would not be gentlemanlike, and would be a confession on his own part that he had behaved wrongly. At last he determined to take no notice of the lawyer's letter, and himself to write to Miss Thoroughbung, telling her that the objects which they proposed to themselves by marriage were not compatible, and that therefore their matrimonial intentions must be allowed to subside. He thought it well over, and felt assured that very much of the success of such a measure must depend upon the wording of the letter. There need be no immediate haste. Miss Thoroughbung would not come to Buston again quite at once to disturb him by a farther visit. Before she would come, he would have flown to Italy. The letter must be courteous and somewhat tender, but it must be absolutely decisive. There must be no loophole left by which she could again entangle him, no crevice by which she could creep into Buston. The letter should be a work of time. He would give himself a week or 10 days for composing it, and then, when it should have been sent, he would be off to Italy. But before he could allow himself to go upon his travels, he must settle the question about his nephew, which now lay heavy upon his conscience. He did feel that he had ill-treated the young man. He had been so told in very strong language by Mr. Scarborough of Tretton, and Mr. Scarborough of Tretton was a man of very large property, and much talked about in the world. Very wonderful things were said about Mr. Scarborough, but they all tended to make Mr. Prosper believe that he was a man of distinction. And he had also heard lately about Mr. Scarborough's younger son, or indeed his only son, according to the new way of speaking of him, tidings which were not much in that young man's favor. It was from Augustus Scarborough that he had heard those evil stories about his own nephew. Therefore his belief was shaken, and it was by no means clear to him that there could be any other heir for their property. Miss Thoroughbung had proved herself to be altogether unfit for the high honor he had intended her. Miss Puffle had gone off with Farmer Tazlehurst's son. Mr. Prosper did not think that he had energy enough to look for a third lady who might be fit at all points to become his wife. And now another evil had been added to all these. His nephew had declared his purpose of emigrating to the United States and becoming an American. It might be true that he should be driven to do so by absolute want. He, Mr. Prosper, had stopped his allowance, and had done so after deterring him from following any profession by which he might have earned his bread. He had looked into the law, and as far as he could understand it, Buston must become the property of his nephew, even though his nephew should become an American citizen. His conscience pricked him sorely as he thought of the evil which might thus accrue, and of the disgrace which would be attached to his own name. He therefore wrote the following letter to his nephew, and sent it across to the parsonage, done up in a large envelope, and sealed carefully with the Buston arms. And on the corner of the envelope, Peter Prosper was written very legibly. My dear nephew, Harry Annesley, under existing circumstances you will, I think, be surprised at a letter written in my handwriting, but facts have arisen which make it expedient that I should address you. You are about, I am informed, to proceed to the United States, a country against which I acknowledge I entertain a serious antipathy. They are not a gentlemanlike people, and I am given to understand that they are generally dishonest in all their dealings. Their president is a low person, and all their ideas of government are pettifogging. Their ladies, I am told, are very vulgar, though I have never had the pleasure of knowing one of them. They are an irreligious nation, and have no respect for the established Church of England and her bishops. I should be very sorry that my heir should go among them. With reference to my stopping the income which I have hitherto allowed you, it was a step I took upon the best advice, nor can I allow it to be thought that there is any legal claim upon me for a continuance of the payment. But I am willing for the present to continue it, on the full understanding that you at once give up your American project. But there is a subject on which it is essentially necessary that I should receive from you, as my heir, a full and complete explanation. Under what circumstances did you beat Captain Scarborough in the streets late on the night of the 3rd of June last? And how did it come to pass that you left him bleeding, speechless, and motionless on that occasion? As I am about to continue the payment of the sum hitherto allowed, I think it only fitting that I should receive this explanation under your own hand. I am your affectionate uncle, Peter Prosper. P.S. A rumor may probably have reached you of a projected alliance between me and a young lady belonging to a family with which your sister is about to connect herself. It is right that I should tell you that there is no truth in this report. This letter, which was much easier to write than the one intended for Miss Thoroughbung, was unfortunately sent off a little before the completion of the other. A day's interval had been intended, but the missive to Miss Thoroughbung was, under the press of difficulties, delayed longer than was intended. There was, we grieve to say, much of joy, but more of laughter at the rectory when this letter was received. As usual, Joe Thoroughbung was there, and it was found impossible to keep the letter from him. The postscript burst upon them all as a surprise, and was welcomed by no one with more vociferous joy than by the lady's nephew. So there is an end forever to the hope that a child of the Buntingford brewery should sit upon the throne of the Prospers. It was thus that Joe expressed himself. "Why shouldn't he have sat there?" said Polly. "A Thoroughbung is as good as a Prosper any day." But this was not said in the presence of Mrs. Annesley, who, on that subject, entertained views very different from her daughter. "I wonder what his idea is of the Church of England," said Mr. Annesley. "Does he think that the Archbishop of Canterbury is supreme in all religious matters in America? How on earth he knows that the women are all vulgar when he has never seen one of them is a mystery," said Harry. "And that they are dishonest in all their dealings," said Joe. "I suppose he got that out of some of the Radical newspapers." For Joe, after the manner of brewers, was a staunch Tory. "And their president, too, is vulgar as well as the ladies," said Mr. Annesley. "And this is the opinion of an educated Englishman, who is not ashamed to own that he entertains serious antipathies against a whole nation." But at the parsonage they soon returned to a more serious consideration of the matter. Did Uncle Prosper intend to forgive the sinner altogether? And was he coerced into doing so by a conviction that he had been told lies, or by the uncommon difficulties which presented themselves to him in reference to another heir? At any rate, it was agreed by them all that Harry must meet his uncle halfway, and write the full and complete explanation, as desired. "Bleeding, speechless, and motionless," said Harry. "I can't deny that he was bleeding. He certainly was speechless, and for a few moments may have been motionless. What am I to say?" But the letter was not a difficult one to write, and was sent across on the same day to the Hall. There Mr. Prosper gave up a day to its consideration, a day which would have been much better devoted to applying the final touch to his own letter to Miss Thoroughbung, and he found at last that his nephew's letter required no rejoinder. But Harry had much to do. It was first necessary that he should see his friend, and explain to him that causes over which he had no control forbade him to go to America. "Of course, you know, I can't fly in my uncle's face. I was going because he intended to disinherit me, but he finds that more troublesome than letting me alone, and therefore I must remain. You see what he says about the Americans." The gentleman, whose opinion about our friends on the other side of the Atlantic was very different from Mr. Prosper's, fell into a long argument on the subject, but he was obliged at last to give up his companion. Then came the necessity of explaining the change in all his plans to Florence Mountjoy, and with this view he wrote the short letter given at the beginning of the chapter, following it down in person to Cheltenham. "Mamma, Harry is here," said Florence to her mother. "Well, my dear, I did not bring him. But what am I to say to him?" "How can I tell? Why do you ask me?" "Of course he must come and see me," said Florence. "He has sent a note to say that he will be here in 10 minutes. "Oh dear, oh dear!" exclaimed Mrs. Mountjoy. "Do you mean to be present, mamma? That is what I want to know." But that was the question which at the moment Mrs. Mountjoy could not answer. She had pledged herself not to be unkind, on condition that no marriage should take place for 3 years, but she could not begin by being kind, as otherwise she would immediately have been pressed to abandon that very condition. "Perhaps, mamma, it would be less painful if you would not see him. But he is not to make repeated visits." "No, not at present, I think not." "He must come only once," said Mrs. Mountjoy, firmly. "He was to have come because he was going to America, but now he has changed all his plans. It isn't fair, Florence." "What can I do? I cannot send him to America because you thought he was to go there. I thought so too, and so did he. I don't know what has changed him, but it wasn't likely that he'd write and say he wouldn't come because he had altered his plans. Of course he wants to see me, and so do I want to see him, very much. Here he is." There was a ring at the bell, and Mrs. Mountjoy was driven to resolve what she would do at the moment. "You mustn't be above a quarter of an hour. I won't have you together for above a quarter of an hour, or 20 minutes at the farthest." So saying, Mrs. Mountjoy escaped from the room, and within a minute or two Florence found herself in Harry Annesley's arms. The 20 minutes had become 40 before Harry had thought of stirring, although he had been admonished fully a dozen times that he must at that moment take his departure. Then the maid knocked at the door, and brought the word that Mrs. wanted to see Miss Florence in her bedroom. "Now, Harry, you must go. You really shall go, or I will. I am very, very happy to hear what you have told me. But 3 years! Unless mamma will agree. It is quite out of the question. I never heard of anything so absurd." "Then you must get mamma to consent. I have promised her for 3 years, and you ought to know that I will keep my word. Harry, I always keep my word, do I not? If she will consent, I will. Now, sir, I really must go." Then there was a little form of farewell which need not be especially explained.
Chapter 49 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brooke Cunningham. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 49. Captain Vignolles Gets His Money. When we last left Captain Scarborough, he had just lost an additional sum of £227 to Captain Vignolles, which he was not able to pay, besides the sum of £50 which he had received the day before as the first instalment of his new allowance. This was but a bad beginning of the new life he was expected to lead under the renewed fortunes which his father was preparing for him. He had given his promissory note for the money at a week's date, and had been extremely angry with Captain Vignolles because that gentleman had, under the circumstances, been a little anxious about it. It certainly was not singular that he should have been so, as Captain Scarborough had been turned out of more than one club in consequence of his inability to pay card debts. As he went home to his lodgings with Captain Vignolles' champagne in his head, he felt very much as he had done that night when he attacked Harry Annesley. But he met no one whom he could consider as an enemy, and therefore got himself to bed and slept off the fumes of the drink. On that day he was to return to Tretton, but when he awoke he felt that before he did so he must endeavour to make some arrangements for paying the amount due at the end of the week. He had already borrowed £20 from Mr. Gray, and had intended to repay him out of the sum which his father had given him, but that sum now was gone, and he was again nearly penniless. In this emergency there was nothing left to him but again to go to Mr. Gray. As he was shown up the stairs to the lawyer's room, he did feel thoroughly ashamed of himself. Mr. Gray knew all the circumstances of his career, and it would be necessary now to tell him of this last adventure. He did tell himself, as he dragged himself up the stairs, that for such a one as he was there could be no redemption. "It would be better that I should go back," he said, "and throw myself from the monument." But yet he felt that if Florence Mountjoy could still be his, there might yet be a hope that things would go well with him. Mr. Gray began by expressing surprise at seeing Captain Scarborough in town. "Oh, yes, I have come up, it does not matter why, because, as usual, I have put my foot in it. It was all at my father's bidding, but that does not matter." "How have you put your foot in it?" said the attorney. There was one way in which the captain was always putting both his feet in it, but since he had been turned out of his clubs, Mr. Gray did not think that that way was open to him. "The old story." Do you mean that you have been gambling again?" "Yes. I met a friend last night, and he asked me to his rooms." "And he had the cards ready?" "Of course he had. What else would anyone have ready for me?" "And he won that remnant of the £20 which you borrowed from me, and therefore you want another." Hereupon the captain shook his head. "What is it, then, that you do want?" "Such a man as I met," said the captain, "would not be content with the remnant of £20. I had received 50 from my father, and he had intended to call here and pay you." "That has all gone too?" "Yes, indeed, and in addition to that I have given him a note for £227, which I must take up in a week's time, otherwise I must disappear again, and this time forever." "It is a bottomless gulf," said the attorney. Captain Scarborough sat silent, with something almost approaching to a smile on his mouth, but his heart within him certainly was not smiling. "A bottomless gulf," repeated the attorney. Upon this the captain frowned. "What is it that you wish me to do for you? I have no money of your father's in my hands, nor could I give it you if I had it." "I suppose not. I must go back to him, and tell him that it is so." Then it was the lawyer's turn to be silent, and he remained thinking of it all till Captain Scarborough rose from his seat and prepared to go. "I won't trouble you any more, Mr. Gray," he said. "Sit down," said Mr. Gray, but the captain still remained standing. "Sit down. Of course I can take out my cheque-book and write a cheque for this sum of money. Nothing would be so easy, and if I could succeed in explaining it to your father during his lifetime, he, no doubt, would repay me, and for the sake of auld lang syne I should not be unhappy about my money, whether he did so or not." "But would it be wise? On your own account, would it be wise?" "I cannot say that anything done for me would be wise, unless you could cut out my throat." "And yet there is no one whose future life might be easier. Your father, the circumstances of whose life are the most singular I ever knew." "I shall never believe all this about my mother." "Never mind that now. We will pass that by for present. He has disinherited you." "That will be a question some day for the lawyers, should I live." "But circumstances have so gone with him that he is enabled to leave you another fortune. He is very angry with your brother, in which anger I sympathize. He will strip Tretton as bare as the palm of my hand for your sake. You have always been his favourite, and so, in spite of all things, you are still." "They tell me he cannot last for 6 months longer." "Heaven knows I do not wish him to die." "But he thinks that your brother does. He feels that Augustus begrudges him a few months' longer life, and he is angry. If he could again make you his heir, now that the debts are all paid, he would do so." Here the captain shook his head. "But, as it is, he will leave you enough for all the needs of even a luxurious life. Here is his will, which I am going to send down to him for final execution this very day. My senior clerk will take it, and you will meet him there. That will give you ample for life. But what is the use of it all, if you can lose it in one night or 1 month among a pack of scoundrels?" "If they be scoundrels, I am one of them." "You lose your money. You are their dupe. To the best of my belief you have never won. The dupes lose, and the scoundrels win. It must be so." "You know nothing about it, Mr. Gray." "This man who had your money last, does he not live on it as a profession? Why should he win always and you lose?" "It's my luck." "Luck? There is no such thing as luck. Toss up right hand against left for an hour together, and the result will be the same. If not for an hour, then do it for 6 hours. Take the average, and your cards will be the same as another man's." "Another man has his skill," said Mountjoy. "And uses it against the unskilful to earn his daily bread. That is the same as cheating. But what is the use of all this? You must have thought of it all before." "Yes, indeed." "And thinking of it, you are determined to persevere. You are impetuous, not thoughtless, with your brain clouded with drink, and for the mere excitement of the thing you are determined to risk all in a contest for which there is no chance for you. and by which you acknowledge you will be driven to self-destruction as the only natural end." "I fear it is so," said the captain. "How much shall I draw it for?" said the attorney, taking out his cheque-book. "And to whom shall I make it payable? I suppose I may date it today, so that the swindler who gets it may think that there is plenty more behind him to get." "Do you mean that you are going to lend it me?" "Oh, yes." "And how do you mean to get it again?" "I must wait, I suppose, till you have won it back among your friends. If you will tell me that you do not intend to look for it in that fashion, then I shall have no doubt as to your making me a legitimate payment in a very short time. £220 won't ruin you, unless you are determined to ruin yourself." Mr. Gray, the meanwhile, went on writing the cheque. "Here is provided for you a large sum of money," and he laid his hand upon the will, "out of which you will be able to pay me without the slightest difficulty. It is for you to say whether you will or not." "I will." "You need not say it in that fashion. That's easy. You must say it at some moment when the itch of the play is on you, when there shall be no one by to hear, when the resolution, if held, shall have some meaning in it. Then say, 'There is that money which I had from old Gray. I am bound to pay it. But if I go in there, I know what will be the result. The very coin that should go into his coffers will become a part of the prey on which those harpies will feed. There is a cheque for the £227. I have drawn it exact, so that you may send the identical bit of paper to your friend. He will suppose that I am some money-lender who has engaged to supply your needs while your recovered fortune lasts. Tell your father he shall have the will tomorrow. I don't suppose I can send Smith with it today." Then it became necessary that Scarborough should go, but it would be becoming that he should first utter some words of thanks. "I think you will get it back, Mr. Gray." "I dare say." "I think you will. It may be that the having to pay you will keep me for a while from the gambling table." "You don't look for more than that?" "I am an unfortunate man, Mr. Gray. There is one thing that would cure me, but that one thing is beyond my reach." "Some woman?" "Well, it is a woman. I think I could keep my money for the sake of her comfort. But never mind. Good-bye, Mr. Gray. I think I shall remember what you have done for me." Then he went and sent the identical cheque to Captain Vignolles, with the shortest and most uncourteous epistle. "Dear Sir, I send you your money. Send back the note. Yours, M. Scarborough." "I hardly expected this," said the captain to himself as he pocketed the cheque. "At any rate not so soon. Nothing venture, nothing have. That Moody's a slow coach, and will never do anything. I thought there'd be a little money about him for a time." Then the captain turned over in his mind that night's good work with the self-satisfied air of an industrious professional worker. But Mr. Gray was not so well satisfied with himself, and determined for a while to say nothing to Dolly of the £227 which he had undoubtedly risked by the loan. But his mind misgave him before he went to sleep, and he felt that he could not be comfortable till he had made a clean breast of it. During the evening Dolly had been talking to him of all the troubles of all the Carrolls, and how Amelia would hardly speak to her father or her mother because of her injured lover, and was absolutely insolent to her, Dolly, whenever they met. How Sophia had declared that promises ought to be kept, and that Amelia should be got rid of, and how Mrs. Carroll had told her in confidence that Carroll Perret had come home the night before drunker than usual, and had behaved most abominably. But Mr. Gray had attended very little to all this, and having his mind preoccupied with the secret of the money which he had lent. Therefore Dolly did not put out her candle, and arrayed herself for bed in the costume with which she was wont to make her nocturnal visits. She had perceived that her father had something on his mind which it would be necessary that he should tell. She was soon summoned, and having seated herself on the bed, began the conversation. "I knew you would want me tonight." "Why so?" "Because you've got something to tell. It's about Mr. Barry." "No, indeed." "That's well. Just at this moment I seem to care about Mr. Barry more than any other trouble, but I fear that he has forgotten me altogether, which is not complimentary." "Mr. Barry will turn up in proper time," said her father. I have got nothing to say about Mr. Barry just at present, so if you are lovelorn you had better go to bed." "Very well. When I am lovelorn I will. Now, what have you got to tell me?" "I have lent a man a large sum of money, £227. "You are always lending people large sums of money." "I generally get it back again." "From Mr. Carroll, for instance, when he borrows it for a pair of breeches and spends it in gin and water." "I never lent him a shilling. He is a burr, and has to be pacified, not by loans but gifts. It is too late now for me to prevent the brother-in-lawship of poor Carroll." "Who has got this money?" "The professed gambler who never wins anything, and constantly loses more than he is able to pay. Yet I do think this man will pay me some day." "It is Captain Scarborough," said Dolly. "Seeing that his father is a very rich man indeed, and as far as I can understand gives you a great deal more trouble than he is worth, I don't see why you should lend a large sum of money to his son." "Simply because he wanted it." "Oh dear, oh dear." "He wanted it very much. He had gone away a ruined man because of his gambling, and now, when he had come back and was to be put upon his legs again, I could not see him again ruined for the need of such a sum. He was very foolish." "Perhaps a little rash, papa." "But now I have told you, and so there may be an end of it. But I'll tell you what, Dolly, I'll bet you a new straw hat he pays me within a month of his father's death." Then Dolly was allowed to escape and betake herself to her bed. On that same day Mountjoy Scarborough went down to Tretton, and was at once closeted with his father. Mr. Scarborough had questions to ask about Mr. Prosper, and was anxious to know how his son had succeeded in his mission. But the conversation was soon turned from Mr. Prosper to Captain Vignolles and Mr. Grey. Mountjoy had determined, as soon as he had got the cheque from Mr. Grey, to say nothing about it to his father. He had told Mr. Grey in order that he need not tell his father, if the money were forthcoming, but he had not been 5 minutes in his father's room before he rushed to the subject. "You got among these birds of prey again?" said his father. "There was only one bird, or at least two, a big bird and a small one." "And you lost how much?" Then the captain told the precise sum. "And Grey has lent it to you?" The captain nodded his head. "Then you must ride into Tretton and catch the mail to-night with the cheque to repay him. That you should have been able to in so short a time to have found a man willing to fleece you. I suppose it's hopeless?" "I cannot tell." "Altogether hopeless." "What am I to say, sir? If I make a promise it will go for nothing." "For absolutely nothing." "Then what would be the use of my promising?" "You are quite logical, and look upon the matter in altogether a proper light. As you have ruined yourself so often, and done your best to ruin those that belong to you, what hope can there be? About this money that I have left you, I do not know that anything farther can be said, unless I leave it all to an hospital. It is better that you should have it and throw it away among the gamblers than it should fall into the hands of Augustus. Besides, the demand is moderate. No doubt it is only a beginning, but we will see." Then he got out his cheque-book and made Mountjoy himself write the cheque, including the 2 sums which had been borrowed, and he dictated the letter to Mr. Grey. "My dear Grey, I return the money which Mountjoy has had from you, £227.20. That, I think, is right. You are the most foolish man I know with your money, to have given it to such a scapegrace as my son Mountjoy. But you are the sweetest and finest gentleman I have ever come across. You have got your money now, which is a great deal more than you can have expected or ought to have obtained. However, on this occasion you have been in great luck. Yours faithfully, John Scarborough." This letter the son himself was forced to write, though it dealt altogether with his own delinquencies, and yet, as he told himself, he was not sorry to write it, as it would declare to Mr. Grey that he had himself acknowledged at once his own sin. The only farther punishment which his father exacted was that his son should himself ride into Tretton and post the letter before he ate his dinner. "I've got my money," said Mr. Grey. waving the cheque as he went into his dressing-room, with Dolly at his heels. "Who has paid it?" "Old Scarborough, and he made Mountjoy write the letter himself, calling me an old fool for lending it. I don't think I was such a fool at all. However, I've got the money, and you may pay the bet and not say anything more about it."
Chapter 50 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 50. The Last of Miss Thoroughbung. Mr. Prosper, with that kind of energy which was distinctively his own, had sent off his letter to Harry Annesley, with his postscript in it about his blighted matrimonial prospects, a letter easy to be written, before he had completed his grand epistle to Miss Thoroughbung. The epistle to Miss Thoroughbung was one requiring great consideration. It had to be studied in every word, and rewritten again and again with the profoundest care. He was afraid that he might commit himself by an epithet. He dreaded even an adverb too much. He found that a full stop expressed his feelings too violently, and wrote the letter again for the 5th time because of the big initial which followed the full stop. The consequence of all this long delay was that Miss Thoroughbung had heard the news through the brewery before it reached her in its legitimate course. Mr. Prosper had written his postscript by accident, and in writing it had forgotten the intercourse between his brother-in-law's house and the Buntingford people. He had known well of the proposed marriage, but he was a man who could not think of two things at the same time, and thus he had committed the blunder. Perhaps it was better for him as it was, and the blow came to him with a rapidity which created less of suffering than might have followed the slower mode of proceeding which he had intended. He was actually making the 5th copy of the letter, rendered necessary by that violent full stop, when Matthew came to him and announced that Miss Thoroughbung was in the drawing-room. "In the house?" ejaculated Mr. Prosper. "She would come into the hall, and then where was I to put her? Matthew Pike, you will not do for my service." This had been said about once every 3 months throughout the long course of years in which Matthew had lived with his master. "Very well, sir. I am to take it for a month's warning, of course." Matthew understood well enough that this was merely an expression of his master's displeasure, and being anxious for his master's welfare, he knew that it was decorous that some decision should be come to at once as to Miss Thoroughbung, and that time should not be lost in his own little personal quarrel. "She is waiting, you know, sir, and she looks uncommon irascible. There is the other lady left outside in the carriage." "Miss Tickle? Don't let her in, whatever you do. She is the worst. Oh dear, oh dear! Where are my coat and waistcoat and my braces? And I haven't brushed my hair, and these slippers won't do. What business has she to come at this time of day without saying a word to anybody?" Then Matthew went to work and got his master into decent apparel with as little delay as possible. "After all," said Mr. Prosper, "I don't think I'll see her. Why should I see her?" "She knows you are at home, sir." "Why does she know I'm at home? That's your fault. She oughtn't to know anything about it. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear!" These last ejaculations arose from his having just then remembered the nature of his postscripts to Harry Annesley, and the engagement of Joe Thoroughbung to his niece. He made up his mind at the moment, or thought that he had made up his mind, that Harry Annesley should not have a shilling as long as he lived. "I am quite out of breath. I cannot see her yet. Go and offer the lady cake and wine, and tell her that you had found me very much indisposed. I think you will have to tell her that I am not well enough to receive her to-day." "Get it over, sir, and have it done with." "It's all very well to say, have it done with. I shall never have done with it, because you have let her in to-day. She'll think that she can come always. Good Lord! There she is on the stairs. Pick up my slippers." Then the door was opened, and Miss Thoroughbung herself entered the room. It was an upstairs chamber known as Mr. Prosper's own, and from it was the door into his bedroom. How Miss Thoroughbung had learned her way to it he never could guess, but she had come up the stairs as though she had been acquainted with all the intricacies of the house from her childhood. "Mr. Prosper," she said, "I hope I see you quite well this morning, and that I have not disturbed you at your toilet." That she had done so was evident from the fact that Matthew, with the dressing-gown and slippers, was seen disappearing into the bedroom. "I am not very well, thank you," said Mr. Prosper, rising from his chair and offering her his hand with the coldest possible salutation. "I am sorry for that, very. I hope it is not your indisposition which has prevented you from coming to see me. I have been expecting you every day since Soames wrote his last letter. But it's no use pretending any longer. Oh, Peter, Peter!" This use of his Christian name struck him absolutely dumb, so that he was unable to utter a syllable. He should, first of all, have told her that any excuse she had before for calling him by his Christian name was now at an end. But there is no opening for speech such as that. "Well," she continued, "have you got nothing to say to me? You can write flippant letters to other people, and turn me into ridicule glibly enough." "I have never done so." "Did you not write to Joe Thoroughbung and tell him you had given up all thoughts of having me?" "Joe!" he exclaimed. His very surprise did not permit him to go farther at the moment than this utterance of the young man's Christian name. "Yes, Joe Thoroughbung, my nephew, and yours that is to be. Did you not write and tell him that everything was over?" "I never wrote to young Mr. Thoroughbung in my life. I should not have dreamed of such a correspondence on such a subject." "Well, he says you did, or if you didn't write to Joe yourself, you wrote to somebody." "I may have written to somebody, certainly." "And told them that you didn't mean to have anything farther to say to me?" That traitor Harry had now committed a sin worse than knocking a man down in the middle of the night and leaving him bleeding, speechless, and motionless, worse than telling a lie about it, worse even than declining to listen to sermons read by his uncle. Harry had committed such a sin that no shilling of allowance should evermore be paid to him. Even at this moment there went through Mr. Prosper's brain an idea that there might be some unmarried female in England besides Miss Puffle and Miss Thoroughbung. "Peter Prosper, why don't you answer like a man, and tell me the honest truth?" He had never been called Peter Prosper in his whole life before. "Perhaps you had better let me make a communication by letter," he said. At that very moment the all but completed epistle was lying on the table before him, where even her eyes might reach it. In the flurry of the moment he covered it up. "Perhaps that is the letter which has taken you so long to write?" she said. "It is the letter." Then hand it me over, and save yourself the penny stamp." In his confusion he gave her the letter, and threw himself down on the sofa while she read it. "You have been very careful in choosing your language, Mr. Prosper. It will be expedient that I should make known to you the entire truth?" "Certainly, Mr. Prosper, certainly. The entire truth is the best thing. Next to entire beer, my brother would say." "The horrid, vulgar woman!" Mr. Prosper ejaculated to himself. "There seems to have been a complete misunderstanding with regard to that amiable lady, Miss Tickle." "No misunderstanding at all. You said you liked her, and I supposed you did. And when I have been living for 20 years with a female companion who hasn't sixpence in the world to buy a rag with but what she gets from me, was it to be expected that I should turn her out for any man?" "An annuity might have been arranged, Miss Thoroughbung." "Bother an annuity. That's all you think about feelings. Was she to go and live alone and desolate because you wanted some one to nurse you? And then those wretched ponies. I tell you, Peter Prosper, that let me marry whom I will, I mean to drive a pair of ponies, and am able to do so out of my own money. Ponies, indeed! It's an excuse. Your heart has failed you. You've come to know a woman of spirit, and now you are afraid that she'll be too much for you. I shall keep this letter, though it has not been sent." "You can do as you please about that, Miss Thoroughbung." "Oh, yes, of course I shall keep it, and shall give it to Messrs. Soames and Simpson. They are the most gentlemanlike men, and will be shocked at such conduct as this from the Squire of Buston. The letter will be published in the newspapers, of course. It will be very painful to me, no doubt, but I shall owe it to my sex to punish you. When all the county are talking of your conduct to a lady, and saying that no man could have done it, let alone no gentleman, then you will feel it. Miss Tickle, and a pair of ponies! You expected to get my money, and nothing to give for it. Oh, you mean man!" She must have been aware that every word she spoke was a dagger. There was a careful analysis of his peculiar character displayed in every word of reproach which she uttered. Nothing could have wounded him more than the comparison between himself and Soames and Simpson. They were gentlemen, the vulgarest men in all Buntingford, he declared to himself, and always ready for any sharp practice. Whereas he was no man, Miss Thoroughbung said, a mean creature, altogether unworthy to be regarded as a gentleman. He knew himself to be Mr. Prosper of Buston Hall, with centuries of Prospers for his ancestors, whereas Soames was the son of a tax-gatherer, and Simpson had come down from London as a clerk from a solicitor's office in the city. And yet it was true that people would talk of him as did Miss Thoroughbung. His cruelty would be in every lady's mouth, and then his stinginess about the ponies would be the gossip of the county for 12 months. And as he found out what Miss Thoroughbung was, the disgrace of even having wished to marry her loomed terribly large before him. But there was a twinkle of jest in the lady's eyes all the while, which he did not perceive, and which, had he perceived it, he could not have understood. Her anger was but simulated wrath. She, too, had thought that it might be well, under circumstances, if she were to marry Mr. Prosper, but had quite understood that those circumstances might not be forthcoming. "I don't think it will do at all, my dear," she had said to Miss Tickle. "Of course an old bachelor like that won't want to have you." "I beg you won't think of me for a moment," Miss Tickle had answered with solemnity. "Bother! Why can't you tell the truth? I'm not going to throw you over, and of course you'd be just nowhere if I did. I shan't break my heart for Mr. Prosper. I know I should be an old fool if I were to marry him, and he is more of an old fool for wanting to marry me. But I did think he wouldn't cut up so rough about the ponies." And then, when no answer came to the last letter from Soames and Simpson, and the tidings reached her round from the brewery that Mr. Prosper intended to be off, she was not in the least surprised. But the information, she thought, had come to her in an unworthy manner, so she determined to punish the gentleman, and went out to Buston Hall and called him Peter Prosper. We may doubt, however, whether she had ever realized how terribly her scourges would wale him. "And to think that you would let it come around to me in that way, through the young people, writing about it just as a joke." "I never wrote about it like a joke," said Mr. Prosper, almost crying. "I remember now. It was to your nephew, and of course everybody at the rectory saw it. Of course they were all laughing at you." There was one thing now written in the book of fate, and sealed as certainly as the crack of doom. No shilling of allowance should ever be paid to Harry Annesley. He would go abroad, he said so to himself as he thought of this, and said also that if he could find a healthy young woman anywhere, he would marry her, sacrificing every idea of his own happiness to his desire of revenge upon his nephew. This, however, was only the passionate feeling of the moment. Matrimony had become altogether so distasteful to him, since he had become intimately acquainted with Miss Thoroughbung, as to make any release in that manner quite impossible to him. "Do you propose to make me any amends?" asked Miss Thoroughbung. "Money?" said he. "Yes, money. Why shouldn't you pay me money? I should like to keep 3 ponies, and to have Miss Tickle's sister to come and live with me." "I do not know whether you are in earnest, Miss Thoroughbung." "Quite in earnest, Peter Prosper. But perhaps I had better leave that matter in the hands of Soames and Simpson, very gentlemanlike men, and they'll be sure to let you know how much you ought to pay. £10,000 wouldn't be too much, considering the distress to my wounded feelings." Here Miss Thoroughbung put her handkerchief up to her eyes. There was nothing that he could say. Whether she were laughing at him, as he thought to be most probable, or whether there was some grain of truth in the demand which she made, he found it equally impossible to make any reply. There was nothing that he could say. Nor could he absolutely turn her out of the room. But after 10 minutes' farther continuation of these amenities, during which it did at last come home to his brain that she was merely laughing at him, he began to think that he might possibly escape, and leave her there in possession of his chamber. "If you will excuse me, Miss Thoroughbung, I will retire," he said, rising from the sofa. "Regularly chaffed out of your own den," she said, laughing. "I do not like this interchange of wit on subjects that are so serious." "Interchange? There is very little interchange, according to my idea. You haven't said anything witty. What an idea of interchange the man has!" "At any rate, I will escape from your rudeness." "Now, Peter Prosper, before you go, let me ask you one question. Which of the two has been the rudest to the other? You have come and asked me to marry you, and have evidently wished to back out of it from the moment in which you found that I had ideas of my own about money. And now you call me rude because I have my little revenge. I have called you Peter Prosper, and you can't stand it. You haven't spirit enough to call me Matty Thoroughbung in reply. But good-bye, Mr. Prosper, for I never will call you Peter again. As to what I said to you about money, that of course is all bosh. I'll pay Soames' bill, and will never trouble you. There's your letter. which, however, would be of no use, because it's not signed. A very stupid letter it is. If you want to write naturally, you should never copy a letter. Good-bye, Mr. Prosper. Peter that never shall be." Then she got up and walked out of the room. Mr. Prosper, when he was left alone, remained for a while nearly paralyzed. That he should have ever entertained the idea of making that woman his wife! Such was his first thought. Then he reflected that he had, in truth, escaped from her more easily than he had hoped, and that she had certainly displayed some good qualities, in spite of her vulgarity and impudence. She did not, at any rate, intend to trouble him any farther. He would never again hear himself called Peter by that terribly loud voice. But his anger became very fierce against the whole family at the rectory. They had ventured to laugh at him, and he could understand that, in their eyes, he had become very ridiculous. He could see it all, the manner in which they had made fun of him, and had been jocose over his intended marriage. He certainly had not intended to be funny in their eyes, but while he had been exercising the duty of a stern master over them, and had been aware of his own extreme generosity in his efforts to forgive his nephew, that very nephew had been laughing at him in conjunction with the nephew of her whom he had intended to make his wife. Not a shilling again should ever be allowed to Harry Annesley. If it could be so arranged by any change of circumstances, he might even yet become the father of a family of his own. Chapter 51 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 51. Mr. Prosper is taken ill. When Harry Annesley returned from Cheltenham, which he did about the beginning of February, he was a very happy man. It may be said, indeed, that within his own heart he was more exalted than is fitting for a man mortal, for a human creature who may be cut off from his joys to-morrow, or may have the very source of his joy turned into sorrow. He walked like a god, not showing it by his outward gesture, not declaring that it was so by any assumed grace or arrogant carriage of himself, but knowing within himself that that had happened down at Cheltenham, which had all but divested him of humanity and made a star of him. To no one else had it been given to have such feelings, such an assurance of heavenly bliss, together with the certainty that, under any circumstances, it must be altogether his own for ever and ever. It was thus he thought of himself, and what had happened to him. He had succeeded in getting himself kissed by a young woman. Harry Annesley was in truth very proud of Florence, and altogether believed in her. He thought the better of himself because Florence loved him, not with the vulgar self-applause of a man who fancies himself to be a lady-killer, and therefore a grand sort of fellow, but in conceiving himself to be something better than he had hitherto believed, simply because he had won the heart of this one special girl. During that half-hour at Cheltenham, she had so talked to him, and managed in her own pretty way so to express herself, as to make him understand that of all that there was of her, he was the only lord and master. May God do so to me, and more also, if to the end I do not treat her, not only with all affection, but also with all delicacy of observance. It was thus that he spoke to himself of her as he walked away from the door of Mrs. Mountjoy's house in Cheltenham. From thence he went back to Buston, and entered his father's house with all that halo of happiness shining round his heart. He did not say much about it, but his mother and his sisters felt that he was altered, and he understood their feelings when his mother said to him, after a day or two, that it was a great shame that they none of them knew his Florence. "But you will have to know her well." "That's of course, but it's 1,000 pities that we should not be able to talk of her to you as one whom we know already." Then he felt that they had among them all acknowledged her to be such as she was. There came to the rectory some tidings of the meeting which had taken place at the Hall between his uncle and Miss Thoroughbung. It was Joe who brought to them the first account, and then further particulars leaked out among the servants of the two houses. Matthew was very discreet, but even Matthew must have spoken a word or two. In the first place there came the news that Mr. Prosper's anger against his nephew was hotter than ever. "Mr. Harry must have put his foot in it somehow." That had been Matthew's assurance, made with much sorrow to the housekeeper or head servant at the rectory. And then Joe had declared that all the misfortunes which had attended Mr. Prosper's courtship had been attributed to Harry's evil influences. At first this could not but be a matter of joke. Joe's stories, as he told them, were full of ridicule, and had no doubt come to him from Miss Thoroughbung, either directly or through some of the ladies at Buntingford. "It does seem that your aunt has been too many for him." This had been said by Molly, and had been uttered in the presence both of Joe Thoroughbung and of Harry. "Why, yes," said Joe. "She has had him under the thong altogether, and has not found it difficult to flog him when she had got him by the hind leg." This idea had occurred to Joe from his remembrance of a peccant hound in the grasp of a tyrant whip. "It seems that he offered her money." "I should hardly think that," said Harry, standing up for his uncle. "She says so, and says that she declared that £10,000 would be the very lowest sum. Of course she was laughing at him." "Uncle Prosper doesn't like to be laughed at," said Molly. "And she did not spare him," said Joe. And then she had by heart the whole story of how she had called him Peter, and how angry he had been at the appellation. "Nobody calls him Peter except my mother," said Harry. "I should not dream of calling him Uncle Peter," said Molly. "Do you mean to say that Miss Thoroughbung called him Peter? Where could she have got the courage?" To this Joe replied that he believed his aunt had courage for anything under the sun. "I don't think that she ought to have called him Peter," continued Molly. "Of course, after that there couldn't be a marriage." "I don't quite see why not," said Joe. "I call you Molly, and I expect you to marry me." "And I call you Joe, and I expect you to marry me, but we ain't quite the same." "The Squire of Buston," said Joe, "considers himself Squire of Buston. I suppose that the old Queen of Heaven didn't call Jupiter Jove till they'd been married at any rate some centuries." "Well done, Joe," said Harry. "He'll become fellow of a college yet," said Molly. "If you'll let me alone, I will," said Joe. "But only conceive the kind of scene there must have been at the house up there, when Aunt Matty had forced her way in among your uncle's slippers and dressing gowns. I'd have given a £5 note to have seen and heard it." "I'd have given two, if it had never occurred. He had written me a letter which I had taken as a pardon in full for all my offences. He had assured me that he had no intention of marrying, and had offered to give me back my old allowance. Now I am told that he has quarrelled with me again altogether, because of some light word as to me and my concerns spoken by this vivacious old aunt of yours. I wish your vivacious old aunt had remained at Buntingford." "And we had wished that your vivacious old uncle had remained at Buston when he came love-making to Marmaduke Lodge." "He was an old fool, and among ourselves always has been," said Molly, who on the occasion thought it incumbent upon her to take the Thoroughbung rather than the Prosper side of the quarrel. But in truth this renewed quarrel between the Hall and the rectory was likely to prove extremely deleterious to Harry Annesley's interests, for his welfare depended not solely on the fact that he was at present heir presumptive to his uncle, nor yet on the small allowance of £250 made to him by his uncle, and capable of being withdrawn at any moment, but also on the fact, supposed to be known to all the world, which was known to all the world before the affair in the streets with Mountjoy Scarborough, that Harry was his uncle's heir. His position had been that of eldest son, and indeed that of only child to a man of acres and squire of a parish. He had been made to hope that this might be restored to him, and at this moment absolutely had in his pocket the cheque for £62 10, which had been sent to him by his uncle's agent in payment of the quarter's income which had been stopped. But he also had a farther letter written on the next day, telling him that he was not to expect any repetition of the payment. Under these circumstances, what should he do? 2 or 3 things occurred to him, but he resolved at last to keep the cheque without cashing it for some weeks, and then to write to his uncle when the fury of his wrath might be supposed to have passed by, offering to restore it. His uncle was undoubtedly a very silly man, but he was not one who could acknowledge to himself that he had done an unjust act without suffering for it. At the present moment, while his wrath was hot, there would be no sense of contrition. His ears would still tingle with the sound of the laughter of which he had supposed himself to have been the subject at the rectory. But that sound in a few weeks might die away, and some feeling of the propriety of justice would come back upon the poor man's mind. Such was the state of things upon which Harry resolved to wait for a few weeks. But in the meantime tidings came across from the Hall that Mr. Prosper was ill. He had remained in the house for 2 or 3 days after Miss Thoroughbung's visit. This had given rise to no special remarks, because it was well known that Mr. Prosper was a man whose feelings were often too many for him. When he was annoyed, it would be long before he would get the better of the annoyance, and during such periods he would remain silent and alone. There could be no question that Miss Thoroughbung had annoyed him most excessively, and Matthew had been aware that it would be better that he should abstain from all questions. He would take the daily newspaper in to his master, and ask for orders as to the daily dinner, and that would be all. Mr. Prosper, when in a fairly good humour, would see the cook every morning, and would discuss with her the propriety of either roasting or boiling the fowl, and the expediency either of the pudding or the pie. His idiosyncrasies were well known, and the cook might always have her own way by recommending the contrary to that which she wanted, because it was a point of honour with Mr. Prosper not to be led by his servants. But during these days he simply said, "Let me have dinner, and do not trouble me." This went on for a day or two without exciting much comment at the rectory, but when it went on beyond a day or two, it was surmised that Mr. Prosper was ill. At the end of a week he had not been seen outside the house, and then alarm began to be felt. The rumor had got abroad that he intended to go to Italy, and it was expected that he would start. But no sign came of his intended movements. Not a word more had been said to Matthew on the subject. He had been ordered to admit no visitor into the house at all, unless it were someone from the firm of Grey & Barry. From the moment in which he had got rid of Miss Thoroughbung, he had been subject to some dread lest she should return. Or, if not she herself, she might, he thought, send Soames & Simpson, or some denizen from the brewery. And he was conscious that not only all Buston, but all Buntingford was aware of what he had attempted to do. Every one whom he chanced to meet would, as he thought, be talking of him, and therefore he feared to be seen by the eye of man, woman, or child. There was a self-consciousness about him which altogether overpowered him. That cook with whom he used to have the arguments about the boiled chicken was now an enemy, a domestic enemy, because he was sure that she talked about his projected marriage in the kitchen. He would not see his coachman or his groom, because some tidings would have reached them about that pair of ponies. Consequently, he shut himself up altogether, and the disease became worse with him because of his seclusion. And now, from day to day, or it may be more properly said, from hour to hour, news came across to the rectory of the poor squire's health. Matthew, to whom alone was given free intercourse with his master, became very gloomy. Mr. Prosper was no doubt gloomy, and the feeling was contagious. "I think he's going off his head, that's what I do think," he said, in confidential intercourse with the cook. That conversation resulted in Matthew's walking across to the rectory and asking advice from the rector, and in the rector paying a visit to the hall. He had again consulted with his wife, and she had recommended him to endeavor to see her brother. "Of course, what we hear about his anger only comes from Joe, or through the servants. If he is angry, what will it matter?" "Not in the least to me," said the rector, "only I would not willingly trouble him." "I would go," said the rector's wife, "only I know he would require me to agree with him about Harry. That, of course, I cannot do." Then the rector walked across to the hall and sent up word by Matthew that he was there, and would be glad to see Mr. Prosper, if Mr. Prosper were disengaged. But Matthew, after an interval of a quarter of an hour, came back with merely a note. "I am not very well, and an interview at the present moment would only be depressing. But I would be glad to see my sister if she would come across to-morrow at 12 o'clock. I think it would be well that I should see some one, and she is now the nearest. P.P." Then there arose a great discussion at the rectory as to what this note indicated. "She is now the nearest." He might have so written had the doctor who attended him told him that death was imminent. Of course she was the nearest. What did the "now" mean? Was it not intended to signify that Harry had been his heir, and therefore the nearest, but that now he had been repudiated? But it was of course resolved that Mrs. Annesley should go to the hall at the hour indicated on the morrow. "Oh yes, I'm up here. Where else should I be, unless you expected to find me in my bed?" It was thus that he answered his sister's first inquiry as to his condition. "In bed? Oh, no. Why should any one expect to find you in bed, Peter?" "Never call me by that name again," he said, rising up from his chair and standing erect, with one arm stretched out. She called him Peter simply because it had been her custom to do so during the period of nearly 50 years in which they had lived in the same parish as brother and sister. She could, therefore, only stare at him and his tragic humor as he stood there before her. "Though, of course, it is madness on my part to object to it. My godfather and godmother christened me Peter, and our father was Peter before me, and his father, too, was Peter Prosper. But that woman has made the name sound abominable in my ears." "Miss Thoroughbung, you mean?" "She came here and so be-Petered me in my own house, nay, up in this very room, that I hardly knew whether I was on my head or my heels." "I would not mind what she said. They all know that she is a little flighty." "Nobody told me so. Why couldn't you let me know that she was flighty beforehand? I thought that she was a person whom it would have done to marry." "If you will only think of it, Peter," here he shuddered visibly. "I beg your pardon. I will not call you so again. But it is unreasonable to blame us for not telling you about Miss Thoroughbung." "Of course it is. I am unreasonable. I know it." "Let us hope that it is all over now." "Cart ropes wouldn't drag me up to the hymeneal altar, at least not with that woman." "You have sent for me, Peter. I beg pardon. I was so glad when you sent. I would have come before, only I was afraid that you would be annoyed. Is there anything that we can do for you?" "Nothing at all that you can do, I fear." "Somebody told us that you were thinking of going abroad." Here he shook his head. "I think it was Harry." Here he shook his head and frowned. "Had you not some idea of going abroad?" "That is all gone," he said solemnly. "It would have enabled you to get over this disappointment without feeling it so acutely." "I do feel it, but not exactly the disappointment. There I think I have been saved from a misfortune which would certainly have driven me mad. That woman's voice daily in my ear could have had no other effect. I have at any rate been saved from that." "What is it, then, that troubles you?" "Everybody knows that I intended it. All the country has heard of it. But yet was not my purpose a good one? Why should not a gentleman marry if he wants to leave his estate to his own son?" "Of course he must marry before he can do that." "Where was I to get a young lady, just outside of my own class? There was Miss Puffle. I did think of her. But just at the moment she went off with young Tazlehurst. There was another misfortune. Why should Miss Puffle have descended so low just before I had thought of her? And I couldn't marry quite a young girl. How could I expect such a one to live here with me at Buston, where it is rather dull? When I looked about, there was nobody except that horrid Miss Thoroughbung. You just look about and tell me if there is any one else. Of course, my circle is circumscribed. I have been very careful whom I have admitted to my intimacy, and the result is that I know almost nobody. I may say that I was driven to ask Miss Thoroughbung." "But why marry at all, unless you're fond of somebody to be attached to?" "Ah!" "Why marry at all, I say? I ask the question, knowing very well why you intended to do it." "Then why do you ask?" he said angrily. "Because it is so difficult to talk of Harry to you. Of course, I cannot help feeling that you have injured him." "It is he that has injured me. It is he that has brought me to this condition. Don't you know that you've all been laughing at me down at the rectory since this affair of that terrible woman?" While he paused for an answer to his question, Mrs. Annesley sat silent. You know it is true. He and that man whom Molly means to marry, and the other girls, and their father, and you, have all been laughing at me." "I have never laughed." "But the others?" And again he waited for a reply. But the no reply which came did as well as any other answer. There was the fact that he had been ridiculed by the very young man whom it was intended that he should support by his liberality. It was impossible to tell him that a man who had made himself so absurd must expect to be laughed at by his juniors. There was running through his mind an idea that very much was due to him from Harry, but there was also an idea that something too was due from him. There was present, even to him, a noble feeling that he should bear all the ignominy with which he was treated, and still be generous. But he had sworn to himself, and had sworn to Matthew, that he would never forgive his nephew. "Of course you all wish me to be out of the way." "Why do you say that?" "Because it is true. How happy you would all be if I were dead, and Harry were living here in my place." "Do you think so?" "Yes, I do. Of course you would all go into mourning, and there would be some grimace of sorrow among you for a few weeks. But the sorrow would soon be turned into joy. I shall not last long, and then his time will come. There, you may tell him that his allowance shall be continued, in spite of all his laughing. It was for that purpose that I sent for you. And now you know it, you can go and leave me." Then Mrs. Annesley did go, and rejoiced them all up at the rectory by these latest tidings from the Hall. But now the feeling was, how could they show their gratitude and kindness to poor Uncle Prosper?
Chapter 52 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brooke Cunningham. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 52. Mr. Barry Again. "Mr. Barry has given me to understand that he means to come down to-morrow." This was said by Mr. Grey to his daughter. "What does he want to come here for?" "I suppose you know why he wants to come here." Then the father was silent, and for some time Dolly remained silent also. "He is coming to ask you to consent to be his wife." "Why do you let him come, papa?" "I cannot hinder him, that, in the first place, and then I don't want to prevent his coming." "Oh, papa!" "I do not want to prevent his coming, and I do not wish you now, at this instant, to pledge yourself to anything." "I cannot but pledge myself." "You can, at any rate, remain silent while I speak to you." There was a solemnity in his manner which almost awed her, so that she could only come nearer to him and sit close to him, holding his hand in hers. "I wish you to hear what I have got to say to you, and to make no answer till you shall make it to-morrow to him, after having fully considered the whole matter. In the first place, he is an honest and good man, and certainly will not ill-treat you." "Is that so much?" "It is a great deal, as men go. It would be a great deal to me, to be sure, that I had left you in the hands of one who is, of his nature, tender and affectionate." "That is something, but not enough." "And then he is a careful man, who will certainly screen you from all want, and he is prudent, walking about the world with his eyes open, much wider than your father has ever done." Here she only pressed his hand. "There is nothing to be said against him, except that something which you spotted at once when you said that he was not a gentleman. According to your ideas and to mine, he is not quite a gentleman, but we are both fastidious." We must pay the penalty of our tastes in that respect. You are paying the penalty now by your present doubts, but it is not yet too late for you to get the better of it. Though I have acknowledged that he is not quite a gentleman, he is by no means the reverse. You are quite a lady. I hope so, but you are not particularly good-looking. Papa, you are not complimentary. My dear, I do not intend to be so. To me your face, such as it is the sweetest thing on earth to look upon. Oh, papa, dear papa!" And she threw her arms around his neck and kissed him. "But having lived so long with me, you have acquired my habits and thoughts, and have learned to disregard utterly your outward appearance." "I would be decent and clean and womanly." "That is not enough to attract the eyes of men in general, but he has seen deeper than most men do." "Into the value of the business, you mean," said she. "No, Dolly, I will not have that. That is ill-natured, and, as I believe, altogether untrue. I think of Mr. Barry that he would not marry any girl for the sake of a business, unless he loved her." "That is nonsense, papa. How can Mr. Barry love me? Did he and I ever have 5 minutes of free conversation together?" "Unless he meant to love, would be nearer the mark, and knew that he could do so, you will be quite safe in his hands." "Safe, papa?" "So much for yourself, and now I must say a few words as to myself. You are not bound to marry him, or any one else, to do me a good turn, but I think you are bound to remember what my feelings would be if on my deathbed I were leaving you quite alone in the world. As far as money is concerned, you would have enough for all your wants, but that is all that you would have. You have become so thoroughly my friend that you would have hardly another real friend in the world." "That is my disposition." "Yes, but I must guard against the ill effects of that disposition. I know that if some man came the way whom you could in truth love, you would make the sweetest wife that ever a man possessed." "Oh, papa, how you talk! No such man will come the way, and there's an end of it." "Mr. Barry has come the way, and, as things go, is deserving of your regard. My advice to you is to accept him. Now you will have 24 hours to think of that advice, and to think of your own future condition. How will life go with you if you should be left living in this house all alone?" "Why do you speak as though we were to be parted tomorrow?" "Tomorrow, or the next day," he said very solemnly. "The day will surely come before long. Mr. Barry may not be all that your fancy has imagined." "Decidedly not." "But he has those good qualities which your reason should appreciate. Think it over, my darling. And now we will say nothing more about Mr. Barry till he shall have come and been here and pleaded his own cause." Then there was not another word said on the subject between them, and on the next morning Mr. Grey went away to his chambers as usual. Though she had strenuously opposed her father through the whole of the conversation above given, still, as it has gone on, she had resolved to do as he would her. Not, indeed, that is, to marry the suitor, but to turn him over in her mind yet once again, and find out whether it would be possible that she should do so. She had dismissed him on that former occasion, and had not since given a thought to him, except as to a nuisance of which she had so far rid herself. Now the nuisance had come again, and she was to endeavour to ascertain how far she could accustom herself to its perpetual presence without incurring perpetual misery. But it has to be acknowledged that she did not begin the inquiry in a fair frame of mind. She declared to herself that she would think about it all the night and all the morning, without a prejudice, so that she might be able to accept him if she found it possible. But at that same time there was present to her a high black stone wall, at one side of which stood she herself, while Mr. Barry was on the other. That there should be any clambering over that wall by either of them she felt to be quite impossible, though at the same time she acknowledged that a miracle might occur by which the wall would be removed. So she began her thinking, and used all her father's arguments. Mr. Barry was honest and good, and would not ill-treat her. She knew nothing about him, but would take all that for granted as though it were gospel, because her father said it so. And then it was to her a fact that she was by no means good-looking, the meaning of which was that no other man would probably want her. Then she remembered her father's words, To me, your face is the sweetest thing on earth to look upon." This she did believe. Her plainness did not come against her there. Why should she rob her father of the one thing which to him was sweet in the world? And to her, her father was the one noble human being whom she had ever known. Why should she rob herself of his daily presence? Then she told herself, as she had told him, that she had never had 5 minutes free conversation with Mr. Barry in her life. That certainly was no reason why free conversation should not be commenced. But then she did not believe that free conversation was within the capacity of Mr. Barry. It would never come, though she might be married to him for 20 years. He, too, might, perhaps, talk about his business, but there would be none of those considerations as to radical good or evil which made the nucleus of all such conversations with her father. There would be a flatness about it all which would make any such interchange of words impossible. It would be as though she had been married to a log of wood, or rather a beast of the field, as regarded all sentiment. How much money would be coming to him? Now her father had never told her how much money was coming to him. There had been no allusion to that branch of the subject. And then there came other thoughts as to that interior life which it would be her destiny to lead with Mr. Barry. Then came a black cloud upon her face as she sat thinking of it. "Never," at last she said. "Never, never! He is very foolish not to know that it is impossible." The he of whom she then spoke was her father, and not Mr. Barry. "If I have to be left alone, I shall not be the first. Others have been left alone before me. I shall at any rate be left alone." Then the wall became higher and more black than ever, and there was no coming of that miracle by which it was to be removed. It was clearer to her than ever that neither of them could climb it. "And, after all," she said to herself, "to know that your husband is not a gentleman! Ought that not to be enough? Of course a woman has to pay for her fastidiousness. Like other luxuries it is costly, but then, like other luxuries, it cannot be laid aside." So, before that morning was gone, she made up her mind steadily that Mr. Barry should never be her lord and master. How could she best make him understand that it was so that she might be quickly rid of him? When the first hour of thinking was done after breakfast, it was that which filled her mind. She was sure that he would not take an answer easily and go. He would have been prepared by her father to persevere, not by his absolute words, but by his mode of speaking. Her father would have given him to understand that she was still in doubt, and therefore might possibly be talked over. She must teach him at once, as well as she could, that such was not her character, and that she had come to a resolution which left him no chance. And she was guilty of one weakness which was almost unworthy of her. When the time came, she changed her dress, and put on an old shabby frock, in which she was wont to call upon the Carrolls. Her best dresses were all kept for her father, and perhaps accounted for that opinion that to his eyes her face was the sweetest thing on earth to look upon. As she sat there waiting for Mr. Barry, she certainly did look 10 years older than her age. In truth, both Mr. Grey and Dolly had been somewhat mistaken in their reading of Mr. Barry's character. There was more of intellect and merit in him than he had obtained credit for from either of them. He did care very much for the income of the business, and perhaps his first idea in looking for Dolly's hand had been the probability that he would thus obtain the whole of that income for himself. But, while wanting money, he wanted also some of the good things which ought to accompany it: a superior intellect, an intellect slightly superior to his own, of which he did not think meanly, a power of conversation of which he might imitate, and that fitness of thought which, he flattered himself, he might be able to achieve while living with the daughter of a gentleman. These were the treasures which Mr. Barry hoped to gain by his marriage with Dorothy Grey. And there had been something in her personal appearance which, to his eyes, had not been distasteful. He did not think her face the sweetest thing in the world to look at, as her father had done, but he saw in it the index of that intellect which he had desired to obtain for himself. As for her dress, that, of course, should all be altered. He imagined that he could easily become so far master of his wife as to make her wear fine clothes without difficulty. But then he did not know Dolly Grey. He had studied deeply his manner of attacking her. He would be very humble at first, but after a while his humility should be discontinued, whether she accepted or rejected him. He knew well that it did not become a husband to be humble, and as regarded a lover, he thought that humility was merely the outside gloss of love-making. He had been humble enough on the former occasion, and would begin now in the same strain. But after a while he would stir himself and assume the manner of a man. "Miss Grey," he said, as soon as they were alone, "you see that I have been as good as my word, and have come again." He had already observed her old frock and her mode of dressing up her hair, and had guessed the truth. "I knew that you were to come, Mr. Barry." "Your father has told you so?" "Yes." "And he has spoken a good word in my favour?" "Yes, he has." "Which I trust will be effective." "Not at all. He knows that it is the only subject on which I cannot take his advice. I would burn my hand off for my father, but I cannot afford to give it to any one at his instance. It must be exclusively my own, unless some one should come very different from those who are likely to ask for it." There was something, Mr. Barry thought, of offence in this, but he could not altogether throw off his humility as yet. "I quite admit the value of the treasure," he said. "There need not be any nonsense between us, Mr. Barry. It has no special value to any one, except to myself, but to myself I mean to keep it. At my father's instance I had thought over the proposition you have made me much more seriously than I had thought it possible that I should do." "That is not flattering," he said. "There is no need for flattery, either on the one side or on the other. You had better take that as established. You have done me the honour of wishing, for certain reasons, that I should be your wife." "The common reason, that I love you." "But I am not able to return the feeling, and do not therefore wish that you should be my husband." "That sounds to be uncivil." "Rather." "But I say it in order to make you understand the exact truth. A woman cannot love a man because she feels for him even the most profound respect. She will often do so when there is neither respect nor esteem. My father has so spoken of you to me that I do esteem you, but that has no effect in touching my heart. Therefore I cannot become your wife." Now, as Mr. Barry thought, had come the time in which he must assert himself. "Miss Grey," he said, "you have probably a long life before you." "Long or short, it can make no difference." "If I understood you aright, you are one who lives very much to yourself." "To myself and my father." "He is growing in years." "So am I, for that matter of that. We are all growing in years." "Have you looked out for yourself, and thought what manner of home yours will be when he shall have been dead and buried?" He paused, but she remained silent, and assumed a special cast of countenance, as though she might say a word, if he pressed her, which it would be disagreeable for him to hear. "When he has gone, will you not be very solitary without a husband?" "No doubt I shall." "Had you not better accept one when one comes your way who is not, as he tells you, quite unworthy of you?" "In spite of such worth, solitude would be preferable." "You certainly have a knack, Miss Grey, of making the most unpalatable assertions." "I will make another more unpalatable. Solitude I could bear, and death, but not such a marriage. You force me to tell you the whole truth, because half a truth will not suffice." "I have endeavoured to be at any rate civil to you," he said. "And I have endeavoured to save you what trouble I could by being straightforward." Still he paused, sitting in his chair uneasily, but looking as though he had no intention of going. "If you will only take me at my word and have done with it." Still he did not move. "I suppose there are young ladies who like this kind of thing, but I have become old enough to hate it. I have had very little experience of it, but it is odious to me. I can conceive nothing more disagreeable than to have to sit still and hear a gentleman declare that he wants to make me his wife, when I am quite sure that I do not intend to make him my husband." "Then, Miss Grey," he said, rising from his chair suddenly, "I shall bid you adieu." "Good-bye, Mr. Barry." "Good-bye, Miss Grey. Farewell." And so he went. "Oh, papa, we have had such a scene," she said, the moment she felt herself alone with her father. "You have not accepted him?" "Accepted him? "Oh dear no! I am sure at this moment he is only thinking how he would cut my throat if he could get hold of me." "You must have offended him then very greatly." "Oh, mortally! I said everything I possibly could to offend him, but then he would have been here still had I not done so. There was no other way to get rid of him, or indeed to make him believe that I was in earnest." "I am sorry that you should have been so ungracious." "Of course I am ungracious, but how can you stand bandying compliments with a man when it is your object to make him know the very truth that is in you? It was your fault, papa. You ought to have understood how very impossible it is that I should marry Mr. Barry." Chapter 53 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brooke Cunningham. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 53. The Beginning of the Last Plot. When Mr. Scarborough had written the check and sent it to Mr. Grey, he did not utter another word on the subject of gambling. "Let us make another beginning," he said, as he told his son to make out another check for £60 as his first instalment of the allowance. "I do not like to take it," said the son. "I don't think you need to be scrupulous now with me." That was early in the morning, at their first interview, about 10 o'clock. Later on in the day, Mr. Scarborough saw his son again, and on this occasion kept him in the room some time. "I don't suppose I shall last much longer now," he said. "Your voice is as strong as I ever heard it." "But unfortunately my body does not keep pace with my voice. From what Merton says, I don't suppose there's above a month left." "I don't see why Merton is to know." "Merton is a good fellow, and if you can do anything for him, do it for my sake." "I will." Then he added, after a pause, "If things go as we expect, Augustus can do more for him than I. Why don't you leave him a sum of money?" Then Miss Scarborough came into the room, and hovered about her brother, and fed him, and entreated him to be silent. But when she had gone, he went back to the subject. "I will tell you why, Mountjoy. I have not wished to load my will with other considerations, so that it might be seen that solicitude for you has been my last moments of my only thought. Of course I have done you a deep injury." "I think you have." "And because you tell me so, I like you all the better. As for Augustus, but I will not burden my spirit now at the last with uttering curses against my own son. He is not worth it. No, he is not worth it. What a fool he has been not to have understood me better. Now you are not half as clever a fellow as he is." "I dare say not." "You never read a book, I suppose?" "I don't pretend to read them, which he does." "I don't know anything about that. But he has been utterly unable to read me. I have poured out my money with open hands for both of you." "That is true, sir, certainly, as regards me." "And have thought nothing of it. Till it was quite hopeless with you, I went on, and would have gone on. As things were then, I was bound to do something to save the property." "These poor devils have put themselves out of the running now," said Mountjoy. "Yes, Augustus with his suspicions has enabled us to do that. After all, he was quite right with his suspicions." "What do you mean by that, sir?" "Well, it was natural enough that he should not trust me. I think, too, that perhaps he saw a screw loose where old Grey did not. But he was such an ass that he could not bring himself to keep on good terms with me for the few months that were left. And then he brought that brute Jones down here, without saying a word to me as to asking my leave. And here he used to remain, hardly ever coming to see me, but waiting for my death from day to day. He is a cold-blooded, selfish brute. He certainly takes after neither his father nor his mother, but he will find yet, perhaps, that I am even with him before all is over." "I shall try it on with him, sir. I have told you so from the beginning. And now, if I have this money, it will give me the means of doing so. You ought to know for what purpose I shall use it." "That is all settled," said the father. "The document, properly completed, has gone back with the clerk. Were I to die this minute, you would find that everything inside the house is your own, and everything outside except the bare acres. There is a lot of plate with the banker, which I have not wanted of late years, and there are a lot of trinkets too, things which I used to fancy, though I have not cared so much about them lately. And there are a few pictures which are worth money, but the books are the most valuable, only you do not care for them. I shall not have a house to put them in. There is no saying. What an idiot, what a fool, what a blind, unthinking ass Augustus has been. Do you regret it, sir, that he should not have them in the house too? I regret that my son should have been such a fool. I did not expect that he should love me. I did not even want him to be kind to me. Had he remained away and been silent, that would have been sufficient. But he came here to enjoy himself, as he looked about the park which he thought to be his own, and insulted me because I would not die at once and leave him in possession. And then he was fool enough to make way for you again, and did not perceive that by getting rid of your creditors he once again put you in a position to be his rival. I don't know whether I hate him most for the hardness of his heart, or despise him for the slowness of his intellect. During the time that these words had been spoken, Miss Scarborough had once or twice come into the room, and besought her brother to take some refreshment, which he offered him, and then give himself up to rest. But he refused to be guided by her till he had come to a point in the conversation at which he had found himself thoroughly exhausted. Now she came for the third time, and that period had arrived, so that Mountjoy was told to go about his business, and shoot birds or hunt foxes, in accordance with his natural proclivities. It was then 3 o'clock on a gloomy December afternoon, and was too late for the shooting of birds, and as for the hunting of foxes, the hounds were not in the neighborhood. So he resolved to go through the house and look at all those properties which were soon to become his own, and he at once strolled into the library. This was a long, gloomy room, which contained perhaps 10,000 volumes, the greater number of which had, in the days of Mountjoy's early youth, been brought together by his own father, and they had been bound in the bindings of modern times, so that the shelves were bright, although the room itself was gloomy. He took out book after book, and told himself, with something of sadness in his heart, that they were all caviar to him. Then he reminded himself that he was not yet 30 years of age, and that there was surely time enough left for him to make them his companions. He took one at random, and found it to be a volume of Calderon's History of the Rebellion. He pitched upon a sentence in which he counted that there were 16 lines, and when he began to read it, it became to him utterly confused and unintelligible. So he put it back, and went to another portion of the room, and took down Whittier's Hallelujah. And of this he could make neither head nor tail. He was informed, by a heading in the book itself, that a piece of poetry was to be sung as the 10 Commandments. He could not do that, and put the book back again, and declared to himself that farther search would be useless. He looked around the room and tried to price the books, and told himself that 3 or 4 days at the club might see an end of it all. Then he wandered on into the state drawing-room, an apartment which had not entered for years, and found that all the furniture was carefully covered. Of what use could it all be to him, unless that it, too, might be sent to the melting pot and brought into some short-lived use at the club? But as he was about to leave the room, he stood for a moment on the rug before the fireplace, and looked into the huge mirror which stood there. If the walls might be his, as well as the garnishing of them, and if Florence Mountjoy could come and reign there, then he fancied that they all might be put to a better purpose than that of which he had thought. In earlier days, 2 or 3 years ago, at a time which now seemed to him to be very distant, he had regarded Florence as his own, and as such had demanded her hand. In the pride of his birth and position and fashion, he had had no thought of her feelings, and had been imperious. He told himself that it had been so with much self-condemnation. At any rate, he had learned, during these months of solitary wandering, the power of condemning himself. And now he told him that if she would yet come, he might still learn to sing that song of the old-fashioned poet, as to the 10 Commandments. At any rate, he would endeavor to sing it as she bade him. He went on through all the bedrooms, remembering, but hardly more than remembering, them as he entered them. "Oh, Florence, my Florence!" he said, as he passed on. He had done it all for himself, brought down upon his own head this infinite ruin. And for what? He had scarcely ever won, and Tretton was gone for him forever. But still there might yet be a chance if he could abstain from gambling. And then, when it was dusk within the house, he went out, and passed through the stables, and roamed about the gardens, till the evening had altogether set in, and black night had come upon him. 2 years ago he had known that he was the heir to it all, though even then that habit was so strong upon him he had felt that his tenure of it would be but slight. But he had then always to tell himself that when his marriage had taken place a great change would be effected. His marriage had not taken place, and the next fatal year had fallen upon him. As long as the inheritance of the estate was certainly his, he could assuredly raise money, at a certain cost. It was well known that the property was rising in value, and the money had always been forthcoming, at a tremendous sacrifice. He had excused to himself his recklessness on the ground of his delayed marriage, but still always treating her, on the few occasions on which they had met, with an imperiousness which had been natural to him. Then the final crash had come, and the estate was as good as gone. But the crash, which had been in truth final, had come afterward, almost as soon as his father had learned what was to be the fate of Tretton. And he had found himself to be a bastard with a dishonoured mother, just a nobody in the eyes of the world. And he learned at the same time that Harry Annesley was the lover whom Florence Mountjoy really loved. What had followed has been told already, perhaps too often. But at this moment, as he stood in the gloom of the night, below the porch in the front of the house, swinging his stick at the top of the big steps, an acknowledgment of contrition was very heavy upon him. Though he was prepared to go to law the moment that Augustus put himself forward as the eldest son, he did recognize how long-suffering his father had been, and how much had been done for him in order, if possible, to preserve him. And he knew, whatever might be the result of his lawsuit, that his father's only purpose had been to save the property for one of them. As it was, legacies which might be valued at perhaps £30,000 would be his. He would expend it all in the lawsuit, if he could find lawyers to undertake his suit. His anger, too, against his brother was quite as hot as was that of his father. When he had been obliterated and obliged to vanish, from the joint effects of his violence in the streets and his inability to pay his gambling debts at the club, he had, in an evil moment, submitted himself to Augustus. And from that hour Augustus has become to him the most cruel of tyrants, and this tyranny had come to an end with his absolute banishment from his brother's house. Though he had been subdued to obedience in the lowest moment of his fall, he was not the man who could bear such tyranny well. "I can forgive my father," he said, "but Augustus I will never forgive." Then he went into the house, and in a short time was sitting at dinner with Merton, the young doctor and secretary. Miss Scarborough seldom came to table at that hour, but remained in a room upstairs, close to her brother, so that she might be within call should he be wanted. "Upon the whole, Merton," he said, "what do you think of my father?" The doctor shrugged his shoulders. "Will he live or will he die?" "He will die, certainly." "Do not joke with me, but I know you would not joke on such a subject, and my question did not merely go to the state of his health. What do you think of him as a man generally? Do you call him an honest man?" "How am I to answer you?" "Just the truth." "If you will have an answer, I do not consider him an honest man. All this story about your brother is true or it is not true. In neither case can one look upon him as honest." "Just so." "But I think that he has within him a capacity for love, and an unselfishness which almost atones for his dishonesty, and there is about him a strange dislike to conventionality and to law which is so interesting as to make up the balance. I have always regarded your father as a most excellent man, but thoroughly dishonest. He would rob anyone, but always to eke out his own gifts to other people. He has, therefore, to my eyes, been most romantic." "And as to his health?" "Ah, as to that I cannot answer so decidedly. He will do nothing because I tell him." "Do you mean that you could prolong his life?" "Certainly I think that I could. He has extended himself this morning, whereas I have advised him not to exert himself. He could have given himself the same counsel, and would certainly live longer by obeying it than the reverse. As there is no difficulty in the matter, there need be no conceit on my part in saying that so far my advice might be of service to him." "How long will he live?" "Who can say? Sir William Brodrick, when that fearful operation was performed in London, thought that a month would see the end of it. That is 8 months ago, and he has more vitality now than he had then. For myself, I do not think he can live another month." Later on in the evening, Mountjoy Scarborough began again. "The governor thinks that you have behaved uncommonly well to him." "I am paid for it all." "But he has not left you anything by his will." "I have certainly expected nothing, and there could be no reason why he should." "He has entertained an idea of late that he wishes to make what reparation may be possible to me, and therefore, as he says, he does not choose to burden his will with legacies. There is some provision made for my aunt, who, however, has her own fortune. He has told me to look after you." "It will be quite unnecessary," said Mr. Meryton. "If you choose to cut up rough you can do so. I would propose that we should fix upon some sum which shall be yours at his death, just as though he had left it to you. Indeed, he shall fix the sum himself." Meryton, of course, said that nothing of the kind would be necessary, but with his understanding Mountjoy Scarborough went that night to bed. Early on the following morning his father again sent for him. "Mountjoy," he said, "I have thought much about it, and I have changed my mind." "About your will?" "No, not about my will at all. That shall remain as it is. I do not think I should have strength to make another will, nor do I wish to do so." "You mean about Meryton?" "I do not mean about Meryton at all. Give him £500, and he ought to be satisfied. This is a matter of more importance than Mr. Meryton, or even than my will." "What is it?" said Mountjoy, in a tone of much surprise. "I don't think I can tell you now, but it is right that you should know that Meryton wrote, by my instructions, to Mr. Grey early this morning, and has implored him to come to Tretton once again. There, I cannot say more than that now." Then he turned round on his couch, as was his custom.
Chapter 54 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 54. Rummelsburg. Mr. Scarborough again sent for Mr. Grey, but a couple of weeks passed before he came. At first he refused to come, saying that he would send his clerk down if any work were wanted such as the clerk might do. And the clerk did come, and was very useful. But Mr. Scarborough persevered, using arguments which Mr. Grey found himself unable at last to resist. He was dying, and there would soon be an end of it. That was his strongest argument. Then it was alleged that a lawyer of experience was certainly needed, and that Mr. Scarborough could not very well put his affairs into the hands of a stranger. An old friendship was brought up, and then, at last, the squire alleged that there were other secrets to be divulged respecting his family, of which Mr. Scarborough thought that Mr. Grey would approve. What could be the other secrets? But it ended in Mr. Grey assenting to go, in opposition to his daughter's advice. "I would have nothing more to do with him or his secrets," Dolly had said. "You do not know him." "I know as much about him as a woman can know of a man she doesn't know, and all from yourself. You have said over and over again that he is a rascal." "Not a rascal. I don't think I said he was a rascal." "I believe you used that very word." "Then I unsay it. A rascal has something mean about him. Juniper's a rascal." "He cares nothing for his word." "Nothing at all. when the law is concerned. And he has defamed his own wife. That was done many years ago. For a fixed purpose, and not from passion, Dolly continued. He is a thoroughly bad man. You have made his will for him, and now I would leave him. After that Mr. Grey declined for a second time to go, but at last he was persuaded. On the evening of his arrival he dined with Mountjoy and Merton, and on that occasion Miss Scarborough joined them. Of course there was much surmise as to the cause of this farther visit. Merton declared that, as he had acted as the sick man's private secretary, he was bound to keep his secret as far as he knew it. He only surmised what he believed to be the truth, but of that he could say nothing. Miss Scarborough was altogether in the dark. She, and she alone, spoke of her brother with respect, but in that she knew nothing. "I cannot tell what it is," said Mountjoy, "but I suspect it to be something intended for my benefit, and for the utter ruin of Augustus." Miss Scarborough had now retired. "If it could be possible, I should think that he intended to declare that all he had said before was false." To this, however, Mr. Grey would not listen. He was very stout in denying the possibility of any reversion of the decision to which they had all come. Augustus was undoubtedly by law his father's eldest son. He had seen with his own eyes copies of the registry of the marriage, which Mr. Barry had gone across the continent to make, and in that book his wife had signed her maiden name according to the custom of the country. This had been done in the presence of the clergyman and of a gentleman, a German, then residing on the spot, who had himself been examined, and had stated that the wedding, as a wedding, had been regular in all respects. He was since dead, but the clergyman who had married them was still alive. Within 12 months of that time Mr. Scarborough and his bride had arrived in England, and Augustus had been born. Nothing but the most indisputable evidence would have sufficed to prove a fact by which you were so cruelly wronged, he said, addressing himself to Mountjoy. And when your father told me that no wrong could be done to you, as the property was hopelessly in the hands of the Jews, I told him that, for all purposes of the law, the Jews were as dear to me as you were. I do say that nothing but the most certain facts would have convinced me. Such facts, when made certain, are immovable. If your father has any plot for robbing Augustus, he will find me as staunch a friend to Augustus as ever I have been to you." When he had so spoken, they separated for the night, and his words had been so strong that they had altogether affected Mountjoy. If such were his father's intentions, it must be by some farther plot that he endeavored to carry it out, and in his father's plots he would put no trust whatever. And yet he declared his own purpose as he discussed the matter late into the night with Merton. "I cannot trust Grey at all, nor my father either, because I do not believe, as Grey believes, this story of the marriage. My father is so clever and so resolute in his purpose to set aside all control over the property as arranged by law, that to my mind it has all been contrived by himself. Either Mr. Barry has been squared, or the German parson, or the foreign gentleman, or more probably all of them. Mr. Grey himself may have been squared for all I know, though he is the kindest-hearted gentleman I ever came across. Anything shall be more probable to me than that I am not my father's eldest son." To all this Mr. Merton said very little, though no doubt he had his own ideas. The next morning the three gentlemen, with Mr. Grey's clerk, sat down to breakfast, solemn and silent. The clerk had been especially entreated to say nothing of what he had learned, and was therefore not questioned by his master. But in truth he had learned but little, having spent his time in the sorting and copying of letters, which, though they all bore upon the subject in hand, told nothing of the real tale. Farther surmises were useless now, as at 11 o'clock Mr. Grey and Mr. Merton were to go up together to the squire's room. The clerk was to remain within call, but there would be no need of Mountjoy. "I suppose I may as well go to bed," said he, "or up to London, or anywhere." Mr. Grey very sententiously advised him at any rate not to go up to London. The hour came, and Mr. Grey, with Merton and the clerk, disappeared upstairs. They were summoned by Miss Scarborough, who seemed to feel heavily the awful solemnity of the occasion. "I am sure he is going to do something very dreadful this time," she whispered to Mr. Grey, who seemed himself to be a little awestruck, and did not answer her. At 2 o'clock they all met again at lunch, and Mr. Grey was silent, and in truth very unhappy. Merton and the clerk were also silent, as was Miss Scarborough, silent as death. She, indeed, knew nothing, but the other three knew as much as Mr. Scarborough could or would tell them. Mountjoy was there also, and in the middle of the meal broke out violently. "Why the mischief don't you tell me what it is that my father has said to you?" "Because I do not believe a word of his story," said Mr. Grey. "Oh, Mr. Grey!" ejaculated Miss Scarborough. "I do not believe a word of his story," repeated Mr. Grey. "Your father's intelligence is so high, and his principles so low, that there is no scheme which he does not think that he cannot carry out against the established laws of his country. His present tale is a made-up fable." "What do you say, Merton?" asked Mountjoy. "It looks to me to be true," said Merton, "but I am no lawyer." "Why don't you tell me what it is?" said Mountjoy. "I cannot tell you," said Grey, "though he commissioned me to do so. Greenwood there will tell you." Greenwood was the name of the clerk. "But I advise you to take him with you to your own room. And Mr. Merton would, I am sure, go with you. As for me, it would be impossible that I should do credit in the telling of it to a story which I do not believe a single word." "Am I not to know?" asked Miss Scarborough plaintively. "Your nephew will tell you," said Mr. Grey, "or Mr. Merton, or Mr. Greenwood can do it if he has permission from Mr. Scarborough. I would rather tell no one. It is to me incredible." With that he got up and walked away. "Now then, Merton," said Mountjoy, rising from his chair. "Upon my word, I hardly know what to do," said Merton. "You must come and tell me this wonderful tale. I suppose that in some way it does affect my interests?" "It affects your interests very much." "Then I think I may say that I certainly shall believe it. My father at present would not wish to do me an injury. It must be told, so come along. Mr. Greenwood had better come also." Then he left the room, and the two men followed him. They went away to the smoking room, leaving Mr. Grey with Miss Scarborough. "Am I to know nothing about it?" said Miss Scarborough. "Not from me, Miss Scarborough. You can understand that I cannot tell you a story which will require at every word that I should explain my thorough disbelief in your brother. I have been very angry with him, and he has been more energetic than can have been good for him." "Ah me! You will have killed him among you." "It has been his own doing. You, however, had better go to him. I must return to town this evening." "You will stay for dinner?" "No, I cannot stay for dinner. I cannot sit down with Mountjoy, who has done nothing in the least wrong, because I feel myself to be altogether opposed to his interests. I would rather be out of the house." So saying, he did leave the house, and went back to London by train that afternoon. The meeting that morning, which had been very stormy, cannot be given word by word. From the moment in which the squire had declared his purpose, the lawyer had expressed his disbelief in all that was said to him. This Mr. Scarborough had at first taken very kindly, but Mr. Grey clung to his purpose with a pertinacity which had at last beaten down the squire's good humour, and had called for the interference of Mr. Merton. "How can I be quiet," the squire had said, "when he tells me everything I say is a lie?" "It is a lie," said Mr. Grey, who had lost all control of himself. "You should not say that, Mr. Grey," said Merton. "He should spare a man on his deathbed who was endeavouring to do his duty by his children," said the man who had thus declared himself to be dying. "I will go away," said Mr. Grey, rising. "He has forced me to come here against my will, and has must have known, that I should tell him what I thought. Even though a man be dying, a man cannot accept what he says on a matter of business such as this, unless he believe him. I must tell him that I believe him, or that I do not. I disbelieve the whole story, and will not act upon it as though I believed it." But even after this the meeting was continued, Mr. Grey consenting to sit there and to hear what was said to the end. The purport of Mr. Scarborough's story will probably have been understood by our readers. It was Mr. Scarborough's present intention to make it understood that the scheme intended for the disinheritance of Mountjoy had been false from the beginning to the end, and had been arranged, not for the injury of Mountjoy, but for the salvation of the estate from the hands of the Jews. Mountjoy would have lost nothing, as the property would have gone entirely to the Jews had Mr. Scarborough then died, and Mountjoy been taken as his legitimate heir. He was not anxious, he had declared, to say anything on the present occasion in defence of his conduct in that respect. He would soon be gone, and he would leave men to judge him who might do so more honestly when they should have found that he had succeeded in paying even the Jews in full the moneys which they had actually advanced. But now things were again changed, and he was bound to go back to the correct order of things. "Now!" shouted Mr. Grey. "To the correct order of things," he went on. Mountjoy Scarborough was, he declared, undoubtedly legitimate. And then he made Merton and the clerk bring forth all the papers, as though he had never brought forth any papers to prove the other statement to Mr. Grey. And he did expect Mr. Grey to believe them. Mr. Grey simply put them all back, metaphorically, with his hand. There had been 2 marriages, absolutely prepared with the intent of enabling him at some future time to upset the law altogether, if it should seem good to him to do so. "And your wife?" shouted Mr. Grey. "Dear woman, she would have done anything that I told her, unless I had told her to do what was absolutely wrong." "Not wrong?" "Well, you know what I mean. She was the purest and best of women." Then he went on with his tale. There had been 2 marriages, and he now brought forth all the evidence of the former marriage. It had taken place in a remote town, a village in the northern part of Prussia, whither she had been taken by her mother to join him. The 2 ladies had both been since long dead. He had been laid up at the little Prussian town under the plea of a bad leg. He did not scruple to say now that the bad leg had been pretence and a portion of his scheme. The law, he thought, in endeavoring to make arrangements for his property, the property which should have been his own, had sinned so greatly as to drive a wise man to much scheming. He had begun scheming early in the business. But for his bad leg, the old lady would not have brought her daughter to be married in so out-of-the-way place as Rummelsburg, in Pomerania. He had travelled about, and found Rummelsburg peculiarly fitted for his enterprise. There was a most civil old Lutheran clergyman there, to whom he had made himself peculiarly acceptable. He had now certified copies of the registry at Rummelsburg, which left no loophole for doubt. But he had felt that probably no inquiry would have been made about what had been done 30 years ago at Rummelsburg, had he himself desired to be silent on the subject. "There will be no difficulty," he said, "in making the Rummelsburg marriage known to all the world." "I think there will, very great difficulty," Mr. Grey had said. "Not the least. But when I had to be married in the light of day, after Mountjoy's birth, at Nice, in Italy, then there was the difficulty. It had to be done in the light of day, and that little traveller with his nurse were with us. Nice was in Italy then, and some contrivance was, I assure you, necessary. But it was done, and I have always had with me the double sets of certificates. As things have turned up, I have had to keep Mr. Grey altogether in the dark as regards Rummelsburg. It was all very difficult, but I have succeeded." That Mr. Grey should have been almost driven to madness by such an outrage as this was a matter of course. But he preferred to believe that Rummelsburg and not Nice was the myth. "How did your wife travel with you during the whole of that year?" he had asked. "As Mrs. Scarborough, no doubt. But we had been very little in society, and the world at large seemed willing to believe almost anything of me that was wrong. However, there's the Rummelsburg marriage, and if you send to Rummelsburg you'll find that it's all right. A little white church up a corner, with a crooked spire. The old clergyman is, no doubt, dead, but I should imagine that they would keep their registers." Then he explained how he had travelled about the world with the 2 sets of certificates, and had made the second public when his object had been to convert Augustus into his eldest son. Many people then had been found who had remembered something of the marriage at Nice, and remembered to have remembered something at the time of having been in possession of some secret as to the lady. But Rummelsburg had been kept quite in the dark. Now it was necessary that a strong light should be thrown on the absolute legality of the Rummelsburg marriage. He declared that he had more than once made up his mind to destroy those Rummelsburg documents, but had always been deterred by the reflection that, when they were once gone, they could not be brought back again. "I had always intended," he had said, "to burn the papers the last thing before my death. But as I learned Augustus's character, I made quite certain by causing them to be sealed up in a parcel addressed to him, so that if I had died by accident, they might have fallen into proper hands. But I see now the wickedness of my project, and therefore I give them over to Mr. Grey." So saying, he tendered the parcel to the attorney. Mr. Grey, of course, refused to take or even to touch the Rummelsburg parcel. He then prepared to leave the room, declaring that it would be his duty to act on the part of Augustus, should Augustus be pleased to accept his services. But Mr. Scarborough, almost with tears, implored him to change his purpose. "Why should you set two brothers by the ears?" At this Mr. Grey only shook his head incredulously. "And why ruin the property without an object?" "The property will come to ruin." "Not if you will take the matter up in the proper spirit. But if you determine to drive one brother to hostility against the other, and promote unnecessary litigation, of course the lawyers will get it all." Then Mr. Grey left the room boiling with anger in that he, with his legal knowledge and determination to do right, had been so utterly thrown aside, while Mr. Scarborough sank exhausted by the effort he had gone through. Chapter 55 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 55. Mr. Grey's Remorse. Mr. Grey's feeling as he returned home was chiefly one of self-reproach, so that, though he persisted in not believing the story which had been told to him, he did in truth believe it. He believed, at any rate, in Mr. Scarborough. Mr. Scarborough had determined that the property should go hither and thither according to his will, without reference to the established laws of the land, and had carried and would carry his purpose. His object had been to save his estate from the hands of those harpies, the money-lenders, and as far as he was concerned, he would have saved it. He had, in fact, forced the money-lenders to lend their money without interest and without security, and then to consent to accept their principal when it was offered to them. No one could say but that the deed, when done, was a good deed, but this man, in doing it, had driven his coach and horses through all the laws which were to Mr. Grey as Holy Writ, and in thus driving his coach and horses, he had forced Mr. Grey to sit upon the box and hold the reins. Mr. Grey had thought himself to be a clever man, at least a well-instructed man, but Mr. Scarborough had turned him round his finger this way and that way, just as he had pleased. Mr. Grey, when in his rage he had given the lie to Mr. Scarborough, had, no doubt, spoken as he had believed at that moment. To him the new story must have sounded like a lie, as he had been driven to accept the veritable lie as real truth. He had looked into all the circumstances of the marriage at Nice, and had accepted it. He had sent his partner over, and had picked up many incidental confirmations. That there had been a marriage at Nice between Mr. Scarborough and the mother of Augustus was certain. He had traced back Mr. Scarborough's movements before the marriage, and could not learn where the lady had joined him who afterward became his wife, but it had become manifest to him that she had travelled with him, bearing his name. But in Vienna, Mr. Barry had learned that Mr. Scarborough had called the lady by her maiden name. He might have learned that he had done so very often at other places, but it had all been done in preparation for the plot in hand, as had scores of other little tricks which have not cropped up to the surface in this narrative. Mr. Scarborough's whole life had been passed in arranging tricks for the defeat of the law, and it had been his great glory so to arrange them as to make it impossible that the law should touch him. Mountjoy had declared that he had been defrauded, The creditors swore, with many oaths, that they had been horribly cheated by this man. Augustus, no doubt, would so swear very loudly. No man could swear more loudly than did Mr. Grey as he left the squire's chamber after this last revelation. But there was no one who could punish him. The money-lenders had no writing under his hand. Had Mountjoy been born without a marriage ceremony, it would have been very wicked, but the vengeance of the law could not have reached him. If you deceive your attorney with false facts, he cannot bring you before the magistrates. Augustus had been the most injured of all, but a son, though he may bring an action against his father for bigamy, cannot summon him before any tribunal because he has married his mother twice over. These were Mr. Scarborough's death-bed triumphs, but they were very sore upon Mr. Grey. On his journey back to town, as he turned the facts over more coolly in his mind, he began to fear that he saw a glimmer of the truth. Before he reached London, he almost thought that Mountjoy would be the heir. He had not brought a scrap of paper away with him, having absolutely refused to touch the documents offered to him. He certainly would not be employed again either by Mr. Scarborough or on behalf of his estate or his executors. He had threatened that he would take up the cudgels on behalf of Augustus, and had felt at the moment that he was bound to do so, because, as he had then thought, Augustus had the right cause. But as that idea crumbled away from him, Augustus and his affairs became more and more distasteful to him. After all, it ought to be wished that Mountjoy should become the elder son, even Mountjoy the incurable gambler. It was terrible to Mr. Grey that the old fixed arrangement should be unfixed, and certainly there was nothing in the character of Augustus to reconcile him to such a change. But he was a very unhappy man when he put himself into a cab to be carried down to Fulham. How much better would it have been for him had he taken his daughter's advice and persistently refused to make this last journey to Tretton. He would have to acknowledge to his daughter that Mr. Scarborough had altogether got the better of him, and his unhappiness would consist in the bitterness of that acknowledgment. But when he reached the manor house, his daughter met him with news of her own, which for the moment kept his news in abeyance. "Oh, papa," she said, "I am so glad you've come." He had sent her a telegram to say that he was coming. "Just when I got your message I was frightened out of my life. Who do you think was here with me?" "How am I to think, my dear?" "Mr. Juniper." "Who on earth is Mr. Juniper?" he asked. "Oh, I remember, Amelia's lover." "Do you mean to say you forgot Mr. Juniper? I never shall forget him. What a horrid man he is!" "I never saw Mr. Juniper in my life. What did he want of you?" "He says you have ruined him utterly. He came here about 2 o'clock and found me at work in the garden. He made his way in through the open gate, and would not be sent back, though one of the girls told him that there was nobody at home. He had seen me, and I could not turn him out, of course." "What did he say to you? Was he impudent?" "He did not insult me, if you mean that. But he was impudent in not going away. I could not get rid of him for an hour. He says that you have doubly ruined him." "As how?" "You would not let Amelia have the fortune that you promised her, and I think his object now was to get the fortune without the girl. And he said also that he had lent £500 to your Captain Scarborough." "He is not my Captain Scarborough." "And that when you were settling the captain's debts, his was the only one you would not pay in full." "He is a rogue, an arrant rogue." but he says that he's got the captain's name to the £500, and he means to get it some of these days, now that the captain and his father are friends again. The long and the short of it is that he wants £500 by hook or by crook, and that he thinks you ought to let him have it. He'll get it, or the greater part of it. There's no doubt he'll get it if he has got the captain's name. If I remember right, the captain did sign a note for him to that amount, and he'll get the money if he has stuck to it." "Do you mean that Captain Scarborough would pay all his debts?" "He will have to pay that one, because it was not included in the schedule. What do you think has turned up now?" "Some other scheme?" "It is all scheming, base, false scheming, to have been concerned with which will be a disgrace to my name for ever." "Oh, papa!" "Yes, for ever. He has told me now that Mountjoy is his true, legitimate eldest son. He declares that that story, which I have believed for the last 8 months, has been altogether false, and made out of his own brain to suit his own purposes. In order to enable him to defraud these money lenders, he used a plot which he had concocted long since, and boldly declared Augustus to be his heir. He made me believe it, and because I believed it, even those greedy, grasping men, who would not have given up a tithe of their prey to save the whole family, even they believed it too. Now, at the very point of death, he comes forward with perfect coolness and tells me that the whole story was a plot made out of his own head." "Do you believe him now?" "I became very wroth, and said that it was a lie. I did think that it was a lie. I did flatter myself that in a matter concerning my own business, and in which I was bound to look after the welfare of others, he could not have so deceived me. But I find myself as a child, as a baby, in his hands." "Then you do believe him now?" "I am afraid so. I will never see him again, if it be possible for me to avoid him. He has treated me as no one should have treated his enemy, let alone a faithful friend. He must have scoffed and scorned at me merely because I had faith in his word. Who could have thought of a man laying his plot so deeply, arranging for 20 years past the frauds which he has now executed? For 30 years, or nearly, his mind has been busy on these schemes, and on others, no doubt, which he has not thought it necessary to execute, and has used me in them simply as a machine. It is impossible that I should forgive him." "And what will be the end of it?" she asked. "Who can say? But this is clear. He has utterly destroyed my character as a lawyer." "No, nothing of the kind." "And it will be well if he have not done so as a man. Do you think that when people hear that these changes have been made with my assistance, they will stop to unravel it all, and to see that I have been only a fool and not a knave? Can I explain under what stress of entreaty I went down there on this last occasion?" "Papa, you were quite right to go. He was your old friend, and he was dying." Even for this he was grateful. "Who will judge me as you do? You who persuaded me that I should not have gone. See how the world will use my name. He has made me a party to each of his frauds. He disinherited Mountjoy, and he forced me to believe the evidence he brought. Then, when Mountjoy was nobody, he half paid the creditors by means of my assistance." "They got all they were entitled to get." "No. Till the law had decided against them, they were entitled to their bonds. But they, ruffians though they are, had advanced so much hard money, and I was anxious that they should get their hard money back again. But unless Mountjoy had been illegitimate, so as to be capable of inheriting nothing, they would have been cheated. And they have been cheated. Will it be possible that I should make them or make others think that I have had nothing to do with it? And Augustus, who will be open-mouthed, what will he say against me? In every turn and double of the man's crafty mind I shall be supposed to have turned and doubled with him. I do not mind telling the truth about myself to you. I should hope not. The light that has guided me through my professional life has been a love of the law. As far as my small powers have gone, I have wished to preserve it intact. I am sure that the law and justice may be made to run on all fours. I have been so proud of my country as to make that the rule of my life. The chance has brought me into the position of having for a client a man the passion of whose life has been the very reverse. Who would not say that for an attorney to have such a man as Mr. Scarborough of Tretton for his client was not a feather in his cap? But I have found him to be not only fraudulent, but too clever for me. In opposition to myself, he has carried me into his paths. He has never induced you to do anything that was wrong. Nil conscere sibi. That ought to be enough for a simple man, but it is not enough for me. It cannot be enough for a man who intends to act as an attorney for others. Others must know it as well as I myself. You know it. But can I remain an attorney for you only? There are some of whom just the other thing is known, but then they look for work of the other kind. I have never put up a shop board for sharp practice. After this, the sharpest kind of practice will be all that I shall seem to be fit for. It isn't the money. I can retire with enough for your wants and for mine. If I could retire amid the good words of men, I should be happy. But even if I retire, men will say that I have filled my pockets with the plunder from Tretton. That will never be said. Were I to publish an account of the whole affair, which I am bound in honor not to do, explaining it all from beginning to end, people would only say that I was endeavoring to lay the whole weight of the guilt upon my confederate, who was dead. Why did he pick me out for such usage, me who have been so true to him? There was something almost weak, almost feminine in the tone of Mr. Grey's complaints. But to Dolly they were neither feminine nor weak. To her, her father's grief was true and well-founded. But for herself, in her own heart, there was some joy to be drawn from it. How would it have been with her if the sharp practice had been his, and the success? What would have been her state of mind had she known her father to have conceived these base tricks? Or what would have been her condition had her father been of such a kind as to have taught her that the doing of such tricks should be indifferent to her? To have been high above them all, for him and for her, was not that everything? And was she not sure that the truth would come to light at last? And if not here, would not the truth come to light elsewhere, where light would be of more avail than here? Such was the consolation with which Dolly consoled herself. On the next 2 days Mr. Grey went to his chambers and returned, without any new word as to Mr. Scarborough and his affairs. One day he did bring back some tidings as to Juniper. Juniper has got into some row about a horse, he said, and is, I fear, in prison. All the same, he'll get his £500, and if he knew that fact, it would help him. I can't tell him, papa. I don't know where he lives. Perhaps Carroll could do so. I never speak to Mr. Carroll, and I would not willingly mention Juniper's name to my aunt or to either of the girls. It will be better to let Juniper go on in his row." "With all my heart," said Mr. Grey. And then there was an end of that. On the next morning, the 4th after his return from Tretton, Mr. Grey received a letter from Mountjoy Scarborough. He was sure, he said, that Mr. Grey would be sorry to hear that his father had been very weak since Mr. Grey had gone, and unable even to see him, Mountjoy, for more than 2 or 3 minutes at a time. He was afraid that all would soon be over, but he and everybody around the squire had been surprised to find how cheerful and high-spirited he was. "It seems," wrote Mountjoy, "as though he had nothing to regret, either as regards this world or the next. He has no remorse, and certainly no fear. Nothing, I think, could make him angry, unless the word repentance were mentioned to him. To me and to his sister he is unwontedly affectionate, but Augustus's name has not crossed his lips since you left the house." Then he went on to the matter as to which his letter had been written. "What am I to do when all is over with him? It is natural that I should come to you for advice. I will promise nothing about myself, but I trust that I may not return to the gambling table. If I have this property to manage, I may be able to remain down here without going up to London. But shall I have the property to manage? And what steps am I to take with the view of getting it? Of course, I shall have to encounter opposition, but I do not think that you will be one of those to oppose me. I presume that I shall be left here in possession, and that, they say, is 9 points of the law. In the usual way I ought, I presume, simply to do nothing, but merely to take possession. The double story about the 2 marriages ought to count for nothing, and I should be as though no such plots had ever been hatched. But they have been hatched, and other people know of them. The creditors, I presume, can do nothing. You have all the bonds in your possession. They may curse and swear, but will, I imagine, have no power. I doubt whether they have a morsel of ground on which to raise a lawsuit. For whether I or Augustus be the eldest son, their claims have been satisfied in full. But I presume that Augustus will not sit quiet. What ought I to do in regard to him? As matters stand at present, he will not get a shilling. I fear my father is too ill to make another will, but at any rate he will make none in favor of Augustus. Pray tell me what I ought to do, and tell me whether you can send any one down to assist me when my father shall have gone. I will meddle no farther with anything in which the name of Scarborough is concerned. Such had been Mr. Grey's first assertion when he received Mountjoy's letter. He would write to him and tell him that, after what had passed, there could be nothing of business transacted between him and his father's estate. Nor was he in the position to give any advice on the subjects mooted. He would wash his hands of it altogether. But as he went home he thought over the matter, and told himself that it would be impossible for him thus to repudiate the name. He would undertake no lawsuit either on behalf of Augustus or of Mountjoy, but he must answer Mountjoy's letter, and tender him some advice. During the long hours of the subsequent night he discussed the whole matter with his daughter, and the upshot of his discussion was this: that he would withdraw his name from the business, and leave Mr. Barry to manage it. Mr. Barry might then act for either party as he pleased.
Chapter 56 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 56. Scarborough's Revenge. All these things were not done at Tretton altogether unknown to Augustus Scarborough. Tidings as to the will reached him, and then he first perceived the injury he had done himself in lending his assistance to the payment of the creditors. Had his brother been utterly bankrupt, so that the Jews might have seized any money that might have come to him, his father would have left no will in his favour. All that was now intelligible to Augustus. The idea that his father should strip the house of every stick of furniture, and the estate of every chattel upon it, had not occurred to him before the thing was done. He had thought that his father was indifferent to all personal offence, and therefore he had been offensive. He found out his mistake, and therefore was angry with himself, but he still thought that he had been right in regard to the creditors. Had the creditors been left in the possession of their unpaid bonds, they would have offered terrible impediments to the taking possession of the property. He had been right then, he thought. The fact was that his father had lived too long. However, the property would be left to him, Augustus, and he must make up his mind to buy the other things from Mountjoy. He at any rate would have to provide the funds out of which Mountjoy must live, and he would take care that he did not buy the chattels twice over. It was thus he consoled himself till rumours of something worse reached his ears. How the rumours reached him it would be difficult to say. There were probably some among the servants who got an inkling of what the squire was doing when Mr. Gray again came down, or Miss Scarborough had some confidential friend, or Mr. Gray's clerk may have been indiscreet. The tidings in some unformed state did reach Augustus and astounded him. His belief in his father's story as to his brother's illegitimacy had been unfixed and doubtful. Latterly it had verged toward more thorough belief, as the creditors had taken their money, less than a third of what would have been theirs had the power remained with them of recovering their full debt. The creditors had thus proved their belief, and they were a people not likely to believe such a statement without some foundation. But at any rate he had conceived it to be impossible that his own father should go back from his first story, and again make himself out to be doubly a liar and doubly a knave. But if it were so, what should he do? Was it not the case that in such event he would be altogether ruined, a penniless adventurer, with his profession absolutely gone from him? What little money he had got together had been expended on behalf of Mountjoy, a sprat thrown out to catch a whale. Everything according to the present tidings had been left to Mountjoy. He had only half known his father, who had turned against him with virulence because of his unkindness. Who could have expected that a man in such a condition should have lived so long and have been capable of a will so powerful? He had not dreamed of a hatred so inveterate as his father for him. He received news also from Tretton that his father was not now expected by anyone to live long. It may be a week, the doctors say, and it is hardly possible that he should remain alive for another month. Such was the news which reached him from his own emissary at Tretton. What had he better do in the emergency of the moment? There was only one possibly effective step that he could take. He might, of course, remain tranquil, and accept what chance might give him when his father should have died. But he might at once go down to Tretton and demand an interview with the dying man. He did not think that his father, even on his death-bed, would refuse to see him. His father's pluck was indomitable, and he thought that he could depend on his own pluck. At any rate, he resolved that he would immediately go to Tretton and take his chance. He reached the house about the middle of the day, and at once sent his name up to his father. Miss Scarborough was sitting by her brother's bedside, and from time to time was reading to him a few words. "Augustus," he said, as soon as the servant had left the room. "What does Augustus want with me? The last time he saw me, he bade me die out of hand if I wished to retrieve the injury I had done him." "Do not think of that now, John," his sister said. "As God is my judge, I will think of it to the last moment. Words such as those spoken by a son to his father demand a little thought. Were I to tell you that I did not think of them, would you not know that I was a hypocrite?" "You need not speak of them, John." "Not unless he came here to harass my last moments. I strove to do very much for him, you know with what return. Mountjoy has been at any rate honest and straightforward, and, considering all things, not lacking in respect. I shall at any rate have some pleasure in letting Augustus know the state of my mind." "What shall I say to him?" his sister asked. "Tell him that he had better go back to London. I have tried them both, as few sons can be tried by their father, and I know them now. Tell him, with my compliments, that it will be better for him not to see me. There can be nothing pleasant said between us. I have no communication to make to him which could in the least interest him." But before night came, the squire had been talked over, and had agreed to see his son. "The interview will be easy enough for me," he had said, "but I cannot imagine what he will get from me. But let him come as he will." Augustus spent much of the intervening time in discussing the matter with his aunt, but not a word on the subject was spoken by him to Mountjoy, whom he met at dinner, and with whom he spent the evening in company with Mr. Merton. The 2 hours after dinner were melancholy enough. The three adjourned to the smoking-room, and sat there almost without conversation. A few words were said about the hunting, but Mountjoy had not hunted this winter. There were few also of greater interest about the shooting. The shooting was, of course, still the property of the old man, and in the early months had, without many words spoken, become, as it were, an appanage for the condition of life to which Augustus aspired. But of late Mountjoy has assumed the command. "You found plenty of pheasants here, I suppose?" Augustus remarked. "Well, yes. Not too many. I didn't trouble myself much about it. When I saw a pheasant I shot it. I've been a little troubled in spirit, you know." "Gambling again, I heard." "That didn't trouble me much. Merton can tell you that we've had a sick house." "Yes, indeed," said Merton. "It hasn't seemed to be a time in which a man would think very much of his pheasants." "I don't know why," said Augustus, who was determined not to put up with the rebuke implied in the doctor's words. After that there was nothing more said between them till they all went to their separate apartments. "Don't contradict him," his aunt said to him the next morning, "and if he reprimands you, acknowledge that you have been wrong." "That's hard when I haven't been wrong." "But so much depends upon it, and he is so stern. Of course I wish well for both of you. There is plenty enough, plenty, if only you could agree together. But the injustice of his treatment, is it true that he now declares Mountjoy to be the eldest son?" "I believe so. I do not know it, but I believe it." "Think of what his conduct has been to me, and then you tell me that I am to own that I have been wrong. In what have I been wrong?" "He is your father, and I suppose you have said hard words to him." "Did I rebuke him because he had fraudulently kept me for so many years in the position of a younger son? Did I not forgive him that iniquity?" "But he says you are a younger son." "This last move," he said, with great passion, "has only been made in an attempt to punish me, because I would not tell him that I was under a world of obligations to him for simply declaring the truth as to my birth. We cannot both be his eldest son." "No, certainly, not both." "At last he declared that I was his heir. If I did say hard words to him, were they not justified?" "Not to your father," said Miss Scarborough, shaking her head. "That is your idea. How was I to abstain? Think what had been done to me. Through my whole life he had deceived me, and had attempted to rob me." "But he says that he had intended to get the property for you." "To get it? It was mine. According to what he said, it was my own. He had robbed me to give it to Mountjoy. Now he intends to rob me again in order that Mountjoy may have it. He will leave such a kettle of fish behind him, with all his manoeuvring, that neither of us will be the better of Tretton." Then he went to the squire. In spite of what had passed between him and his aunt, he had thought deeply of his conduct to his father in the past, and of the manner in which he would now carry himself. He was aware that he had behaved, not badly, for that he esteemed nothing, but most unwisely. When he had found himself to be the heir to Tretton, he had fancied himself to be almost the possessor, and had acted on the instincts which on such a case would have been natural to him. To have pardoned the man because he was his father, and then to have treated him with insolent disdain as some dying old man almost entirely beneath his notice, was what he felt the nature of the circumstances demanded. And whether the story was true or false, it would have been the same. He had come at last to believe it to be true, and had therefore been the more resolute. But whether it were true or false, the old man had struck his blow, and he must abide by it. Till the moment came in which he had received that communication from Tretton, the idea had never occurred to him that another disposition of the property might still be within his father's power. But he had little known the old man's power, or the fertility of his resources, or the extent of his malice. "After what you have done, you should cease to stay and disturb us," he had once said, when his father had jokingly alluded to his own death. He had at once repented, and had felt that such a speech had been iniquitous as coming from a son, but his father had at the moment expressed no deep animosity. Some sarcastic words had fallen from him, of which Augustus had not understood the bitterness, but he had remembered it since, and was now not so much surprised at his father's wish to injure him as at his power. But could he have any such power? Mr. Gray, he knew, was on his side, and Mr. Gray was a thorough lawyer. All the world was on his side, all the world having been instructed to think and to believe that Mr. Scarborough had not been married till after Mountjoy was born. All the world had been much surprised, and would be unwilling to encounter another blow. Should he go into his father's room altogether penitent, or should he hold up his head and justify himself? One thing was brought home to him by thinking, as a matter of which he might be convinced. No penitence could now avail him anything. He had at any rate by this time looked sufficiently into his father's character to be sure that he would not forgive such an offence as had been his. Any vice, any extravagance, almost any personal neglect, would have been pardoned. "I have so brought him up," the father would have said, "and the fault must be counted as my own." But his son had deliberately expressed a wish for his father's death, and had expressed it in his father's presence. He had shown not only neglect, which may arise at a distance, and may not be absolutely intentional, but these words had been said with the purpose of wounding, and were, and would be, unpardonable. Augustus, as he went along the corridor to his father's room, determined that he would at any rate not be penitent. "Well, sir, how do you find yourself?" he said, walking in briskly and putting out his hand to his father. The old man languidly gave his hand, but only smiled. "I hear of you, though not from you, and they tell me that you have not been quite so strong of late." "I shall soon cease to stay and trouble you," said the squire, with affected weakness, in a voice hardly above a whisper, using the very words which Augustus had spoken. "There have been some moments between us, sir, which have been, unfortunately, unpleasant. And yet I have done so much to make them pleasant to you. I should have thought that the offer of all Tretton would have gone for much with you." Augustus was again taken in. There was a piteous whine about his father's voice which once more deceived him. He did not dream of the depth of the old man's anger. He did not imagine that at such a moment it could boil over with such ferocity, nor was he altogether aware of the cat-like quietude with which he could pave the way for his last spring. Mountjoy, by far the least gifted of the two, had gained the truer insight to his father's character. You had done much, or rather, as I supposed, circumstances had done much. Circumstances? The facts, I mean, as to Mountjoy's birth and my own. I have not always left myself to be governed by actual circumstances. If there was any omission on my part of an expression of proper feeling, I regret it. I don't know that there was. What is proper feeling? There was no hypocrisy, at any rate. You sometimes are a little bitter, sir. I hope you won't find it so when I am gone. I don't know what I said that has angered you, but I may have been driven to say what I did not feel. Certainly not to me. I am not here to beg pardon for any special fault, as I do not quite know of what I am accused. Of nothing. There is no accusation at all. Nor what the punishment is to be. I have learned that you have left to Mountjoy all the furniture in the house. Yes, poor boy, when I found that you had turned him out. I never turned him out, not till your house was opened to receive him. You would not have wished him to go into the poorhouse? I did the very best for him. I kept him going when there was no one else to give him a shilling. He must have had a bitter time, said the father. I hope it may have done him good. I think I behaved to him just as an elder brother should have done. He was not particularly grateful, but that was not my fault. Still, I thought it best to leave him the old sticks about the place. As he was to have the property, it was better that he should have the sticks. As he said this, he managed to turn himself round and look his son full in the face. Such a look as it was! There was the gleam of victory, and the glory of triumph, and the venom of malice. You wouldn't have them separated, would you? I have heard of some further trick of this kind. Just the ordinary way in which things ought to be allowed to run. Mr. Gray, who is a very good man, persuaded me. No man ought to interfere with the law. An attempt in that direction led to evil. Mountjoy is the eldest son, you know. I know nothing of the kind. Oh dear, no. There is no question at all as to the date of my marriage with your mother. We were married in quite a straightforward way at Rummelsburg. When I wanted to save the property from those harpies, I was surprised to find how easily I managed it. Gray was a little soft there, an excellent man, but too credulous for a lawyer. I do not believe a word of it. You'll find it all go as naturally as possible when I have ceased to stay and be troublesome. But one thing I must say in your favour. What do you mean? I never could have managed it all unless you had consented to that payment of the creditors. Indeed, I must say that was chiefly your own doing. When you first suggested it, I saw what a fine thing you were contriving for your brother. I should think after that of leaving it all, so that you need not find out the truth when I am dead. I do not think I had so managed it that you would have had the property. Mountjoy, who has some foolish feeling about his mother, and who is obstinate as a pig, would have fought it out, but I had so contrived that you would have it. I had sealed up every document referring to the Rummelsburg marriage, and had addressed them all to you. I couldn't have made it safer, could I? I don't know what you mean. You would have been enabled to destroy every scrap of the evidence which will be wanted to prove your brother's legitimacy. Had I burned the papers, I could not have put them more beyond poor Mountjoy's reach. Now they are quite safe in Mr. Gray's office. His clerk took them away with him. I would not leave them here with Mountjoy, because, well, you might come, and he might be murdered. Now Mr. Scarborough had had his revenge. I think you have done your duty, said Augustus. I do not care 2 straws about doing my duty, young man. Here Mr. Scarborough raised himself in part, and spoke in that strong voice which was supposed to be so deleterious to him. Or rather, in seeking my duty, I look beyond the conventionalities of the world. I think that you have behaved damnably, and that I have punished you. Because of Mountjoy's weakness, because he had been knocked off his legs, I endeavoured to put you upon yours. You at once turned upon me, when you thought the deed was done, and bade me go, and bury myself. You were a little too quick in your desire to become the owner of Tretton Park at once. I have stayed long enough to give some further trouble. You will not say after this that I am a non compos and unable to make a will. You will find that under mine not one penny piece, not one scrap of property will become yours. Mountjoy will take care of you, I do not doubt. He must hate you, but will recognize you as his brother. I am not so soft-hearted, and will not recognize you as my son. Now you may go away." So saying, he turned himself round to the wall, and refused to be induced to utter another word. Augustus began to speak, and when he had commenced his second sentence the old man rung his bell. "Mary," he said to his sister, "will you have the goodness to get Augustus to go away? I am very weak, and if he remains he will be the death of me. He can't get anything by killing me at once. It is too late for that." Then Augustus did leave the room, and before the night came had left Tretton also. He presumed there was nothing for him to do there. One word he did say to Mountjoy. "You will understand, Mountjoy, that when our father is dead, Tretton will not become your property." "I shall understand nothing of the kind." Chapter 57 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 57. Mr. Prosper shows his good nature. While these things were going on at Tretton, and while Mr. Scarborough was making all arrangements for the adequate disposition of his property, in doing which he had happily come to the conclusion that there was no necessity for interfering with what the law had settled, Mr. Prosper was lying very ill at Buston, and was endeavouring on his sick bed to reconcile himself to what the entail had done for him. There could be no other heir to him but Harry Annesley. As he thought of the unmarried ladies of his acquaintance, he found that there was no one who would have done for him but Miss Puffle and Matilda Thoroughbung. All others were too young, or too old, or chiefly penniless. Miss Puffle would have been the exact thing, only for that intruding farmer's son. As he lay there alone in his bedroom, his mind used to wander a little, and he would send for Matthew, his butler, and hold confidential discussions with him. "I never did think, sir, that Miss Thoroughbung was exactly the lady," said Matthew. "Why not?" "Well, sir, there is a saying—but you'll excuse me. Go on, Matthew." "There is a saying as how you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear." "I've heard that." "Just so, sir. Now, Miss Thoroughbung is a very nice lady. I don't think she's nice at all. But of course it's not becoming in me to speak against my betters, and as a menial servant I never would." "Go on, Matthew." "Miss Thoroughbung is—" "Go on, Matthew." "Well, she is a sow's ear, ain't she now? The servants here never would have looked upon her as a silk purse." "Wouldn't they?" "Never. She has a way with her just as though she didn't care for silk purses, and it's my mind, sir, that she don't. She wishes, however, to be uppermost, and if she had come here she'd have said so. That can never be. Thank God, that can never be. Oh no, brewers is brewers, and must be. There's Mr. Joe. He's very well, no doubt. I haven't the pleasure of his acquaintance. Him as is to marry Miss Molly. But Miss Molly ain't the head of the family, is she, sir?" Here the squire shook his head. "You're the head of the family, sir." "I suppose so." "And is—I might make so bold as to speak—" "Go on, Matthew." "Miss Thoroughbung would be a little out of place at Buston Hall. Now, as to Miss Puffle—" "Miss Puffle is a lady, or was." "No doubt, sir. The Puffles is not quite equal to the Prospers, as I can hear. But the Puffles is ladies and gentlemen. The servants below all give it up to them that they're real gentlefolk. But well, she demeaned herself terribly with young Tazlehurst. They all said as there were more where that came from. What should they mean by that? She'd indulge in low habits, such as never would have been put up with at Buston Hall, a cursing and a swearing. Miss Puffle? Not herself, I don't say that, but it's like enough if you'd a heard all. But them as lets others do it, almost does it themselves, and then as lets others drink spirits of mornings, come nigh to having a dram down their own throats. "Oh, laws!" exclaimed Mr. Prosper, thinking of the escape he had had. "You wouldn't have liked it, sir, if there had been a bottle of gin in the bedroom." Here Mr. Prosper hid his face among the bedclothes. "It ain't all that comes silk out of the skein that does to make a purse of." There were difficulties in the pursuit of matrimony of which Mr. Prosper had not thought. His imagination at once pictured to himself a bride with a bottle of gin under her pillow, and he went on shivering till Matthew almost thought that he had been attacked by an ague fit. "I shall give it up at any rate," he said, after a pause. "Of course you're a young man, sir." "No, I am not. That is, not exactly young." "You're an old fool to tell such lies." "Of course I'm an old fool, but I endeavour to be veracious." "I never didn't take a shilling as were yours." "Nor a shilling's worth, all the years I have known you, Mr. Prosper." "What has that to do with it? I'm not a young man." "What am I to say, sir? Shall I say as you are middle-aged?" "The truth is, Matthew, I'm worn out." "Then I wouldn't think of taking a wife." "Troubles have been too heavy for me to bear. I don't think I was intended to bear trouble." "Man is born to trouble as the sparks fly upward," said Matthew. "I suppose so. But one man's luck is harder than another's. They've been too many for me, and I feel that I'm sinking under them. It's no good my thinking of marrying now." "That's what I was coming to, when you said I was an old fool. Of course I am an old fool." "Do have done with it. Mr. Harry hasn't been exactly what he ought to have been to me." "He's a very comely young gentleman." "What has comely to do with it?" "Them as is plain featured is more likely to stay at home and be quiet. You couldn't expect one as is so handsome to stay at Buston and hear sermons." "I don't expect him to be knocking men about in the streets at midnight." "It ain't that, sir." "I say it is that." "Very well, sir. Only we've all heard downstairs as Mr. Harry wasn't him as struck the first blow. It was all about a young lady." "I know what it was about." "A young lady as is a young lady." This was felt to the quick by Mr. Prosper, in regard to the gin-drinking Miss Puffle and the brewer-bred Miss Thoroughbung. But as he was beginning to think that the continuation of the family of the Prospers must depend on the marriage which Harry might make, he passed over the slur upon himself, for the sake of the praise given to the future mother of the Prospers. And when a young gentleman has set his heart on a young lady, he's not going to be braggadocioed out of it. Captain Scarborough knew her first. First come, first served isn't always the way with lovers. Mr. Harry was the conquering hero. Wenny weedy weechy. "Halloo, Matthew!" Them's the words as they say a young gentleman ought to use when he's got the better of a young lady's affections. And I dare say they're the very words as put the captain into such a towering passion. I can understand how it happened, just as if I saw it." "But he went away and left him bleeding and speechless." "He'd knocked his wenny widdy weechy out of him, I guess. I think, Mr. Prosper, you should forgive him." Mr. Prosper had thought so too, but had hardly known how to express himself after his second burst of anger. But he was at the present ill and weak, and was anxious to have some one near to him who should be more like a silk purse than his butler, Matthew. "Suppose you was to send for him, sir?" "He wouldn't come." "Let him alone for coming. They tell me, sir." "Who tells you?" "Why, sir, the servants now at the rectory. Of course, sir, where two families is so near connected, the servants are just as near. It's no more than natural. They tell me now that since you were so kind about the allowance, their talk of you is all changed." Then the squire's anger was heated hot again. Their talk had all been against him, till he had opened his hand in regard to the allowance. And now, when there was something again to be got, they could be civil. there is none of that love of him for himself for which an old man is always hankering, for which the sick man breaks his heart, but which the old and sick find it so difficult to get from the young and healthy. It is in nature that the old man should keep the purse in his own pocket, or otherwise he will have so little to attract. He is weak, querulous, ugly to look at, apt to be greedy, cross, and untidy. Though he himself can love, what is his love to anyone? Duty demands that one shall smooth his pillow, and some one does smooth it, as a duty. But the old man feels the difference, and remembers the time when there was one who was anxious to share it. Mr. Prosper was not in years an old man, and had not as yet passed that time in life at which many a man is regarded by his children as the best of their playfellows. But he was weak in body, self-conscious, and jealous in spirit. He had the heart to lay out for himself a generous line of conduct, but not the purpose to stick to it steadily. His nephew had ever been a trouble to him, because he had expected from his nephew a kind of worship to which he had felt that he was entitled as the head of the family. All good things were to come from him, and therefore good things should be given to him. Harry had told himself that his uncle was not his father, and that it had not been his fault that he was his uncle's heir. He had not asked his uncle for an allowance. He had grown up with the feeling that Buston Hall was to be his own, and had not regarded his uncle as the donor. His father, with his large family, had never exacted much, had wanted no special attention from him, and if not his father, then why his uncle? But his inattention, his absence of gratitude for peculiar gifts, had sunk deep into Mr. Prosper's bosom. Hence had come Miss Thoroughbung as his last resource, and Miss Thoroughbung had called him Peter. Hence his mind had wandered to Miss Puffle, and Miss Puffle had gone off with the farmer's son, and, as he was now informed, had taken to drinking gin. Therefore he turned his face to the wall and prepared himself to die. On the next day he sent for Matthew again. Matthew first came to him always in the morning, but on that occasion very little conversation ever took place. In the middle of the day he had a bowl of soup brought to him, and by that time had managed to drag himself out of bed, and to clothe himself in his dressing-gown, and to seat himself in his arm-chair. Then, when the soup had been slowly eaten, he would ring his bell, and the conversation would begin. "I have been thinking over what I was saying yesterday, Matthew." Matthew simply assented, but he knew in his heart that his master had been thinking over what he himself had said. "Is Mr. Harry at the rectory?" "Oh, yes, he's there now. He wouldn't stir from the rectory till he hears that you are better." "Why shouldn't he stir? Does he mean to say that I'm going to die?" "Perhaps I am. I'm very weak, but he doesn't know it." Matthew felt that he had made a blunder, and that he must get out of it as well as he could. "It isn't that he is thinking anything of that, but you are confined to your room, sir. Of course he knows that." "I never told him." "He's most particular in his inquiries from day to day." "Does he come here?" "He don't venture on that, because he knows as how you wouldn't wish it." "Why wouldn't I wish it? It'd be the most natural thing in the world." "But there has been a little I'm quite sure Mr. Harry don't wish to intrude. If you'd let me give it to be understood that you'd like him to call, he'd be over here in a jiffy." Then, very slowly, Mr. Prosper did give it to be understood that he would take it as a compliment if his nephew would walk across the park and ask after him. He was most particular as to the mode in which this embassy should be conducted. Harry was not to be made to think that he was to come rushing into the house after his old fashion. "Hello, uncle, aren't you well? Hope you'll be better when you come back. Have got to be off by the next train." Then he used to fly away and not be heard again for a week, and yet the message was to be conveyed with an alluring courtesy that might be attractive, and might indicate that no hostility was intended. But it was not to be a positive message, but one which would signify what might possibly take place. If it should happen that Mr. Harry was walking in this direction, it might also happen that his uncle would be pleased to see him. There was no better ambassador at hand than Matthew, and therefore Matthew was commissioned to arrange matters. "If you can get at Mrs. Weeks, and do it through his mother," suggested Mr. Prosper. Then Matthew winked and departed on his errand. In about 2 hours there was a ring at the back door, of which Mr. Prosper knew well the sound. Miss Thoroughbung had not been there very often, but he had learned to distinguish her ring or her servant's. In old days, not so very far removed, Harry had never been accustomed to ring at all, but yet his uncle knew that it was he, and not the doctor, who might probably come, or Mr. Soames, of whose coming he lived in hourly dread. "You can show him up," he said to Matthew, opening the door with great exertion, and attempting to speak to the servant down the stairs. Harry, at any rate, was shown up, and in 2 minutes' time was standing over his uncle's sick chair. "I have not been quite well just lately," he said, in answer to the inquiries made. "We are very sorry to hear that, sir. I suppose you've heard it before. We did hear that you were a little out of sorts." "Out of sorts? I don't know what you call out of sorts. I have not been out of this room for well nigh a month. My sister came to see me one day, and that's the last Christian I've seen." "My mother would be over daily if she fancied you'd like it." "She has her own duties, and I don't want to be troublesome." "The truth is, Uncle Prosper, that we have all felt that we have been in your black books, and as we have not thought that we deserved it, there has been a little coolness." "I told your mother that I was willing to forgive you." "Forgive me what? A fellow does not care to be forgiven when he has done nothing. But if you'll only say that bygones shall be bygones, quite past, I'll take it so." He could not give up his position as head of the family so easily, an injured head of the family. And yet he was anxious that bygones should be bygones, if only the young man would not be so jaunty as he stood there by his armchair. "Just say the word, and the girls shall come up and see you, as they used to do." Mr. Prosper thought at the moment that one of the girls was going to marry Joe Thoroughbung, and that he would not wish to see her. "As for myself, if I've been in any way negligent, I can only say that I did not intend it. I do not like to say more, because it would seem as though I were asking you for money." "I don't know why you shouldn't ask me. A man doesn't like to do that. But I'll tell you of everything, if you'd only let me." "What is there to tell?" said Uncle Prosper, knowing well that the love story would be communicated to him. "I've got myself engaged to marry a young woman." "A young woman?" "Yes, she's a young woman, of course, but she's a young lady as well. You know her name. It is Florence Mountjoy." "That is the young lady that I've heard of. Was there not some other gentleman attached to her?" "There was. Her cousin, Mountjoy Scarborough. His father wrote to me. His father is the meanest fellow I ever met. And he himself came to me down here. They were fighting your battle for you. I'm much obliged to them, for even I have interfered with him about the lady." Then Harry had to repeat his Veni Vidi Vici after his own fashion. "Of course I interfered with him. How is a fellow to help himself? We both of us were spooning on the same girl, and of course she had to decide it." "And she decided for you?" "I fancy she did. At any rate, I decided for her, and I mean to have her." Then Mr. Prosper was, for him, very gracious in his congratulations, saying all manner of good things of Miss Mountjoy. "I think you'd like her, Uncle Prosper." Mr. Prosper did not doubt but that he would appease the solicitor. He also had heard of Miss Mountjoy, and what he had heard had been much to the young lady's credit. Then he asked a few questions as to the time fixed for the marriage. Here Harry was obliged to own that there were difficulties. Miss Mountjoy had promised not to marry for 3 years without her mother's consent. "3 years!" said Mr. Prosper. "Then I shall be dead and buried." Harry did not tell his uncle that in that case the difficulty might probably vanish, as the same degree of fate which had robbed him of his poor uncle would have made him owner of Buston. In such a case as that Mrs. Mountjoy might probably give way. "But why is the young lady to be kept from marriage for 3 years? Does she wish it?" Harry said that he did not exactly think that Miss Mountjoy, on her own behalf, did wish for so prolonged a separation. "The fact is, sir, that Mrs. Mountjoy is not my best friend. This nephew of hers, Mountjoy Scarborough, has always been her favourite." But he's the man that always loses his money at cards. He's to have all Tretton now, it seems. And what does the young lady say? All Tretton won't move her. I'm not a bit afraid. I've got her word, and that's enough for me. How is it that her mother should think it possible? That's what I do not know. The 3 years are quite fixed? I don't quite say that altogether. But a young lady who will be true to you will be true to her mother also. Harry shook his head. He was quite willing to guarantee Florence's truth as to her promise to him, but he did not think that her promise to her mother need to be put on the same footing. I shall be very glad if you can arrange it another way. 3 years is a long time. Quite absurd, you know, said Harry with energy. What made her fix on 3 years? I don't know how they did it between them. Mrs. Mountjoy perhaps thought that it might give time to her nephew. 10 years would be the same as far as he is concerned. Florence is a girl who, when she says that she loves a man, means it. For you don't suppose I intend to remain 3 years. What do you intend to do? One has to wait a little and see. Then there was a long pause, during which Harry stood twiddling his fingers. He had nothing further to suggest, but he thought that his uncle might say something. "Shall I come again tomorrow, Uncle Prosper?" he said. "I have got a plan," said Uncle Prosper. "What is it, uncle?" "I don't know that it can lead to anything. It's of no use, of course, if the young lady will wait the 3 years." "I don't think she's at all anxious," said Harry. "You might marry almost at once." "That's what I should like." "And come and live here." "In this house?" "Why not? I'm nobody. You'd soon find that I'm nobody." "That's nonsense, Uncle Prosper. Of course you're everybody in your own house. You might endure it for 6 months in the year." Harry thought of the sermons, but resolved at once to face them boldly. "I'm only thinking how generous you are." "It's what I mean. I don't know the young lady, and perhaps she mightn't like living with an old gentleman. In regard to the other 6 months, I'll raise the £250 to £500. If she thinks well of it, she should come here first and let me see her. She and her mother might both come." Then there was a pause. "I should not know how to bear it. I should not, indeed. But let them both come." After some farther delay, this was at last decided on. Harry went away supremely happy and very
Chapter 58 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 58. Mr. Scarborough's Death. It is a melancholy fact that Mr. Barry, when he heard the last story from Tretton, began to think that his partner was not so wide awake as he had hitherto always regarded him. As time runs on, such a result generally takes place in all close connections between the old and the young. 10 years ago, Mr. Barry had looked up to Mr. Grey with a trustful respect. Words which fell from Mr. Grey were certainly words of truth, but they were, in Mr. Barry's then estimation, words of wisdom also. Gradually an altered feeling had grown up, and Mr. Barry, though he did not doubt the truth, thought less about it. But he did doubt the wisdom constantly. The wisdom practised under Mr. Barry's vice management was not quite the same as Mr. Grey's, and Mr. Barry had come to understand that though it might be well to tell the truth on occasions, it was folly to suppose that any one else would do so. He had always thought that Mr. Grey had gone a little too fast in believing Squire Scarborough's first story. "But you've been to Nice yourself, and discovered that it is true," Mr. Grey would say. Mr. Barry would shake his head and declare that in having to deal with a man of such varied intellect as Mr. Scarborough, there was no coming to the bottom of a story. But there had been no question of any alterations in the mode of conducting the business of the firm. Mr. Grey had been, of course, the partner by whose judgment any question of importance must ultimately be decided. And though Mr. Barry had been sent to Nice, the Scarborough property was especially in Mr. Grey's branch. He had been loud in declaring the iniquity of his client, but had altogether made up his mind that the iniquity had been practised, and all the clerks in the office had gone with him, trusting to his great character for sober sagacity. And Mr. Grey was not a man who would easily be put out of his high position. The respect generally felt for him was too high, and he carried himself before his partner and clerks too powerfully to lose at once his prestige. But Mr. Barry, when he heard the new story, looked at his own favorite clerk and almost winked an eye, and when he came to discuss the matter with Mr. Grey, he declined even to pretend to be led at once by Mr. Grey's opinion. A gentleman who has been so very clever on one occasion may be very clever on another. That had been his argument. Mr. Grey's reply had simply been to the effect that you cannot twice catch an old bird with chaff. Mr. Barry seemed, however, to think, in discussing the matter with the favorite clerk, that the older the bird became, the more often he could be caught with chaff. Mr. Grey in these days was very unhappy, not made so simply by the iniquity of his client, but by the insight which he had got into his partner's aptitude for business. He began to have his doubts about Mr. Barry. Mr. Barry was tending toward sharp practice. Mr. Barry was beginning to love his clients, not with a proper attorney's affection as his children, but as sheep to be shorn. With Mr. Grey the bills had gone out and had been paid, no doubt, and the money had in some shape found its way into Mr. Grey's pockets, but he had never looked at the two things together. Mr. Barry seemed to be thinking of the wool as every client came or was dismissed. Mr. Grey, as he thought of these things, began to fancy that his own style of business was becoming antiquated. He had said good words of Mr. Barry to his daughter, but just at this period his faith both in himself and in his partner began to fail. His partner was becoming too strong for him, and he felt that he was failing. Things were changed, and he did not love his business as he used to do. He had fancies, and he knew that he had fancies, and that fancies were not good for an attorney. When he saw what was in Mr. Barry's mind as to this new story from Tretton, he became convinced that Dolly was right. Dolly was not fit, he thought, to be Mr. Barry's wife. She might have been the wife of such another as himself, had the partner been such another. But it was not probable that any partner should have been such as he was. Old times are changed, he said to himself. Old manners gone. Then he determined that he would put his house in order and leave the firm. A man cannot leave his work forever without some touch of melancholy. But it was necessary that some one should go to Rummelsburg and find what could be learned there. Mr. Grey had sworn that he would have nothing to do with the new story as soon as the new story had been told to him. But it soon became apparent to him that he must have to do with it. As soon as the breath should be out of the old squire's body, some one must take possession of Tretton, and Mountjoy would be left in the house. In accordance with Mr. Grey's theory, Augustus would be the proper possessor. Augustus, no doubt, would go down and claim the ownership, unless the matter could be decided to the satisfaction of them both beforehand. Mr. Grey thought that there was little hope of such satisfaction, but it would of course be for him or his firm to see what could be done. "That I should ever have got such a piece of business," he said to himself. But it was at last settled among them that Mr. Barry should go to Rummelsburg. He had made the inquiry at Nice, and he would go on with it at Rummelsburg. Mr. Barry started with Mr. Quaverdale of St. John's, the gentleman whom Harry Annesley had consulted as to the practicability of his earning money by writing for the press. Mr. Quaverdale was supposed to be a German scholar, and therefore had his expenses paid for him with some bonus for his time. A conversation between Mr. Barry and Mr. Quaverdale, which took place on their way home, shall be given, as it will best describe the result of their inquiry. This inquiry had been conducted by Mr. Barry's intelligence, but had owed so much to Mr. Quaverdale's extensive knowledge of languages, that the two gentlemen may be said, as they came home, to be equally well instructed in the affairs of Mr. Scarborough's property. "He has been too many for the governor," said Barry. Mr. Barry's governor was Mr. Grey. "It seems to me that Scarborough is a gentleman who is apt to be too many for most men. The sharpest fellow I ever came across, either in the way of a cheat or any other walk of life. If he wanted any one else to have the property, he'd come out with something to show that the entail itself was all moonshine. But when he married again at Nice, he couldn't have quarrelled with his eldest son already. The child was not above 4 or 5 months old." This came from Quaverdale. "It's my impression," said Barry, "that it was then his intention to divide the property, and that this was done as a kind of protest against primogeniture. Then he found that that would fail, that if he came to explain the whole matter to his sons, they would not consent to be guided by him, and to accept a division. From what I have seen of both of them, they are bad to guide after that fashion. Then Mountjoy got frightfully into the hands of the money-lenders, and in order to do them it became necessary that the whole property should go to Augustus." "They must look upon him as a nice sort of old man," said Quaverdale. "Rather. But they have never got at him to speak a bit of their mind to him. And then how clever he was in getting around his own younger son. The property got into such a condition that there was money enough to pay the Jews the money they had really lent. Augustus, who was never quite sure of his father, thought it would be best to disarm them, and he consented to pay them, getting back all their bonds. But he was very uncivil to the squire, told him that the sooner he died the better, or something of that sort. And then the squire immediately turned round and sprung this Rummelsburg marriage upon us, and has left every stick about the place to Mountjoy. It must all go to Mountjoy, every acre, every horse, every bed, and every book. And these in 12 months' time will have been divided among the card-players of the metropolis," said Quaverdale. "We've got nothing to do with that. If ever a man did have a lesson, he has had it. If he chose to take it, no man would ever have been saved in so miraculous a manner. But there can be no doubt that John Scarborough and Ada Sneyd were married at Rummelsburg, and that it will be found to be impossible to unmarry them." "Old Mrs. Sneyd, the lady's mother, was then present?" said Quaverdale. "Not a doubt about it. And that Fritz Deutschmann was present at the marriage. I almost think that we ought to have brought him away with us. It would have cost a couple of £100, but the estate can bear that. We can have him by sending for him, if we should want it." Then, after many more words on the same subject and to the same effect, Mr. Barry went on to give his own private opinions. In fact, the only blemish in old Scarborough's plans was this, that the Rummelsburg marriage was sure to come out sooner or later. "Do you think so? Fritz Deutschmann is the only one of the party alive, and it's not probable that he would ever have heard of Tretton." These things always do come out, but it does not signify now, and the world will know how godless and reprobate old Scarborough has been. But that will not interfere with Mountjoy's legitimacy, and the world has pretty well understood already that the old man has cared nothing for God or man. It was bad enough, according to the other story, that he should have kept Augustus so long in the dark, and determined to give it all to a bastard by means of a plot and a fraud. The world has got used to that. The world will simply be amused by this other turn, and as the world generally is not very fond of Augustus Scarborough, and entertains a sort of good-natured pity for Mountjoy, the first marriage will be easily accepted. "There'll be a lawsuit, I suppose," said Quaverdale. "I don't see that they'll have a leg to stand on. When the old man dies, the property will be exactly as it would have been. This latter intended fraud in favor of Augustus will be understood as having been old Scarborough's farce. The Jews are the party who have really suffered." "And Augustus?" "He will have lost nothing to which he was by law entitled. His father might, of course, make what will he pleased. If Augustus was uncivil to his father could, of course, alter his will. The world would see all that. But the world will be inclined to say that these poor money-lenders have been awfully swindled." "The world won't pity them." "I'm not so sure. It's a hard case to get hold of a lot of men and force them to lend you £100 without security and without interest. That's what has been done in this case." "They'll have no means of recovering anything." "Not a shilling. The wonder is that they should have got £300,000. They never would have had it unless the squire had wished to pave the way back for Mountjoy. And then he made Augustus do it for him. In my mind he has been so clever that he ought to be forgiven all his rascality. There has been, too, no punishment for him, and no probability of punishment. He has done nothing for which the law can touch him. He has proposed to cheat people, but before he would have cheated them he might be dead. The money-lenders will have been swindled awfully, but they have never had any ground of tangible complaint against him. 'Who are you?' he has said. 'I don't know you.' They alleged that they had lent their money to his eldest son. 'That's as you thought,' he replied. 'I ain't bound to come and tell you all the family arrangements about my marriage. If you look at it all around, it was uncommonly well done.'" When Mr. Barry got back he found that it was generally admitted at the chambers that the business had been well done. Everybody was prepared to allow that Mr. Scarborough had not left a screw loose in the arrangement, though he was at this moment on his deathbed, and had been under surgical tortures and operations, and in fact slowly dying during the whole period that he had been thus busy. Every one concerned in the matter seemed to admire Mr. Scarborough, except Mr. Grey, whose anger, either with himself or his client, became the stronger, the louder grew the admiration of the world. A couple of barristers, very learned in the law, were consulted, and they gave it as their opinion that from the evidence as shown to them there could be no doubt but that Mountjoy was legitimate. There was no reason in the least for doubting it, but for that strange episode which had occurred, when, in order to get the better of the law, Mr. Scarborough had declared that at the time of Mountjoy's birth he had not been married. They went on to declare that on the squire's death the Rummelsburg marriage must of course have been discovered, and had given it as their opinion that the squire had never dreamed of doing so great an injustice either to his elder or his younger son. He had simply desired, as they thought, to cheat the money-lenders, and had cheated them beautifully. That Mr. Tyrrwhit should have been so very soft was a marvel to them, but it only showed how very foolish a sharp man of the world might be when he encountered one sharper. And Augustus, through an attorney acting on his own behalf, consulted two other barristers, whose joint opinion was not forthcoming quite at once, but may have to be stated. Augustus was declared by them to have received at his father's hands a most irreparable injury, to such an extent that an action for damages would, in their opinion, lie. He had, by accepting his father's first story, altered the whole course of his life, abandoned his profession, and even paid large sums of money out of his own pocket for the maintenance of his elder brother. A jury would probably award him some very considerable sum, if a jury could get hold of his father while still living. No doubt the furniture and other property would remain, and might be held to be liable for the present owner's laches. But these two learned lawyers did not think that an action could be taken with any probability of success against the eldest son, with reference to his tables and chairs, when the Tretton estate should have become his. As these learned lawyers had learned that old Mr. Scarborough was at this moment almost in articulo mortis, would it not be better that Augustus should apply to his elder brother to make him such compensation as the peculiarities of the case would demand? But as this opinion did not reach Augustus till his father was dead, the first alternative proposed was of no use. "I suppose, sir, we had better communicate with Mr. Scarborough?" Mr. Barry said to his partner on his return. "Not in my name," Mr. Grey replied. "I've put Mr. Scarborough in such a state that he is not allowed to see any business letter. Sir William Broderick is there now." But communications were made both to Mountjoy and to Augustus. There was nothing for Mountjoy to do. His case was in Mr. Barry's hands, nor could he take any steps till something should be done to oust him from Tretton. Augustus, however, immediately went to work and employed his counsel, learned in the law. "You will do something, I suppose, for poor Gus?" the old man said to his son one morning. It was the last morning on which he was destined to awake in the world, and he had been told by Sir William and by Mr. Merton that it would probably be so. But death to him had no terror. Life to him, for many weeks past, had been so laden with pain as to make him look forward to a release from it with hope. But the business of life had pressed so hard upon him as to make him feel that he could not tell what had been accomplished. The adjustment of such a property as Tretton required, he thought, his presence, and till it had been adjusted he clung to life with a pertinacity which had seemed to be oppressive. Now Mountjoy's debts had been paid, and Mountjoy could be left a bit happier. Having achieved so much, he was delighted to think that he might. But there had come latterly a claim upon him equally strong, that he should wreak his vengeance upon Augustus. Had Augustus abused him for keeping him in the dark so long, he would have borne it patiently. He had expected as much. But his son had ridiculed him, laughed at him, made nothing of him, and had at last told him to die out of the way. He would at any rate do something before he died. He had had his revenge, very bitter of its kind. Augustus should be made to feel that he had not been ridiculous, not to be laughed at in his last days. He had ruined his son, inevitably ruined him, and was about to leave him penniless upon the earth. But now, in his last moments, in his very last, there came upon him some feeling of pity, and in speaking of his son he once more called him Gus. "I don't know how it will all be, sir, but if the property is to be mine, it will be yours. It must be yours. Then I will do anything for him that he will accept. Do not let him starve, or have to earn his bread. Say what you wish, sir, and it shall be done as far as I can do it. Make an offer to him of some income, and settle it on him. Do it at once." The old man, as he said this, was thinking probably of the great danger that all Tretton might before long have been made to vanish. "And Mountjoy? Sir, you have gambled surely enough for amusement. With such a property as this in your hands, gambling becomes very serious." They were the last words, the last intelligible words which the old man spoke. He died with his left hand on his son's neck, and took Merton and his sister by his side. It was a death-bed not without its lesson, not without a certain charm in the eyes of some fancied beholder. Those who were there seemed to love him well, and should do so. He had contrived, in spite of his great faults, to create a respect in the minds of those around him, which is itself a great element of love. But there was something in his manner which told of love for others. He was one who could hate to distraction, and on whom no bonds of blood would operate to mitigate his hatred. He would persevere to injure with a terrible persistency. But yet, in every phase of his life, he had been actuated by love for others. He had never been selfish, thinking always of others rather than of himself. Supremely indifferent he had been to the opinion of the world around him, but he had never run counter to his own conscience. For the conventionalities of the law he entertained a supreme contempt, but he did wish so to arrange matters with which he was himself concerned as to do what justice demanded. Whether he succeeded in the last year of his life the reader may judge, but certainly the three persons who were assembled around his deathbed did respect him, and had been made to love him by what he had done. Merton wrote the next morning to his friend Henry Annesley respecting the scene. "The poor old boy has gone at last, and in spite of all his faults, I feel as though I had lost an old friend. To me he has been most kind, and did I not know of all his sins, I should say that he has been always loyal and always charitable. Mr. Grey condemns him, and all the world must condemn him. One cannot make an apology for him without being ready to throw all truth and all morality to the dogs. But if you can imagine for yourself a state of things in which neither truth nor morality shall be thought essential, then old Mr. Scarborough would be your hero. He was the bravest man I ever knew. He was ready to look all opposition in the face, and prepared to bear it down. And whatever he did with a view of accomplishing what he thought to be right for other people. Between him and his God I cannot judge, but he believed in an Almighty One, and certainly went forth to meet him without a fear in his heart." Chapter 59 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 59. Joe Thoroughbung's Wedding. While some men die, others are marrying. While the funeral dirge was pealing sadly at Tretton, The joyful marriage bells were ringing both at Buntingford and Buston. Joe Thoroughbung, dressed all in his best, was about to carry off Molly Annesley to Rome, previous to settling down to a comfortable life of hunting and brewing in his native town. Miss Thoroughbung sent her compliments to Mrs. Annesley. Would her brother be there? She thought it probable that Mr. Prosper would not be glad to see her. She longed to substitute Peter for Mr. Prosper, but abstained. In such case she would deny herself the pleasure of seeing Joe turned off. There was an embassy sent to the Hall. The two younger girls went with the object of inviting Uncle Prosper, but with a desire at their hearts that Uncle Prosper might not come. "I presume the family at Buntingford will be represented?" Uncle Prosper had asked. "Somebody will come, I suppose," said Fanny. Then Uncle Prosper had sent down a pretty jewelled ring, and said that he would remain in his room. His health hardly permitted of his being present with advantage. So it was decided that Miss Thoroughbung should come, and every one felt that she would be the howling spirit, if not at the ceremony, at the banquet which would be given afterward. Miss Thoroughbung was not the only obstacle, had the whole been known. Young Soames, the son of the attorney with whom Mr. Prosper had found it so evil a thing to have to deal, was to act as Joe's best man. Mr. Prosper learned this probably from Matthew, but he never spoke of it to the family. It was a sad disgrace in his eyes that any Soames should have been so far mixed up with the Prosper blood. Young Algy Soames was in himself a very nice sort of young fellow, who liked a day's hunting when he could be spared out of his father's office, and whose worst fault was that he wore loud cravats. But he was an abomination to Mr. Prosper, who had never seen him. As it was, he carried himself very mildly on this occasion. "It's a pity we're not to have two marriages at the same time," said Mr. Crabtree, a clerical wag from the next parish. "Don't you think so, Mrs. Annesley?" Mrs. Annesley was standing close by, as was also Miss Thoroughbung, but she made no answer to the appeal. People who understood anything knew that Mrs. Annesley would not be gratified by such an allusion. But Mr. Crabtree was a man who understood nothing. "The old birds never pair so readily as the young ones," said Miss Thoroughbung. "Old? Who talks of being old?" said Mr. Crabtree. "My friend Prosper is quite a boy. There's a good time coming, and I hope you'll give way yet, Miss Thoroughbung." Then they were all marshalled on their way to church. It is quite out of my power to describe the bride's dress, or that of the bridesmaids. They were the bride's sisters, and two of Joe's sisters. An attempt had been made to induce Florence Mountjoy to come down, but it had been unsuccessful. Things had gone so far now at Cheltenham that Mrs. Mountjoy had been driven to acknowledge that if Florence held to her project for 3 years, she should be allowed to marry Harry Annesley. But she had accompanied this permission by many absurd restrictions. Florence was not to see him, at any rate, during the first year, but she was to see Mountjoy Scarborough if he came to Cheltenham. Florence declared this to be impossible, but as the Buston marriage took place just at this moment, she could not have her way in everything. Joe drove up to the church with Algy Soames, it not having been thought discreet that he should enter the parsonage on that morning, though he had been there nearly every day through the winter. "I declare, here he is," said Miss Thoroughbung very loudly. "I never thought he'd have the courage at the last moment." "I wonder how a certain gentleman would have felt when it came to his last moment," said Mr. Crabtree. Mrs. Annesley took to weeping bitterly, which seemed to be unnecessary, as she had done nothing but congratulate herself since the match had first been made, and had rejoiced greatly that one of her numerous brood should have put into such a haven of rest. "My dear Mrs. Annesley," said Mrs. Crabtree, consoling her in that she would not be far removed from her child, "you can almost see the brewery chimneys from the church tower." Those who knew the two ladies well were aware that there was some little slur intended by the allusion to brewery chimneys. Mrs. Crabtree's girl had married the third son of Sir Reginald Rattlepate. The Rattlepates were not rich, and the third son was not inclined to earn his bread. "Thank God, yes," said Mrs. Annesley, through her tears. "Whenever I shall see them, I shall know that there's an income coming out with the smoke." The boys were home from school for the occasion. "Molly, there's Joe coming after you," said the elder. "If he gives you a kiss now, you needn't pretend to mind," said the other. "My darling, my own one that so soon will be my own no longer," said the father, as he made his way into the vestry to put on his surplice. "Dear papa," it was the only word the bride said as she walked in at the church door and prepared to make her way up the nave at the head of her little bevy. They were all very bright as they stood there before the altar, but the brightest spot among them was Algy Soames's blue necktie. Joe, for the moment, was much depressed, and thought nothing of the last run in which he had distinguished himself, but nevertheless he held up his head well as a man and a brewer. "Don't 'ee take on so," Miss Thoroughbung said to Mrs. Annesley at the last moment. "He'll give her plenty to eat and to drink, and will never do her a morsel of harm." Joe overheard this, and wished that his aunt was back in her bed at Marmaduke Lodge. Then the marriage was over, and they all trooped into the vestry to sign the book. "You can't get out of that now," said Mrs. Crabtree to Joe. "I don't want to. I have got the fairest girl in these parts for my wife, and, as I believe, the best young woman." This he said with a spirit for which Mrs. Crabtree had not given him credit, and Algy Soames heard him and admired his friend beneath his blue necktie. And one of the girls heard it and cried tears of joy as she told her sister afterward in the bedroom. "Oh, what a darling he is," Molly had said amid her own sobbing. Joe stood an inch higher among them all because of that word. Then came the breakfast, that dullest, saddest hour of all. To feed heavily about 12 in the morning is always a nuisance so abominable that it should be avoided under any other circumstances than a wedding in your own family. But that wedding breakfast, when it does come, is the worst of all feeding. The smart dresses and bare shoulders seen there by daylight, the handing people in and out among the seats, the very nature of the food, made up of chicken and sweets and flummery, the profusion of champagne, not sometimes of the very best on such an occasion, and then the speeches. They fall generally to the lot of some middle-aged gentlemen who seem always to have been selected for their incapacity. But there is a worse trouble yet remaining, in the unnatural repletion which the sight even of so much food produces, and the fact that your dinner for that day is destroyed utterly and forever. Mr. Crabtree and the two fathers made the speeches over and beyond that which was made by Joe himself. Joe's father was not eloquent. He brewed, no doubt, good beer, without a taste in it beyond malt and hops. No man in the county brewed better beer, but he couldn't make a speech. He got up, dressed in a big white waistcoat and a face as red as his son's hunting coat, and said that he hoped that his boy would make a good husband. All he could say was that being a lover had not helped to make him a good brewer. Perhaps when Molly Annesley was brought nearer to Buntingford, Joe mightn't spend so much of his time in going to and fro. Perhaps Mr. Joe might not demand so much of her attention. This was the great point he made, and it was received well by all but the bride, who whispered to Joe that if he thought that he was to be among the brewing tubs from morning till night, he'd find he was mistaken. Mr. Annesley threw a word or two of feeling into his speech, as is usual with the father of the young lady, but nobody seemed to care much for that. Mr. Crabtree was facetious with the ordinary wedding jests, as might have been expected, seeing that he had been present at every wedding in the county for the last 20 years. The elderly ladies laughed good-humoredly, and Mrs. Crabtree was heard to say that the whole affair would have been very tame, but that Mr. Crabtree had "carried it all off." But in truth, when Joe got up, the fun of the day had commenced, for Miss Thoroughbung, though she kept her chair, was able to utter as many words as her nephew. "I'm sure I'm very much obliged to you for what you've all been saying." "So you ought, sir, for you have heard more good of yourself than you'll ever hear again." "Then I'm the more obliged to you. What my people have said about my being so long upon the road—" "That's only just what you have told them at the brewery. Nobody knows where you have been." "Molly can tell you all about that." "I can't tell them anything," Molly said in a whisper. "But it comes only once in a man's lifetime," continued Joe, "and I dare say if we knew all about the governor when he was of my age, which I don't remember, he was as spoony as any one." "I only saw him once for 6 months before he was married," said Mrs. Thoroughbung in a funereal voice. "He's made up for it since," said Miss Thoroughbung. "I'm sure I'm very proud to have got such a young lady to have come and joined her lot with mine," continued Joe, "and nobody can think more about his wife's family than I do." "And all Buston," said the aunt. "Yes, and all Buston." "I'm sure we're all sorry that the bride's uncle from Buston Hall has not been able to come here to day. You ought to say that, Joe." "Yes, I do say it. I'm very sorry that Mr. Prosper isn't able to be here." "Perhaps Miss Thoroughbung can tell us something about him," said Mr. Crabtree. "Me? I know nothing special. When I saw him last he was in good health. I did nothing to him to make him keep his bed. Mrs. Crabtree seems to think that I have got your uncle in my keeping, Molly. I beg to say that I'm not responsible." It must be allowed that amid such free conversation it was difficult for Joe to shine as an orator. But as he had no such ambition, perhaps the interruptions only served him. But Miss Thoroughbung's witticism did throw a certain damp over the wedding breakfast. It was perhaps to have been expected that the lady should take her revenge for the injury done to her. It was the only revenge that she did take. She had been ill-used, she thought, and yet she had not put Mr. Prosper to a shilling of expense. And there was present to her a feeling that the uncle had at the last moment been debarred from complying with her small requests in favor of Miss Tickle and the ponies on behalf of the young man who was now sitting opposite to her, and that the good things coming from Buston Hall were to be made to flow in the way of the Annesleys generally, rather than in her way. She did not regret them very much, and it was not in her nature to be bitter. But still all those little touches about Mr. Prosper were pleasant to her, and were, of course, unpleasant to the Annesleys. Then, it will be said, she should not have come to partake of a breakfast in Mr. Annesley's dining room. That is a matter of taste, and perhaps Miss Thoroughbung's taste was not altogether refined. Joe's speech came to an end, and with it his aunt's remarks. But as she left the room she said a few words to Mr. Annesley. "Don't suppose that I am angry, not in the least, certainly not with you or Harry. I'd do him a good turn to-morrow if I could, and so, for the matter of that, I would to his uncle. But you can't expect but what a woman should have her feelings and express them." Mr. Annesley, on the other hand, thought it strange that a woman in such a position should express her feelings. Then at last came the departure. Molly was taken up into her mother's room and cried over for the last time. "I know that I'm an old fool. Oh, mamma, now, dearest mamma! A good husband is the greatest blessing that God can send a girl, and I do think that he is good and sterling." "He is, mamma, he is. I know he is. And when that woman talks about brewery chimneys, I know what a comfort it is that there should be chimneys, and that they should be near. Brewery chimneys are better than a do-nothing scamp that can't earn a meal for himself or his children. And when I see Joe with his pink coat on going to the meet, I thank God that my Molly has got a lad that can work hard and ride his own horses and go out hunting with the best of them. Oh, mamma, I do like to see him then. He is handsome. I would not have anything altered, but, oh, my child, you are going away. As Mrs. Crabtree says, I shan't be far. No, no, but you won't be all mine. The time will come when you'll think of your girls in the same way. You haven't done a thing that I haven't seen and known and pondered over. You haven't worn a skirt but what it has been dear to me. You haven't uttered a prayer but what I have heard it as it went up to God's throne. I hope he says his prayers." "I'm sure he does," said Molly, with confidence more or less well-founded. "Now go and leave me here. I'm such an old stupid that I can't help crying. And if that woman was to say anything more to me about the chimneys, I should give her a bit of my mind." Then Molly went down with her travelling hat on, looking twice prettier than she had done during the whole of the morning ceremonies. It is, I suppose, on the bridegroom's behalf that the bride is put forth in all her best looks, just as she is about to become, for the first time, exclusively his own. Molly, on the present occasion, was very pretty, and Joe was very proud. It was not the least of his pride that he, feeling himself to be not quite yet removed from the bung to the thorough, had married into a family by which his ascent might be matured. And then, as they went, came the normal shower of rice, to be picked up in the course of the next hour by the vicarage fowls, and not by the London beggars, and the air was darkened by a storm of old shoes. In London white satin slippers are the fashion, but Buston and Buntingford combined could not afford enough of such missiles, and from the hands of the boys black shoes and boots too were thrown freely. "There go my best pair," said one of the boys, as the chariot was driven off, "and I don't mean to let them lie there." Then the boots were recovered and taken up to the bedroom. Now that Molly was gone, Harry's affairs became paramount at Buston. After all, Harry was of superior importance to Molly, though those chimneys at Buntingford could probably give a better income than the acres belonging to the park. But Harry was to be the future Prosper of the county, to assume at some future time the family name, and there was undoubtedly present to them all at the parsonage a feeling that Harry Annesley Prosper would loom in future years a bigger squire than the parish had ever known before. He had got a fellowship, which no Prosper had ever done, and he had the look and the tone of a man who had lived in London, which had never belonged to the Prospers generally. And he was to bring a wife with a good fortune, and one of whom a reputation for many charms had preceded her. And Harry, having been somewhat under a cloud for the last 6 months, was now emerging from it brighter than ever. Even Uncle Prosper could not do without him. That terrible Miss Thoroughbung had thrown a gloom over Buston Hall which could only be removed, as the squire himself had felt, by the coming of the natural heir. Harry was indispensable, and was no longer felt by any one to be a burden. It was now the end of March. Old Mr. Scarborough was dead and buried, and Mountjoy was living at Tretton. Nothing had been heard of his coming up to London. No rushing to the card tables had been announced. That there were to be some terrible internecine law contests between him and Augustus had been declared in many circles, but of this nothing was known at the Buston Rectory. Harry had been one day at Cheltenham, and had been allowed to spend the best part of an hour with his sweetheart. But this permission had been given on the understanding that he was not to come again. And now for a month he had abstained. Then had come his uncle's offer, that generous offer under which Harry was to bring his wife to Buston Hall, and live there during half the year, and to receive an increased allowance for his maintenance during the other half. As he thought of his ways and means, he fancied that they would be almost rich. She would have 400 a year, and he as much, and an established home would be provided for them. Of all these good things he had written to Florence, but had not yet seen her since the offer had been made. Her answer had not been as propitious as it might be, and it was absolutely necessary that he should go down to Cheltenham and settle things. The 3 years had, in his imagination, been easily reduced to 1, which was still, as he thought, an impossible time for waiting. By degrees it came down to 6 months in his imagination, and now to 3, resulting in an idea that they might be easily married early in June, so as to have the whole of the summer before them for their wedding tour. "Mother," he said, "I shall be off to-morrow." "To Cheltenham?" "Yes, to Cheltenham. What is the good of waiting? I think a girl may be too obedient to her mother." "It is a fine feeling which you will be glad to remember that she possessed." "Supposing that you had declared that Molly shouldn't have married Joe Thoroughbung?" "Molly has got a father," said Mrs. Annesley. "Suppose she had none?" "I cannot suppose anything so horrible." "As if you and he had joined together to forbid Molly." "But we didn't." "I think a girl may carry it too far," said Harry. "Mrs. Mountjoy has committed herself to Mountjoy Scarborough, and will not go back from her word. He has again come back to the fore, and out of a ruined man he has appeared as the rich proprietor of the town of Tretton. Of course the mother still hangs on to him." "You don't think Florence will change?" "Not in the least. I'm not a bit afraid of Mountjoy Scarborough and all his property, but I can see that she may be subjected to much annoyance from which I ought to extricate her." "What can you do, Harry?" "Go and tell her so. Make her understand that she should put herself into my hands at once, and that I could protect her." "Take her away from her mother by force?" said Mrs. Annesley with horror. If she were once married, her mother would think no more about it. I don't believe that Mrs. Mountjoy has any special dislike to me. She thinks of her own nephew, and as long as Florence is Florence Mountjoy, there will be for her the chance. I know that he has no chance, and I don't think that I ought to leave her there to be bullied for some endless period of time. Think of 3 years! Of dooming a girl to live 3 years without ever seeing her lover! There is an absurdity about it which is revolting. I shall go down to-morrow and see if I cannot put a stop to it." To this his mother could make no objections, though she could express no approval of a project under which Florence was to be made to marry without her mother's consent.
Chapter 60 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 60. Mr. Scarborough is buried. When Mr. Scarborough died, and when he had been buried, his son Mountjoy was left alone at Tretton, living in a very desolate manner. Till the day of the funeral, Merton, the doctor, had remained with him and his aunt, Miss Scarborough, but when the old squire had been laid in his grave, they both departed. Miss Scarborough was afraid of her nephew, and could not look forward to living comfortably at the big house, and Dr. Merton had the general work of his life to call him away. "You might as well stay for another week," Mountjoy had said to him, but Merton had felt that he could not remain at Tretton without some especial duty, and he too went his way. The funeral had been very strange. Augustus had refused to come and stand at his father's grave. "Considering all things, I had rather decline," he had written to Mountjoy. Other guests, none were invited except the tenants. They came in a body, for the squire had been noted among them as a liberal landlord. But a crowd of tenants does not in any way make up for that look of family sorrow which is expected at the funeral of such a man as Mr. Scarborough. Mountjoy was there, and stood through the ceremony speechless and almost sullen. He went down to the church behind the body with Merton, and then walked away from the ground without having uttered a syllable. But during the ceremony he had seen that which caused him to be sullen. Mr. Samuel Hart had been there, and Mr. Tyrrwhit, and there was a man whom he called to his mind as connected with the names of Evan and Crook, and Mr. Spicer, and Mr. Richard Juniper. He knew them all as they stood there round the grave, not in decorous funeral array, but as strangers who had strayed into the cemetery. He could not but feel, as he looked at them and they at him, that they had come to look after their interest, their heavy interest on the money which had been fraudulently repaid to them. He knew that they had parted with their bonds, but he knew also that almost all that was now his would have been theirs, had they not been cheated into believing that he, Mountjoy Scarborough, was not, and never would be, Scarborough of Tretton Parks. They said nothing as they stood there, and did not in any way interrupt the ceremony, but they looked at Mountjoy as they were standing, and their looks disconcerted him terribly. He had declared that he would walk back to the house, which was not above 2 miles distant from the graveyard, and therefore, when the funeral was over, there was no carriage to take him. But he knew that the men would dog his steps as he walked. He had only just got within the precincts of the park when he saw them all. But Mr. Tyrrwhit was by himself, and came up to him. "What are you going to do, Captain Scarborough," he said, "as to our claims?" "You have no claims of which I am aware," he said roughly. "Oh yes, Captain Scarborough, we have claims, certainly. You've come up to the front lately with a deal of luck. I don't begrudge it, for one, but I have claims. I, and those other gentlemen, we have claims, you'll have to admit that. Send in the documents, Mr. Barry is acting as my lawyer. He is Mr. Gray's partner, and is now taking the leading share in the business. I know Mr. Barry well. A very sharp gentleman is Mr. Barry. I cannot enter into conversation with yourself at such a time as this. We are sorry to trouble you, but then our interests are so pressing. What do you mean to do, Captain Scarborough? That's the question. Yes, with the estate, said Mr. Samuel Hart, coming up and joining them. Of the lot of men, Mr. Samuel Hart was the most distasteful to Mountjoy. He had last seen his Jew persecutor at Monte Carlo, and had then, as he thought, been grossly insulted by him. "What are you after, Captain?" To this Mountjoy made no answer, but Hart, walking a step or two in advance, turned upon his heels and looked at the park around him. "Tidy sort of place, ain't it, to wit, for a gentleman to hang his hat up, when we were told he was a bastard, not worth a shilling?" "I have nothing to do with all that," said Mountjoy. "You and Mr. Tyrrwhit held my acceptances for certain sums of money. They have, I believe, been paid in full." "No, they ain't. They ain't been paid in full at all. You knows they ain't." As he said this, Mr. Hart walked on in front, and stood in the pathway, facing Mountjoy. "How can you have the cheek to say we've been paid in full? You know it ain't true." "Evans and Crook haven't been paid so far," said a voice from behind. "More ain't Spicer," said another. "Captain Scarborough, I haven't been paid in full," said Mr. Juniper, advancing to the front. "You don't mean to tell me that my £500 have been paid in full? You've ruined me, Captain Scarborough. I was to have been married to a young lady with a large fortune, your Mr. Gray's niece, and it has been broken off altogether because of your bad treatment. Do you mean to assert that I have been paid in full? If you have got any document, take it to Mr. Barry." "No, I won't. I won't take it to any lawyer. I'll take it right in before the court and expose you. My name is Juniper, and I never parted with a morsel of paper that has your name to it." "Then no doubt you'll get your money," said the captain. "I thought, gentlemen, you were to allow me to be the spokesman on this occasion," said Mr. Tyrrwhit. "We certainly cannot do any good if we attack the captain all at once. Now, Captain Scarborough, we don't want to be uncivil." "Uncivil be blowed," said Mr. Hart. "I want to get my money, and mean to have it. I agreed as you was to speak, Mr. Tyrrwhit, but I means to be spoken up for, and if no one else can do it, I can do it myself. Is we to have any settlement made to us, or is we to go to law?" "I can only refer you to Mr. Barry," said Mr. Mountjoy, walking on very rapidly. He thought that when he reached the house he might be able to enter in and leave them out, and he thought also that if he kept them on the trot he would thus prevent them from attacking him with many words. Evans and Crook were already lagging behind, and Mr. Spicer was giving signs of being hard pressed. Even Hart, who was younger than the others, was fat and short, and already showed that he would have to halt if he made many speeches. "Barry be exclaimed Hart. "You see how it is, Captain Scarborough," said Tyrrwhit. "Your father, as has just been laid to rest in hopes of a happy resurrection, was a very peculiar gentleman." "The most hinfernal swindler I ever heard tell of," said Hart. "I don't wish to say a word disrespectful," continued Tyrrwhit, "but he had his own notions. He said as you was illegitimate, didn't he now?" "I can only refer you to Mr. Barry," said Mountjoy. "And he said that Mr. Augustus was to have it all, and he proved his words, didn't he now? And then he made out that, if so, our deeds weren't worth the paper they were written on. Isn't it all true what I'm saying? And then when we'd taken what small sums of money he chose to offer us, just to save ourselves from ruin, then he comes up and says you are the heir, as legitimate as anybody else, and are to have all the property, and he proves that too. What are we to think about it?" There was nothing left for Mountjoy Scarborough but to make the pace as good as possible. Mr. Hart tried once and again to stop their progress by standing in the captain's path, but could only do this sufficiently at each stoppage to enable him to express his horror with various interjections. "Oh Lords, that such a liar as he should ever be buried!" "You can't do anything by being disrespectful, Mr. Hart," said Tyrrwhit. What is it he means to do?" ejaculated Spicer. "Mr. Spicer," said Mountjoy, "I mean to leave it all in the hands of Mr. Barry, and, if you will believe me, no good can be done by any of you by hunting me across the park." "Ha' you a bastard, or ha'n't you?" ejaculated Hart. "No, Mr. Hart, I am not." "Then pay us what you howes us. You hain't a going to say as you don't howe us." "Mr. Tyrrwhit," said the captain, "it is of no use my answering Mr. Hart, because he is angry." "Hangry! By George, I ham angry. I'd like to pull that hoadsoner's bones out o' the ground. But to you I can say that Mr. Barry will be better able to tell you than I am what can be done by me to defend my property." "Captain Scarborough," said Mr. Tyrrwhit mildly, "we had your name, you know. We did have your name." "And my father bought the bonds back." "Oh laws, he calls himself a shentleman." "I have nothing farther to say to you now, gentlemen, and can only refer you to Mr. Barry." The path on which they were walking had then brought them to the corner of the garden wall, through which a door opened into the garden. Luckily, at that moment, it occurred to Mountjoy that there was a bolt on the other side of the gate, and he entered it quickly and bolted the door. Mr. Tyrrwhit was left on the other side, and was joined by his companions as quickly as their failing breath enabled them to do so. "Here's a go," said Mr. Hart, striking the door violently with the handle of his stick. "He had nothing for it but to leave us when we attacked him altogether," said Mr. Tyrrwhit. "If you had left it to me, he would have told us what he intended to do. You, Mr. Hart, had not so much cause to be angry, as you had received a considerable sum for interest." Then Mr. Hart turned upon Mr. Tyrrwhit and abused him all the way back to their inn. But it was pleasant to see how these commercial gentlemen, all engaged in the natural course of trade, expressed their violent indignation, not so much as to their personal losses, but at the commercial dishonesty generally of which the Scarboroughs, father and son, had been and were about to be guilty. Mountjoy, when he reached the house of which he was now the only occupant beside the servants, stood for an hour in the dining-room, with his back toward the fire, thinking of his position. He had many things of which to think. In the first place, there were these pseudo-creditors who had just attacked him in his own park with much acrimony. He endeavoured to comfort himself by telling himself that they were certainly pseudo-creditors, to whom he did not in fact owe a penny. Mr. Barry could deal with them. And then his conscience reminded him that they had in truth been cheated by his father for his benefit. For every £1 which they had received they would have claimed 3 or 4. They would no doubt have cheated him. But how was he now to measure the extent of his father's fraud against that of his creditors? And though it would have been right in him to resist the villainy of these Jews, he felt that it was not fit that he should escape from their fangs altogether by his father's deceit. He had not become so dead to honour, but that noblesse oblige did still live within his bosom. And yet there was nothing that he could do to absolve his bosom. The income of the estate was nearly clear, the money brought in by the late sales having all but sufficed to give these gentlemen that which his father had chosen to pay them. But was he sure of that income? He had just now asserted boldly that he was the legitimate heir to the property. But did he know that he was so? Could he believe his father? Had not Mr. Grey asserted that he would not accept this later evidence? Was he not sure that Augustus intended to proceed against him? And was he not aware that nothing could be called his own till that lawsuit should have been decided? If that should be given against him, then these harpies would have been treated only too well. Then there would be no question, at any rate by him, as to what noblesse oblige might require of him. He could take no immediate step in regard to them, and therefore for the moment drove that trouble from his mind. But what should he do with himself as to his future life? To be persecuted and abused by these wretched men, as had this morning been his fate, would be intolerable. Could he shut himself up from Mr. Samuel Hart and still live in England? And then could he face the clubs, if the clubs would be so kind enough to re-elect him? And then there came a dark frown across his brow, as he bethought himself that even at this moment his heart was longing to be once more among the cards. Could he not escape to Monaco, and there be happy among the gambling tables? Mr. Hart would surely not follow him there, and he would be free from the surveillance of that double blackguard, his brother's servant and his father's spy. But, after all, as he declared to himself, did it not altogether turn on the final answer which he might get from Florence Mountjoy? Could Florence be brought to accede to his wishes, he thought that he might still live happily, respectably, and in such a manner that his name might go down to posterity not altogether blasted. If Florence would consent to live at Tretton, then could he remain there. He thought it over as he stood there, with his back to the fire, and he told himself that with Florence the first year would be possible, and that after the first year the struggle would cease to be a struggle. He knew himself, he declared, and he made all manner of excuses for his former vicious life, basing them all on the hardness of her treatment of him. He did not know himself, and such assurances were vain. But buoyed up with such assurances, he resolved that his future fate must be in her hands, and that her word alone should suffice either to destroy him or to save him. Thinking thus of his future life, he resolved that he would go at once to Cheltenham, and throw himself and what of Tretton belonged to him at the girl's feet. Nor could he endure himself to rest another night at Tretton till he had done so. He started at once and got late to Gloucester, where he slept, and on the next morning at 11 o'clock was at Cheltenham, out on his way to Montpellier Terrace. He at once asked for Florence, but circumstances so arranged themselves that he first found himself closeted with her mother. Mrs. Mountjoy was delighted, and yet shocked, to see him. "My poor brother," she said, "and he was buried only yesterday." Such explanation as Mountjoy could give was given. He soon made the whole tenor of his thoughts intelligible to her. Yes, Tretton was his, at least he supposed so. As to his future life he could say nothing. It must depend on Florence. He thought that if she would promise to become at once his wife, there would be no more gambling. He had felt it to be incumbent on him to come and tell her so. Mrs. Mountjoy, frightened by the thorough blackness of his apparel and by the sternness of his manner, had not a word to say to him in opposition. "Be gentle with her," she said, as she led the way to the room in which Florence was found. "Your cousin has come to see you," she said, "has come immediately after the funeral. I hope you will be gracious to him." Then she closed the door, and the two were alone together. "Florence," he said, "Mountjoy, we hardly expected you here so soon." "Where the heart strays, the body is apt to follow. I could speak to no one, I could do nothing, I could hope and pray for nothing till I had seen you." "You cannot depend on me like that," she answered. "I do depend on you most entirely. No human being can depend more thoroughly on another. It is not my fortune that I have come to offer you, or simply my love, but in very truth my soul." "Mountjoy, that is wicked." "Then wicked let it be. It is true. Tretton, by singular circumstances, is all my own, free of debt. At any rate, I and others believe it to be so. Tretton being all your own can make no difference. I told you that I had not come to offer you my fortune," and he almost scowled at her as he spoke. "You know what my career has hitherto been, though you do not perhaps know what has driven me to it. Shall I go back and live after the same fashion, and let Tretton go to the dogs? It will be so, unless you take me and Tretton into your hands. It cannot be. Oh, Florence, think of it before you pronounce my doom." "It cannot be. I love you well as my cousin, and for your sake I love Tretton also. I would suffer much to save you, if any suffering on my part would be of avail. But it cannot be in that fashion." Then he scowled again at her. "Mountjoy, you frighten me by your hard looks. But though you were to kill me, you cannot change me. I am the promised wife of Harry Annesley, and for his honour I must bid you plead this cause no more." Then, Just at this moment there was a ring at the bell and a knock at the door, each of them somewhat impetuous.
Chapter 61 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 61. Harry Annesley is accepted. She knew that Harry Annesley was at the door. He had written to say that he must come again, though he had fixed no day for his coming. She had been delighted to think that he should come, though she had, after her fashion, scolded him for the promised visit. But though his comings had not been frequent, she recognized already the sounds of his advent. When a girl really loves her lover, the very atmosphere tells of his whereabouts. She was expecting him with almost breathless expectation when her cousin Mountjoy was brought to her, and so was her mother, who had been told that Harry Annesley had business on which he intended to call. But now the two foes must meet in her presence. That was the idea which first came upon her. She was sure that Harry would behave well. Why should not a favoured lover on such occasions always behave well? But how would Mountjoy conduct himself when brought face to face with his rival? As Florence thought of it, she remembered that when last they met the quarrel between them had been outrageous, and Mountjoy had been the sinner, while Harry had been made to bear the punishment of the sin. Harry, when he was told that Miss Mountjoy was at home, had at once walked in and opened for himself the door of the front room downstairs. There he found Florence and Mountjoy Scarborough. Mrs. Mountjoy was still upstairs in her bedroom, and was palpitating with fear as she thought of the anger of the two combative lovers. To her belief, Harry was, of the two, the most like to a roaring lion, because she had heard of him that he had roared so dreadfully on that former occasion. But she did not instantly go down, detained in her bedroom by the eagerness of her fear, and by the necessity of resolving how she would behave when she got there. Harry, when he entered, stood a moment at the door, and then, hurrying across the room, offered Scarborough his hand. "I have been so sorry," he said, "to hear of your loss. But your father's health was such that you could not have expected that his life should be prolonged." Mountjoy muttered something, but his mutterings, as Florence had observed, were made in courtesy, and the two men had taken each other by the hand. After that they could hardly fly at each other's throats in her presence. Then Harry crossed to Florence and took her hand. "I never get a line from you," he said, laughing, "but what you scold me. I think I escape better when I am present, so here I am." "You always make wicked propositions, and of course I scold you. A girl has to go on scolding till she's married, and then it's her turn to get it. No wonder, then, that you talk of 3 years so glibly. I want to be able to scold you." All this was going on in Mountjoy's presence, while he stood by, silent, black, and scowling. His position was very difficult, that of hearing the billing and cooing of these lovers. But theirs also was not too easy, which made the billing and cooing necessary in his presence. Each had to seem to be natural, but the billing and cooing were in truth affected. Had he not been there, would they not have been in each other's arms? and would not she have made him the proudest man in England by a loving kiss? "I was asking Miss Mountjoy, when you came in, to be my wife." This Scarborough said with a loud voice, looking Harry full in the face. "It cannot be," said Florence. "I told you that, for his honour," and she laid her hand on Harry's arm, "I could listen to no such request." "The request has to be made again," he said. "It will be made in vain," said Harry. "So, no doubt, you think," said Captain Scarborough. "You can ask her yourself," said Harry. "Of course it will be made in vain," said Florence. "Does he think that a girl, in such a matter as that of loving a man, can be turned here and there at a moment's notice? That she can say yes and no alternately to two men? It is impossible. Harry Annesley has chosen me, and I am infinitely happy in his choice." Here Harry made an attempt to get his arm round her waist, in which, however, she prevented him, seeing the angry passion rising in her cousin's eyes. "He is to be my husband, I hope. I have told him that I love him, and I tell you so also. He has my promise, and I cannot take it back without perjury to him and ruin, absolute ruin, to myself. All my happiness in this world depends on him. He is to me my own one absolute master, to whom I have given myself altogether, as far as this world goes. Even were he to reject me, I could not give myself to another." "My Florence, my darling!" Harry exclaimed. "After having told you so much, can you ask your cousin to be untrue to her word and to her heart, and to become your wife when her heart is utterly within his keeping? Mountjoy, it is impossible." "What of me, then?" he said. "Rouse yourself, and love some other girl, and marry her, and so do well with yourself and with your property." "You talk of your heart," he said, "and you bid me use my own after such a fashion as that." "A man's heart can be changed, but not a woman's. His love is but one thing among many." "It is the one thing," said Harry. Then the door opened, and Mrs. Mountjoy entered the room. "Oh dear," she said. "You, both of you, here together?" "Yes, we are both here together," said Harry. There was an unfortunate smile on his face as he said so, which made Mountjoy Scarborough very angry. The two men were both handsome, two as handsome men as you shall see on a summer's day. Mountjoy was dark visaged, with coal-black whiskers and moustaches, with sparkling angry eyes, and every feature of his face well cut and finely formed. But there was absent from him all look of contentment or satisfaction. Harry was light-haired, with long silken beard and bright eyes, but there was usually present to his face a look of infinite joy, which was comfortable to all beholders. If not strong, as the other man's, it was happy, and eloquent of good temper. But in one thing they were alike. Neither of them counted aught on his good looks. Mountjoy had attempted to domineer by his bad temper, and had failed; but Harry, without any attempt at domineering, always doubting of himself till he had been assured of success by her lips, had succeeded. Now he was very proud of his success, but he was very proud of her, and not of himself. "You come in here and boast of what you have done in my presence," said Mountjoy Scarborough. "How can I not seem to boast when she tells me that she loves me?" said Harry. "For God's sake, do not quarrel here," said Mrs. Mountjoy. "They shall not quarrel at all," said Florence. "There is no cause for quarrelling. When a girl has given herself away, there should be an end of it. No man who knows that she has done so should speak to her again in the way of love. I will leave you now. But, Harry, you must come again, in order that I may tell you that you must not have it all your own way, just as you please, sir." Then she gave him her hand, and passing on at once to Mountjoy, tendered her hand to him also. "You are my cousin, and the head now of my mother's family. I would fain know that you would say a kind word to me, and bid me God-speed." He looked at her, but did not take her hand. "I cannot do it," he said. "I cannot bid you God-speed. You have ruined me, trampled upon me, destroyed me. I am not angry with him," and he pointed across the room to Harry Annesley, "nor with you, but only with myself." Then, without speaking a word to his aunt, he marched out of the room and left the house, closing the front door after him with a loud noise, which testified to his anger. "He has gone," said Mrs. Mountjoy, with a tone of deep tragedy. "It is better so," said Florence. "A man must take his chance in such warfare as this," said Harry. "There is something about Mountjoy Scarborough that after all I like. I do not love Augustus, but with certain faults Mountjoy is a good fellow." "He is the head of our family," said Mrs. Mountjoy, "and is the owner of Tretton." "That has nothing to do with it," said Florence. "It has much to do with it," said her mother, "though you would never listen to me. I had my heart set upon it, but you have determined to thwart me. And yet there was a time when you preferred him to everyone else." "Never!" said Florence with energy. "Yes, you did. Before Mr. Annesley here came in the way." "It was before I came, at any rate," said Harry. "I was young, and I did not wish to be disobedient. But I never loved him, and I never told him so. Now it is out of the question." "He will never come back again," said Mrs. Mountjoy mournfully. "I should be very glad to see him back again when I and Florence are man and wife. I don't care how soon we should see him." "No, he will never come back," said Florence. "Not as he came to day. That trouble is at last over, mamma." "And my trouble is going to begin." "Why should there be any trouble? Harry will not give you trouble, will you, Harry?" "Never, I trust," said Harry. "He cannot understand," said Mrs. Mountjoy. "He knows nothing of the desire and ambition of my life. I had promised him my child, and my word to him is now broken." "He will have known, mamma, that you could not promise for me. Now go, Harry, because we are flurried. May I not ask him to come here to night and to drink tea with us?" This she said, addressing her mother in a tone of sweetest entreaty. To this Mrs. Mountjoy unwillingly yielded, and then Harry also took his departure. Florence was aware that she had gained much by the interview of the morning. Even to her it began to appear unnecessary that she should keep Harry waiting 3 years. She had spoken of postponing the time of her servitude, and of preserving for herself the masterdom of her own condition. But in that respect the truth of her own desires was well understood by them all. She was anxious enough to submit to her new master, and she felt that the time was coming. Her mother had yielded so much, and Mountjoy had yielded. Harry was saying to himself at this very moment that Mountjoy had thrown up the sponge. She too was declaring the same thing for her own comfort, in less sporting phraseology, and what was much more to her, her mother had nearly thrown up the sponge also. In the worst days of her troubles, any suitor had made himself welcome to her mother who could rescue her child from the fangs of that roaring lion, Harry Annesley. Mr. Anderson had been received with open arms, and even Monsieur Grascour. Mrs. Mountjoy had then got it into her head that of all lions which were about in those days, Harry roared the loudest. His sins in regard to leaving poor Mountjoy speechless and motionless on the pavement had filled her with horror. But Florence now felt that all that had come to an end. Not only had Mountjoy gone away, but no mention would probably be ever again made of Anderson or Grascour. When Florence was preparing herself for tea that evening, she sang a little song to herself as to the coming of the conquering hero. A man must take his chance in such warfare as this, she said, repeating to herself her lover's words. You can't expect me to be very bright, her mother said to her before Harry came. There was a sign of yielding in this also, but Florence, in her happiness, did not wish to make her mother miserable. Why not be bright, mamma? Don't you know that Harry is good? No. How am I to know anything about him? He may be utterly penniless. But his uncle has offered to let us live in the house, and to give us an income. Mr. Prosper has abandoned all idea of getting married. He can be married any day. And why do you want to live in another man's house when you may live in your own? Tretton is ready for you, the finest mansion in the whole county. Here Mrs. Mountjoy exaggerated a little, but some exaggeration may be allowed to a lady in her circumstances. Mamma, you know that I cannot live at Tretton. It was the house in which I was born. How can that signify? When such things happen, they are used as additional grounds for satisfaction. But I cannot marry your nephew because you were born in a certain house. And all that is over now. You know that Mountjoy will not come back again. He would, exclaimed the mother, as though with new hopes. Oh, mamma, how can you talk like that? I mean to marry Harry Annesley. You know that I do. Why not make your own girl happy by accepting him? Then Mrs. Mountjoy left the room and went to her own chamber and cried there, not bitterly, I think, but copiously. Her girl would be the wife of the Squire of Buston, who, after all, was not a bad sort of fellow. At any rate, he would not gamble. There had always been that terrible drawback. And he was a fellow of his college, in which she would look for, and probably would find, some compensation as to Tretton. When, therefore, she came down to tea, she was able to receive Harry, not with joy, but at least without rebuke. Conversation was at first somewhat flat between the two. If the old lady could have been induced to remain upstairs, Harry felt that the evening would have been much more satisfactory. But as it was, he found himself enabled to make some progress. He at once began to address Florence as his undoubted future spouse, very slyly using words adapted for that purpose, and she, without any outburst of her intention, as she had made when discussing the matter with her cousin, answered him in the same spirit, and by degrees came so to talk as though the matter were entirely settled. And then at last that future day was absolutely brought on the tapis, as though now to be named. 3 years! ejaculated Mrs. Mountjoy, as though not even yet surrendering her last hope. Florence, from the nature of the circumstances, received this in silence. Had it been 10 years, she might have expostulated. But a young lady's bashfulness was bound to appear satisfied with an assurance of marriage within 3 years. But it was otherwise with Harry. "Good God, Mrs. Mountjoy, we shall all be dead!" he cried out. Mrs. Mountjoy showed by her countenance that she was extremely shocked. "Oh, Harry," said Florence, "none of us, I hope, will be dead in 3 years." "I shall be a great deal too old to be married, if I am left alive. 3 months, you mean. It will be just the proper time of year, which does go for something. And 3 months is always supposed to be long enough to allow a girl to get her new frocks." "You know nothing about it, Harry," said Florence. And so the matter was discussed, in such a manner that when Harry took his departure that evening, he was half inclined to sing a song of himself about the conquering hero. "Dear mamma," said Florence, kissing her mother with all the warm, clinging affection of former years. It was very pleasant, but still Mrs. Mountjoy went to her room with a sad heart. When there, she sat for a while over the fire, and then drew out her desk. She had been beaten, absolutely beaten, and it was necessary that she should own so much in writing to one person. So she wrote her letter, which was as follows: "Dear Mountjoy, after all it cannot be as I would have had it. As they say, man proposes, but God disposes. I would have given her to you now, and would even yet have trusted that you would have treated her well, had it not been that Mr. Annesley has gained such a hold on her affections. She is wilful, as you are, and I cannot bend her. It has been the longing of my heart that you two should live together at Tretton, but such longings are, I think, wicked, and are seldom realized. I write now just this one line to tell you that it is all settled. I have not been strong enough to prevent such settling. He talks of 3 months. But what does it matter? 3 months or 3 years will be the same to you, and nearly the same to me. Your affectionate aunt, Sarah Mountjoy. P.S. May I, as your loving aunt, add one word of passionate entreaty? All Tretton is yours now, and the honour of Tretton is within your keeping. Do not go back to those wretched tables. Mountjoy Scarborough, when he received this letter, cannot be said to have been made unhappy by it, because he had already known all his unhappiness. But he turned it in his mind as though to think what would now be the best course of life open to him. And he did think, that he had better go back to those tables against which his aunt had warned him, and there remain till he had made the acres of Tretton utterly disappear. There was nothing for him which seemed to be better, and here at home in England even that would at present be impossible to him. He could not enter the clubs, and elsewhere Samuel Hart would be ever at his heels. And there was his brother with his lawsuit, though on that matter a compromise had already been offered to him. Augustus had proposed to him, by his lawyer, to share Tretton. He would never share Tretton. His brother should have an income secured to him, but he would keep Tretton in his own hands as long as the gambling tables would allow him. He was in truth a wretched man, as on that night he did make up his mind, and ringing his bell, called his servant out of his bed to bid him prepare everything for a sudden start. He would leave Tretton on the following day, or on the day after, and intended at once to go abroad. "He is off for that place, nigh to Italy, where they have the gambling tables," said the butler on the following morning to the valet who declared his master's intentions. "I shouldn't wonder, Mr. Stokes," said the valet. "I am told it's a beauteous country, and I should like to see a little of that sort of life myself." Alas, alas! Within a week from that time Captain Scarborough might have been seen seated in the Monte Carlo room, without any friendly